Oh my god, welcome everybody.
Oh,
Here we
hello,
go.
everyone.
I feel like I may have screwed up the sound settings there. I can't remember. You see, fucking around with
I heard
something
it.
else. You
I
heard
heard
it.
it and it was lovely.
Most
I heard
people
it and it
heard
was
it.
lovely.
There
I
we
heard
go.
you,
Actually,
but I'm in the call with you, so.
the fact is I did screw it up, but it was loud enough that nobody really noticed because you guys were just super quiet for a second.
Well,
But
yeah,
it's all
but now
fixed.
that you've pointed it out, it's going to be on people's
But I
minds
fixed
after
it while
they've seen
also
it, of
pointing it
course.
out, so it's all worked. It's perfect. Nothing's
that's-
wrong.
that's-
Everything's
that's
working
true.
as
That's a
intended. No worries,
Good
everybody.
observation. Fair point. Hello, everyone.
Welcome.
Hi.
It's been 5 years. With every
It's
year
been
that closes in, it's
200
just
and-
like, what the fuck? How have we been
A
doing
little
this
bit.
this long? Insane.
Doesn't time fly?
It really do.
Time flumps when you're fleeman.
Time flies when you're having fun, watching movies, TV shows, playing video games, looking at little articles, clips, all the different things in the world. Media, what a miracle. And
I sure do like miracle.
media.
Media miracles.
As you guys are familiar with, when we do these sorts of things, as the title says, we basically just cover everything with everyone. Funsies. Now, the everyone part is basically people you've been seeing over the course of the year, possibly others, you know, fun times. And in terms of the everything, who knows? Probably movie related. That tends to be the trend. But thank you all for tuning up. Look how excited chat are. I always feel so,
everybody.
so
Hello.
emboldened by that. Because, you know, it was almost going to be that we wouldn't do any kind of celebration-y thing unless it was like every 100 episodes. That was the original plan. And then we were like, probably should do it yearly. And then it's like,
Yeah,
oh shit.
because it takes us a whole year to do 50 episodes.
But the crazy part is like whenever we get close, me, you, and well, us, we're all just like, 24 hours. And you know, it's actually longer than that because of the breaks and the getting up beforehand.
Yeah, that's right.
But you
Wasn't
know
there
what?
that one year where you two, I think it was the 100, wasn't you on for like 30 hours?
Yeah,
So that
29.
one?
It was 29.
Yeah. Who made that decision?
I think that was just trying to go for as long as possible.
All right.
Not a mistake, obviously.
No, it was fun.
Is that as long as possible? Are
That
you
is,
sure?
that's the
feel like you
longest
couldn't
that
go
I
for
have,
any longer?
I think that's the longest that I've ever stayed awake, actually.
Don't
It's
sell
not
yourself
possible.
so short. Is that the longest you've stayed awake for?
I think so. I can't think of any other time that
Okay.
I would have stayed up longer than that, because, you know, life is
Right.
weird.
I don't know myself. I just know that that's the limit. You can't stay up longer than that. That's
That's
it.
actually the limit.
It's not
Like,
possible.
once
Yeah,
you hit
it's not
that
possible
point,
to
you
stay up any longer than that.
collapse onto the
Well,
floor.
whenever you
Yeah.
you hear those people who are like, oh, I stayed up for like a whole week, you're like, did you though?
Did you though? Really? Did you,
I-
or did you just stay up
hmm.
for like 29 hours? Is that what you really mean?
Never understand it. It's, and you have those characters in movies that are like, oh, I stayed up for a whole week. It's like, did you?
Did you? I don't
get
really.
I don't know
frazzled.
about that.
That 29-hour one, right? So I went for a walk once we were done with the stream. I can't remember if I ever said this on stream before, but went outside and you know, like
didn't just collapse?
the lamps or the street lights sort of thing, they had intense trails, and I was like, this is probably not good. Like I should
I feel
probably
like
sleep.
my brain is trying to send me a signal here
Yeah.
that something is very wrong, and he's very sad and disappointed in me for doing this to him.
Hello, Metal.
Hello.
Hi, Metal.
you doing?
You started
Yo.
earlier than I expected. I missed the whole preamble on the stream.
We
was
are
lovely.
a little earlier than expected, possibly because we're going to try and take advantage of every last second that we're awake so that we can get through the 24. Also, hi, Theo. Hello there.
Hello.
He was here as well.
Fascinating. Look at that. We're already filling up the roster. It's crazy.
Oh my goodness. Wow.
Who knows who will turn up next? Could be anybody.
I don't. It could be.
I sure don't know.
Well, what we do know is what the subject's going to be. It was a tradition that started for some reason. There was nothing to it really in terms of why it had to happen, but it did. And that is covering stealing videos that relate to video games. That's usually the first thing. I can't remember what we did cover on 50th, but
I think it was. Was it something to do with difficulty as like as a
more
thing in video
recent.
games? Might have been more recent, yeah.
hard to
I don't
remember.
know what
All I remember
50
is 100 was
I
privilege
can't remember.
goggles.
He did say that, didn't he?
Little privilege goggles.
We are also joined by Jedi Brooks and the Movie Cynic. Hello there, gentlemen.
Hello.
Oh my goodness, Brooks, your image isn't quite loading for me. Is that for the same for everyone else?
Oh, it's
fine
fine
No.
for me.
Yeah, it's fine.
Oh, all right.
That's not
Okay,
your fault,
fair
Brad.
enough.
Sort it
Beautiful.
out.
Nice to meet you guys.
Yeah, I never know
Cynic
who.
Leo,
Hello,
middle.
hello.
Yeah, likewise.
Hi. What's up?
Everyone say hello to everybody, because I don't know who's met each other or not. This whole internet thing
I
is
don't
a
even
scary
know who I've
place.
met or not.
Yeah, I'm starting to lose track. Have we met
Yeah.
Metal?
Who are you again?
Like that streamer guy, right?
Are you the one that really likes the Clone Wars?
Oh.
Yeah, that's me. That's me.
Ah, okay.
I love
Nice
the
to meet
Clone
you.
Wars. I love Sabine Wren and Bo-Katan and Darth Maul and evil bastard. What's the name of the character? Savage
Palpatine?
Oppress.
Oh,
Savage Oppress, yeah.
Evil bastard. Somehow I prefer the name Evil Bastard.
Evil. Well, that's the subtlety of Filoni writing.
Did she really
Oh.
survive another lightsaber to the gut? Like, I didn't watch it yet, but I'm hearing
Oh
it.
yes, there's another one.
Yeah,
That's the thing.
She
No
took it like a
way.
champ. She recovered faster than anyone.
I
Is
think
that-
our wonderful fans are probably like, "What do you think of Ahsoka? Talk about it." It's like, "Oh, you'll get it. You'll get it.
You'll get plenty of
Time.
Ahsoka talk.
Ahsoka
It
minis are on the
is-
way. Well, TVs.
It definitely isn't terrible and cringe. It's very
No.
good. You'll
Why
love
would
it.
you even think that?
I don't know why I would think that.
There was a few people who had hope.
It's also
They
I
very
don't know
fast
why.
paced.
Why would you
I
still
don't
have
know
hope?
why.
Stop it.
It's okay.
Stop eating poopy.
It's a human thing. Leave him alone. We had a
No.
few people on
Poopy a
Open
human
Bar
thing?
being like, "Why do you guys hate everything?"
Ugh,
Because
again?
everything's shit.
Because it's
Like
Is this
bad.
like
Andor.
What about all of the
Third
things we
time?
like?
I like
the third time
Andor,
someone
and I
survived a stab to the
Andor's
gut?
great.
Yeah,
I
we
just
like
like
it.
it still comes.
We didn't watch it for 3 months because we weren't that interested in it.
That's such
We
a
did.
that is such an
So you have
obvious
no
like
argument.
we had no
You have no-
bias sort of situation.
Exactly.
That was
Yes,
the
we have a
wonderful
bias
EFAP
to
fans.
good things.
I don't know how they can still bring that up after Andor and House of the Dragon. Like, and like you said, Picard season 3. Like, there's
Yeah.
opportunities for people to be biased. Yet when it's good, it's good. Like, I don't know.
Exactly. When it's good, it's good.
Well, label and
Crazy
dismiss
how
has
that works.
been a part of most political sort of factions on the internet. It wouldn't make as much sense that it would be part of media factions as well. I label you as biased. Bye bye. Like,
Oh, man.
Yep.
Instantly.
And
You
you're not.
were-
Nope. I am impartial. I am neutral.
immune to
I have-
propaganda.
I have no opinion one way or the other.
Yeah, that's the crazy part about it.
Good times. It all makes sense. It all follows through. It's wonderful. Star Wars is in a great position, everybody.
I
Why?
love Star
Wanted to
Wars.
know.
Star Wars is great and fun, and it's very
So-
cool.
Reva, Fennec, and now this Sabine chick. Is that 3 people who've been stabbed by the gut?
Yeah,
or like
Qui-Gon
had
is
their
the
insides
exception.
destroyed?
Qui-Gon is the exception to the rule when it
Man,
comes
Qui-Gon is,
to
Yeah.
having
Qui-Gon is a
a
bitch, man.
Qui-Gon's
giant
a
hole in
bitch.
his abdomen actually caused him trouble.
That
But I mean,
moment was so dramatic. It made the fight so much more significant. And to think that it's aged that poorly because
Yeah.
of these stupid shows, it's just
No
Bring
one
the
has
Qui-Gon
ever.
back
Well,
with a
remember-
mechanical stomach. Who cares?
Jedi Force healing was a thing too. And they didn't.
No.
Right, yeah.
No.
Oh well.
Take that
no,
back.
he didn't have the book. He didn't have Ray's stupid book. He would have figured it out. Oh my god.
It's amazing how now even Phantom Menace, for all of its horrific problems, because that movie is terrible garbage. But even now, one of the best parts of that movie is going to be ruined because when
Yeah.
we're watching Qui-Gon get stabbed, we're like, "Oh, walk it off, you pussy."
Yeah.
Yep.
Everyone
Yep.
else did.
It's-
The
It
deleted
was like a
scene where
balance match,
Obi-Wan's
unlike
like,
David.
"Bastard, no!" Then he's like, "I'm actually okay."
Actually, I'm fine.
Just get
Hey,
Really?
come back.
medical
Can you bring me
attention
to
somewhat
the
promptly, and I will be
sick bay
fine.
or something?
Remember, Padawan / not stab. Stabbing
Twist
is
and gut.
pointless.
What is it?
Stab-
Oh,
Twist
stab,
gut,
twist,
yeah.
gut.
That's the one.
That's how you.
One.
That's how you kill an orc. Is you stab, twist, gut.
Twist gut. Thank you for that lesson, Galadriel.
Again, a
I'm
whole
so just,
additional season of Rings of Power eventually.
Well, I
lads. It's
mean,
gonna be great.
so
multiple
excited.
additional
I can't wait.
seasons,
Remind
right?
me.
Maybe, possibly,
Can't wait for
5
that.
4 more seasons.
I was
Give-
saying
give
to,
me all of them.
I was saying to Fringy that we're supposed to take a week off after anniversary streams, but last time we didn't because Rings of Power came out, and everyone was like, "Gotta talk about Rings of Power. You're already behind." We're like, "Oh god." Not so unlucky this year, apparently. We're fine because that'll be out next year, right?
Will it? Or
Probably.
will
Is it
even be
delayed?
Longer than that.
Yeah,
Look,
they filmed
maybe-
through the strike, so it'll be out next year.
Woohoo!
So what's not being delayed? House of the Dragon, Rings of Power.
Marvel's is
Marvels.
not being delayed.
Okay, as long as
Alright,
those three
Aquaman
just
is not.
I think it's been moved up a week, so
okay.
or maybe it might be
Those are
moved
the
up a
three.
week because Dune's now gone, so they can take up those IMAX screens.
That's the.
Jesus.
That'll make the Marvels good.
No,
What,
IMAX.
that you can see it in IMAX?
It's a theory.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't think I even
It'll be
have an
good.
IMAX
The
cinema near me.
aspect ratio saves the film.
Oh.
Absolutely.
I'm supposed to mention as well, everybody, in the description you can find it. There is a survey, just like there is every year, as far as I remember. Of you get to vote on whatever your favorite things were throughout the year, of EFAP related stuff, fun movies, episodes, and blah blah blah. Check it out while you're watching the stream, I guess. Everyone's allowed to fill that out, even Matt.
You have homework.
What? I can't read though.
Oh, you can get one of the text to speech
I
things.
mean, you can get
Oh,
that
that's
sorted
true.
by the time this stream
Where is it?
ends.
Yeah.
You can learn to read.
Yeah, do it.
So I've posted the Watch Together link. Everyone jump in. We got 4 right now. We're missing 3.
Oh, let me
Uh,
click it here.
And
I am very
hopefully,
excited.
because
Oh,
we're
wait,
very
wait.
chaotic here, we let people in and cycle people out based on basically who came in first and came in last and availability and stuff. And right now, we're up to a steady 7 people here. That's pretty good, actually. It's not
That's
chaotic
all right.
yet. We're doing good.
Yeah,
We're
I
doing
can
that's
count
fine.
that far already.
So that's nice. And today we're going to be checking out, because I imagine we may as well just kick it off and watching some videos, talking about them, pausing. That's the whole thing, I think. This video is called You Didn't Finish the Game. And it relates to the concept of reviewing video games without
my
having
goodness.
finished them.
Oh, this ought to be good.
Yes.
Oh, I mean, this shouldn't be pretty straightforward, I think.
I've given it a watch through, and I've got little timestamps for the discussion parts. This is a Sterling video, so you can end up with a lot of crazy shit in it. And I've made sure to cut around so that we can just talk about the main points being brought up. Because isn't that the fun of the whole thing? There's even another video that I've got as a potential that's called "You Didn't Need to Finish the Game." So
Oh my
Interesting.
goodness.
Oh,
it's just this is a topic that's
How do
come
you
up
even
in the
argue
world of
that?
gaming. I don't know.
I think it's
Finish the
possible
fucking game, you
to-
bums. Like, what are they? Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Listen, if it's it depends on the game, right? Some
It
games
depends on the game.
Depends
Some
on what
games are
you're
really
doing
long.
as well.
and some games
Depends
completing them
on-
means different things, you know?
Yeah, like
Mm.
completing an MMO or. Well, we'll see if any of that comes up. Maybe we're wasting our fucking
Well,
time.
I mean, and it's worth
Whoa.
remembering that Total
Examples.
Biscuit's format of doing video game
Impressions.
coverage was first impressions, but
Mhm.
very
WTF is, yeah.
deliberately
You made sure to let
labeled and
everyone know
presented
that
as
was the
such.
case.
Exactly.
Yeah, as long as it's clear.
Yeah, I think that's the important part. Obviously, we could give our takes on all this, but we may as well use the video to sort of introduce them, I guess. And that means we're starting around here. Here we go.
Ah.
Oh my
Everyone-
god!
What
Oh my
the
god!
fuck is
Oh
that?
my god!
it's an
What a
aesthetic. It's an
beautiful lady.
aesthetic.
Are we skipping the video essayist preamble?
Yes.
Yay.
This is only a minute long, this part, that I skip again, because
Well-
this introduces the idea of the video, and then we get to the discussion of the video. There's a
Oh, for
portion
fuck's sake.
where, like, dumbass comments are read, and it's just like, we don't need to do the thing. Like, we don't... like, which, you know what? No shade to anyone who does it. I'm just saying, we got lots of videos to cover, okay? And
Well,
I
if
think...
your intro was good, we might give a shit about it. But all of Jim, Stephanie, Sterling, Quisition's intros are terrible, and they're cringe, and they're never funny. So why bother?
This crazy idea that people say stupid things on the internet, unbelievable, unheard of, and they leave them in YouTube comments as well. Who
Well,
would
if
have
you
thought?
have what could be considered a controversial perspective, and then you go, right, time to defend my
that-
position, and then you start talking about the stupidest, craziest people, like, you
Yeah.
should do it, or aliens will abduct you. It's like, you know what, this doesn't even make sense. 'Cause-
Yes, aliens.
This is just video games. There's no aliens involved. What's happening?
I just, I take issue.
I enjoy aliens.
I'm just staring at this hat.
Nothing wrong with some Isla Mouse.
I'm just gonna say it. I wore it better.
Wait, when did you have a top hat?
It was on my thumbnail for my Jim Sterling response last year.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, Omega Ridley did it. It was really good.
You gonna bring it
I
back at some
rocked
point?
it. Absolutely, definitely,
Yeah, I hope
yes,
so.
100%, every time.
Well then, let us see this introduction of the
I
topic.
like lettuce.
Video game reviewer. Today, well, some of you may have seen this episode coming. We will, of course, be touching on my.
By the way, if you're gonna
shall
do like
we
the
say-
CRT like monitor effect, you need to have the lines moving. Like if it's static, it just looks weird.
Well,
terrible.
that's
You
where
notice
you're
that?
that's where you're wrong, Fringy. That's a common misconception. Whenever you would buy a CRT monitor back in the day, it had this like film over the screen that had those lines on it. So you had to
Right,
make
but it was-
sure that when
it
you
was
brought it home,
pasted
you had to
on.
peel it off.
That's
Yeah,
right.
you had to
that's
peel
the
off
thing,
that
that's
film
true.
so that the lines would go away.
It's like when
Yeah.
you get a new phone, you got to peel off the CRT fake display thing.
They always
And
popped out on the
Exactly.
phones. Dab them. Dab
Like
them.
seriously, it has to move. This just looks
That is
stupid.
part of what it does. That's the whole point, is that they move.
Spice-inviting review for The Legend of Zelda, The Tears of the Majora.
Oh my god. Indigo Gaming, welcome to the show. We're
Hi, Indigo
Long
Gaming.
timers.
jump right into that, watch together, and you can join us. We're about to start the discussion of whether or not one must complete a game before reviewing it.
That's a good discussion. Thanks for inviting me on.
Whom. No problemo.
Majora's Mask of the Link to the Kingdom of Time.
Oh, that's all the names
Today we're
combined. I
talking
get
about
it.
a particular
That's really funny.
I think that cut was to be like, yeah, your big mighty bow broke, because that's the big thing, right? Equipment damage, degradation
Big
in
mighty bows can break,
Mhm.
right?
the Zelda games. People got upset about that. You see,
That
I
was really
lack,
annoying in the first one. It was it was better in the newer one.
but still in the new
Still
one.
annoying. Still annoying.
Damn them.
argument, a particular flavour of rhetoric that turns up whenever a controversial review comes out and the fandom gets mad. Which it always does, because the fan base is fucking exhausting.
You can leave whenever you want.
You
I
can
know.
leave.
Why do they do this if they find it that like exhausting? I just don't get it.
This is the thing. What do you have to say about this? Just like, well, I mean, yeah, I don't know. It's just that's just what happens, I guess.
I agree. I don't like fandoms.
Welcome to the
but,
internet.
Like, yeah, you don't have to go and fist fight them.
Is
But
the-
you could. You could.
Yeah.
But not.
Yeah.
You know that if
shouldn't.
you were reviewing silent films back in the day, that there'd be a fan base who were like, "Hey, you fucking gave this an 8. This was a 9. Piece of shit." It's not
You
exactly a big
flingo.
change, but you know what? Fair enough. If they've been particularly angry this time, let's see what they've said.
The topic I want to get off of my heaving productive chest this week is the case
Heaving?
of fandoms
Why did you say that?
arguing that a review
If
is
you were in better
invalid
shape, you wouldn't heave when you
because
spoke.
the reviewer didn't finish the game. An argument that presents a real tactical own goal if they actually got what they claimed they
interesting.
wanted.
All right, that's our hook. That the truth is, you don't want reviewers to finish games.
What? Because they would form a
Clever.
worse opinion of it. Is that?
The longer I play the game, the worse my opinions get.
Unless you have 200 hours in a game, I don't want to hear your review on it. Like that's like minimum for me personally, because there's so many things to
Jesus
explore.
Christ.
Wait,
Yeah,
even
no,
in,
that's
even in like a
legit.
even in like a
200?
1-hour game.
200.
200?
No, in terms of like a mechanically heavy a game that's heavy on mechanics, that's going to be important to me. I really want to know someone who's going to be completely thorough. But if
Wait,
it's just a
would you-
1 hour
would you want-
game,
Wait,
then,
let's take a normal game like BioShock. How many hours should you have in that? Before?
okay.
What would you say?
That's a couple hours with that wouldn't bother me. But something like
A couple.
League of
Wait, you went from 200 to a little? Killing yourself.
Okay,
Oh my
compare
God.
that to something like League of Legends or Dead by Daylight, something that's like really mechanically focused. I want to know that they've had an extensive amount of time in the game. But something that's a little bit more story based, then that's not gonna be. I'm gonna have a little more leeway with that.
Well, because I was going to say with BioShock, I'd probably want them to complete it, preferably twice,
Yeah.
depending on what kind of review they want to do. If they're just doing like this is what I thought of it when I played it once, like whatever. That's almost like the premise for all of this. It's just label what you actually did at the beginning, and then tell me what you felt and thought. I guess so that we know the scope.
There's loads of different things going on within this space we call reviewing. There's exhaustive analytic appraisals,
Yeah.
and then there's just the sort of first impression. This is what I made of it. So recommendation, no recommendation, based on what you think of my taste and how it aligns with yours, sort of thing.
Yeah, this actually
Yeah.
reminds me a lot of this talk that Total Biscuit had way back in the day. And actually, I actually asked him that question when I was at his panel like way back when at Dragon Con, and he was saying that he specifically kind of did his impressions videos like mid game to get his like kind of on the ground kind of expression of opinion as he was in the middle of the game. But he did not frame those as reviews. He would always call them impressions videos because he had not finished the game yet.
The
Yeah.
series
And-
was called WTF Is.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there were always impressions videos, and I think that it has some value. But I think that a review definitely demands that you have a very thorough understanding of the game, at least completed it once, or and depending on the kind of game where it has like multiple paths, multiple classes, etc., you might actually have to play it twice or 3 times to get a full opinion.
That's where, because it's like, where's the harm? Why are people angry? And it's like, it's usually when you give a bad review and you weren't familiar with the mechanics, or you got stuff wrong. That's where people get upset.
I have a great example that Tonald actually did a review. He actually did a collab video with me a long time ago, before he blew up, and he did a review of the Friday the 13th game. And I was Steam friends with him at the time. He did a review, published a video on the game, and he had 45 minutes of gameplay on that title.
Wow. That's a bit low.
Yeah, that's a little low.
You're not going to have an understanding of the mechanics or the bugs or like, you know, what actually is overpowered and the things that people actually want to know, the proper information. You're just going to have your based impression. And if they make that clear in the beginning, that's fine, but a lot of the people don't.
The fairly frustrating truth of things is that mastery has a really strong correlation with familiarity with mechanics.
Yes, that's where I got my crazy 200 number from. Yeah. I should have referenced League before I just threw out that number because that's so like open-ended for video games. But
what would an analytic appraisal of? Sorry for the sidetrack, but what would that even look like if you were to like, I'm going to review League of Legends?
That's the problem. Is League evolves every fucking week, so
seasons.
And it's also one of the most complex games ever made.
Yeah. I think the approach you'd have to take is going through showing a bronze match, silver match, all the way up to challenger, and explaining the different the different criteria of improvement. That'd probably be the only way you can do it. Because like, how are you gonna explain that to someone who's never played the game?
Oh man, even that would take forever.
And then you take into account seasons and stuff like that. Like I got into Smite for a while, and then I think season 3 came out, and they completely changed the entire health regaining system and all that stuff.
God.
And I'd put about 200 hours in that game, and I felt like a complete newbie again. It was crazy.
You blink, and then you don't even know what happened with these patch notes. You have to stay like.
I play League like once or twice a year with some friendos who played all the time. And every time I log in, it's like, I don't know any of this.
Recognize the items, like you know the map. That's it. They don't change the map, but everything else.
Character I played a lot.
Who knows?
Half the characters you played have changed.
Has none of the skills anymore that I know.
Just pray they weren't reworked. Like who knows? Like they're probably reworked twice before you go back.
We were joking about it the other day, Mel, but like, you know, every time I rejoined the game, we'd be like, what does Scion do now? It's like, now he's not.
Does he still come back from the dead? Please. Please.
When I watched
Rise.
It had been so long since I played League that when I watched Arcane, I'm like, hey, I know Heimendinger. That's about it.
Oh my!
And he didn't make a single turret. What a drip!
Don't say Heimendinger. Please don't say Heimendinger.
Yeah, don't.
Heimerdinger, sir.
Heimerdinger. Sorry. Yeah, that's how.
I'm thinking a few Heimens in my day, but we're not doing.
I can't believe they got me to like Vi and Jace because I remember going into the show. I'm just thinking this bitch has punched me in the head like 1,000 times. Jace has blown me up. So I hate you all so much. Fuck Echo. I hated all the people that I know was going to be in it. And like within 40 seconds, I was like, oh, okay. I could see tonally like they were going for something completely different. And I was just blown away with the show. Can you guys get Gary to watch that, please? Like I don't know why you guys haven't held him down. Like hold him down and make him watch that show. He needs to be able to reference characters like fuck Andor for a second in terms of like in comparison to this. Like, I mean, with Gary, you're never gonna get him to watch Andor. You're never gonna get through with him with Andor.
I think it is much more likely we get Gary to watch Andor than Arcane. I don't think he's gonna watch Arcane.
Really?
Yeah.
Man,
you have to pay him.
That's a shame. That's a shame.
We can.
He's got
the comic book or something.
The Star Wars bias with Andor, but I think Arcane is just like you got to talk him into that one.
It's just like
to have them as references.
If we did put like screens into a comic book and they play like 10 minutes per page, maybe.
That's the way to get through to them.
We have the abilities. All right, so yeah, that's your intro, which means we're going to now skip to the discussion because most of this is incoherent rambling about like stupid comments. This is where it gets to the juice, right?
Ooh, I love me some juice.
This brings us to the real thing I'm targeting to
You know, I just
Lord of Rings.
Yay, Lord of Rings.
People at home can't see it, but I just skipped like.
I was going to say, there's no way you just skipped
I skipped a lot.
200 hours.
I hate video essays.
It's 19 minutes.
You skipped
16
10 minutes?
No, more than 10 minutes. More
19
than 10
minutes? We're 19 minutes into the video now.
We have
Oh,
one.
19 oh my goodness.
Yes.
All of that was incoherent rambling from the profession.
By the way, I
Seriously?
do love the Gollum inspires like a sense of endearingness. Like everyone's just like, oh, there he is. Look at him go.
Yay, look at him go. Yeah, go
had a good
Gollum,
time
go
with that.
Gollum, go.
Somehow.
So much you could say.
It
on
wasn't
this
his fault the
topic,
game
and he
was
only
shit.
manages like 10 minutes on it.
Apparently, because like this is the thing I checked through, and I was like, this was the part I found interesting. So maybe it's just me, but
Right.
you know, don't want to spend 10 years on a video all about Gollum, possibly, or Zelda.
I'm not here to defend the concept that reviewers don't have to finish games. No, I'm here to point out the tactical stupidity of using that concept to defend a video
That
game
seems
from
like
a big...
a
Interesting
misguided approach.
point of view. Well, obviously, I imagine the same for you, but it's like, wait, what is going to be the argument?
Well,
There
it's
is-
just, why wouldn't you talk about the principled position of whether you need to complete a game to do a review of a game? Why would you go?
Yeah, are you
"No,
ethically
you
Yeah,
don't
just
responsible
brush
for
it off
that?"
instantly.
Instead, it's like, no, you don't want that. Okay.
Well, it's just
Really?
really-
I'll
It's
I'll
super
tell you what
straightforward
you want.
argument. You don't play the game enough, you get things wrong, and then the game's reputation suffers. Did you do something wrong, or should that be okay? Should that just be fine? I think it's, you know,
Elaborate on both positions.
I think it's fine for you to have the position that is a fine thing to do, and a human error should be expected, sort of thing. But I also think it's fine to be like, yeah, you should avoid that at all costs, and we should condemn it when we find it. That sort of thing. But you know, that discussion doesn't get had. We have a different one in this video. Also, hi, John.
Hello.
Dorn.
Hi, everybody.
Welcome. I don't know who you have or have not met here, so everyone just shout hi. Hi.
Hi.
Hi.
There we
Hi.
go. We did it. Everyone's met each
No.
other
There, all right, we've all met.
now.
Wasn't that
Alright.
fun?
The
There
real
is
question
a-
is, sorry, Ewan.
There is a link for you, John, to the watch together. We're checking out an opinion about games.
Oh, gotcha.
So the real question is Gollum going to win the argument here?
I think so. He's won every one of them so far.
Slay.
big mean reviewer what didn't like it. You didn't even finish the game is often screamed through a veil of assumption by
game's really
gamers
good.
furious that a product they're hyped for got a score.
I mean, you can't be this incredulous when a lot of reviewers do
Yeah.
not finish the game. And you can tell.
Yeah. If you are a game reviewer, then asking them to finish the game generally is not unreasonable.
And
Not
the-
Because
really.
like when you review the,
Saying
can you
that it-
use the product before you review it? You know.
Loaded with assumptions. I'd say it's loaded with one big one, which is true, right? Which is you didn't complete it.
Yeah.
Then
Yeah.
the ones that follow through from that is the less you play, like the more you play, the more information you're going to gain about the game, the more comprehensive your understanding is going to be. That's pretty intuitively. That just makes a lot
And-
of sense.
Yeah.
Unlike film, where you can fucking watch the first 10 minutes and then use footage from all of it because you have the file, a lot of the time with games, people can tell how much you completed from looking at your footage. They're like, wait a minute.
Say,
Yep.
why
Wait,
you're
You've
this
only
is
got the
all
level
the
1
early
sword.
portion
Yeah.
of the game. That's right.
Something you unlock 7 minutes into the game, they don't even like
No.
mention it. You know, like there's so
This
many
was
things
something that was an
goes on.
issue in Jim Sterling's Final Fantasy review. The 16 is the new one?
Yep.
Or
That's the
15?
new one.
Yes.
16?
16 is the newest
Whichever
one.
one we're on. Final Fantasy New was all of Jim Sterling's footage was from a particular point in the game. So it's like, oh.
Well, I
Hmm.
think that was because that was the crux of the point that Sterling was making about the game and not liking it. But it was strange nonetheless.
Someone just mentioned like the Cuphead reviews, like only the tutorial, right? Or was that just gameplay? I can't remember.
You're talking about the
wait,
famous
what was that?
clips
Are
thing?
you talking about the
Was
Dean
that-
Takahashi?
Yeah,
Dean
that wasn't a
Takahashi.
review, right? That was just footage.
No, that
or-
was just
No,
that was just something that got
poking fun.
uploaded for some reason.
They were
Why
just
did
poking fun at him.
making fun.
Why did they post that?
To make fun of him.
I don't know,
No,
but thank you. Thank
I'm
you.
just saying, why did
Yeah.
the original like the company that he worked for? Why would they post that thinking, yeah, this is good, this is good, people will love
This
this.
makes us look reputable at our jobs, yes.
Any Cuphead footage is good Cuphead footage.
Wasn't that then there was the Doom Eternal one, right? There was
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's the same guy.
Oh, yeah.
Same
It's
guy.
the same
Yeah.
guy, yeah.
Good old Dean.
It's very
Or
bad
they-
at video games.
Deemed too low. Hell, sometimes they ironically say this about games they haven't played, attacking reviews of stuff that
Well,
isn't even out.
That
well,
doesn't
they
matter.
didn't play them because they were
Doesn't
waiting for
matter.
your review to see if it's worth playing.
Well, a lot of the time you're gonna have access first because you're
Yeah.
press. But even then, People don't need to have even played the game to have the perspective that you ought to play a game to completion before you review it.
Exactly.
Like, what does it mean? Does it like the principle develops in real time? It's like you need to have played to completion every game that I personally have played. With all the other ones, I can't have an opinion.
Yeah, like you
on them.
can't review my review until you've played the game fully. Like, no, there's
I
plenty
don't
we can
know about
review you
that.
on.
Exactly.
I think it's like a basic expectation of a reviewer that they had played the whole game. Like that, like if you want to be extensive and play it several times, that's preferred. But at least finish the game once. That's like the base requirement, I'd say.
Out yet. This argument is treated by many phantoms as the ultimate gotcha, the holy grail of
They got you with
self-soothing
it, didn't ya?
justice.
It sounds like they got you.
Sounds
You're
like
very,
they got
very,
you,
very upset.
You sound a bit big mad about it.
Yeah.
If
No,
they
not Jim Sterling.
Bit
They never
bold.
get mad.
can prove a reviewer
sound a
didn't
bit
finish a
bald.
game or just convince themselves of it, they can discredit said review completely. Of course,
Well, no, but the point would be that the review is discredited itself. Like they're trying to point that out. It's,
They would say that there's something wrong
because
with it.
it's rare that they would simply say you didn't even finish the game. But even if that's something that's being said, it's not hard for people to pick up what the point is. Like, oh, so they fucked up, or they've got things wrong, or they're not very good, and they couldn't beat the later levels, sort of thing. Which is another thing, by the way. The most passionate fans don't want to hear you talk about how hard the first few levels were and how you didn't like that. They're gonna be like, okay.
Well, part of the problem is that people have it's the reason why people do harp on this stuff, like we were talking about with like the Cuphead gameplay. If that's your mode of play for that game, that's going to be pretty useless. The information the perspective you have on that game is going to be pretty useless for most people because you're just not playing it at the same level that they are. And I'm not even talking about like an extremely high level of play, but just like a normal average level of play. And people, when people buy these games, a lot of the people who are going to be looking at these reviews probably have some expectation of playing it to the end. So you probably need to try to mirror, the experience that those people are going to have and want to get information about from you.
And the only way someone can discredit something you've said that's incorrect about a game is by having more knowledge than you have, which is usually going to come from them having played the game, which they usually can't do because you're press and you have it early.
Mm-hmm. It's relevant for Armored Core just coming out because already having people on it's like the first boss is too hard. This is a bad game. It's like, have we still not arrived at the point where it's like, oh, FromSoft game, that's probably going to be a hard game.
Yeah.
And just imagine all the games that you've played. Like if everybody's played a MGS5, I have not played all the way through it, but imagine reviewing the game after playing like the first 2 hours versus the next 50.
MGS5 is like 100 hours long or something. I don't know.
Yeah,
I never
but like
it, and I have 50 hours.
I don't
in the
even
game.
know if I finished it. If I got to the point that
I
was
didn't
the
finish
end.
it.
That was a
I
bad
think
Fusion game.
when they started recycling the missions, I was
That's where I fell off.
I'm done.
I came to a point where I thought I was done, and it was like, okay, now here's more. It's like, wait, what? I thought we're okay, and then I stopped.
After you got Skullface?
I don't
reminds me
even
of
remember.
like DS2, where it's like, oh, Dragon Rider again. It's like, yeah, but he's on a really small platform. That's different.
Great.
And he just falls off it, and you're like, oh.
That was an old SNES game trick where, like, after you defeat all these bosses, they would just have a final boss rush at the end and just recycle every single boss. Like, almost every game did that.
They did that in Devil May Cry 4, but that's because the game was, like, horrendously unfinished. The entire back half of the game is backtracking through the same levels as a different character, and then you also get boss rushes of all of the old bosses just over again.
Is that the one with Arrow?
Metal Gear Solid 5 just reminded me of something that is related to the way that games are reviewed. I could be wrong about this, but as I remember it, a lot of the initial reviews that came out for Metal Gear Solid 5 were the product of a 5-day long, 8 hours per day, boot camp where they had to play the game and try to complete it within that time. And so plenty of reviewers would have needed to. It was the chicken hat that made you invulnerable.
Yep.
And so you think about the idea of what are the optimal ways of essentially creating and presenting a review to people. Playing a game under those conditions where you're in a rush to get it done would be like another example of how the way that you go about it can sort of change your experience with the game, the information that you pull from the game, and what you're going to provide to players who aren't going to be playing it like that. It's really important, and it probably ought to be encouraged more in reviews, some level of disclosure about the way that you went about it. Not necessarily for not just for circumstances like that, but how many times did you play it? How long did it take you to complete it? Like, this information is not gonna, it's never gonna be unproductive to be clear about how much time you've spent with a game and how you did it.
And the environment that they were put into, like, you know, this kind of super fast kind of expo, like where you get gift bags and you're kind of like, you got a paid hotel and, you know, food and everything like that. Like yeah, there's a certain energy to that. Like, imagine watching the same movie by yourself on Netflix at home versus watching it in a theater that cheers at every major event, who are like shouting when their favorite hero shows up on screen, things like that. You're going to get two very different experiences. From
watching
those.
it in a theater with the people who made the movie sat to your left and to your right after they paid for you to come here and paid for your room, and they're watching you and looking at you the whole time. Did you like that? Wasn't that a funny joke?
Yeah. Laugh at it.
Laugh. Aren't you laughing? Isn't it fun? Look how much everyone's like. How come you're the only one in here not laughing?
Yeah, you're not gonna get a
bag.
You're not gonna get an honest opinion in that from someone in that situation, like with all that pressure. Like it's
well, yeah, and we haven't even talked about the cultural element of just the quicker the better every time for everything.
Yeah,
get it out quicker.
With reviews that everybody feels very much especially for these outfits, right? Like journalist websites, especially the smaller ones, that there's like a real pressure to get it out as soon as possible. You know, that the embargo date is the date you want your review out, because later people don't care as much, people are less interested, you lose out in those tasty views.
Your service isn't as necessary.
Yeah.
It's like the difference.
Doesn't work for games. Doesn't work for games.
Like, imagine watching Home Alone at 4 on DVD. It'd be the worst experience ever. But being like Rich Evans, watching it right next to Macaulay Culkin and making fun of it would be the most hilarious thing in the world. So it's just like, it's all about context, especially with, I got kind of caught up in games like, you know, when I went to expos and stuff and played Overwatch before it came out, people would stand in lines for 3 hours to play like 2 matches of that game. And then when it came out, you know, people got bored of it. You know, it was a good game for a while and people were really excited for it, but the environment of like, oh my God, you got to wait in this huge line and wait hours to be able to try this amazing game. But when it's released to the public, people were waiting for hours to play Lawbreakers. And that game died really fast. Yeah.
Their triumphant invalidation won't make the review disappear, and it won't stop them being so fragile they get violently angry over a reviewer.
What is violent?
You're angry about it. I mean, but also you're getting angry over their reactions.
Yeah, so. I'm so tired of it. No one cares. Nobody cares.
And also, Jim Sterling's the one who Jim Sterling has opinions regarding violence and who it's okay to enact it against, so I don't really care about their opinion on what.
But at this point, are we saying if
is
someone
okay.
says like this review is shit, you should fuck off? Are they like, whoa, violence?
Violence.
Wow.
No, what do they
I need to
consider
fuck
violence?
Imagine the reviewer just starts out by telling you how his morning went. It's like, it's not relevant. I don't care.
Yeah.
I'm interested in your morning, Theo.
I'm not interested in my morning.
And I was there when it happened.
I don't know. I guess I got up. I made some coffee. I saw a little bored.
7 out of 10, so they'll be left with annoying and hollow feeling in their terminally irrational minds when they find
Terminally
themselves
irrational.
unable to move
Not me,
on.
though.
I
But still,
get it, man.
They believe in the
You're upset.
power
I guess
of
it's
their
just really funny.
Guys buried in salt.
By the way, I cut
Why did
out
they-
loads of just ripping into annoying comments. That's what.
Well, we're 20 minutes into a
That's what we
29-minute
skip,
video.
Why we got to be so dramatic either?
He's just,
like
he's just been
what's going
bitching
on?
so far.
What does the
He hasn't made a
script-
point.
What does the script look like? Is it just internet people are freaks like 20,000 times repeated?
The truth's got to get out there, okay?
accusation.
No.
The sheer pointlessness and ineffectiveness of the argument isn't what's stupid, however. No, that's not what makes you didn't play the game a fucking imbecilic way to defend a video game from a review.
But it would totally be... This is the thing that annoys me about the video. It's like, can you not accept a single possible time where it would be valid? Not one.
Mm-hmm.
Nope.
Yeah, where someone plays it for 10 minutes and then does a review and says and presents it as being pretty comprehensive. Surely everybody would agree
Well, yeah,
at
like,
that point.
You kill a couple
wait
of
a minute.
hollows in Dark Souls, and then you say, like, the combat is absolute shite. You just kill a bunch of things that can't even move.
Well,
Be
you
like,
know, if we're talking about this
tutorial.
game, like we're talking about Tears of the Kingdom, if you said, yeah, no, I completed the opening like Sky Islands, and then when I got to land, that was it. I was done.
Yeah, you're missing
You
like
know?
5, 6 game mechanics you can't even use yet.
Well,
But then
you're
you're
just
gonna,
missing like 95% of the game, aren't you?
yeah, exactly. So I was like, yeah,
but no, it's
probably
stupid every time.
Are you gonna talk about that part? I don't think so. If you do, how? Did you watch videos on it instead of playing the game? Yeah.
What makes it a strategic own goal is the fact that if they got what they wanted and they forced every reviewer to play every game to thorough completion, it would be far more likely to lower a score than raise it.
So
Would
it
it?
was.
Wait,
Yeah,
what?
so it was what I guess.
Why is
Is
that
that
bad?
the case?
What?
I think the key word here is forced, because
Yeah.
the way
Yeah.
that it's being contextualized is that the reviewer is, they've done what they wanted to do, and then someone says, and sits them down, chains them up, and says, you must get to the credits before you can say a thing. And of course that would be unpleasant to the point where it would infect your own playthrough. But what people are advocating for is, can you please have integrity, accuracy, and honesty? That's what they want.
Yes.
Yeah.
I know that
that'd be
there's going to be
Simple.
goobers who are just saying it to discredit you and everything, but
Can we move past those guys and
Yeah.
actually
You
get to
don't
the real
have to care
conversation?
about the random freak on the internet who says nonsense. You don't, like the guy in your YouTube comments, you don't have to care about him. I promise.
You should have evolved past this a long time
Yeah,
ago.
I was
as
about to
long as
say
you've
that.
been on
Decade
the
ago.
internet.
You gotta have thicker skin than this.
No matter
like,
what
this
you
is the
do, he's
internet.
going to be there.
And
I
like
was
imagine giving a review is like, yeah, I watched the first hour of the latest Marvel movie and it is pretty good. You guys should go see it. I give it an 8 out of 10. It's like
And that's the thing.
or watching half the episodes of a show or something.
That system should be approved of by basically every reviewer if they're going to have this kind of point of view. And it would be insane if you were to... Because we do it these days for TV shows. A lot of reviewers review the whole show based on the first few episodes, because that's like what they get
Yes,
given,
that's-
which is already
well, remember,
weird.
Secret Invasion was getting decent reviews based, which is already pretty terrible. You know,
Yeah.
those first couple episodes, but wow.
But if they'd seen that last episode, would they have been as positive? Probably not.
Well, maybe they would have been. They weren't quite sure what the tide, where it was going to turn.
Okay,
initially.
under that, yeah. I thought that Drax arm would
I'm
really
pretty
pull
cynical
people
about
out,
it.
Yeah, that
Well,
was
it did. Yeah.
It did.
That was it. That broke so many people.
Even
Well,
watching
we-
a Mike Flanagan show all the way up to right up to the last episode would be very misleading because
Which
his
one?
shows are great usually up to like the last episode.
Which one? Which one?
Well, I might be in the minority opinion, but I didn't like. I've not seen all of them, but of the two, Bly Manor and Hill House, I did not like the last episode as much as the rest.
Midnight Mass. I think the last episode was nonsense.
I've heard that one's like the
Bly's
worst.
ending,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
Hill House's ending, yeah, I agree.
Yeah, but
Bly's ending I like. Hill House was. I understand why they did it, but they should have went with the proper ending. They should have like committed.
I agree.
Yeah.
Yes.
Eat liver and onions. I didn't like liver and onions before I was made to eat it, and I fucking resented liver and onions afterwards. You can't improve someone's opinion of something by cramming it down their throat.
Yeah, but that's not what people are trying to do.
about?
They don't care about
and
your
don't
opinion.
review video games and fuck off.
That's like a false
don't-
premise. Was it crammed down your throat when you reviewed it in the first
Yeah.
place?
People
Trust me.
aren't saying that you need to be like locked in a dungeon until you complete it. They're asking you to play it to the end to develop a more comprehensive understanding of the game. That's it.
They care about your accuracy more so than your opinion.
This
Yep.
is such a weird analogy. This is more like an analogy of like making a first-person shooter fan play a sports game, or making a strategy game fan play an RPG or whatever. That'd be a more appropriate analogy. This is if you're going to actually provide a complete analysis and review of this game, you should probably have a pretty good idea what the entire game plays like.
There's so many
Just being
simple
thorough.
aspects to it. Just when you say any broad statements about the mechanics or the soundtrack or the levels or the enemies or the combat, and you've not actually consumed all of those things from the thing, people start getting a bit weird about it. Like,
Oh. And I guess because I thought I had guessed right, but no, what I thought the point was going to be was the more that somebody plays the game, the more likely it is that they're going to understand the mechanics so well that they might start noticing flaws that would otherwise
Yes,
pass
exactly.
by somebody who's not as familiar with the mechanics,
Which
Like,
doesn't
if
need
you
to be a
play a game more-
problem. Of
Well,
course.
I mean, I think everybody would generally consider it to be a good thing because it's based on a more comprehensive understanding of the game.
Yeah.
But it seems the point is no. If they had to play it longer than they wanted to, their bias would start to seep in to the point that it would infect the review, which is a weird point to make, that you're so compromised in terms of your bias,
Yeah.
it would be impossible for you to be accurate anymore.
I think it's nuts that the counter argument is, yeah, well, I'll become so biased against it, I'll give it an even worse review. Like, my whole issue
Alright.
with you so
Oh,
far
yeah.
was how
See-
you're
see,
too biased in a
self-owned.
bad way.
That's on you, my guy.
Yeah, you fucked up. This is worse for you, not me.
Part of the big,
I'm just
like,
madder at you now.
like we should be trying for some level of objectivity, not you just being a bitter asshole.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, then someone just points out a simple mistake. They say, "Oh, you said this was this, and it's actually this." It's like, fuck you. Next time I'm going to say even stupider shit just to annoy you. Like,
Yeah.
okay.
And like, if you're really just falling off a game that hard, you can still put out what you have with the understanding and the intellectual humility to say how much time you put into the game.
Exactly.
By making them sit at the table all night and finish the plate. I guarantee you that if I felt forced to engage with Zelda's broken weapons and ass-backwards controls more than I felt I had to, if I felt obliged to play more of the bits I thought were convoluted wastes of time, I'd have given it a lot lower than a 7 out of 10.
Backward ass fucking logic is this when you're like, you don't want me to give it a more thorough review because it'd be more negative.
Yeah.
It's like, I
If
would
it's
want
more
to hear
accurate,
about
that's
that.
good.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck if it's more negative if it's more accurate.
Exactly.
But not necessarily. Surely there's
Yeah.
got to be some instance where playing it more would improve your experience. I mean, come on.
Because you
In the
come
same
to
way that-
understand what you were doing wrong, for example.
Yeah, exactly. Well,
Exactly.
it's the same reason why if you know, it's not quite the same because non-interactive, but you watch a film twice, sometimes you can benefit greatly from that experience.
And we've
You know, when it comes to really good
A
films.
whole lot of people
That's almost-
soured on Endgame on their second watch. That's a
I
good
feel like
example.
I feel like you don't really know a film until you rewatch it. That's when you
I
take your
think-
emotions out of it and get the truth. And the
Oh,
fact
well,
that
I mean-
this guy is appealing to this thought process for video games is crazy to
we're
me.
not even
Like-
finishing it the first time around.
That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying.
For an easy games example, Dark Souls 1. I've seen, this is anecdotal, but I've seen both myself and so many people on their first time through that game get to the bell gargoyles, get just rinsed over and over again for hours and hate the game. They hate it. Then they beat it and they love it.
Yeah.
Like, something starts to click after they are good enough
Yeah.
to beat that boss, and suddenly they're in love with the game.
Well, it happens sometimes that you can play a game for a very long time and just be completely out of sync with it.
Yeah.
You just don't get it. You aren't in rhythm with what is the most optimal experience with that game. And then the longer you play it, you just start like, oh shit, okay, yeah, now I get it. You know, that
Things
happens.
start to
and
click.
You're robbing yourself of those potential eureka moments with a game.
Yeah, and then you're
the less you
freaks
play
like
it.
me.
Well, it's so funny, right?
Okay.
If you suggested that could happen, that could
Yeah.
happen. You could enjoy the game. That's
It's always
insane.
possible.
Why would you ever say that? I'm just gonna hate it. You're like, oh,
Yeah, you can have a better understanding of it and like understand why you like the things that you like, why they work, why they don't work. And it's such a narrow-minded like point of view. I don't get it.
This is such a weird take too. Like, is this kind of take the idea that reviews need to be positive to talk about, like, the
I
idea
think
that we must praise Zelda game because it's a Zelda game? Like, it almost
think the
sounds like,
problem
yeah.
here is that Sterling is very heavily invested in the conversation around it, and particularly, I guess, Nintendo fanboys specifically getting mad about the review, that it's so mired in that it's almost impossible to move past that to get to the fundamental conversation, which is, do you need to complete a game to review it properly? You know, why should you do that? What are the arguments against it? It's just too mired in the meta.
What benefit is there to not completing a game unless you're specifically trying to just describe your first impressions?
Well, if you're a
Other
reviewer, not much. If you're me and
Yeah.
it's a terrible game, many. So-
No,
but for a reviewer,
Yeah.
yeah, I don't see how ever finishing a game is going to be worse than not finishing it.
yeah. This is what I mean
Well,
about like
I
how
mean,
backward
I
this
guess-
is.
more context.
You just have to accept this argument of, if you were already not liking it, you are going to like it less. But then again, that assumes that the point of playing it more is to necessarily have a positive review of a game rather than a better review of a game.
Is
Exactly.
maybe the element here is because we've talked about this in the cinema aspect with what the duty is of a reviewer and what a good
duty.
what a good review is. When we go to the video game side, if we were to ask Jim Sterling, what do you think is the duty of a good video game reviewer? What should they strive to do, and what makes a video game review a good one as opposed to a bad one? And maybe Jim Sterling is operating on a completely different goal or mindset of what a video game reviewer needs to be doing.
Well, something that maybe these types of journalists were trying to cover more or less every major release, rather than doing the thing that
If they went to video, they need to go to some more video game festivals.
Oh, what I mean is that because IGN, for instance, would feel compelled to cover every single game. No, obviously, it's not every single journalist individually is going to do it, but in the case of, does Sterling review a lot of games in a year, or only 5 or 6 in a year? Because if there's that pressure as well of you want to be making sure that you're doing reviews for every major release, that just limits the amount of time that you have available.
And the passion, you're gonna have interest in each of them.
That's true. Are you going to be particularly interested in every major release that comes out?
Oversaturation.
Exactly. So if there's that too.
And I just want to touch on what Reg said, the requirement for a reviewer. If, let's say it was a list of 3 to 5 things, don't you think finishing the fucking game would be on it? That's just such a base requirement.
Well, and the sort of empathy I can give is when you deal with a game that's enormous, and it's what does it mean to complete it? It's I understand that, okay. I understand. But as you can see, as evidenced on the screen right now, one thing I know the controversy surrounding this whole review had was that is a low amount of hearts, is it not, for a Zelda game? Gonna have to ask my Zelda experts here, metal.
Sorry, I just tuned out for.
If you ask me, I'm I'm Link to the Past Zelda.
I was about to say
I'm 20.
Yeah, I think you can get
you gotta get all 20.
I think you can get into 2 rows
with your eggs.
Well, that was something that Sterling got picked up for, basically, as controversy on the review, is that there's a shit amount of hearts in all the footage. Meaning,
yeah, you can't. You wouldn't even be able to get the Master Sword with these amounts of hearts.
It just tells you how much you played the game, doesn't it?
Because you need to do a bunch of what do you call the shrines.
That's right.
A lot of them, and then you get all the parts for that. And here's the thing: Tears of the Kingdom has a lot of shrines. Some of them are pretty good, and some of them are fine because they vastly improved those shrines, I think, over Breath of the Wild.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a lot of things you can see and also talk about in that.
Also,
I've been probably want to play.
Just got a message from Kibikins. He has a live EFAP anniversary coverage on efap.me.
Oh yes, apologies for starting a half hour early. We did mention it was because needed to get going as soon as possible.
We're gonna have to be up for 24 hours at least. Yes.
Those vinyls look good in the corner, man. Nice.
They do. I'm really digging the aesthetic of this EFAP anniversary. I really like it. It's probably my favorite, actually. I really love the colors.
I'm a big fan.
Great palette.
I really like it.
Of course, yes, the vinyls are still ready to be purchased, but not forever, folks. Links in the description for that as well. And thanks to Eberkin's going to keep a live note of everything that happens, and this is on efap.me/250. You want to get information on everything that's been happening. Straight there. In a very aesthetically pleasing place, let's be honest. This is like shit.
It looks really lovely. It's a professional. Well, a professional gig. All right. An amateur hour.
Anyway.
Take Warhammer 40,000 Bolt Gun, for example. It's a very good game. I gave it a 7.5 and its fans didn't bitch about it. Like the similarly scored, but not quite as good Tears of the Kingdom, I had a lot of nice things to say about it, but a lot of complaints as well. Chief among them, the fact that its limited weapon and enemy variety meant the game ran out of content long before it ran out of levels to put them in. Bolt Gun starts off hilarious and exciting, an incredibly fun pairing of the ludicrous 40k and the over-the-top 90s style shooter. There's a fucking button dedicated to yelling fanatical threats, a press F to show contempt button.
You'd like that.
Perfect.
Go on.
But over the course of hours and hours,
I was about to say the argument has been made yet. We're waiting. It'll be here in a
Yeah,
second now.
rambling.
Yeah,
the
all right,
Rambling.
repetitive gameplay, while never diminishing in quality, grew more and more exhausting. The further I got into it, the more tired I became, the more its little minor flaws began to bug me, and the lower my opinion sank. For me,
But see, that's fine. If you
Yeah, that's
if
fine.
you
That's
play it for an
okay.
hour and you're settling on a 10 out of 10, then you play it for 3 hours and you're like, actually, I'm over 9. You play it for 10 hours and you're like, this is kind of a 6. That's
Yeah,
fine.
Like
I'd call that
new-
important information.
Yeah,
the
new
longevity
inform-
of the
yeah.
mechanics.
That
new
makes the review
information
stronger.
creates new opinions. Like it's this guy's insane.
Yeah, and you can describe stuff in review. You don't have to give the entire review like how you felt at the end of the game. A lot of games don't really hold up through the end. Sometimes the ending makes the game even better, but a lot of times it's kind of falls off a little bit. Maybe the last boss wasn't
Yeah.
great, or maybe the last bit kind of seems repetitive. Great example. I'm kind of again a minority opinion on this one, but Alone in the Dark 2008 has like an episodic TV show format. It's got a lot of flaws. Not the best game in the world, but for the most part, it has a pretty good pacing until the last act of the game, where for no reason whatsoever, you have to search the entire like GTA style open world area and burn down like 30 evil routes for no reason before you can get to the last act of the game. And it's like the biggest slog of the game. But had you not played up to that point, not reviewed that point, you probably would have gotten a different experience had you,
Yeah.
because you don't realize that's even in the game. That's like the last couple hours of the game.
You don't get a full experience.
And I can't imagine looking at a review and someone says like my enjoyment factor was lowering the more I played it, and me going like, well, then you shouldn't have fucking played more of it, should you? And then your review
Job
would
is
have
to
been
put out a
better.
positive review. Don't you know that's your job?
That's
To
what
be
makes-
positive.
It's
The
a funny
would-be player is just going to
contrast.
go, huh? So this is just going to like sour quite quickly. Then,
So-
right?
It's so
I think
funny
the video
because
is
you just
way too.
I think that's what
loaded
it is.
with the view that the you know, whoever's getting mad at Sterling over the review is necessarily saying, well, you should have played it more because then you would have thought it was better. That seems to be
Mm.
baked into every single argument that's being made.
I think that's what it is. Like, what's the best possible way to get a good review of the game? And like, if you're taking an approach that's going to give you, potentially a negative review, I don't want you to get that. I think it's as simple as that.
Self-own of the Zelda fans.
Yeah, if
It's-
we ignore like the frothing idiots online, you have to
Mhm.
assume that these people who are saying you didn't play much of it, implicitly what they're pointing to there is you were inaccurate about something because of your lack of
Yeah,
familiarity.
and you wouldn't have been if
Exactly.
you had played more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just a kind of a weird thing I've been noticing, especially with bigger reviewers. Like, has anybody been following, vaguely related, but has anybody been following the Linus Tech Tips drama recently?
Somewhat.
Yeah.
somewhat.
Nope.
Like one of the things that came up, like Gamers Nexus did like a whole expose of all these inaccuracies and kind of like biases, like where they would review things that they were sponsored by hire, and they like took a prototype, a very expensive prototype, auctioned it by accident, and they didn't get it back, and a bunch of other stuff, and just like continually misrepresenting stats and performance of various different bits of hardware, which thousands, if not millions, of people have been influenced by their reviews of video cards and gaming hardware and all this kind of stuff, right? Anyway, one of the things that they kind of said, I think Linus said this in his kind of knee-jerk response, was that how he needs to kind of read the room while he's doing reviews to kind of like review it properly. And that's such a weird aspect. It's like, why would hardware performance and your estimation and analyzation of that matter at all what other people think? Like, if anything, you should practically be isolated from other people's opinions, because maybe everybody else is getting it wrong. Maybe everybody else has got a sponsorship or isn't testing it properly. If you're actually properly reviewing a graphics card and getting FPS on high, on medium and low, that should be pretty objective, and it shouldn't matter if everybody else loves it or hates it. You should be able to independently verify what the quality of a thing.
Yeah.
And
Great.
you've highlighted a time where it's super important, because this comes down to like people buying products that are designed to function. Like, that is the primary purpose. At least with entertainment, there's an angle that even if it's shit, you might still like it or whatever. But we still have examples in history of how these things matter, as far as I'm concerned. Like, I don't have as many of the details anymore, but as far as I'm aware, Total Biscuit's the reason Dark Souls made it to PC, which was always like a huge achievement, because people fucking adore Dark Souls. It was huge, and so is From Software on PC now. And likewise, the only big significant breakdown of Soma that was on the internet when it came out was Joseph Anderson's, and he fucking had no idea what he was dealing with when he played the game. And there's so many people in the comments being like, "Oof, good thing I can dodge this one." Like, "Oh, that would have been bad." Like, "Oh god, this is I get it."
Oh,
This
that
is
sucks.
No.
well,
That sucks.
The money he cost frictional.
and that's the thing. It was done with inaccuracy and clumsiness. It's weird because he's not usually like that. Like, he pissed everybody off with his Mario Odyssey review, right? And didn't he get all of the, what are they called, moons or something?
Yes,
Something like that.
I think
don't
he
remember.
collected every single one.
Yeah, and that's commendable to me. The fact that you would do hyper completionist, and then I feel like you have a strong standing for what your opinion might be, even if I completely disagree with it. But like Soma, I don't even think he played through it more than once when it's a game filled with choices, which is an interesting thing to do when you want to do like a definitive review of it, because he just found it so unpleasant, I guess. But in any case, this is the motive behind a lot of people, and to just dismiss them as the crazies who will get a worse review if they keep complaining is so fucking bitter.
Yeah, it's
just funny to
strange.
me. Just talking about this now, and just thinking back to the Resident Evil 4 coverage we did, and just playing through the game like 4 times.
Yeah.
Everybody was like, "Oh," and then even just putting little challenges out there that have nothing to do with the game, but just see what's going on. And while I was doing this, it was like in what was it? Oh, in the beginning when you wanted to kill both Salvadors on professional or super professional, whatever it was.
Yeah.
And you just have to do it over and over again because you really want to do it, and then realize, oh, when I shoot this one zombie man over there, there's like 15 different things that can happen every time.
No, dude, we learned so much about the mechanics of that game by setting ourselves difficult challenges, because you have to rely on mechanics, and therefore it's like, how do I get him to reliably stagger? And then you're like, well, you can't, unless
really.
you do, this many shots in this place with this gun at this time, and it's like, okay. And then you actually get a whole map of the mechanics in your head. And if someone said like, yeah, but that made you hate the game more, right? And like, it may have
you learn the game more.
Well, it may have made me give it a lower review than I had before I figured out how everything works, but I don't see how that's a bad thing.
That's
Yeah.
honest.
Because
Good
you know
information
how
to
it
have and put in
works.
your review.
And it
I
just
mean,
gives
if-
replay value. Those
If
little
the
mechanics
idea
that you
of a
mentioned.
reviewer is to have the general gaming population be more almost blissful in their ignorance for the real quality of a game and its mechanics, I don't know if I'm gonna go along with that.
It's almost like a mildly abusive relationship where you're like, okay, if you demand that I will play more of this game, I'm going to not acknowledge this game as being as highly rated as you want me to rate it as. It's like, what is even your purpose at that point? If you're treating it as like, how dare you ask me to play more of this game? I'll rate it lower because I will not like it as much the more I play it. It's like, what do you realize what your purpose is?
Yeah, completely unrelated. You can I mean, that's what Mauler sometimes puts us up to. It's like, hey, you all play Gollum and stream it. And it's like, fuck, why? And then it's just a really good time overall, even though the game is piss. But it's just good things. Like, even if you let's say your content brand's like, oh man, I can make so much content out of this while playing the game and figuring stuff out, and then make a review on top. Well, that's crazy. And then you guys made this whole supercut out of it that people were enjoying, and then we cover it here on EFAP. It's like, I don't know, we all had a pretty good understanding of the game, I think. So I just see positives in playing the game to the fullest at least once. I don't know.
No negative to that at all.
Familiarity, as this game would appreciate, breeds contempt. And while I still like Bolt Gun, I honestly wish it were a few hours shorter so it didn't outstay its welcome.
Thanks for the bolt gun review, I guess.
Okay.
Redfall is
Yaha.
a more
That was
extreme
long.
but perhaps
That was a
better
weird
showcase
cut.
of how demanding reviewers spend more time with a game doesn't serve that game's interests. My first few hours with
Who
Redfall...
cares
how
about
can
the
it
game's
not?
interests? It's the consumer's interests.
Yep.
How can it not
Seriously,
serve
he-
the game's interest, though?
He thinks reviewers' job is to praise games, not actually review them. I think that's it.
Couldn't you
That-
easily
that's
make
pretty
the
much it.
argument that it serves a game's interest because it means that it would be easier for developers to make good patches and balances to a game if they get the most comprehensive information possible on what is working and what isn't working. So, I mean, yeah, you could even make
But
an
that's
argument that
game
it
to do.
isn't a game's interest to get these types of reviews because then they know what to fix.
Seen
They
this
know how to
happen a
make a
lot.
better sequel.
Yeah,
Mhm.
see this happen
Yeah.
a lot with patched games like Darkest Dungeon 2. 1 even. Those games went through a lot of iterations based on high-profile community feedback.
That game kicked
Yeah.
my ass.
Most people don't remember that, but there was a period where people hated Darkest Dungeon because they added in corpses and a couple other mechanics that people weren't really on board with. And
Fuck
it
those
wasn't until
corpses.
like a lot of feedback that they finally removed corpses, or they didn't remove them. They made it
No, corpses
optional.
are still there.
You
They're
can
still
make it
there, and
optional.
they still
though.
suck.
Yeah, you can turn them off if you want to. Which
Are you sure?
Yeah, they added as optional, I believe.
But
at
there's
least at one
powers
point.
that people have to like get rid of corpses. What would be the point of those
do you
power
mean in
slots
1
if
or
you have the
2?
option?
In 1, in 2 I think they're
Right.
mandatory. They didn't add it as, but 2 is like almost a completely different game at that point. But yeah, in 1 they were introduced and people were really mad. There was actually I think a period when it went into the negatives in Steam reviews, and then they made a couple different things optional. They also added like a less punishing mode and everything radiant mode or whatever it was, and now it's back up to 9 out of 10. So
I'm gonna be like, I guess throw a wrench in the conversation and say I think people were wrong to be mad about corpses, though. I think they're a very important part of the game and make it function, and what makes it function.
I don't mind corpses, but I'm losing my mind with that sanity shit. Can't manage it.
that's the whole
another
game.
really
dude.
important part.
That's
I
literally
know
the
I
entire
like
game.
it. No, I wasn't
yeah,
dissing it.
yeah.
I was saying I suck. That game whooped my ass. I'll get back to it though.
God, I remember Darkest Dungeon 1. I think I named them after people in chat, and I
And
think
they
I
all
called
died.
one. I named one Mauler, and I think I had 6 Maulers in that game.
I remember the movie.
I had 2 Fringies actually, the Plague Doctor.
I put 600 hours in that game. It's fan-fucking-tastic.
What about the second one?
The
I
second
played-
one is pretty good. Very, very good,
Ooh.
I might even
It's
say.
it's very different. If you play a lot of the first one, the second one is going to be very alienating. I would argue the second one's better because there's a certain aspect that happens, at least me playing however many hours I played. I didn't probably play as much as you, but there's a certain kind of just sort of stagnation that happens in the first game where you get your characters up level and you don't want them to go crazy and die or get, syphilis and rot away or whatever. So you kind of like you kind of stagnate and the dungeons keep on getting harder, but you don't want to go into them because then you lose everybody and there's permadeath and autosave and everything like that. The second game, you embrace that because it's kind of a roguelike game where you're constantly replaying and then trying again. And so there's a bit more of a just go ahead and do it attitude in the second game. You don't stagnate as much, but that's my opinion.
I actually think it's quite the opposite, personally, because in Darkest Dungeon
interesting.
1,
Okay.
in the middle difficulty, so like the normal difficulty that people will play on, or Radiant, there isn't actually a fail state in the game. You can lose runs, which amounts to a loss of time, but you cannot actually lose a run, which means that's part of why the game's allowed to go as crazy on you with the RNG as it is. Like, it's possible for you to enter a room and for a character to die before you get a turn.
Torturous.
That is the way it is, precisely because you can't actually lose a run on normal difficulties, and those are really fringe cases. And so, like, you're losing essentially time investments, but it's not particularly substantial time investments at a time. Meanwhile, with 2, each individual run is its own separate thing, so those sorts of RNG swings can cost you an entire run. And runs, as compared to other roguelikes, are really, really long. Like, that game has really long runs compared to other similar roguelikes. And so you can lose a massive amount of time.
I beat it was during the beta, but I beat the boss once, and it was like I think a couple hours, I think, versus potentially like 10 hours working on your best characters and one. So personally, I think that it was a very difficult decision. I think I remember seeing the creators talk about, again, we're kind of going off topic, but the creators saying like this is a very different game, trying to treat it as 2 different games. We took some pretty extreme measures. I personally think the roguelike thing was as much as I miss the city building and stuff like that, I think the roguelike thing definitely makes you kind of more emboldened to take risks to kind of go forward. As I played the original, I was terrified of running into like a star creature from another plane, just like immediately wiping my party. That was a very real threat in the first game.
It's how I live my life.
Yeah, I really appreciate their willingness to change formula in the second game, and for the most part, I think it went really well. I think there are some fairly substantial hang-ups in exactly how things are put together, like run length, for example. Character balance is a bit of an issue, and there's a few other things in terms of the mechanics of each individual run, but I have a lot of respect for them pivoting. And the moment-to-moment combat in each fight in Darkest Dungeon 2 is miles better than Darkest Dungeon 1, because they learned a lot from 1.
And what's actually really cool, and this is the same thing's happening with Path of Exile, is that they're kind of treating them as 2 different experiences. Like you can go back and play all the DLC of 1, and it's still a fantastic game, but 2 is now a different experience. So if you like 2 better, you can play 2. Path of Exile 2 is coming out, and they're going to be running both Path of Exile 1 and 2 simultaneously. So if you like PoE 1 better, you can play that. If you like PoE 2 better, you can play that. And they're going to be both active services that have different mechanics and different, active dodge and everything like that. So I actually like that idea where
cool.
you're not replacing a game, you're adding another different version of the experience.
That's
remember
kind of what pissed me off about the Forest and Sons of the Forest, because I feel like the Forest became obsolete when that new game came out, but I don't actually really like the second one as much as the first one. And like nobody plays the first one anymore. It'd be
Left
cool
4
if we
Dead
had
2
both of those
kinda
options.
made Left 4 Dead
Left
1
4 Dead
obsolete.
2.
And
Yeah.
Yeah, I did.
There's
I
probably
did.
so many
Partially because
examples.
it added everything in.
Yeah.
Mm.
in the first game.
Anecdotally supporting
And
that.
then
So many
Overwatch
of
2 made Overwatch
like so many of my friends after 2 came out, they played a whole bunch of Darkest Dungeon 2 and then went back to Darkest Dungeon 1 for a while.
I joke about Overwatch 2 as the one sequel that was canceled after it was released.
What a
I mean,
mess.
yeah, the big selling point of that was the campaign mode that they
Yeah.
basically
Yeah,
gave up
about
on,
that.
right?
Yeah,
Sorry.
Absolutely.
See,
Well, we kind of got into the sequel element that we're talking here twice when we ventured into Dead Space and to Resident Evil 4. Whereas I think we pretty much agreed, at least the three of us, that the Dead Space remake replaced the original in a good way. And the Resident Evil 4 remake is very good, but it doesn't replace the original. It
Yeah.
is different enough. in
Offers
its
a different experience.
Yeah.
A different enough experience that it's what. No, I'd still say it's worthwhile to play the original. It's just play the
Yes.
original Dead Space before you play the new one.
Yeah, they're both still very good.
Yeah, if you're gonna play the both of them.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, by the way, a lot of what we just talked about is all stuff we know because of how much we've played the games, and we know all the inner workings of them. Because we've said this before, but like if you watch me and Metal, if Theo's there as well, sort of thing, going into Bloodborne, we'll tell you some of the most specific and fine detail things that happen in that game, and you'll be like, "Good God, they hate it," and then you'll find that it's like our favorite game of all time, or at least one of them. It's like,
yeah, we
I
just
remember
go
That's why you
back
know
to
those
it
details,
all
you
the
know?
time.
Yeah.
There was a point that you brought up earlier, Metal, about when you were playing Resident Evil 4 Remake, these very specific challenges you put on yourself to, and
Yeah.
like the benefits that come from that. But I mean, you know, when we talk about the broader things that you can gain from doing a review, as simple as playing it on normal difficulty, then hard difficulty, that's super useful information.
Mhm.
Oh,
If
yeah.
you only play it once, you don't know that. You don't have a point of reference for how the game changes depending on how hard it is. And often when you play it on a harder difficulty, that's when you can start to notice a game either excelling or breaking.
Yeah.
Like you can notice it buckling.
Because the mechanical constraints the player's under are more difficult, and difficulty
exactly.
tends to show the flaws.
It does.
And in the world that Sterling is advocating for, you miss out on that
Yeah,
possibility.
Not only that, but you should
Imagine
be
that world.
fucking thankful that you miss out on it. You're like, okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Thanks, but I'm
You
not.
don't want it. You don't want that world, you fools.
Is Sterling like Tom Cruise and talking to
And no way,
Nicholson?
no.
Nick Nicholson. He's like, it's like, you can't handle the truth. It's so weird.
We watched that recently. Good film.
Yes, that's a really good movie. Great dialogue, of course.
Highly recommend it.
Full. I didn't hate it. I felt it was a bland, mediocre, minimum viable product of a game, but it was relatively inoffensive to me. After playing it a little while, I came away thinking it was dull, but more or less serviceable. Then I kept playing. I kept playing until I found out how fucking repetitive it was.
Yeah, but imagine if you hadn't.
Yeah,
Yeah,
things
but
are
what
fine with
if
that.
it was really good when you kept playing
Imagine
it?
if you hadn't, though.
Yeah.
I feel like isn't that even a worse point, though, that you realize, oh, if I had stopped, I might have given a downright misleading.
Yeah. This
perspective
goes
on that
both
game.
directions. It's like, are you happy that you give misleading reviews because you don't know how familiar you would be
Whoops.
with the games?
Yeah, isn't this a great reason why you should play games longer? Holy
Yeah.
shit!
This is what I mean. This video just completely fucks itself.
Yeah.
You should be
There's no
thankful that I have
thought
no
process.
integrity. You're like, okay.
No, wait, no.
All right.
I kept
I
playing
think
until I
Jim
found out
should review games and not play any of them and give everything 10 out of 10.
Yeah.
That way, the 10 out of 10 scores are
Everyone's happy.
protected, preserved forever.
Or
No one will
and
ever be
that
unhappy.
that way, you can put out 1,000 reviews a day, and you make all the fanboys happy. It's like, yes, you gave it 10 out of 10. I agree.
Nice.
And then anybody who disagrees, it's like, well, what do you want? I didn't play it. I don't know.
I don't know what I'm
Or
talking about.
just
Great.
actually play and review 10 games and then just change the visuals every single time a new game comes out of any of those reviews. And nobody will notice. Not be much difference. And the fans will be happy. Everyone's happy
Yep.
now.
We did it. We solved racism.
And yeah, someone's just made me aware back in the day. I know we've talked about this in the previous years, but Sinuous Sacrifice, right? Hellblade, Sterling gave
Yes,
that
Yeah.
game
right.
a 1 out of 10.
Oh,
Because a bug
There was a
had to
game-breaking
happen.
bug in it, and that's why.
I remember
The
when
fact of the
Prey
matter-
got a 4 out of 10 because of a very rare save game bug, and IGN got pissed.
Yeah.
That happens.
The fact of the matter is, when you're right, and how can you ensure that you won't be wrong? You know?
Mhm.
A right statement, regardless of how much you've played or how little you've played, is still a correct statement.
Uh-oh. You're going to drift into the world of Jim Stilling's perspective on everything I say in my review is correct because it's all subjective, baby.
Oh boy.
Uh-oh.
Sounds like
I agree that it's subjective, but like that doesn't make that true.
Well, there's a lot of things you could say about video games. Well, and anything that is like, oh, you can't just say that's subjective. You can't.
Yeah, like as if that somehow matters to the things that I've said that are attacking your argument. Fucking, I hate it, man.
This is why I wish they would just separate it, and so we'd have an understanding of what they're talking about. Because this person's just rambling. Like there's no thought process. The things here that they're contradicting themselves with, you'd catch that in a script normally. But this just seems to be like completely just how they feel about it. Like there's no actual research or anything done here. Did they even elaborate on other positions, like at the beginning, the parts that you skipped?
Wait, what's in the skipped section is mainly responding to comments that are taken out of like comment sections that are insane. You know, like
Did they explore the other perspectives though? Like why you shouldn't actually why you don't benefit from them reviewing? Like
Let's put it this way: this is
try to
the
make an
best
argument?
faith section of the video.
Oh boy.
Wow. Okay.
While
Wow.
I came away thinking it was dull, but more or less serviceable. Then I kept playing. I kept playing until I found out how fucking repetitive it was. I kept playing until I found out it had nothing under the surface beyond
Yeah,
the most
good.
bargain basement
Good.
basic
Good.
game.
You have
did your
nothing
job
under the
right.
surface.
Your review is
Good
now more
job.
accurate. That's neat.
You did
Yep.
it. High five.
I kept playing until I found its embarrassing enemy AI and laundry list of bugs. I kept playing until this inoffensive
This is
game
your
had
job.
That's your job. I was about to say.
Cool.
That's what you're supposed to do, man.
This
At this
is
point,
how
it's
you
like-
get your money.
I did a
Find
health
those bugs.
inspection for a restaurant. It was fine. Then I started checking the freezers, and I found dead rats in the little
Rats.
freezers. I wouldn't have found them if you guys not complained. It's like, okay.
God.
exposed its weaknesses
I had
to
the-
such a degree, I felt downright insulted by the thing. What started as Redfall is okay, I guess, became, with time, Redfall is fucking shit.
What's the problem?
So this
The
is
prob-
good.
The problem is, see, Nintendo fanboys, you don't want me to review Zelda more comprehensively. You don't want
Because
that.
then the number
Otherwise,
out of 10
Zelda
will go
would be
downer.
like Redfall. That's right. The number would be lower, and that's you don't want that, do
You
you?
don't want that. You want number to be bigger.
So in this
One
weird
number
twisted,
would be bigger.
kind of viewpoint, you basically play good games less and bad games more to even out the score. That's basically what's being said, right?
It's more of a there's been many attempts over the years for Jim Sterling to shut up people who say mean things, and this is the newest strategy, and I've just found it absolutely baffling. Like, you don't want me to be more honest and thorough because you wouldn't like the results. It's like a threat.
And also, isn't this like a really bad thing to put out there, that publisher that potentially less than up and up publishers and developers might think like, hey, if we front load all of our content, doesn't matter after the first couple hours because the reviewers won't even play it. That's a really bad precedent to set, I think.
I just can't
Because-
get over the fact that we've basically just had Sterling admit that I could have reviewed a game positively that was bad, and that's better. It's like, why is that better?
I thought that the most important thing, surely, would be accuracy. Surely.
Exactly.
Say
That's what you're there
all the
for.
time.
Accuracy,
Like,
integrity,
accurate.
honesty. That's the thing, like a trifecta that people will absolutely love about videos, whether or not they agree with them.
Mhm.
I feel
I wonder if there's an asylum somewhere full of people who have been broken by Jim's low scores of their favorite games. It's like,
Well,
I
because
wish
this all
if only he
happens-
didn't play them.
With Breath of the Wild, because that was given a 7, right? Or 6? 7 or
Yeah.
6, something like that. And the same
oh
thing
my
happened
God.
again, and it pisses everybody off.
Which,
Yeah.
you know, like, it's something that's worth. There can definitely be, when it comes to particularly hyped up video game releases, where a small contingent of people get pretty rabid about anything like lower than absolutely glowing praise, and particularly get fixated on number scores.
Yeah.
People can get
Elden
really,
Ring.
really, really fixated on whether a game gets like an 8, for instance, that an 8 is unacceptable because video game scores are so skewed.
Yeah.
Got really mad at me about Elden Ring.
Yeah, like that definitely exists, but I mean that exists for basically every
Everything.
game, and can we not let that ruin our ability to have real
Yeah,
conversations?
like, you don't
know?
have to dignify these idiots with a response.
Yes,
Yeah,
but by doing
Certainly not this
I
kind of
mean,
response.
you have demonstrated yourself to be very big mad about
Big
this
Yeah.
topic.
Yeah, this is definitely an emotional response. This video.
There's definitely a fervor, especially about the Zelda games recently too. I remember Breath of the Wild. I mean, I enjoyed it. I had some problems with it too. Most people I know really enjoyed it. I'd probably say it's a good game for sure, but I didn't like it as much as most. But the kind of environment around the reviews were crazy. I remember Pro Jared. This is pre-Pro Jared controversy, so that had nothing to do with that. I remember he reviewed
Why'd
it
you bring it
and
up?
he said like a 10 out of 10. And he said, "Oh, there's a couple of nagging issues, but they're so minor, and not even worth mentioning." And I shit you not, either the next day or the day before, he had a one-on-one interview with Reggie from Nintendo, and it was like an exclusive interview and everything like that. Okay, it's like I really can't take your reviews seriously if you're that kind of cozy with the. Are you
Yeah.
going to trash their game and then I talk to Reggie? Hey, Reggie, I really respect your work and your games are great. Your
Immediately
game
It's
is
like
four out
there's
of
a
10.
price to honesty, and that's just sort
Yeah.
of like welcome
Yeah.
to life. It's just one of those life things. It's,
But it's a reviewer thing, though. Like, if you're a reviewer, that's a choice you have to make. Do you want to have honesty and integrity, or do you just try to get paid? Like, you have to make that choice eventually. And people like that, they just expose themselves.
It's difficult too because if you see, let's say you really like The Witcher 3 and you got kind of cozy with CDPR and everything like that. Like I'm an affiliate of GOG, for example. If GOG did something really bad, I would feel a little sting of guilt criticizing them, but I probably would because I count my honesty and my integrity more than a couple bucks of every once in a while from somebody clicking on an affiliate link. It's not that big of a deal. It doesn't end my life or my career if I criticize them. But I could see getting really cozy with CDPR, and then they drop Cyberpunk 2077, and they're like, "Ooh, what do I do now? Do I violate that relationship?" It can really affect your opinion subconsciously or directly sometimes, and yeah, it's dangerous. It's really dangerous if you want to keep their objectivity. You have to kind of keep your distance. Keep even people you like at arm's length.
Mm-hmm.
I've been party to some fucking dumb attempts to discredit a negative review too. Final Fantasy XIII, one of my earliest reviews to send the community into hysterics, was discredited by some because I said I hadn't beaten the final boss. I'd gotten to that final area, I just did not want to fucking bother playing that last tiny stretch because I had loathed everything up to that point, and it really didn't matter to me.
Well, what are you good for then?
Well, I mean, then you kind of then people are
Why
criticizing
are you here?
Then that's, I mean,
It's just
good job.
if that were in the video, you know what I mean? Like, as long as you didn't fucking comment on it, then what did you do? Because it makes me think, like, what did you do? What did you say that pissed everybody off?
Yeah.
You played
What
the
was
whole
it
game,
that
you
you
didn't fight one
actually
boss.
did?
Did you
Yeah.
claim to have fight it? Did you claim that you did the whole thing?
Did you talk about the story and conclusively said it's bad, even though you didn't see the end of it because you just didn't do the rest of it all the way at the end?
You
there.
were right there, man.
You're right there, man.
Matter to Final Fantasy fans who delighted in what they perceived to be a silver bullet. Not one of them stopped to consider that if I hated the game after 50 hours, what on earth would make me turn around and love it after 51?
A better
More
understanding.
experience.
Maybe
More
editing.
experience, you cunts. Like, this is so simple.
If 1
You just-
hour doesn't make that much of a difference, then just fucking do the hour. You're a
Yeah.
game reviewer.
But this all assumes every single person that ever says anything is like, if you played it more, you'd like it. Maybe they just mean if you played it more, you'd be more accurate. That's all.
Yeah.
Imagine playing
simple.
Bioshock Infinite and then skipping the ending and then commenting on the story. The ending would absolutely either make or break that story for you.
So critical.
In morons. As a concession, I did watch the ending cutscene on YouTube
Oh
afterwards.
my
good.
god. You
Ooh, as a
Oh, no.
concession. Oh, it's such kindness. Thank you, Jim.
Concession.
Thank you. Oh, merciful.
I watched the clip though. Oh my god.
Oddly, it didn't make me raise the score.
Okay.
Okay.
That doesn't. Why did you
Doesn't
consider
matter.
that said like a victory? Like, haha,
Yeah,
showed you. It's like,
go them.
I didn't change my mind.
I don't know why he didn't just power through and beat the final boss, but if Jim's opinion was one that I sought and it was consistent, like I could get some value out of a video of that review
You know what's
where
nuts?
it's like, okay, at least he played 99% of it. Like he probably can deliver a good sense of what it's like to play generally. But like with certain games, like if you were to like review Final Fantasy VII before you even get out of Midgar, it's like
Yeah.
there's so
Well,
much there.
Is wait. Midgar is from Final Fantasy?
7.
Seven,
Yes.
yeah.
There is a car in the parking lot where I live, and there's a license plate on the back of the car that says Midgar, Midgar. Is that what that's from?
Could be,
Midgar,
yeah.
Midgar specifically, I think is from FF7. It's based on Midgard, which is in Norse mythology, I believe.
Yeah, that was what I'm aware of, but okay.
The one
then
without the
mystery-
D. Yeah, without the D.
mystery
I
is
think it's
solved.
Midgard.
Yeah, mystery solved. Now I know what that car license plate is referencing.
On that topic, by the way,
Wow.
if someone was to review Bloodborne's bosses and they had old hunters attached and they were playing it all and they said, "Listen, I can review the bosses. I may have missed a couple at the end, but I've got it." And it's like, which couple at the end? It's like, oh, you know, Maria and Kos and Ludwig. You'd be like, you missed. Like his, I can see people being fucking furious and be like, "Whoa, calm down! I fought like fucking 18 bosses. Is that not good enough?" It's like, turns out, no, it's not.
Skipping bosses. Go ahead.
For those who don't know, that's just those three of the best bosses in the whole game.
Yeah.
Enough. There was an.
Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna make a cheeky reference and say about the whole not playing through the end thing. Like, imagine if you got a Roger Ebert review. It's like, yeah, I watched about 75% of the Sixth Sense.
Yeah.
It was all really predictable.
Ugh.
It really needed like a twist and you know something to kind of really tie it all together. I felt that kind of boring. Really, it's like,
Dude, there are some
It's just-
films or stories that are told that really don't, like, everything doesn't click right in until that like latter third sort of
Yes.
thing.
It's
Yeah.
the crescendos, the climax. There's so many different ways to do it, but like a lot of the times, it's essential part of the story to see how it all ties together.
Might even
or
say,
or
get the
or-
pledge, the turn, and the prestige.
Ooh,
there you go.
Ooh.
Yeah, especially you could
That's
really-
another one. That ending there. Imagine not seeing the.
Dude, prestige doesn't make any fucking sense if you don't watch the last
Yeah.
third.
I didn't even want to
Oh,
reference it,
dude,
but like
we're
both
talking about-
reveals. Imagine
talking
skipping
about
out on
video
both
games,
reveals.
Imagine if you were playing Mass Effect and then you got to Earth and you're like, yeah, I think I'm done. Like,
Yeah.
and then you go on the internet. It's like, wait, what? Why is everybody? What's everybody so
Well,
up in arms
yeah.
about?
Bioshock, and you give up at Hephaestus. It's like, that's as far as you get. Just be like, you're gonna review the story and you haven't even.
You know, sometimes the ending might not change your opinion. Sometimes it might change it dramatically.
Yeah.
That's always a possibility. Why remove yourself? Why limit yourself in this way?
There are movies where the ending absolutely makes it. There's some movies where I did not enjoy it up until the ending. I'm like, oh wow, that makes the whole thing way better. And there's movies, and I won't name the names in case you ever want to watch it, but there's movies where it was all a dream or was all in the person's mind, and it completely kind of deflates all the events of the film.
Yeah, you can obviously go
So-
multiple directions. Someone just mentioned Hot
Yeah, there's
Fuzz.
many
Imagine you
ways.
stopped when he first sort of gave up on the investigation, went back
Yeah.
to just
Oh,
chilling
yeah,
out. You'd be like,
So
Oh.
many examples.
the film
Imagine
just
giving
chilled
up on
out
Hot
at
Fuzz
that
in
Ah,
point.
general.
the ending of Saw, the first Saw movie. You don't get to see the twist. Like it's just there's every movie ending twist would just be
Talk about a
screwed.
movie that fucking needs that final.
Yeah.
All the help it can get. Jeez.
Oh man.
Another review written by someone who didn't finish the game. I think the outlet was IGN, I could be wrong, it was a long time ago, but it came out that their early copy of the game was busted and they couldn't play the final third. Regardless, they published a review anyway, confident that
Okay, so
I mean, that could
You
be a
knowing
problem.
that-
I'm fine with it if you make that clear.
well, apparently you knew that, so it seems like they made that clear in that review? Question mark. I would need to
It
check, but
might be something afterward, right? But maybe.
yeah.
just
What
tell
they-
me.
Just tell me. Yeah, that's it. Just tell me. If you said, like, I'm reviewing all of the bosses in Bloodborne except for these ones, and I've heard they're pretty good, but this is my opinion on all the other ones, you'd be like, all right, you know, I can't take issue with that. That's fine. You made it clear.
they played
But
was
so,
enough.
people are mad at Jim because he wasn't disclosing these things.
Well,
Is that-
it's so simple, dude. It's this Zelda
Well,
game
'cause
is a 7 out of 10, but you haven't played more than like 10% of it. I don't care.
right.
That's
Simple.
it. That's as far as it goes. And a lot of people will be like, you know, there's going to be people who'd say you'd like it a lot more if you played more. There's also going to be people who like you. The way you talk about the game, it sounds like you know nothing about it. You need to play more of it. Like those two factions exist.
Right.
It just
Which
seems
it
like it would be
probably-
worthwhile to load your statements a lot with. To be clear, I haven't, because when we did the forge on it, I was the one who hadn't completed it, and I feel like I said like 10 times, bear in mind I haven't completed it. Bear in mind this
Yeah.
is where I'm at. You know, bear in mind. I'm
Disclaimer.
only up
This
to
would
here.
all be subverted
Sure.
by or counteracted by just calling it first impressions. And that's the thing. If you play
It
Zelda
really
for
would.
10% of the
Mhm.
whole thing, that's probably what you should call that.
A lot of it just comes down to being clear about what you're trying to say and where you're coming from. But I think I get the impression that if pressed to talk a little bit more about the perspective on Zelda, that Sterling would say, "Yeah, I didn't complete it, but I think that, but this is it, right? This is it. This is my statement on that game, and that's it, and I'm done." Rather than admitting, yeah, could be wrong, could be completely wrong about a lot of things. I could be wrong, but you know, I have limited time. There are other things I'm more interested in. You know, I feel like it would be a
Yep.
much
You wouldn't have much to add.
posture.
A little bit of like earnest honesty can go a long way, instead of
Earnest
just like this
honesty.
petulance, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, this is pretty. this is a strange video.
It denotes such a sense of bitterness, like I said earlier, because I can understand the confusion sometimes. Someone would say, like, what's the equivalent of getting to pass the tutorial or something in Bioshock versus Elden Ring? And someone might be shocked to find out it's like probably killing Margot. Like that's actually completing the tutorial of I imagine some people would be like, that's insane. That took me like 30 hours. And it's like, okay. But like that's the truth. I don't know what to
You
tell
need to
you.
understand that's just reality.
Yeah,
If
like you
don't-
haven't
if-
experienced anywhere near what it has to offer when you've only done that. I'm sorry.
If you have limited time, then just play like some of those, you know, Sony cinematic like action adventure game. Maybe not God of War because that's pretty long. You know, play Uncharted or something, and do reviews of Uncharted because you can beat those in like 10, 15 hours.
That's more suitable for that. But they take on these games that actually have like extensive information, and
Yeah,
then
like-
they don't do their job.
Zelda is a 100+ hour game. You know,
Oh, it's a chunky boy. I had
a big game.
lots and lots of streams of
Although
that game. That was crazy.
I think I mixed up Margot's wetness with is it Margot in the first?
It's Margit and Morgott, and then Murgo is in Bloodborne.
yeah.
Okay,
Damn it.
well, all of that. Yeah, there you go.
I can see how you mixed that up.
Someone said Margot
Get
Robbie.
it right.
Margot
Margot
Robbie, the
Robbie.
fell
That's
over.
what I thought
final
you were
boss.
saying at first.
I'm assuming you mean Margit, right? Not
a
the
giant
guy,
Margot Robbie.
not the
Well,
guy in the capital.
The funny thing
So-
is, you'd be able to understand what I'm talking about easier if I just said, yeah, the tutorial boss, basically, the first, not
Yeah.
the guy at the front with the horse, but yeah, the big boy that
Yep.
everyone got stuck on. But as soon as you pass him, you're basically free and clear. You start going real fast.
hmm
One
Enter
thing
a
that
content drought where nothing is worth doing.
Oh,
I didn't say that. He
no.
said that.
Yeah, I said that.
no good games, no good games.
I
at
love all games and everyone.
They're
so,
beautiful, and I play them to completion and then review them.
Hooray!
Yay.
Dave.
You know,
You're wasting your
IGN
time clearly.
IGN's a meme at this point, but I will say the one thing they did do that was actually pretty cool when they were approaching a very big game, like a big replayable game or like an RPG that has like hundreds of hours of content, and they weren't able to fully analyze everything by the time the embargo was lifted, which is quite often like a week or a couple days. They would do this kind of cool thing, which you could only really do in a written review, but they called it review in progress, where they would post an early version of the review and state exactly at what point they're up to and their impressions so far, and they would update that article over time until it was a complete review, and they would score it at the end. And I thought that was a cool way of giving you an early impressions.
do.
If you absolutely need to know what they think of the game so far on release date, they'll give you that. But then by the time that they're actually finished, they have a fully fleshed out, not rushed, fully thought out review after they played the whole game. And I think that's a cool compromise. Again, you can't really do that with videos unless you release multiple videos because YouTube doesn't let you replace videos. But that's a kind of cool compromise, I think, in that regard, to be able to kind of work on it over time and update it as you get more of the game done.
Was. After all, nobody whined at them, nobody pointed fingers, nobody said they hadn't played enough.
Did they make that clear in the video? If they did, then that's
Yeah.
probably why nobody complained.
The difference between me and them, they gave the game a high score.
Oh, that's what it was.
You
Fine.
know that you can like be
alright.
correct accidentally. Like you could
Yeah.
say the correct thing for the wrong reasons, and that doesn't make it okay.
Well, and also, like, don't
Right,
pretend that we're in a world where as long as you give a positive review, everybody will let you cycle past with, like, shitty reasoning. You know, the toxic positivity thing has to be pushed every once in a while because it's a real thing. It does happen. And I guess what I'll concede on is it's easier to get away with a shitty good review than a shitty bad review.
Probably.
Yeah.
But that gets flipped depending on the like a really bad review of Gollum, but that you call it bad. Like you'll get away with that. Who's gonna notice?
Yeah.
Who's gonna care?
What is
One
this
time I-
cartoon?
He-Man, right?
Does anybody
It's
know?
He-Man.
Yeah.
I didn't watch He-Man. Look, what's
can-
that guy
you
on the
can-
left? Who is he?
He's very
Creature of
he's,
the Black Lagoon.
he's terrified.
He's a very expressive and interesting looking fella.
You can tell that it's He-Man
What is he
because
looking
it's
at?
fucking hideous.
Oh my god!
Oh, I
Wow.
mean, I love everything and all people.
Apparently, is he Merman? Is that his name? Okay,
Maybe
yeah.
I wouldn't have guessed that by looking at him.
And what's the guy on the right? Who's he?
Oh, I'm thinking
Frank.
Kevin.
Paul.
I don't know if it's going to be Kevin. I don't know about that.
Beast Lord or Beastmaster or
Oh,
Beast
Beastman,
Man.
is it?
Merman
Beastman?
I
and
think so.
Beastman, yeah.
Ah,
oh,
right. I
Merman
know
and
about-
Beastman. Okay.
Daring today, aren't we?
I love these
Daring
names.
today.
Skeletor. I really like Skeletor. He's got a
Skeletor is
funny
Skeletor's
good.
the best
Skeletor-
character, easily.
Skeletor gets
Yeah.
a pass.
I really like him.
His
Meme
laugh
king.
is
The
the
meme
best
king.
thing I've ever heard.
This
And then
podcast
there's,
stands for Skeletor
And then
and his
there's also-
cousin, the
there's a-
Horned King.
There's a guy called Man at Arms, is there as well?
Sure.
I'm sensing a lot
And
of man in
Fisto.
those
Fisto
titles.
is a character, right? Fisto?
Oh, Fisto. You pissed it so
think
hard.
so.
Pretty
I'm
sure
very familiar
Fisto is a
with
guy
him,
in
man.
this.
I like Skeletor.
Because that's what it's really all about, isn't it? At the
No,
end of
it's
the
not.
day, it's
there
not
he is.
really
Again.
about whether or not you played the game until the end. It's not
Ah,
about how
couldn't-
much you
it couldn't
played.
be.
It's about
No.
how much you agreed with their
Ah,
preconceived.
Well,
Of
that doesn't
course.
even
All
that
fa-
doesn't follow
all
from
f-
being explicitly positive, then, does it? If you have to
Well,
agree, then it goes both ways.
Just because you're cynical doesn't mean that everybody else is.
Besides,
Some
there are
people
loads of-
might
everything just
actually
goes
have
back to
There are so many
fanboyism. That's all
reviewers
it is.
who have
Huh?
such respect on this fucking site for how they may take a controversial opinion, but that they will justify it or they'll put the work in.
Yeah.
I don't think they
Yeah.
exist.
You know
How-
that at the
how is-
beginning when you write the script. Get your references, make sure you have all your information and proof, and then you
On
get
the
to talk about how you
hypothesis,
feel about
test
it.
the hypothesis.
Well, it is interesting that. I mean, have you ever once considered that you might not be very persuasive on this subject?
No.
That might be the
No.
problem.
No, he
Let me-
hasn't thought about
let
that
me-
for a split
allow
second.
me to-
You know,
daringly
He thinks his
answer
video
that
is
question.
awesome.
Have you ever considered that? Let's say that we assume that your conclusions are correct in these instances. That maybe you're not going about it in the best way to convince people that
What?
what you're doing is right.
Why come up with these
Yeah.
crazy theories?
Damn fool.
The notions of what games are objectively good. I could show them a 100% completed save file and it wouldn't make a difference.
I think it would.
I
would,
think
of
it
course,
really
make a
would.
difference.
For once,
Of
people
course.
won't say
Tell us
they finished
why
the
it
game.
wouldn't make a difference.
And
Tell us why.
if it didn't make a difference, then you've spent how many years on YouTube unable to
Mhm.
garner a somewhat good faith audience yourself? Oh, okay, my dude. You
This
suck.
is so cynical.
They'd find something else. As I
Oh.
pointed
They
out,
Well, then at
always
that point, what the
will.
fuck is the
You
point
have
of
a
this video?
sizable-
And
Well,
fuck
yeah,
it.
what is it
Why
sizable
even bother?
Fucking
People are
channel.
mean.
There's
One
always
argument.
gonna be someone who's gonna be like, I'm stupid, and I'm gonna blame you for it. That's what's gonna happen. I don't even have a big channel, and I know that happens. How long
You
have you been
learned
on this platform? What is happening?
Yeah, but you learned that from just gaming as a kid, like Age of Empires as a child. People like talking shit. You get thick skin from the very beginning, and you just learn that's the internet. There's nothing you could do
Well,
when
yeah,
people
but
are unfiltered.
the
These
point-
people are just like,
point
Huh?
that was
Go
just
ahead.
made is like, oh, you know, even if I was to do the thing they're asking, they're just going to be bad faith anyway, no matter what.
well, then you suck. You suck. Like you were saying, you suck ass at arguing. Then, if you have no way of battling this problem, then just don't talk about it. You're not
Well, that's what I
equipped
mean.
to deal with it.
The landscape has been laid now, so that there's just always bad faith. So it's like, so what was the point of this video? If that's all the point is, just there are people out there who aren't nice to me. Okay.
That's crazy.
Can,
On
can
the
I give you
internet?
I can
No
imagine
way.
why.
Can I give you an example I'm going through? My Iron Man video, the number one criticism I had of that video like 100 times is, oh, you can't compare Riri to Iron Man. She doesn't have her full movie. When my entire point is that you don't need a full movie. You just need good writing. You can flesh someone out in a single scene. So many people said that. Like I wake up every morning to someone, oh, you can't talk about Riri. I'm gonna have to address it in like a podcast or a video of some kind, and I'm gonna make sure I have all my references. So I have a list here of all my favorite cameos, and like you're gonna compare it to that. Like,
Make
it's
sure to be
crazy.
very bitter, and at the end say, even if she had a whole movie, you guys would have been saying it anyway. So fuck you.
T'Challa, Thanos, both of them didn't have their own movie, and they were both fantastic. T'Challa was better in his introduction movie than his own movie. Like, there's so many counters to it.
T'Challa was great in
There's
Civil
a
War.
million counters to
Absolutely.
it. It just So
But,
I don't know. I can't take this person seriously. She's
How
just
the fuck are
bitching.
you gonna come out here with a video the subject is people are mean to me on the internet and I don't like it when like half the premise of your channel is being really inflammatory?
Yeah.
Like Jim is
How-
really inflammatory.
How do you come out in that ridiculous suit and still have thin skin? Like, I just don't understand. You
Like,
just
Oh, because it's a replacement for a good personality.
Oh,
Like,
my
what is
goodness.
commentocracy?
Vain fat cousin. I don't get it.
Is he Baines?
Oh, Vane.
All right.
The glasses. Vane's fat cousin, man. The glasses remind me of Vane.
And also,
Yeah.
like, I can't understand how you've been almost reviewing games professionally for almost 20 years. and
Almost
you
reviewing
had-
games is a good way to summarize it.
That was
Freddy's
almost
Slither.
a review, yeah.
But yeah, just like 2006, apparently I know them from like all the way back in their Destructoid days and stuff like that. It's like been around the bush for quite a while, so I don't know how you don't develop that skin early enough. I've only been doing it for like 7 years, and I've gotten both ways. I've reviewed things poorly. People have been like, you just didn't understand it, you didn't play enough, or didn't watch enough. And there's a couple instances I streamed a game and had mildly positive impressions of it. Somebody bought the game on my recommendation, just having streamed it for a couple hours, and like I didn't like it. And they DM'd me and it's like, I didn't like this game. I'm like, oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
And then and another one happened. It was
Lied
like I mildly recommended a movie as part of a genre, and they're like, yeah, I sat down and watched this with my dad, and I didn't like it. Kind of explain yourself, and I'm like, what? I kind of liked it. You didn't. What's to explain?
Yeah.
It's just very funny.
Another recent video, these people have such a warped view of reality that they think their opinions are reality. This is why they flip out over
Not
reviews
me,
that
though.
disagree.
I was gonna say.
Who cares?
What it'll always come to.
You know what's wrong with these bad faith commenters? They think they matter a lot to them. Like, yeah,
I don't care
probably.
about some guy on the internet who's wrong. Do you know how many of those there are?
There's a
one
lot
right
of them
now.
on the internet.
With them. They don't think you're disagreeing with their opinion. They think you're fighting the objective truth of the fucking
Oh,
universe.
shut up.
This revelation about their mindset has only really hit me in recent months, but it explains so much. Like the amount of
you
times
just jamming
we've
to the
laughed
music.
at people saying
Yeah, I
the
love this
review
song.
should be objective,
great.
getting angry because they
You
Better
can
than her
think
voice.
just be more accurate, for fuck's sake. That's all.
People think the things that they say and believe are true or accurate. Crazy.
More
even if they're
11.
not. Like, damn,
More
who
11.
knew?
Well, people think that they're right.
Breaking
People
news.
don't knowingly hold opinions that they think are fucking wrong. What
It's
a
just-
surprise.
We've gone through this so many times where it's just like, when it's like Peter Parker is characterized as a serial killer in Sam Raimi's Spider-Man 2, people be like, no, he's not. And it's like, excuse me? Are you trying to be like, oh, my opinion's objective? Ooh. It's like, no.
No references.
No, Mola, that's ridiculous. That's a ridiculous.
You've made it
analogy.
ridiculous.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, and I reject it. I refuse to engage with that.
When a hypothetical can't happen or is unlikely to happen, I don't take it seriously.
Well, I mean, it is a relevant one. Like, there is information about a game that you can get right or wrong. That's possible. I mean, it can be simple things like saying, yeah, I really enjoyed playing Tears of the Kingdom. I loved the part when Samus blasted that cannon. That was really cool.
Oh, I wish Samus would blast my cannon
Oh yeah. I mean, what?
You can
because
You
she's a good
can-
shot. And she's really efficient with firearms and destructive devices, so she'd do a good job.
The
just like
point
base-
being, it's just incorrect information. You know, she doesn't appear in that game, so it's not even right. And what do you do with that? It's like you can get things right or wrong. That's possible.
Yeah.
There's too much opinion in this review. On the surface,
That's not. That's who's
That's
saying
not a thing
that?
anyone has ever
I've
said.
never seen.
Oh, that's all the
There's
argument.
too
Yeah.
much
Never
of an
seen that
opinion.
statement.
We often get that criticism. Oh,
Too much
they have
opinion.
too many. They too much opinions.
All right. There was that old video of like the purely objective review. It's like, this is a video game. You can play it with a controller.
by
Oh
this
yeah,
company,
because they're
and-
yeah, 'cause
yeah.
they're-
Yeah. It was
But
pretty
because
frustrating.
Obviously, the flaw of the video would just be that follow that logic a little further along. There's still a lot of things you can state as fact about the game, about anything
Yeah.
really.
Just watching this, just watching literally this still screen. It's like, okay, you can get up to 32 something hearts. You can fight the Flame Gliok boss on the Bridge of Halia. It takes about 33 to 50 shots or whatever. I don't know how many, but things like that. You can actually
Well,
then
the
compare.
wikis
Like,
will provide you all of it.
Oh, absolutely.
so many
you
stats
you
you
could
can go
write actually, if you researched a lot of wikis, you could probably write a pretty thorough review just based on secondhand
Yeah.
information if you wanted to be lazy about it. But yeah, it's interesting.
When
There's a
you're
lot of
right,
objective-
you're
Wonder if
right.
that would be an interesting thing to do. Review a game just by third-hand information
Oh,
or
yeah.
something.
And then
Yeah.
don't reveal it until the end or like
Yeah.
a week
Yeah.
or a month later, and just be like, yeah, by the way,
Like-
this review you guys loved.
And truly
Uh,
randomize the footage too. Like you grab an hour
Yeah,
long
yeah.
play and then chop it, and then have a randomizer pick what order the clips go in. That could be
It could
really
be fun.
cool.
Yeah.
could be interesting.
it sounds stupid to accuse a review of reflecting the reviewer's opinion too much.
You already let us know that was not the issue they took with you. It was that you're not finishing the game and you've got inaccuracies. It's as straightforward as that. It's got nothing to do with you
Jumping all
having an
over the place,
opinion.
isn't it? This really is like just flailing about, just
Yeah.
sort of latching onto every single thought that's coming into your head as soon as it
Oh, don't get-
arises.
Don't get me wrong,
No,
it is
this
fucking
stream
stupid,
of
but
thought,
we can
rambling.
understand the logic. From their perspective, you've just told them the sun is green. To these
You
my
might have
God.
though. You might have said the sun in
but-
Zelda is
yeah.
green, and then
Maybe-
they're like,
maybe
it's
the
not
sun is
green.
green,
It's
you know? Maybe it is.
types of Zelda fans, a 7 out of 10 isn't just a conflicting opinion. Nothing so trivial.
It's
a
sacrilegious.
Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
but when if your
dramatic
7 out of
we wanna get
10
here.
is built on the foundations of several inaccuracies, then yeah, people can be like, that 7 is inaccurate.
Yeah.
Mhm.
That's when Sterling says in response, "Oh yeah, I'll give it a 6 if you carry on." Like, okay.
in the Matrix. It needs to be
Yeah.
stamped out,
Oh.
burned off, fucking killed
Oh
on
my
sight
God,
because it's a
holy
terrifying
shit.
anomaly that
Okay.
introduces
Can we,
the
can we
threat
chill out a little bit?
This guy's
I
buried in salt. This
I-
guy
I
is
don't
so
care. Get over it.
of what they know to be true turning out to be false. When gamers TM get mad over review scores, they
Gamers
don't
TM.
think
Well, who else is mad here? Like, it's
I'm
Oh.
mad.
everyone's mad. Everybody.
their arguments through. They don't consider how illogical their stated desires are or how infantile they sound. They're lashing out
could you say that?
wildly.
I do love that. It's like, don't you understand? You're illogical and infantile.
That's both said. Those two sentences back to back. How could you possibly say that? You didn't watch this back. You didn't script this at all.
You just picture the person who plays a shit ton of this game, checks the review, says, I really feel like you didn't get a good grasp of this. You need to play it more, or at least get to the final boss. Like, I think this is a shitty review, and the game is far better than a 7. And it's like, do you understand how infantile you're being?
Jeez,
what?
sorry.
Okay.
So triggered, man.
That's the thing with a lot of criticism. It can always, like, reflect easily. It's like, you're so fucking mad, aren't you? And you're like,
That's why I brought
Why
up
are you
the
yelling?
Riri. That's why I brought up that example of Riri to add to this, where like it just means you didn't even watch the video or pay attention. Because my main point is that you don't need it doesn't have to be your full video movie. Like just a cameo can be enough. 5 minutes can be enough. But people's like idea of criticism is just so like lazy sometimes. They just don't really put any thought into it.
madly at a threat to their objective truth. Deep down, they don't fucking care how much Tears of the Kingdom I played. They truly
Yeah,
don't.
They do.
I do, though.
Only care
They
that
do.
what they
Probably
think
do.
is real, and they will claim anything,
insane.
no matter how unreasonably,
crazy.
to chop
Why
up
is this
some
so
onions,
dramatic?
I don't know.
dip that reality in gravy, and shove it down your fucking throat.
I don't know. I think the last thing you shove down your throat is more gravy, just so we're clear. So.
And then cut back to this.
Like I said,
Holy shit.
it's not about whether the game was finished. It's not about
You proved nothing.
whether the
Don't pretend like
reviewers-
You can
proved
just keep
anything.
claiming that forever. It's cope.
It's,
It's not about finishing the
doesn't
game.
matter.
It's like,
It's
but
like,
it is
you
though. It's like,
weren't-
no, it's not, but it is. No, it's not.
See,
I'm
it doesn't
telling you,
matter.
this
It's
is
like,
my issue right
you
now.
weren't
I'm
talking to.
telling you.
You weren't talking to anyone. That's-
How meta is it that we're not watching the whole video while criticizing?
My God.
spent enough arbitrary time in the game before giving their opinion in a review that ultimately won't matter.
Oh, is that where we're going now?
Ultimately won't
None
matter.
of it matters.
It doesn't
anyway.
matter,
Fuck
guys.
you.
We
Then
did
what's
it.
the
Like,
po- what do you-
bingo. Bingo.
why do you
I
even
got my
make
bingo
this?
card. It doesn't matter.
Nothing matters, so I can do whatever I want. Fuck you.
Just press delete on the video if this is
On
your
the
thought process
channel.
at the end. You know what I mean? Yeah,
I
seriously.
mean, what's the whole point of you
Think
being
of
a
your
channel
work.
on YouTube?
Just
Fuck it,
wait-
it doesn't matter.
If you just say like, it ultimately billions from years from now, no one's gonna care about this review. It's like, okay.
I may have been mildly inaccurate about Tears of the Kingdom, but conversely, the sun will explode someday.
Yeah. Checkmate.
This is
Internet
so
trolls.
It's
This
the
is so-
inevitable, entropic heat death of the universe means that I literally don't have to care about anything.
Yeah, this ultimate cop out. It's ridiculous. Man.
And
This
will
is-
only have the power that the fan base lends it. A fan base that is, as always, just tiring. Because the fan base is fucking exhausting. It's good this
That's
though,
the
isn't
same
it?
thing.
You're getting some exercise.
It's pretty cool. Yeah, I had
Yeah,
it knocking
it's
about in a
fine.
box, a Hyrule
What's
Warriors
happening?
box set for 8 years. Discovered it by accident, didn't even know it was part of the set because I was mesmerised by the scarf that's in it. And it still works after all that
Alright.
time.
Uh-huh.
So it's a
Fantastic.
nice little
This
memento
is okay.
of Hyrule Warriors. The best Zelda game on the Switch. I'm going to go back to feeling
right, that'll piss people
terrified
off,
and
right?
intimidated.
I don't know if that pisses people off. Zelda fans, let me know.
It has to piss people
Oh
off.
yeah,
That sounded
it was
like a burn.
It was a
the
Dynasty
idea
Warriors
that
clone.
the Hyrule Warriors games are better than what are very well regarded entries in the Legend
okay,
of
yeah,
Zelda
fair enough.
series. Yeah, that's gotta piss people
Yeah.
off.
Intimidated by the scary Terry Zelda fans. Whatever will I do while
Maybe
they
you'll
are
make another
screaming-
video about them.
Yeah, probably.
Scripted this time.
Maybe you'll show them how tiring and how much you don't actually care by making yet another video whining about it endlessly. Maybe. But
and
who knows?
shouting about a review for a computer game on the internet.
I called
But
it
I
a
mean,
computer
you're
game.
shouting about people shouting at you about a computer game on the internet.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Just keep going.
the cycle continues. That's it.
This is so-
by the way.
Okay,
This
good.
is-
What a waste of
This-
time.
That was
This is
It
so
really was. I feel
spiteful.
like we learned nothing, gained nothing. It
I
didn't
just,
advance
I'd
the
never heard the
conversation
argument
at all.
before of don't make me review it further or I will lower the fucking score.
thing is-
It's like,
I'm
Okay.
turning this car around. Like,
Yeah.
So indignant.
I am turning this
Back
number
to
down.
Winnipeg.
Turn this car around, and there won't be any Cape Canaveral for anybody. And
All
then
it needs is like a.
slapping him on the back of the head. That's it. Back to Winnipeg.
Did he make a single point that entire video, or at least like
there's
anything?
lots of angry. I got that.
Yes, very,
Uh-huh.
very angry, big mad energy.
All this needs
like
is like a Skeletor rant at the end. Is like, if you get mad at me, I'll review the next Zelda game a 4 out of 10.
No, we have to
Fuck
stop
you,
them.
internet.
Anything but that, Jim. Please don't.
It's just
I found it funny. I think even it was in the same take, like 10 seconds apart. He's saying on one hand, fuck, what did he say? Well, he says the fan base, they're so exhausting, and then like says
They're so
that
tired,
Hyrule
yeah.
Warriors is the best Zelda on the Switch without substantiating it, and it's like, dude, you know you're saying a provocative thing there. Why do you
Feeding the
think the fan
trolls,
base
yeah.
keeps coming
Well,
at
yeah,
you?
Oh,
You
you
didn't
just
substantiate
think,
anything though.
rules for the.
I've noticed
for
this.
me.
Oh, it's just you pretending that you don't want to have the fight when you really, really, really like it. You clearly enjoyed it more than talking about the
Absolutely.
actual subject.
Yeah.
He
Just
says
don't-
they're so
They'll chase
exhausting,
after
but they
him
still make
over the
video.
Zelda opinion, and then he's just like, "Oh, you guys just won't stop, will you?" It's
So
like,
exhausting. Also,
Stop
here's a
saying wacky things.
hyper-controversial perspective on the Legend of Zelda. I mean, come on.
Don't have this opinion that it's the Jim Sterling in particular is one of these people who want to say things and not get any like response to it. They want to say things
how
on
the
social
internet
media.
works.
They want to say things on Twitter. They just want to put it out there, and they only want to be listened to. But the moment they get any sort of pushback for it, they act, oh no, all these people, oh I can't believe it, oh my god,
And that's
all these angry white men in the replies, and they do the whole song and dance. And
That's what's so shocking. You would think you would learn how the internet works very early in your internet years, like not have to take it to this.
I think this is all deliberate. This is the equivalent of spitting out the worst hot take Twitter's ever seen and then locking the thread. This is that. This is basically the video equivalent of that.
Well, yeah, this
absolutely.
is the lol, all the angry gamers in my replies.
Yeah.
Just don't say stupid things publicly and you'll be fine.
Yeah.
Like,
Well,
that's
they
just it.
can't do. That's not possible for.
I can't believe people are
That can't be
angry
done.
at me for saying such outrageous things. I'm gonna mute this thread. It's like, okay.
Muting this thread, and I'm gonna let the gamer boys seethe in the comments. Like, okay, so tell me how you.
Also,
really
I have a
feel.
channel. Please subscribe to this thing. That's the thing that people like to do.
Oh
right?
yeah. Well,
I
on
think so,
the
yeah.
topic, there's another video that I've been made aware of called "You Don't Need to Finish Games." Now, this one I don't think is less so about
Some
reviewing.
people don't need to start games. That's
more
what I'm
so about the
learning.
Don't review
experience.
them.
So maybe we'll agree with this one. Who knows?
Maybe.
It does happen every once in a while on EFAP. Let's give them a shot.
Absolutely.
Good start.
Plus.
Whoa!
I like plus.
Okay.
You don't need
You
to
don't
finish
need to
that
finish
game.
Oh, these colors.
So,
Ow.
I assume we all
eyeballs.
agree with the sentiment in isolation.
You don't need to.
You don't need
yes,
to.
that's true.
Yep.
Neither for survival or is anything like that. Yes, it's not a
Good.
requirement.
Yeah,
You
or if
don't
it's
have
some
to do
great
it.
start.
Alright.
Yeah.
So far, so good.
Thumbs up.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, we
Mario.
didn't have a lot
Hey.
of money to
Oh,
buy
for
games,
fuck's
so
sake.
we rented.
Oh, is this gonna start? This is
come
gonna start
on.
off with
You're
some
right,
long
Dean.
ass anecdote about
Come
when
on,
I
it's
was
classic.
this when 20 years ago, blah blah. When I was in Thailand,
I was a
I didn't
young
know they had a
boy.
penis, whatever. But I'm not gay.
I
All
couldn't-
right, like I just don't. It's gonna
Okay.
be this long thing, and at
My
the
fault.
end,
But,
it's
okay.
not gonna matter.
Well, we play video games. Let him
All right.
be.
Go on.
36
Yeah, give
36
the
years
story
ago,
a chance.
my-
You don't know that it'll be pointless, time wasty. Could be awesome.
When I was a kid, we didn't have a lot of money to buy games, so we rented. We didn't have a lot of money to rent games often, so I'd conveniently forget to remind my parents about return dates, then get chewed out about late fees a couple of days later. Time constraints I had as a child when it came to playing games sparked a very early obsession with finishing them. Before the 5-day period was up, I had to beat that game.
Childhood
Text
trauma.
is very
Okay.
necessary.
All right.
But
Okay.
now I have money, so I can just keep the game and finish it later. End of the video.
Dun, 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 dun.
I needed to get all the secrets. I needed to make sure I could keep up with the kids at school. I couldn't lose to Lewis and his uncle at Nintendo telling him
Yeah,
how
fuck
to
you,
unlock
Lewis.
Fuck,
Dragon.
Lewis.
Yeah, Lewis and your uncle.
I've always been the
Sure.
kind of guy that
Yeah.
likes Lewis, I guess. I thought Lewis was chill, but I guess other people don't like him. That's
Wow, Lewis.
Pretty sure he spat in your food once when you weren't watching.
fine. Oh,
Yeah, I bet Lewis's uncle touches him.
Oh no.
Where'd you
Zooey,
get that from?
cheating scumbag. High school was different.
Delicious gator.
I didn't have a lot of money to buy games, so I pirated them. We didn't have a lot of bandwidth back then, so I'd conveniently pretend not to know why the internet was acting so slow. Then
Oh, so you were the asshole who ruined
Yeah, he's
everyone's
dickhead.
lives.
Yeah,
He's-
so
he's-
yeah.
He's not telling the
I
truth.
did-
He stole games too. Tell us
I just
about
like the
that.
idea that, as he said, like he slowed the internet for everybody and didn't tell anybody, and he also cost his parents money when he wouldn't let them like, return games that he rented. He'd just be like, "Whoops! Oh well."
He's probably
And
stealing
get-
his neighbor's Wi-Fi too.
Yeah.
I didn't have enough
This
money
guy.
for this thing, so I stole it.
I feel like this is the clean version of this backstory. There's a real dark side. he's
Yeah.
putting out.
get chewed out
I
by my
sold the
brother
cat's
a few
organs
months later.
to buy video games.
And misunderstanding of ethical pirating I had as a teenager when it came to playing games sparked an adolescent obsession with finishing them. Because any
Okay.
game would take a week to download, I had to beat
Okay.
that game.
All right,
Text on
we get it.
screen is
All right.
necessary because otherwise you
yeah.
might not have heard him.
Like,
Dude,
the
you've been
first
bitching about that
anec-
for years, and they're still doing it. It's
The first
oh my God.
anecdote made the point, man.
Yeah, but now he's explained
Yeah,
how it
but-
went into his adolescent years. This is a
Yeah,
great
imagine we had-
story.
We're a minute
3
in.
anecdotes.
Hey,
Wouldn't that
hey
be
guys,
great?
I'm sensing a theme here. I don't know if you picked it up yet or not. But
had to
I
beat the
think
game.
he's talking. Yeah,
I get
You
that as
didn't
well,
think you
yeah.
had to beat that game?
I had to beat that game.
Ew.
I had
needed to
to
get all the
beat
secrets.
Lewis's
I needed to
uncle.
make sure I was in the know with my friends at school and on Skype. I couldn't risk getting spoiled on the new Mass Effect or be the one person in the call everyone had to.
Oh man, it just goes to show you how
Lewis!
old it goes to show how old we're getting. When it's like, oh, when I was a kid, when I was an adolescent, I didn't want to be spoiled on the new Mass Effect, and I'm like, oh fucking
Oh,
Christ,
no.
am I getting old? I thought you were gonna say like a like Majora's Mask or some shit. And he's like, no, the Mass Effect games, like Mass Effect 2 and 3. I didn't want to get spoiled. I'm like, oh god, guys, I think I'm getting older.
See, if Gary were here, he'd be like, spoiled in the new Pac-Man. Can't risk
No,
that.
the new Pac-Man 2, the Revengeing.
Ms.
It's like when you see
Pac-Man.
these. It's like when you see those threads like, oh, the vintage Xbox 360. I'm like, oh shit.
Oh god.
I remember
around-
playing Sonic on 360 in 2006. Those were the days.
Spoilers for. I needed to make sure I was caught up so I could watch those videos on the games I wanted to play. I wanted to be included. I wanted to belong.
Aw.
This is
Fair enough.
Hey, man.
This is a 2-minute sob story about he's broke and lonely and he wants to beat Lewis.
There's a fascinating tale here of how much it seems like your video game experiences were determined by the people around you,
Yeah.
Seriously.
which is kind of a shame, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm definitely one for like, I really want to get Gears of War so I can play it with people, but I don't think I ever was like, I've got to get Gears of War on the day so I can complete the
So I can
story.
fit in.
Lewis!
I waited until
Lewis
last
is
year
gonna
until I
play it
played
without me.
Lewis
No, man.
and his uncle are having fun, and I don't get to have fun like
Half
Lewis
the
and his
fun,
uncle.
like-
Half the fun of video games are them being immersive, and you need to have your own unique experience with it, and then you can share it with others. But like this whole idea that, like, I don't know, I feel like this guy damaged his playthrough with these games.
Well, yeah, his
Well, I think,
relationship with gaming is a bit
Yeah,
skewed,
that's what I was
right?
gonna
Yeah.
It seems like he's ramping up to a point, right, about how
He learned.
I doubt
was
it.
conditioned- He was
overcame.
conditioned to beat video games and play them to an obsessive degree very quickly, and that he probably didn't get the most optimal experience. I'm guessing that's what he's ramping up to.
It's funny because there's actually a good point in here, but he's kind of missing two other really viable options. One is, I mean, he's saying like either rent a game or piracy. It's kind of like a pretty weird binary. There's also lending people games. Like if you have any friends, you can borrow a game for a week and try it out
Yeah.
and give it back to them.
Oh, those were the
Or-
days.
That's
Yeah,
what I did
or
back in the day. That was
What
fun.
what I did
Mhm.
even when I was working a lot
Don't
less
break that
paying
shit.
job, especially like shout out to GameStop. They actually I had a pretty good thing going. I was able to buy a brand new game at full price, beat it in a week, and trade it in for like $40. And that made the next game considerably cheaper. And if you just kept that up really
Yeah.
fast, you could actually get new games for not nearly as much money.
They
Oh,
had
so you-
cool deals
wait,
like
so
that for proper gamers. I know
You
you're
did a lot
referencing.
of like trading in used games and stuff.
Yeah, if you do it quick enough, they'll actually give you quite a bit. They used to at least give you quite a bit of
Well, I
money
mean,
back.
you can bring up the discussion of how like used games and the way that GameStop does things can be kind of bad for the industry.
Yeah, I mean, obviously after the first sale, the publisher gets nothing.
Well, it's just
So that-
GameStop keeps making a lot of money. Meanwhile, you can have a lot of people playing a game, and then the developers don't get any. I mean, it's part of what ended up essentially prompting the massive overstretch that was the Xbox One.
That's true.
at
That was
launch.
that was
and
true.
Online
That
passes. Oh fuck yeah! Mass Effect 3 had that, didn't it? The online pass where only the new games had the online pass, and there was like content that was
yeah, they had like
offline and everything.
they'd quite often have like a one-time code. Even by the time Mass Effect 3 came out, you had like a pre-release code that you could use one time to get that whole other character and that whole other story. So that was an issue, but it is a product, so there is no like legally no reason why you couldn't resell it. So as much as
well, sure, but then they'd argue there's no argument you can make really against us doing online passes and stuff. It's a product
Yeah.
that we're selling, so we're going to do it that way. I guess I find like the whole used game ecosystem of like GameStop trading them in over and I'm pretty sure Total Biscuit talked about it. In fact, I think I was one of the ones that was a little bit more controversial for him. Was it?
Well, it's because that's how many
wasn't as
people
hard
were
as-
able to play new games. So
Well,
Yeah,
yeah, because nobody would argue principally against the idea of like lending games to your friends. That seems totally reasonable and normal and as expected. But an ecosystem of used games being traded in over and over and over again, and a middleman making a lot of money while none of that goes through to the developers when it feels like it ought to.
I guess
That's
common.
kinda-
Yeah,
Yeah.
if it's kids in elementary school giving it to their friends to borrow, that's one thing. But when it does become like a part of the market itself for its sustainability, It's an
And
issue.
I know that Xbox One tackled that head on, and they got completely roasted for
Yeah, 'cause
that.
that was
And
bullshit.
then
The way that they went
Sony,
about it was bullshit.
yeah,
Yep.
and then Sony responded with that, like, "Here's how to trade games on PS4," and he's like hands them a game cartridge. Thanks, you know, it's just like a
Yeah.
really cheeky response video.
Well,
And
yeah,
the
I
That's
mean,
such
PS4
a middle finger.
decimated.
Yeah.
Yeah, the PS4
catastrophic.
decimated the Xbox One because of that. It was such a huge hit to
Well,
them, even
I mean,
though the Xbox.
We're being
Yeah,
real. The Xbox One has dealt permanent damage to Xbox as a brand. They haven't
Yep.
recovered from that.
And that was back. That was
No.
10 years ago.
That was 10 years ago. 10 years
Jesus
ago.
Christ,
guys.
yeah,
decade
you're
ago,
right.
and I
That was-
still
that's
remember
crazy.
when that shit came out. Everyone
uh,
rightfully lost their fucking minds.
But then there's the options of like, yeah, DLC is bound to your account. If you really liked, Dragon Age or Mass Effect, you might want to get the DLCs when they come out. That's income that developers can work on, so it isn't. It's certainly better than piracy, and I would say it's certainly better than pirating the game altogether. Is buying a used copy or lending it from a friend or whatever. Even though, yeah, technically the developer after a first sale, the developer doesn't get anything.
College was a super different story. I had money
Oh,
to buy
good,
games, and
more.
after an entire childhood of not
Wasn't
being
broke.
able to, took a victory lap through the 3
Why are you doing
GameStops
so
in my
little damage?
hometown. I didn't really leave a lot of my
Yes.
bank account
Get
those
good.
days, so
Okay.
I'd conveniently tell myself it was only another week until my next paycheck, and chewed myself out when the bills came around later. The buyer's remorse I had as a college kid sparked a deep-seated obsession with finishing games. I bought these games, and I needed to squeeze every dollar out of them. Because they burned a huge hole in my wallet, I had to be
Oh
good.
my god.
Oh, this one's different though. This is three rows. The
I was
other
about
ones
to
are just
say.
two.
That is
Oh.
different, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a plural. That's why I had to
Yeah.
beat those games. Yeah.
But you have so much more time because you just own it forever now. So you don't have to like.
And I don't know about you, but at least in console games, obviously when you're kind of bound to them forever with Steam, like they're parasites on your Steam account. But with console games, I used to keep my favorite games. I would just keep a copy of Deus Ex Human Revolution because I wanted to play it and revisit it one day.
Replay value.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you
Rainy
did
day
it
when your power's
because
out.
you did it because you had to beat that game.
I beat those games.
I needed to make
I hope that's
sure
the
I
last
didn't
time he does
spend
that.
my money for no reason. I couldn't bear to look at my shelf of games and see this huge backlog of frivolous spending. I couldn't stand the idea of my friends making
You're lying to me. You never
2.5
this serious
minutes
about
about
it.
Yeah.
2.5 minutes about his
dramatic,
shitty
yeah.
budgeting. Like his shitty
Well, it's not
budgeting
just
from
that,
Yeah, we've all of us here, I'm sure, had a library of games where we would look at them and be like, "Oh shit, I still haven't
Ed,
played that yet."
Have you seen?
I'm
my
looking at
Steam
them right now.
library?
Well, yeah, that's what I'm talking about back then, not right now.
pre-Steam. Even
Everyone,
pre-Steam. I know what you mean.
dude, even my fucking grandma would have one right now. That's just everybody like on Steam. You get given
it is.
games that you're never gonna play, but back then, a list of 360 games, for example, you'd be like, "Oh shit, yeah, I bought that one in the bargain bin. I never played it, huh?"
Yeah.
I don't think
Right,
we were
you
having
got-
an existential crisis looking at the fucking folder, being like, "Oh god, I gotta play."
You
it."
guys don't understand. You go to the cafeteria and you're like, "Hey man, have you gotten to the Reaper in Mass Effect 2?" You're like, "Oh no, I'm still in Act 2." It's like, "Oh." And they
Oh.
like walk away and like
Get the
don't
fuck
make
off
eye
our
contact.
table.
It starts raining.
Fucking
Clouds
loser.
come in. Then Lewis makes fun of you.
Yeah. Maybe
fun of
Lewis
me
was
for
right.
it. I wanted to validate myself.
Well,
I wanted to
maybe that's
prove
the
my
problem.
Maybe that's
Maybe
the
the
opposite
problem
of
is
a
that
game.
you seek. I mean, the foundational issue here is that the way that you are seeking personal validation
Mhm.
isn't
Well-
a healthy or like virtuous thing.
Right,
Well,
we haven't
maybe
gotten to the big argument yet.
Well, to
don't
be
Oh,
know
the
fair-
what-
Dragon Age armor in Mass
Okay.
Effect 2. Yo, I remember
Oh,
that shit.
that was really
Oh,
cool.
Wow.
I assume
Yeah, it
Rax's
was
point
cool.
is that it's not going to be about whether you finish the game. It's about something and more
It's
deep
about
in your
something
psyche.
soul. Yeah.
purchases had a purpose. Oh, but doing YouTube videos? Incredibly different situation.
What the
I
fuck
had
was that?
money, I had drive, I had passion. I wanted to talk about all kinds of thoughts and
it's not
opinions I
going
had
well,
on
eh?
games.
Okay.
I didn't have a lot of time on my hands, so I'd conveniently forget to do my homework and ignore my regimen, then mentally self-destruct later.
Damn.
Oh, well,
calm
that's
down.
not good. Your life
on.
seems like you need to reevaluate some of your choices.
Budget
Dying
and mental
over
state.
here.
That's it. This is
The desperate need for approval I had as an adult sparked a consuming obsession with finishing games. Before I could talk,
Do it, say it. Put it on the screen again. Do it.
one more time. Let's go. I'm ready.
Do you have a
Dare you.
problem?
it in a thoughtful, powerful way, I had
Yeah, he is.
Come
to
3
beat
minutes of your
that
19-minute
game.
video.
I needed to scour for every
Uncute.
detail. I needed to make my writing so
gonna
airtight,
get
so
something
on the
right.
mark, no
Not
one
like I'm
was
gonna
going to
miss
make fun of
anything.
me. I had to stay ahead of the
He had
curve.
to, Metal,
be the
he had to
trends-
finish those games.
He did do. Would we
He's
have
gonna
picked
say
that
it
up?
again, Metal.
Ironically, this
wanted
video
to
makes me not want to finish this video.
Yeah,
Oh.
this guy,
Oh my goodness.
this guy
beat.
sucks.
And year after year, with every failure to accomplish what I had set out
Okay, I'm
to
back.
do at every stage
Get
of my life,
on
with
with
these
it.
games,
Shit.
my
What the-
obsession.
This is the part of the video
He's
he just says,
still-
so I'm a complete failure.
Fucking
Oh,
loser. That's what I'm
Oh,
hearing.
Parents hate me. I'm alone.
Tell me
The
more
girls
about your
won't
bum
talk to
life.
me.
Like, what is this?
Is this the 20 minutes you skipped in last video?
No.
We've been tricked.
Would turn to guilt. Because if I didn't finish the game, what was the point of spending all this time on it? The money, the bandwidth.
Dude, you got some
I don't know, man.
things to figure out. Like,
Yeah, you do have things to figure out. I remember when I was
God
young and I
damn.
didn't, prioritize things in my life, but you get over that hopefully, eventually, maybe, ideally.
I don't know. I can think of plenty of games that I enjoyed thoroughly and I didn't finish. Plenty of GTAs I didn't finish.
Mhm.
I don't think I ever beat Skyrim because I'm too busy fucking around, like,
I never beat Skyrim.
Yeah, I bet
just
so
fucked
many
around in it.
people. Yeah, I
Well, I
bet
mean,
so
isn't
many
the,
people just fucked around and never actually finished. I didn't care how it ended. I'm
I didn't
busy.
care about the story, and it's
Isn't
their
the-
story's
isn't
fault
the,
that I never
uh,
cared. Quite frankly.
Legit, I
Isn't
completely agree with
the
that.
meme that like 10% of the books that people often have on their bookshelf are the ones that they actually read? They're like a huge amount of books that people buy go unread.
Yep.
What is
Yep.
the stat? There's definitely a stat for that. Like this is pretty common. It's kind of weird that the way that it's being presented here as
Yeah.
like a sort of this strange obsession that developed throughout your
Yeah,
life.
but
This sounds like a
Think about how
personal
many-
problem with this guy for sure.
Yeah, but think about how many Kindles you'd have to buy to fill up a bookshelf. That would take way more.
Oh,
Damn.
The denial. How could I run
Do you not
a
like physical
successful
books, Rags? That sounded like a.
What?
Sounded like a. You,
No.
How many?
How did
Kindles
you
need
pull
to
that away
fill up?
from my comment? No, how
It
did you?
almost seemed like you were talking about space efficiency, storage and whatnot. That if you
Well-
got a Kindle, you don't have to worry as much about storage space and
No,
physical
no,
space.
the opposite.
No,
Think about how
books-
many Kindles it would take to fill up all that space. It would be
Oh,
nonsensical,
it'd
right?
probably be like
with
1,000 Kindles, right?
Yeah,
It'd be...
but with books you could do it, And I wouldn't want 1,000 Kindles on a bookshelf. I would want books that looked nice.
yeah.
Made me
Yeah,
only appear
it would make
learned.
you appear well read.
Yes. But in
Quality
reality,
books on a
well,
bookshelf always look good.
I think what you want is that they have like lettering that when you put all the books across, it spells out, I had to read that book.
I had to finish my homework.
I had to beat the shelf.
I don't know. This guy's
This,
flawed.
I would respect this video a lot more if this was all built up to I have to finish this intro. or something.
He's like,
I don't think he has the
writing,
talent for that.
I'm writing this video from an insane asylum. That's where I ended up. And I just wanted to let you guys know how it got here.
Yeah, there's still hope.
Finish therapy.
Here. We need
You're
to
probably
difficult.
wondering how I got here, you guys.
I was
Let me
able
tell
to
you a little story.
Yeah, the
I was
freeze
able to
frame.
smuggle a
That's right.
pin into my room.
Because if I didn't finish the game, what was the point of spending all this time on it? The money, the bandwidth, the denial.
Oh, the fun
How
you
could-
had along
The
the way, of
bandwidth.
course,
Nope.
because
The fun you
that's
had
what
along the
gaming's
way.
about.
Bandwidth, bro?
Yeah,
Like-
but I mean that's a life lesson though, Rags.
I
It's
just-
not about the destination; it's about the journey. That's a
Yeah,
that's a
I have.
hard
No, it's about the bandwidth. Like, what's wrong with this guy?
It's not about
Do
the
you like games?
destination, it's about the bandwidth.
It's about the bandwidth you consume and steal from your parents along the way.
Fucking
How
up the
much-
Wi-Fi.
How much of my parents' money can I waste in my vain pursuit of playing video games?
I'm just
I am a
I'm
good
imagining.
son.
Sorry.
run a successful YouTube channel if I wasn't covering the newest game within a week of it coming out? How could I call myself a fan of these series or talk?
How can I call myself a
Series?
gamer?
Series.
Series?
Yeah, I don't know what happened there.
I
Is
think
he done
series
yet?
is also plural, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Siri?
You just say series for plural.
Yeah.
Siri.
Siri?
With two eyes, yeah.
Talk to my friends about games if I never finished them?
My
How
God.
could I justify the thousands of dollars?
4 minutes.
See, some people think a
Can't
gamer's
believe
life
it.
is an easy life, but this is proof that it's
No,
one of the
it's-
most
it's,
difficult
it's a
existences on the
Gamers
planet.
really are
20%
oppressed.
of the runtime.
Gamers are oppressed by their friends, by their parents,
By their
by
games.
college,
By Lewis, like this guy.
by
is
Lewis, by
traumatized.
Lewis and his
This guy's
fucking uncle.
traumatized.
Yeah.
Almost
Lewis
Still
is
hovering over
hilarious.
his shoulder. Lewis is like that, the ghost in Blind Manor, just hovering over his shoulder at all times.
Lewis, please. I'll finish Simpsons Hit and Run, I swear.
Lewis,
fucked, man.
please.
I know this
Oh,
is a
man.
big old tangent, but looking at this still frame, unlike narrow streets in Japanese cities, like a vibe. They're kind of
Yeah, they
you know
are.
what I mean?
Yeah.
They're-
We just don't
especially
have
with
those
all
here.
the signs, the neon, and everything. It's like a really, it's a cool
They're
vibe.
really
I
cool.
like it.
The Endgame Ronin scene, they had that same vibe to it with the tight, narrow streets.
Well, because
Like,
this is
about-
the Yakuza games, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
It's like Kyoto and
Yeah.
Tokyo and
Those are
stuff.
fun.
And it's actually funny
This
because
is
it's
kind of
probably more
nostalgia.
just true to life because this is just an alleyway. But you get into games like you don't realize just how scaled up GTA is because they have to make the lanes wider so you can dodge your car around other cars easier. You don't realize just what kind of like a normal size, proper to scale alleyway would be like. It'd probably be pretty close to this actually.
That's a good point.
One of my
I'd
favorite games is Shenmue, and it's got
yeah.
terrific world design. Like it's very authentic Japanese neighborhood that you start off in. It's really cool to just explore.
Crazy ahead of its time too.
Never.
Yeah,
Japanese.
if it's even real.
I love Shenmue. I wouldn't say it's like a super fun game, but the mechanics behind it are kind of incredible for the time. Like you can actually, every single NPC has a schedule, and like I followed this one guy. I think it was like the burger stand guy or something like that. He closed up shop, walked to the store, zoned into the store, grabbed some groceries, then zoned out of the store. Then you can follow him back to his specific apartment. He has one specific apartment he goes back to. Just like the detail of every
Nice.
single NPC in the day is really, really cool.
He doesn't just walk
Yeah,
around the
wow.
corner and stand there.
Nope.
Like, they don't just cut him out.
Also,
It is actually
the,
nice when you search for those details and they pay off.
Is the subtitle here an attack on the Sterling video?
For some
Some
reason.
He's hiding commentary. My goodness.
Spent on my digital library if I hadn't touched more than half of it? What was the point? What was my motive? Why can't I stop?
I'm sorry.
What's happening? I'm
It's
feeling
just
sad
so
for that
serious.
guy.
feeling anymore.
Guy needs meds, man. I know.
Imagine I said to you guys, like, can I truly review
He needs
film but I
medical
haven't
skill
seen
check
all of them?
and
What am I
All
supposed
of
to
the
do?
films.
If I haven't seen all of the film, how can I begin to talk about the film?
I don't know. You better just, I don't know, jump off a brush. I don't know.
A brush?
A bridge.
Jump off a bush.
Jump off a brush. Just find
Aim
a
for the
really big
bridges.
brush.
Feeling this way.
There goes
So eventually,
my
one existential
hero.
crisis after another, you start
Oh my
learning a lot about
God.
yourself.
Existential
The differences
crisis.
between who you are naturally
By the way, Theo, is this not your favorite video essay of all time right now?
I'm so checked out, dude. I'm gone.
Great. Yeah, I love this.
He
I
said
hate
nothing
it.
for 4 minutes.
I really
Absolutely
like the art
nothing.
style of this game, though. Which
You know-
game is this? Is this
This
one of
is
the?
Fire
is it-
Emblem.
Fire Emblem.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, nice armor.
3 houses, which I didn't complete.
You know how much
Whoa.
content you
Did
can
you have an
express
existential
in 4
crisis?
minutes?
I know that's not well, only for a little bit. For a day, it was pretty tough when
What
I
did Lewis think
realized, I
about
look
you not
back.
finishing this?
He was pretty disappointed. I mean, you spent
Gonna beat
80
the fuck out of
bucks
you.
on that game.
Don't
and
look
then
in
you
any
didn't
mirrors.
complete it.
Second you go to sleep after a night of not completing a game, he's just sitting there waiting, looking at you.
I like the idea that you just end up in this horrible nightmare scape, like
There's
when
Lewis.
You better lock your doors, bro.
You run away and then he's just there always. You turn the corner, he's there staring at you in the shadows.
Can't
It's
look
like
in any
the-
mirrors till you beat the game.
the ghost of unfinished games past. Just like the modern Scrooge tale.
Oh man.
You have
I've been dabbling
to
back in.
finish that game.
Okay, Louis, I'm sorry.
Okay,
I've been
Lewis.
It's
dabbling back
me,
into
it's
recording
me,
lately,
it's
and let me
Bubba,
tell
it's
you, you can say
you.
so much in 4 minutes. Like
Yeah.
you can get so much done in 4 minutes.
Well, imagine
don't
that this
have
whole
to
section
spend it.
was growing up. I always felt like you have to finish a game, and that's
Yeah,
it. That's all it is.
Maybe if you
Well, I
really
think-
feel like it, you can include a little bit of stuff to back that up.
Mola, how can
This could have
you
been
of
20
anybody
seconds.
complain about a long? How can you do that, Mola?
I just did.
Explain
it.
yourself.
You saw how. Just
Wow.
did it.
No, you do it again.
What?
Do it again.
Stuff again. That's right.
Again.
If I did it
Oh,
again, I'd be
yourself.
much longer.
You could have reviewed Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania in 4 minutes. You could have.
Yeah, just said it. You just say it's bad.
Just say it's bad.
I did say
exactly.
right at the end of the script. I said Ant-Man bad.
Ah,
Yeah.
right. So
If
that
you want
makes
to
you,
watch that part alone, that's fine. There you go.
You said not great, right? I think you said like, not great.
Pretty not great. Yeah, something like that.
Pretty
So-
not great.
Ant-Man is a 6 out of 10.
External factors contributing to who you've become. I've done a lot of thinking, figured some of it out.
Have you?
If you've ever experienced
Some of
something
it,
like
oh.
those scenarios from my own life, I have something
No.
important to tell you.
Here we go.
You
Okay.
don't need to finish that game.
What?
Oh my
God!
god!
We did it.
What is the time period of this game, and what is she wearing? They're in like a
Oh
castle,
my
but she's
goodness,
wearing
what the hell?
She's
glasses.
a, yeah, she's
Like
And she's
modern
got, like,
designer
this-
glasses, yeah.
And
She's
look at
anime.
her hair. She's got random like pink and white
It's-
braids mixed.
it's
What
anime.
the fuck is happening in
It's
anime?
anime, yeah.
Anime was
Don't
a
ask.
mistake.
True.
Don't ask.
True.
Is so obsessed about nowadays. People gatekeep and invalidate each other's opinions based on how far they made it.
Ah,
while
see, so it was all
Oh,
relevant.
come
It was-
on.
No, but
this
it was
can't
it
be
was
it.
all it was all relevant, Theo, because he was talking about his own sort of troubles when it came to being part of the conversation, and now he's saying that part of what influences people is gatekeeping. So it all was relevant,
Right.
important information.
I feel the
Sure.
opposite. I feel like we just found out the true motivation for this video. It's
I
like,
want my
some
time
people
back.
claim that you don't have a good perspective if you haven't finished the game. It's like, oh.
playing them. Being up to date on a long-running series seems to be more important than caring about its trajectory, its quality, and the conditions it was made in.
Are you
People
sure?
are so
You reckon?
What
You think so?
is?
You really think that?
I'm gonna press X to doubt on that. That's a
I
game.
don't know about that.
What's the Lewis thing?
How how often is it that if you gave a perspective on well, I mean, Tears of the Kingdom, right? That's relevant. It's like, oh, have you played The Legend of Zelda? The Legend of Zelda 2 Link's Adventure?
Awakening?
Link's Transitioning.
Awakening, yeah. And then Breath of the Wild,
They,
Wind
them,
Waker, Twilight Princess, all of those games. How often is anybody actually going to interrogate you on how many games in the series you played? You know?
I think that's happened to me like about never, and I'm pretty entrenched
Well,
into these sorts of spaces.
Not gonna be interrogated. It's like, hey, have you played this of the series? This one of the series? No.
No.
Okay. Anyway, moving along.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I guess we'll talk about something else like
Yeah,
humans
let's
do.
Talk about the one you did play.
Oh, that
Do
was
you
one
think-
of those songs that was on like Windows XP that came with it, wasn't it? Like humans do.
I don't remember.
That wasn't
Oh.
that pinball game. That was one of the games that was on
Space
Windows.
Cadet.
Yeah, there was
XP.
Space Cadet. Yeah, Space Cadet Pinball.
Yeah.
But I think that bundled within the Windows XP like music player, there was like 10 or so songs in there, and I think one of them was like humans do. Breathing out, breathing in.
Afraid of missing out on the real impact of a sequel, they'll prevent themselves from playing it until they beat the games leading up to it.
Well, but that can
mean-
be
Well,
valid.
that's not-
It can
Yeah,
be.
Yeah.
that's not
Yeah.
exactly. That's not necessarily.
I
a
wouldn't
bad thing
recommend
to
you
hold
play
off.
God of War Ragnarok without playing the one before
Well,
that.
yeah, exactly,
Mhm.
because it's contextual.
Continuity.
It depends on,
Yeah.
like some games present themselves as essentially being, again, with Zelda, right? You can jump into any game and you don't really need to know what happened in any of the other
Yeah.
games compared to a serialized narrative, franchise.
And
Same
even
with
without,
There's a lot-
the Final
And
Fantasies.
even without that, you might want to be like, yeah, I kind of don't want to play Dark Souls 3. I want to play Dark Souls first, or even Demon Souls. I want to go through it chronologically.
I would
Even just to
recommend it.
see how the
That's what
mechanics
you should
upgrade.
do.
There's
Just
a
for
lot
the
of
mechanics
reasons why
alone.
you. Exactly. There's a lot of
Yeah.
earnest reasons why you would want to do that beyond the pressures of society.
Like
Yeah, like-
Devil May Cry, I always remember loving the third one for the mechanics and like all the weapons and like abilities that you can blend together, but liking the aesthetic of the second one because Dante was older, a little bit more mature. I didn't want to see him as a teenager. So it's hard to get like the right blend sometimes.
I would just never recommend playing 3 then 1 for Dark Souls because your expectations is going to be all backward. While jumping
Yeah.
from 1 to 3 is basically what everyone did, and it was designed with that in mind. So if if you was like, you can just play 3 anyway, I'd be like, yeah, you can play 3 anyway. That's fine. Just saying, it's also valid to not do that.
We're
Really
so
quickly, which
desperate to
ones
be
do you
a part
recommend?
Of the way
What was that?
Dark Souls, Bloodborne, and the third one. Those are the three.
Well,
that you
Mahler
recommend?
would
All of
recommend
them outside
2.
of Dark Souls 2.
Yeah, okay, that's what I want.
2 is the best from what I hear. You should only
No,
play
Rex, stop.
2. Only play 2.
He was supposed to be our friend.
Rags,
Well,
are
I
you the
heard it has
Lewis
the
of
best-
EFAP?
It has the best hitboxes.
Yeah,
And
and the best lighting too.
It's funny. I can give you an example. I've watched your reviews on Dark Souls 2, and I've never actually played the Dark Souls games, but I understand gaming enough to understand that hitboxes and the mechanics involved are essentially like they're really critical to a game's like function. And
Yep.
the fact that those things can just be completely ignored when someone's reviewing
Listen,
it's insane.
The hitboxes
It's
in
so
DS2,
important. It's
the
so
fans of the
fucking-
game just call them fun boxes because you never know what's going to happen.
Fun boxes.
On
Oh
boxes.
my
I'm
God.
gonna write a 4-hour essay saying hitboxes are implied.
Oh
Hitboxes
no!
are implied.
Start with the
Do
first
it,
5
you
minutes of the video should be
coward.
about your childhood trauma.
Yeah, exactly.
I had to dodge that hitbox.
Oh,
in.
no.
People are so afraid of missing out on the real impact of a sequel, they'll prevent themselves from playing it until they
I feel
beat
like
the game.
there's a broader conversation to be had about people feeling like they're missing out on the big relevant cultural moments.
Yeah.
I feel
feels
like
like
it's
a
a completely separate conversation.
It is. It's a separate one because it extends beyond video games and whether or not you've completed them. I think it just stems from people's desire to be part of the conversation always, no matter what.
Well,
I would say it's even
That
probably
should
more.
happen organically. You don't want to force that.
when it comes
Well,
to Dark
it's
Souls
just that-
as well, like there's the sense of should you be playing it with any information or not, and a lot of people
Yeah.
will tell you shouldn't. They'll be like, "Well, fuck you, I can play it when I want." It's like, no, I'm not saying you shouldn't because I think it's the best way to play. I'm saying there's an experience you can only get doing that, and once you don't do it, you can't get it.
Yeah.
It's like why I tell people whenever they say I'm lost in a video game, I'm like, well, maybe kind of cherish the fact that you can get lost in a video game because, man, there will come a time where you will never get lost in that video game again, and that is not an experience you will ever be able to get back.
And that's the thing. If someone says like, "I hate playing video games that way," it's like, okay, fine. You know, everyone has their preferences, but being treated here like an obsession that's killing everything. All right, calm
That's
down.
ruining lives.
He gave me trauma, damn it.
I think a theme with these two videos is people's strange relationships with video games and like how different everyone's could possibly be.
Yeah, a little
I
bit.
find that really strange because for me, it's like you have to find a way, especially if you're a lifelong gamer. It changes over the years. And you have to find a way to like make sure that you have a healthy relationship with games. Like I was
Well-
addicted to League for the longest time, and I needed to get the hell away from that. And like
And
acknowledging that
Arcane
is
pulled me
important.
right back in.
No. Arcane. Shout out to Arcane. I really love that show. But no,
It's
I
just-
just balancing it.
It seems that the end point of that big story should have been, and then I realized, who gives a shit? Like,
Crazy.
By the way,
I would really actually like
Come
that
on.
if he brought that out, but no, he seems
well, no,
committed
it's
to this.
gonna occupy the next 15 minutes, I guess, of
Yeah.
just making the point. Who fucking cares?
Cat are doing their
Mhm.
thing again. With,
He'll probably
with,
finish it with that.
With Lewis, right? Changing the name of it. The one that just stood out to me was like Lewis Party 7.
League of Legends. I didn't even check the chat. I didn't realize I did that.
They made
Grand Theft
7
Lewis.
Lewis parties.
The first 6 Lewis parties were really good. You had to expect
Oh,
they'd make a
God.
7.
Yeah, it made sense.
I almost want to
Agile
start.
Kill Louis.
I almost want to start keeping a tally of how
Lewis
often
Lane.
video essayists tell me something I don't already know,
Mm-hmm.
or like that isn't already very apparent.
You guys should have a checkbox like for these things, definitely. Just like ready anytime you go into it.
I don't know about you, but Mark Brown told me about Mario's jump. I had no idea.
No, he didn't. That was the thing.
What
He
was the,
didn't
yeah,
tell us.
that's the meme. The meme. Like,
He just
damn it,
wouldn't tell us, damn it.
tell me the secrets, Mark.
Leading up to it. We're so desperate to be a part of the wave, we're insistent on buying
What's
the
this
new
video
thing
about?
and-
Sorry.
I don't fucking know.
Like-
We're figuring it out as we
like
go along,
actually-
okay?
You don't think on you don't. This is JC Vasquez. You don't need to finish games. All right, you don't need to capitalize too, but here we fucking are. So let's carry right
Oh my
along.
god! Holy
What?
shit.
God damn it!
Max, you
we
sound
are
bald.
5 minutes in.
I mean, you're right. You don't. You
I'm
don't need to
covered in
capitalize
fur
it,
because
but
I'm a
still.
dog.
I don't think you're
Okay.
appreciating the storytelling here because, like, in the beginning, the first 5 minutes, he was saying like, I need to finish games, but then at around the 4.5 minute mark, he was saying like, you don't need to. That's a setup and a payoff. This is storytelling. This is art.
I'm sure that this is leading us somewhere. I'm sure that this isn't a
Yes.
waste of time.
Impact of a
JC
sequel,
Vasquez
they'll
is
prevent themselves from
doing
playing
something
it
good.
until they beat the games leading up to it. We're so desperate to be a part of the wave, we're insistent on buying the new thing and beating
Speak
it
for
as
yourself.
fast as possible
Yeah,
so that we're
speak for
riding
yourself,
at the
actually.
I was gonna say, like, yeah, I guess that would be
Seriously.
bad for anybody who only plays games for the
Oh,
cultural
that way.
aspect. know.
Those aren't gamers then. Like those are like I don't give a fuck about the culture.
Those
Those
are
are
posers.
I like a game or
Posers.
game. Yeah.
Like, come
Yeah,
to terms with the fact that
those
you're
are
not actually
fake
interested in
Barbies.
games for their own sake.
Yeah, man.
Very top. And the truth is, this is a reality we didn't necessarily force ourselves into. It's
Well,
not
some
the
of
nature
us still
of
haven't forced
recreation.
ourselves into
It's
that.
the nature of business. I
The
get the
nature
feeling
of
my
business.
childhood wasn't unique.
Business of
Even if
nature.
you didn't rent games, I'm willing to bet your parents or whoever bought you video games weren't gung-ho about it. Even if they loved
Weren't
games
gung-ho about
themselves,
it?
they were also hopefully thinking about other aspects of your development, so what you
Yeah, I remember.
Um,
I remember when I was in my room and my dad burst in and he said, "You gonna fuck that bear in Baldur's Gate?" And I said, "Yeah, Dad."
What the fuck is he rambling about? I didn't get
Yeah,
any of
I
that.
get
What was the
fine.
point of
So
that?
it sounds to me like he's saying, like, hopefully your parents didn't just give you video games and ignore you in all other aspects of life. It's just like,
Is that what happened to him? Is that why he's so
I
fucked
don't know.
up?
Because he was saying, like, you know, hopefully they explored other aspects of life with you. It's like, yeah, Like,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah, dad came in and said, like, GC, are you gonna finish fucking Sonic right now? You better finish
Yeah.
that game.
If not, I'm gonna
Locked
get
in a-
fucking Lewis right now. He's gonna
Oh, no, no, no.
at you.
Yeah, man.
That's it. Are you Lewis, son?
Oh god.
Are you
Locked in
had
a
to
room trying to
play
finish that
was
game
what
before the
you
deadline.
had to play. From a very young age, we're taught video games need to be finished before we deserve to have another one.
Oh,
What?
true.
Why?
Based
Thanks,
parents.
dude.
So not really.
Well, my parents didn't fucking understand video games, so
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
they're not going to be
it was-
telling
it
me
was-
you got to beat Bowser and the Mario before you can have the next Mario.
They're trying to
It was
teach
a
you a
lot- it was-
lesson
well, no,
about
but I mean,
perseverance.
I feel like the more common example is you're just not getting another one for a while. This is the one that you've got.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
you know,
that was
play it.
$60, or I guess back
Yeah.
then 50s or whatever. Well, I guess now
Well-
because we're old, disgruntled old men on our porches yelling
Yeah.
at the new gamers. Yeah, back then it
Well,
was $60.
The thing is, Rags, in good old Australia, if you went to EB Games, is more expensive than you go to Big W or Target to buy a video game. By the way, in Australia, just in case you didn't know that.
I didn't know
but
that.
back in the day, often video games that were new would cost like $109, like in the mid 2000s and stuff. It's fucking crazy. They actually haven't gotten that much more expensive over here, technically, it seems.
You
'Cause
really
that's
had to
how much
commit.
it costs now.
You
Well, that-
really
full
need
game
those
with them.
boxes.
it's exactly. It's just like, yeah, it's just that
Yeah,
shit's
dude,
expensive. You
it
gotta
wasn't-
get as much out of it as you can.
It wasn't about beating the games. It was just about, like, it was the same with
Right, it wasn't-
movies. If you ask your parents to buy them, or
the same
TV
as,
shows, it's like
oh,
you don't get another
you
one
gotta
straight
eat-
away. So
Yeah,
Yeah,
enjoy
the
it.
replay value.
You gotta
really
eat your
put time into it.
vegetables before you get, dessert. It wasn't like that. It's just the game. It costs a lot of money, so you gotta get as much out of it as you can because you're not getting
Yeah.
another one for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah,
in a
your
way, it's like-
parents are like, this is expensive, and there's this element of don't make, quick, frivolous decisions on purchasing. Really think about what you're going to buy before you buy
Which
it.
is not a bad lesson to learn. It's a
No,
pretty
it's
good one.
traumatizing when they say you
Budgeting.
must beat the Bowser.
That's why I gravitated towards fighting games, because it's especially if there's like a solid game. There's replay value for years with that. Like how many people
Yeah.
played Smash Brothers for years?
Oh
all
yeah,
different
Melee
variations,
was
so many different
Smash
types.
Brothers
yeah.
Melee
Melee is
that was
legendary.
insane
Yeah.
amounts of hours.
Legendary.
I'd say
Mechanics
that
right
if
now.
anything,
Especially when
kind of like
not knowing exactly how to unlock all the characters, and so the surprise
Mhm. Yeah.
of doing different things, being like, "Oh my god, another new
yes.
person!"
Oh, yeah.
New challenger.
Yeah, you
The
hand the
for all,
controller.
the mini mode games. I would spend hours trying to beat those mini mode games where they'd give you some weird handicap with the computers or something. And there's so many different modes that you can mess around with. Just replay value is something you should look for in all the games you play.
It's kind of
This guy, I
It's
don't
almost
know.
an interesting phenomenon that's being described here because the more money that I was able to make to just buy games, all that happened was, I just didn't beat as many of them. There are some that I bought that I didn't complete at all. It's just pretty normal, but it seems like it almost got carried through here of like, holy shit, like I've got to beat every single fucking game that I buy, which is it's so strange. Is that actually like a problem that people have?
No,
Where
him,
they
just him.
I just
to
refuse to believe that the
complete every
average
game that they play.
Just
parent
him.
of his generation knew what it meant to complete these games. Like, nah.
I was kind of expecting this to be about obligate completionists. If you've ever met anyone like that, who they're like, I have to do everything in the game.
Yeah,
before I move
perfectionist.
on." Like, I have to get every achievement. I have to find
Yeah,
and do.
forget
every
that.
single thing.
How
Yeah,
many
those
hun- how
people are
many-
insane.
Yeah, how many hundreds of pigeons are in GTA 4 that you have to shoot?
Yeah.
Screw that.
Finding bottles and stuff all over the city. Forget that. I'm trying to drive and like crash into things.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Or in the case of renting, there's a finite amount of time we have with this game, and our limited understanding is we may never see it again when the time is up. It's probably why kids are so good at video games. beating games was our job.
Yeah,
by-
right. I'll fuck a kid up in a video game.
Fuck's sakes.
Dude.
This guy's got a really limited view on like childhood. Not everyone's childhood was like yours, dude.
Let's chill out there for a second. It was our job.
our
No,
job.
wasn't. What?
What
I
was
mean,
it?
I don't know if it's controversial, but like, a lot of kids suck at video games. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I'm sure I sucked really ass at fucking
Well, the
like a
thing
lot
is
of games when I was younger, but thought I was great.
You have a lot of
reason-
time
that's-
to
that's
invest
what it
in them,
looked
but
like
you
back in the
generally
day was-
suck because you're a kid.
But the thing was, you weren't very good, but you didn't know any better because you weren't
Yeah.
mired in like the sort of landscape that we're in now, where it's very easy to sort of compare how good you are to other people.
Yeah.
Ugh. Can you imagine that?
Well,
Trying to
dude,
be a gamer
everyone had that
now?
moment
Well,
where they thought they were
everything's
great at a
spoiled.
video game, checked out the best
then they
person at it, and then they were
jump
like, "Oh
online.
my god!"
Or the
Yeah.
first time
Yeah,
you
or
stepped
you think
online and
you're
all of a
like-
sudden, oh
exactly.
shit, I need to get my
Oh, yes.
I need to get my
Yeah,
shit
but
together.
knocked out
Live
instantly. Yeah.
Also, they're doing
Yes,
terrible
that
things
works.
to my mother.
That's my first proper TV, like flat screen TV, was because I couldn't see anyone in Call of Duty. I was just getting murdered left and right. Just couldn't get a single kill, so I had to get a proper TV. But yeah, you live and you learn.
And I don't even know what this is assisting overall as a point, but I guess we're about to find out.
doing it well, we'd be rewarded with more of them. And school was where we could show our efforts off. Knowing more about a video
Nobody in
game
school
than
cared
someone
about my
else when you're
gaming.
10 years old
I mean, we talked about everything in my school, not just games.
Yeah.
Okay.
is like being Christ reborn in the minds of
Okay.
other
All right.
Calm down.
Wait, what?
Christ was born? What?
The
Did I miss
social
something?
currency of the millennial childhood is that of a video game.
Holy shit.
children. It makes you the center of attention for a week until the rest of them catch up to you and you raise them on to Mount the
You know, you didn't have to share so much. I'm just saying.
Like,
What if you were the kid that was getting bullied for playing video games? Like, hey, Jimothy, did you finish that game? It's like, no, I don't. What are video games? I don't know.
What are
I'm
video
cool.
games? Never heard of those.
It's like trying to make this all sound so much more grand and weighty
And personal.
Yeah,
Then it
then
really is.
Making it so emotional. Like
you almost really want just a normal, like, down to earth video to just be like, we all played a lot of games, and sometimes you get a sense that you really need to beat them, you know?
It does seem like a dramatization of just justifying that he doesn't finish all games, which is fine. I don't finish most of the games I play.
Nobody holds the perspective that you are obligated to complete every single game that you buy. Like, that's not a perspective
Well,
that
but the-
people have.
He threw in that one tiny bit a little bit ago about how people expect that of you when you've reviewed them. We're like, whoa, get into that. Go
Well,
because that might
I
have been
mean,
the motive for the
When
whole
we
video.
reviewed it, yeah,
Oh.
that's a different conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with the premise that you don't need to finish a game to enjoy it. There's plenty of games I've enjoyed that I haven't finished, but is he going to now pivot to the review?
I don't know.
Is that I guess
I
we'll
know,
Well, I
see.
mean, once
prefer
the
that conversation. I
beautiful
find it more
all of
interesting
it-
than I felt I had to finish them because Lewis would
Well,
give me a spanking.
all of this is going to be irrelevant to that conversation.
Yeah.
This would be a complete waste of
Yeah.
time if
He's
that's
gonna
where
make
we're
a point.
going.
This
6
is like
minutes
pure
of Lewis
pressure stuff.
PTSD.
Yeah.
Olympus, welcoming them as your fellow gods.
Holy
the nice
shit.
lesson our parents were teaching us about valuing our possessions also reinforced this idea we were getting at school that beating games was cool. Like Sunny D in the fridge and McDonald's every day cool.
no, okay,
Oh, I thought that
look,
was like a
what?
bunch of rappers,
All right.
Sunny D in the fridge. And I was like, who the
Stuff
fuck
in the
were they?
fridge.
I don't remember Sunny D in the fridge.
some
Did he come
fucking
back- oh,
how
it's
this
Monday.
hasn't been addressed, so let's address it. Completing a game is a task you set yourself. Like when you play a game, the game is a task. Completing the game is completing the task. People like to not leave things unfinished, like
Mhm.
naturally.
Well, it's spoken like a true robot. I guess you never had a childhood.
Yeah, I guess, sure, whatever, man.
Because
Could be
me,
still Lewis
I
in your
completed a
life.
game and then I'd come into school, welcomed by Lewis first, and then everyone else as a king, a god king.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay, man, sure.
How many
whole-
people?
The
How many-
hallways parted, everyone got on their knees and bowed to you.
Dude, did you,
Yeah.
I
actually
fear
beat Super Mario Sunshine? It's like, yes. I tipped that
We
box
would,
upside
Well,
down.
like I finished Mario and just pussy was dripping everywhere. It was crazy.
I wasn't even let into my friend's house until we compared gamer scores. That was-
Exactly.
Yeah, there was that club where you could only get in if you had 100,000 gamer score. There was a special room in the back for the million gamer score people. Oh, good days,
Guy.
good times.
If there's one thing I know the games industry is good at, it's finding ways to turn children and teens into loyal consumers.
I mean, generally it's
that's
by
just the
making
goal
good
of
games.
like,
But yeah,
all
that's
product
all
creation.
businesses,
Yeah.
Yeah.
We want them to buy our stuff and then keep buying our stuff.
No, it's just
I-
this particularly.
I remember the famous Steve Jobs speech where he's like, "Nah, you don't need to get the next iPhone. It's fine."
In the late 90s, early aughts, when I was a kid, and yes, I am nearly 30, looks can be deceiving.
Why?
Game
Why?
companies
You look
were
like you're
already
nearly 30.
He does look like he's.
What did that add?
I don't
Like,
know. I guess he
okay,
just wanted to say that
I-
he looks good. there you go. That's all right.
It's like, yeah, sure. Okay.
It's also a weird choice to use previous footage from another one of your videos while you're doing voiceover, but the
Yeah.
voiceover doesn't match your lips. It's kind of weird.
I'll allow him a pass. He's had a lot of trauma.
Oh, right. Yeah.
capitalizing on the way
Lewis
I
and-
played games. Games with obtuse progression, games with secret levels and new things to discover, and games too big to finish in a rental period where they're
Ugh.
bread and butter. These were ways to keep players renting or convince them to just buy, and the mascot
Sorry, there's a lot of
generation.
content in that game.
I don't even know what to
guess. I don't
say
man.
about this. Like,
What do you say? Yeah, there's just
Also, that doesn't make a lot of sense. The copies are bought by, say,
I was
Blockbuster
about
or
to
whatever,
say,
and
do
then they
Blockbuster pay royalties or something for every
No.
single like rental that they do.
but like, how
no,
weird.
they buy it once. The company gets one copy sold, and then Blockbuster can make money forever. Like I have a good example of that. Like I rented Chrono Trigger way back in the day, and I really liked it. Later on, I bought it. It's fine, but I don't think it's like some conspiracy. It's like, it's been rent until they can finally buy the game.
I feel like
Yeah,
you guys
that's
would verbally slap me if I said, like, I've been thinking a lot, and I noticed a lot of games have like secret levels or collectibles or big levels or sort of like difficult levels, and it's an attempt to really just make you play the game a lot more.
Like, yeah, okay. And
It would be like, so this is the beginning of your thought, right? Like, you've got way
yeah.
more to say, please.
It's like
did a lot
value,
to get
basically,
kids
just
to beg their
value
parents
proposition. Sorry.
to buy them the new Crash Bandicoot or the new Spyro or the next Banjo-Tooie, and no, I don't want to rent it. I know
Banjo-Kazooie,
I'm
you
going to
mean?
like it. But what
No,
I
Banjo-Tooie
was a sequel, but
yeah,
he said the next Banjo.
the next Banjo-Tooie,
kind of a
yeah.
strange
Oh, maybe
statement.
that's what threw me off. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a strange
Yeah.
thing to say.
don't think they expected was for the kids to dangle what they knew in front of each other's faces, to use the fact they had games and knew a lot about them as a form of social status. Or maybe they did.
Okay.
what?
I don't know what's
Are we
happening.
done with?
Point
Was
of
that like a conclusion, or
What was the
What was the point of that?
Now the actual video, perhaps?
it
We're
begins?
7.5 minutes into a 19-minute video, and I don't think I've learned anything.
His
We've set the
personal
foundation.
trauma. That's
Set
it.
all of the
I think he's
foundations.
about to show like an ad from the 90s. Yeah.
Dude, there's no way.
Whoa!
This is Timmy. Timmy knows how to get the
Dude.
coolest, newest video games first. But now someone else is as cool as Timmy.
Is it Lewis?
Someone else
Two
is gotta be
will
Lewis.
play just released games until midnight the next day.
Beating games wasn't
Oh God. Okay, fine. Captain Midnight does
So-
editing like this. Drives me nuts, but it's okay.
just cool.
His
Brand
sucks too, but
loyalty
it's more
and
relevant than this guy's.
I will give you that. Yes.
brand
Yeah.
consumption was cool. We were either Nintendo or Sega kids, or Nintendo or
Boring. Say something.
really
Stop telling me what it
Nintendo
was
or
like to
Sega
be a
kid?
kid.
like did you know
Speak
this
for
video was going to
yourself.
be this way?
That's one of those why
That's a
are you the
good
way that you
question,
are
Theo.
moments.
Was this
isn't it?
specifically just to torment me?
I can torment multiple people at once. I don't know.
Like,
you
what
mean.
if there was no point? What if it was all the video essayist preamble?
This is
Oh.
this is also very kind of narrow-minded in that he kind of expects that everybody's experience with video games is exactly like
Yeah.
him.
So it's like, speak
Right,
for
yeah.
yourself. He keeps saying these limited statements where it's just, what are you talking about? I feel like all of us could describe a different experience with video games at the age he's talking about. It's just
Yeah, I mean,
useless.
his stuff is ranging from N64 days to Xbox 360. Back in the PlayStation days, you could get a demo disc with like 20 demos on there. That can keep you busy for hours if you're worried about the money factor. So there's plenty of other options. There's rental buy wasn't the only option, or weird.
PlayStation kids, and if you're a little younger, either Xbox 360 or PlayStation 3 kids. You'd think people would grow out of those childlike conceptions, but teenage adolescence has a funny way of making us feel a lot smarter without doing much of anything different.
Okay, we are at the point now where I'd be like, what do you guys think the fucking point of this video is?
I have no idea
I have
anymore.
no
Actually,
idea.
no.
I'm
I
starting
figured-
to think
I
the
figured
answer to
this
that
was-
is ads.
I figured this was going to be along the lines of actually talking about like reviewing games, and because I didn't realize that there was ever a perspective that you had to complete every single game that you bought. I didn't know that that was something that people felt strongly.
As we got older, the words used may have changed, but it was the same dynamic. My teenage years were when the console wars became a monolith.
You know, this is spoke like the Vietnam shit for Movie Bob.
He's going over every stage of his fucking life, just telling us how he felt about video games.
Is his point that like
he's a crazy person?
Everybody's very passionate about gaming, and that we have like different cultural flashpoints of crazy things happening? I don't really know.
If that was his point, he'd be willing to explore different points of views other than his limited perspective of video games and childhood. He keeps limiting it to like his perspective. Like, I don't think that's it. I think this guy is just a fucking rambling idiot. That's pretty much the conclusion.
A much more like the kind of hinted at but not really explored to be like, did marketing back in the 90s kind of create that kind of feeding frenzy that influenced the sort of peer pressure that created this sort of, I got to finish this or else I'm going to be left behind?
Well,
That'd
the
be an
90s
interesting idea, but he doesn't
advertising-
explain that at all.
90s advertising essentially creating and capitalizing on the console war is a big topic that would be worth, but it feels like it's not the same topic.
No, not really. Like, yeah, just really aimless.
You know, the
so
whole
far.
Sega does what Nintendo don't, and creating mascots that would essentially compete with each other and trying to undercut each other and being hyper competitive.
Yeah, they were really aggressive too. The advertising companies between Nintendo and Sega, they would absolutely just dump on the other console.
The advent of the internet.
Oh, Shad, are you here?
Yes,
man.
Oh my
Hello.
god. Beautiful.
Mr. Sword.
Welcome, welcome.
Welcome.
Welcome. We are approaching hour 3 of our 24-hour extravaganza. Nice to see
Whoa.
you.
It's nice to be here.
So it's funny, I've hung out with you more this week than I think Fringy and Rex.
Oh my god. Wow.
That's the streaming world for you. If you scroll up, there's a link to a watch together. We're currently listening to Mel. Why don't you summarize what we've learned so far?
I don't fucking know.
Nobody knows.
I'm just scared of Lewis.
No, we've learned. We've
Lewis.
learned
He has
about
a lot
one
of-
man. We've learned about one man's trauma with video games.
Yeah, a
and,
lot of
like, how
trauma.
fucked up his childhood.
One man
was.
being tormented by Lewis. It happens.
Had to finish every game, otherwise he gets beat up by Lewis.
Essentially 5 minutes of explaining how he felt like as a child he had to finish every single game, but then he realized he didn't. That's basically
yeah.
what's happened so far.
That's the revolutionary kind of conclusion.
And how
You
much
don't
it's
have to
affected his
finish
life.
games.
You missed the best part though, Shad, is at the beginning, 4 separate times he said he felt, based on the events of his childhood, that he had to finish the game.
Mhm.
He got increasingly serious each time with words on the screen.
Did he explain what he felt would happen if he didn't?
Death.
Death?
Shame.
Banishment.
He basically he couldn't be like he couldn't live almost like it was
banishment to
he put
wherever
a- he-
Thrawn was banished.
He put a great deal of importance on being like validated by his gaming experiences compared to how like other kids, like viewed him and how he socialized regarding that. So it was very
Interesting.
Hmm.
Is he mentally stable?
No.
We're not
He seems
sure.
to be.
Jury's
he's
out on
just.
that.
I think he's mentally stable. Just he's got his priorities a bit glimpy.
Well, I think we're into the substantive part of the video. That's our theory anyway. We're about to get
All right. Well, I love substance.
I don't believe you.
Hell yeah.
Substance is great.
Paired with one of the most popular console generations of all time really brought it out of people. Well, game companies learning about internet marketing really brought it out of people.
What game everything learned about marketing.
And it's not even a new.
industries.
Again, the console war is from the 90s, like as a phenomenon. You could say it even started earlier than that, but it really like it's not like it was a new thing with the PS4 and the Xbox One. Like that's just because you were getting more immersed in those spaces at that time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 'cause he made reference to Nintendo and Sega, right? That fight, but like it
Yeah,
goes
and it's like-
beyond that. obviously.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, exactly. It's
you could go back to
I
like the Odyssey and the Atari and stuff. Yeah, it's been going on for a long time.
Yeah, well, before Nintendo and Sega, Atari just dominated everything for so long. So
Yeah.
it wasn't really a competition. It wasn't as fierce as some of the
But
battles
don't worry,
later on.
there was still plenty of gamer cringe, all the eras. Did,
exactly.
love to enjoy.
And whether or not you were a willing participant, you were in it. Most
No, you weren't.
No.
No, you
can just
wouldn't.
play your
No,
games and not
No,
give a shit.
exactly. You weren't a part of it. If
It
you
just
didn't
cuts
care about
to some guy reading a book on a chair. He goes, "I wasn't."
it. Sitting there wearing a monocle, you know,
Yeah.
next to the fire, at the fireplace. Yeah.
I sure
of us
didn't give
only-
a shit about the console wars back in the day. I was just playing my games.
I
Oh.
didn't give a shit beyond. I legit was just like, which one is better though? I just need to know. Just let me know so
Yeah,
I can
that's
spend
it.
my
Yeah,
money
just
better.
let me
That's
know.
all. I just want to know that. That's it.
had one current gen console, an Xbox 360 or a PS3, and the Wii probably. If you had all three, chances are you were an outlier, but therein lied the social
I
hierarchy.
thought he was about to say like you were the coolest kid in school if you had all of those. Everybody liked you if you had all
If
of
you
the
had all of
gaming
them,
consoles in
all the
school.
stones.
If
Well,
you had
hang
all
on,
of
is
them,
it-
you
is-
were in fact Lewis.
His schooling experience was just odd.
But he's about to mention a social hierarchy based on the amount of consoles you have. So
You were with the
Mm.
nerds potentially, yes, you'd be the cool kid, but going outside of the nerd cruise, I don't know about that. Even the fucking
You
teachers
just-
would be like, "Look, you pathetic shits playing with your Nintendo."
You just show up and it's like, I've got gamer score and 3 currencies.
I still remember that in school. Because there was like a place to go where everyone would play Mario Kart DS, right? And there would be a teacher everyone saw being like, "Do you want to go outside and play with a ball?" No. Okay, do whatever you want, I guess.
hierarchy.
Pay you
When
to
you're a
tell me
teenager,
about numbers.
you want to be a part of everything. You're learning about yourself, you're trying and feeling lots of new things, and if there's something people are doing you don't have access to, you start to feel like you're missing out. You lose the sense of belonging in your social circles when all of your friends are talking about a game you haven't played yet, or when everyone's getting on Xbox Live to play Gears 3's Horde mode, but you don't have it.
Gears 3 Horde mode. Why would you reference that out of everything?
Well,
It's just so
because a specific
specific.
example, you know, like it's good to
Yeah,
have
but
a
you couldn't have gone
specific
with like
example.
Halo 3 custom games or Modern Warfare 2 just online in general.
I'm not sure what's the complaint. here.
Fucking
I don't
Gears 3
understand.
Horde mode. This like sucks compared to the kind of shit you could get on 360.
Oh,
right?
okay, all right, okay.
I mean,
So
I-
it's
I liked-
because
I liked
you didn't
Horde
play
mode,
Gears
but-
3 Horde. I didn't play Gears of War. No, I played the first one on Xbox One, the remaster. I didn't
The
play
Gears
it.
3 Horde mode was better than 2. It's just the Gears Online was still better than the Horde mode by far, and then the online for
Ah.
Gears was already so glitchy that I would recommend
But
COD
that's-
over it, you know.
is that
And then Halo.
That's a controversial take, though, isn't it? Because all I heard at the time was everybody really liked Horde mode.
I really liked Horde mode, but I would definitely say that Halo was played a lot more online for sure.
Well, sure, but he's just saying it as an example. That's it.
Yeah, it's just
I'm
this
allowed
is
to be
just
critical
kinda-
of any example given at any time for my own reasons. Otherwise,
No,
I'll make a
I'm-
video about how wrong you are.
I'm not
Alright.
discounting your opinion, Muller. I'm just saying that I'm agreeing with you in that this particular video, he's using his specific experience examples as if that's what everybody went through. He's basically he's
to an
imprinting
extent,
his very
the-
specific.
He's been doing
viewpoint
that
on
with
everybody.
everything.
Yeah.
He's been doing that with everything.
The thing is, I can understand the feeling of like, I'd like to play that game with my friends, but I can't. But I don't know. You just get over it, right? It's like what?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I kind of get some
Yeah,
of the
play
things.
the game.
I get some of the things he's saying. I mean, I felt that with like I have a few close friends of mine are huge Dark Souls fans, and they're able to talk about it on such a deep technical level, and I fucking suck at that game. And then, but I really enjoy having played it, but like I just haven't progressed that much, and sometimes they have a deep conversation about it. It's like, oh fuck, I wish I could
Hearing-
participate. I
Yeah,
kind of
no-
feel like a loser.
Hearing the detail that they discussed it in, that makes you want to play it more when you have the time. It doesn't make you want to bitch about it like this guy. I don't know what his problem is. He just seems
Yeah.
to be this weird emotional response. Just
Well,
play the
he's,
fucking game.
With everything he said, he's painted a very like a big cultural issue that's causing us all to think we need to finish games, right? I assume from the title. But
It's a
But
it's a personal issue that he's turning into a cultural issue. That's
Yeah,
what
but
it is.
he's like making an essay about GPSs, the history of GPSs, and then he's like, yeah, you know, like when you take Turner and in North Street, like everybody does, that road is really difficult to navigate. You know what I mean? It's just like kind of like using a very, very specific example that affected him as indicative of the greater problem or the greater solution that GPS has provided. Like it's a weird example, but
this isn't a video game problem. This is like a life thing that you need to get over, which is being excluded or the fear of missing out. Like these are not video game problems. These are general problems. I don't know why we're making it about video games specifically.
Yeah, that's true. Really pointing the finger.
Obvious, everything.
Well,
even sports that you're just not, good enough at or something.
Yep.
That Dark Souls thing I described earlier, I mean, I don't give a shit now. Now I'm just like, whatever. I just like playing the games that I enjoy spending time on.
I mean, have you ever considered making a video essay on this and the trauma you're bearing about this problem?
Sounds
I
like
mean, I've gone through my game library and be like, oh my god, there's so much fucking shit I haven't beaten or even played.
I've tried
now
to get over that,
I don't I don't worry about it, and I'm just like, what? I just want to play whatever makes me the most happy at this moment, and a lot of that time is just firing up Tetris. Like
that's why I was saying, as you get older, you gotta have to like balance your gaming a little bit better. Make sure you have a good relationship with the games you play.
Every time the summer came around, people would make the memes about how Steam was going to rape your wallet, right? How it goes.
So I'm going to throw a spanner into this philosophical discussion right now, right? Because there are some games that I purposely choose to not finish.
My God.
What?
Well, I know this is shocking. This is shocking stuff, right? So interesting. I think you guys were all right. Brace yourselves, right? I've played. I don't know how many hours of Skyrim. I'm like hundreds, if not thousands, right?
What's
Skyrim.
Of what?
Yeah. Skyrim.
Me and Rex were just talking about that. Yeah.
Skyrim.
We were just talking about that.
And I have
That's
never
Skyrim.
I've never completed the main storyline.
Me and Rags were saying the same thing like an hour ago.
Really?
It's so funny they say that. It's one of those games that we're too busy just fucking around in. I don't care.
So how many therapists
I finished the story.
But also I've done that on purpose because I've noticed a weird phenomenon when I finish a game. I feel like I now know kind of there's no mystery anymore. A sense of wanting to discover. And as a result, it actually kind of makes me check out of the game.
It takes away.
And so as long as I don't finish that main storyline, there's a sense of mystery still of something left to be done that causes me, man, if I start a new playthrough, there's so much I haven't finished the main storyline. And even though I go through all the stuff that I've already done, but then you go off it doing random side things anyway, and it becomes a really different playthrough. And then at the end, I still choose not to finish the game with that character because I don't want it to be over. I want the experience to keep going.
Yeah, even as you're messing around, just doing side quest stuff and like leveling your guy, it's still looming over you that there's this quest at the end, and like there could be a greater meaning to all this.
Exactly.
If you just beat it right away, it makes the messing around and like you're less motivated to do that. Why do I want to get a level 90 this when I know there's no?
It's funny. I think there's a lot of guys that have the same experience when it comes to beating things or beating it.
I just can't believe of all the games in the world you brought up Skyrim. We're both saying the same thing. It's so funny.
Well, this happened to me with Fallout 4. Is after I finished the main quest line, I was like, I had this feeling of emptiness. It's like, oh, it's over. And I've really played it since.
Also, wait, if there was just like 10 strict levels in some kind of game that was much more linear, you'd stop at 9 so that next time you play it, you know that there's one that you haven't played yet?
Depends on the game.
Maybe it might really depend if it's an open world RPG like that. It really like has the same effect to me. Like Skyrim.
Like Skyrim is a great example because it's so distracting.
But same thing. I'm doing the same thing with Elden Ring. I purposely haven't finished Elden Ring. And again, I don't want the experience to be over. So now, when I go back to it, I'm going to start a brand new character, go through everything that I've already done before, and I'm motivated to do it now because there's still that sense of mystery of how it could end. And I know that it has heaps of multiple different endings anyway, and so you can keep going that way.
So you're discussing the benefit of not finishing games, and I mean all that makes sense. This guy is just having like an existential crisis or something. Like he's not doing what you're doing. Like this guy, you missed the beginning of this. He's just got a
because
weird relationship with games.
The conclusion he's going to reach at some point is you don't have to finish games. It's like, who said you did, man?
Yeah, I know. It's like this is a philosophy I already live. This isn't new news.
Haunted.
Multiplayer itself feels like this distant place where everyone else is having a new kind of fun you can't afford to maintain. Sometimes it was.
What has this got to do with finishing games?
Again, this is a broader thing. This is just fear of missing out in general.
Which means that the video itself feels like it's
Homo the
already
video.
it's too narrow and too broad. Like we're all over the place.
Yeah, exactly. It's simultaneously all about you while also being about a much bigger topic than games.
Was so integral to the stability of your friendships that not playing the same.
Okay.
There it is. There it is.
What
There
kind
it
of friends do you have?
There it is, right there.
Wow.
Yeah, that was not the case for. I had several things that me and my friends were interested in beyond individual game storylines or multiplayer experiences. I was with him to an extent with the whole like it feels bad when your friends talk about how much fun this thing was and you don't have that game yet, so you just can't play it with them. But the idea that it would like fuck up the friendship or change it, I was
that's
like, no.
pathetic. Completely pathetic.
Well, at that point you need better friends.
It's really fun to be able to talk to someone who's you can League of Legends, for example, talking to someone who's as high level as you and actually can understand it at the same level. It's really satisfying, but just because you can't do that doesn't mean you can't enjoy the game. Like you can always build up to that. But this guy, I don't know, he's taking this really way too personally.
Yeah.
Games as
Yeah,
your
he
friend.
seems to think like if you haven't played the games that your friends have played, you're like locked out of a conversation. Like, can't you just go like, I didn't play that game, but I learned how to play piano. Like,
it's kind of like the opposite, actually. I would say that you're attracted to the games that your friends play, not that you're excluded from being friends because you're not playing the same games. If all your friends, you look at your games list or your friends list and are all playing Halo 3, more than likely you're probably going to think about getting Halo 3 because you want to play with your friends. It wasn't like a sort of like an exclusion or you're being marginalized because you're not playing Halo 3. You want to enjoy an experience with your friends and people you know. So
and if you didn't have
like
Halo 3 and your friends Andy you and say, I don't want to play with you anymore and drop you in the dumpster, that means you got a shitty friend.
I know. Yeah, if your friendship is based around
tied by
only
a game,
one video game, like, geez.
if it's tied to a game, like it's come on now. Maybe you need to reevaluate your friends and like your whole relationship with games.
Yeah,
and yeah, for the most part, like the most you get is like, hey, you want to play some Resident Evil 5? Like, no, I'm playing big team deathmatch on Halo 3. It's like, you should really get Halo 3. We could play together. That'd basically be the conversation for the most part.
That's the true
Unless you have
friend who
shitty
says
friends.
like, hey man, I got you a copy of Halo 3 because you're poor as shit and I'm not.
Exactly. Come play this game. Let me lure you over to this side. Get this. There's so many different ways people try to. Those are the real friends. That's such a good point. This guy seems like he doesn't understand that because if these people cared about him,
No wonder he's traumatized.
If Lewis gave a fuck about him, like he would explain this to him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know what he did to this guy.
It would be
Or you have
like
Mauler as a friend. He's like, hey, you want to play Gollum? It's like, no, not
Yeah,
really.
then I buy
"Oh, you gotta
everybody
play it and
Gollum.
stream it
Buy him
now.
a
Fuck off."
copy, yeah.
It's lovely you come into school, Gears of War 3 releases, and Lewis is there, and you say like you can't afford it, and he just goes, ooh.
You can't sit here. You can't sit here. I don't know, man.
Sorry,
You don't know what happens
we were
to
saving this
Dom?
seat for our friend. So, yeah.
Maybe that's true. Maybe this is we're laughing at it, but maybe that's his real reality.
Yeah, well,
That's
as I
why
was
he's so
gonna say, it's like,
traumatized.
that's unfortunate if you had those friends, I
Yeah.
guess.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
kind of sucks.
he does talk of
Now I
his
feel bad
school
for him.
experience. He talks of his school experience as if everybody experienced the same thing. Mine was much different. I mean, the school that
Yeah.
I went to in the early grades, a lot of kids from financially lower class or lower middle class families, and not a lot of people were playing video games. Like it was just me and a few other people. But I get like him saying that games are a sort of social currency at school. Like I remember when I got a Game Boy Color with Pokemon Red, and I went to school with it, and all the kids were gathering around me, like, oh my god, like that's so awesome.
Not everybody has it, so
Yeah.
This meant you weren't hanging out with them anymore. Not on purpose,
That's not
just
what that
by
means.
circumstance. It might not seem like this was all about beating the game per se, but remember where these feelings developed from? This panic, you lose your credibility if you didn't know what happens, this...
We didn't agree on that.
I never had.
Yeah,
I
I
just
think
never.
it's-
This
that's
is
all
just
you, buddy.
alien to me.
This is projecting.
There it is.
kind of
Yeah.
Shut up, Shad. You don't have credibility. You didn't beat Elden Ring.
Yeah, Chad. You stink.
I do like it when, you know, you stated something previously in the video that we're all like, no, that's insane. Then later on it's like, now, knowing that, we can conclude it's like, no.
Now that we've agreed on this insane thing I've said, we can move right along.
Desire to be included in what was being talked about. Video games were a fad, and the internet shortened the lifespan of how long those fads would be in style. If you didn't beat Red Dead Redemption in the 2 weeks it came out, your friends were already moving on to something else.
Oh my god,
Jeez,
man.
Damn, bro.
2 weeks? Isn't
I
that
didn't-
game like?
The game is huge.
Yeah,
No,
I was
not,
about to
but
say.
just, was I? I'm
All I know
fucking,
about that game is it's
I feel like an
massive.
alien listening to this guy. 'Cause it's like my friends played RDR 2 and I didn't, and then they would be like, "It's really good," and I'd be like, "Cool, that's awesome."
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's
Yeah.
talk about some
Well,
other
I don't
things.
know.
'cause we're
It's
friends.
just, I
Duly
feel
noted.
Like games lasted for a while, even while the
Yeah.
internet, you know, even in the it's just.
And if you
this
have
wasn't the
someone,
case.
if you have someone who hasn't finished the game you finished already, it's like, oh shit, hey, I hope you finish it soon so we can talk about it.
Yeah, that's
Like
it.
you can't wait. Like
But then also here's a crazy concept: you could have somebody talk about a game that you haven't played, and you can still listen to them and engage with them.
It's insane, yeah.
That's
Yeah,
entirely
it's-
possible. So
There's so many
It's-
variables, but this guy just
There was
locked
precedent
Okay.
for this.
600
People
views.
did it with film. It was nuts. And
Yeah.
books.
Well,
TV shows.
you bring up an important thing there, Mauler, because if I was to try and steelman it, I would say the only type of experience I can really relate to what he's saying is with TV shows. But it's a bit of a different experience because
Yeah.
I hang out with a lot of reviewers, and so if we want to really talk about all the
Ooh, look at
spoilers
me. I hang out with a
in Ahsoka, right? Like on FNT or hanging out with you guys, we want to review a movie that's recently come out. Then I do feel a certain pressure. It's like, oh, I better watch that so I can. But it's not to the sense where I don't know, I feel like I'm going to be left behind or something like that.
With games, there's still the gameplay element to it. Where if with movies or shows, you get the whole story revealed. Like that's spoilers are much more damaging. With
Mhm.
games, you can hear the entire story, or you can hear about the boss and everything, and still want to play it to explore the mechanics.
Well, there
So,
are
like,
also
there's a
other
level design.
ways. Yeah, there's other ways to experience games as well. You can watch throughs or play
Yeah.
togethers or whatever as well to be somewhat informed. Because, well, it's also interesting, right? Because I did not play Last of Us 1 or Last of Us 2. But I remember having conversations with Moeller or so, like about, or maybe I was just watching it with when you guys were reviewing it on EFAP, and I felt like I was part of it. 'Cause I
Oh
was
yeah, that
watching it.
the coverage with the gaming. was
Yeah,
great.
because the coverage was extensive, and I've
Yeah,
never
like
played the
filling us
game,
in.
but I felt part of the conversation because I was just engaged about the controversy of Last of Us Number 2.
And comparing the game to the movies, and or sorry,
Yes.
comparing the game to the show, that actually really helped. Seeing what they changed, what they didn't, because like I didn't play it either, so being able to have that filled in, whoever did that, perfect.
It's kind of isolating this problem as if it's something to do with games, but it really can be applied to any shared interest. Like,
Actually-
hey, did you see that Piggers game yesterday? Yeah, that was crazy. He threw the ball in the place and they got a point. Wow, that's nuts. Hey, did you catch that episode of Seinfeld? Hey, did you read that book that was a New York Times bestseller? Yeah, 50 Shades of Grey. Isn't that a great read? Said no one. But it's not really like indicative of games itself. It's just any shared interest that is currently being shared or discussed by the people you hang out with, which could be literally anything or about anything or anybody or
Yeah.
any particular industry.
And holy crap, I remember actually, yes, I was on an EFAP talking about Last of Us 2 because it was the last EFAP anniversary stream, and we were reviewing. Who's the fat guy who was like saying
Gerald?
stupid
Rob?
things about?
The fact
To be specific.
Jim Sterling.
Yes, Sterling, that guy.
Okay.
And I'd never played the game, but we were able, like, I had no problem engaging on a substantive level about the commentary he was making because he was saying really stupid things as well. And so you can still be part of, the conversation, the interaction of a game without ever having played it. I've experienced it firsthand with EFAP, and it was the last anniversary stream we did. There we go.
But I guess maybe that's what we're ramping up to with this video, that it's eventually going to get to, you know what, and that's okay.
Crescendo.
It's fine. Yeah, exactly. Maybe we're jumping the gun.
Being included
Yeah,
in a
high hopes for
discussion
this guy.
closed. It wasn't in the fairy tale high school bully kind of way, but beating games had gone from making you cool to being accepted. Is it
Holy
hard to
shit.
believe the industry would capitalize?
Where did
Damn,
you grow
man.
up?
I was gonna
Yeah,
say,
man, it
what
sucks.
what
It
fucking
sucks, man.
fantasy school was this?
And if you
Your
didn't play
school
video
sucks.
games, you were just going to die alone.
His childhood it was messed up. His school sucked. Like this is just a terrible situation he was born into with games. I don't know.
Capitalize on its biggest demographics' worst anxiety. Limited editions, pre-order bonuses, DLCs.
Okay, this is a whole other thing that we're getting into. If
Yeah.
you want to talk about that, that's a different conversation again.
Extending the story, or in some cases, providing the ending to the base game story. Online functions at a monthly premium, season passes
Wow,
guaranteeing you
on
won't
Xbox, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
miss out on future
right, not
developments,
PlayStation.
utilizing underhanded methods of making pre-owned copies of games impossible to use. It became harder and harder to keep up with the rest of the community if you weren't buying the new release and tunneling through it for the sake of being part of it. Even now,
God, I
So,
can't.
like,
You okay, Theo? I was about to ask you. Okay, Theo?
When
No,
I'm not
Right.
okay. My soul
Okay.
is.
When,
So this video is just about FOMO, not.
Yeah, I was about to
Yeah,
say
pretty
this,
much.
this video could just be literally be called FOMO.
It's got
for the-
nothing
for
to
the
do
scene
with
of it.
whether or not you need to finish a game.
Yeah, a
I was
lot
about
of the
to say,
comments
nothing to do
agree
with
with it
original
too.
point.
A lot of the comments on this video are like hyper positive. So I'm just like, this is not a video essay. This is a vlog that people are finding and agreeing with.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny. You can solve a lot of this by just having a casual interest in almost all games that are coming out. Like even if you don't play them, pretty much anybody can mention any game to me, and I'll be like, "Oh yeah, I heard that you can do blah blah and blah, and that it looks like blah, and and blah made it," and it's like you have a casual interest in all games, and therefore, no, you can never be left out because you know a little bit about everything. Like it's not too hard to keep up with the industry if you actually enjoy the games and things coming out.
feeling like I'm missing out on a game my friends love convinces me to buy games without a second thought, compounding into a sunk cost fallacy I've built up since high school.
Holy
you need to
Childhood,
like
don't
better
lie.
pass your.
Don't lie to us. We have the footage. It's from childhood. Liar.
Yeah,
No,
I just
it's
imagine.
just like,
He just needs to properly balance all this stuff. If Free and Rags like see a movie and fucking praise it to high heaven, if someone said like, "Isn't it bad, Mola?" Because now you feel pressured to go and see it. We're like, what? No, this is good news.
Have
That
a
means I'm probably gonna
backbone.
like the film. I don't know, like why are you putting it this way? It's like I had to finish it, and I had a sunk cost fallacy of knowing that if I didn't complete it, I fear I would never be able to discuss with it. It's just like, dude, you need to calm down. When they
It's
say
like,
Red Dead Redemption 2 is neat, and then you go, I might pick it up. And then they go, yeah, that'd be neat because we could talk to you about it, maybe play the multiplayer. Okay. Doesn't need to be some satanic Lewis-dominated version of this that's awful. Like, it can just be
I just
normal.
imagine like Lewis and all his friends are like surrounding him while he's on the ground in the playground. It's like, hey, JC, did you buy Red Dead yet? It's like, no. It's like, open up your phone, buy it. Come on, do it.
I want to
This is-
see you do it.
Lewis,
What are you holding?
Chad, I think we should fill in Shad. Lewis was his childhood friend that started this whole trauma for him. So
Lewis
that's
just
why
like holding
it
court like a
still haunts
Mongol
him.
Khan. Like he brings people in. Like has he played the game?
Yeah, at this point, Lewis is a Slenderman like creature that appears
Yeah,
in
he's evolved,
people's nightmares. They haven't finished the game.
he
Why
Why
presses-
did you do it, Lewis?
A scientific study waiting to prove video game backlogs begin at around the same time a video game enthusiast gets their first job. And maybe you want to make it up to your younger self and fulfill a desire which was never indulged. Maybe you're like me and bought every game you pirated as a kid to justify your own conscience. Or maybe, like many of us, you practice retail therapy and get yourself something you like when you're going through a rough time.
I don't.
Retail therapy? What's that?
what retail therapy? What is that?
Apparently, when you buy
When
something,
It's an American
you become
thing.
happy when you buy something. Look, I experienced that today, guys. I bought 2 new swords at a medieval festival, and it made me pretty darn happy. I just, you hold the sword, and I just smile. It gives me.
That
happy
makes sense, I
feelings.
guess. I was
I hear
imagining
you.
like going
I hear you on
into Toys R Us and just like talking to the cashiers, like, yeah, I've really had some problems. Like my friends keep on making me want to buy.
I think
They're
that's
like,
what he's
"Sir,
saying.
please
I prefer
leave."
Shad's version.
Then you realize you've spent hundreds or thousands of dollars on a huge list of games you kept assuring yourself you'd definitely play.
Dude, you need someone to talk to about all
You do.
of this.
You
He
need-
is.
you
He's
need
talking
friends,
to
man.
an
talking
audience
to
of
the world
people.
because that's what the internet
Yeah.
did. It allowed everyone to share all of their trauma.
This is his
YouTube
therapy
therapy.
session.
This
And
is
so your
YouTube therapy.
backlog and the sunk cost fallacy attached to it is born. Beating games isn't your job anymore, though. playing games is what you do in
Jim
your free
Sterling
time
video.
or in between class and work. In other words, you can't devote an entire week to them without taking a few days off from, well, everything. But what's the point in buying and playing games if
you don't beat them?
What is this? Like, what are you saying with the imagery?
Weird.
What the hell am I
this guy-
supposed to do now?
Seriously.
Die.
I think we figured out like 4 minutes in that this was like totally personal, just emotional
You
based,
just,
and like
you know that there's just some guy who's healthily played games his whole life, probably all of us, just watching this and being like, what in the fuck am I listening to?
I don't know about you guys, but like when there was a game that's kind of running on a bit, like GTA 4, that game would never freaking end. My reward for beating that game was like, oh man, I can try something new. I can get a new game and play that. Kind of would make that like a really game. That's personal. It's probably not applicable to everybody, but my kind of reward was like, wow, I finished that. I'll get another game. I can try that. So he's like saying I can't stand playing games for 7 days a week. I gotta get a reprieve and like, curl up in a ball on the floor. And
the story
maybe
that
it
he's
was a
presenting is
specific
just
type
like,
of game.
he's just not enough time between all of the worldly responsibilities that we have and playing video games. But I gotta play the video games, otherwise I'll be alone, huddled over on the ground like this guy, screaming to the heavens. What the hell am I supposed to do now? It's so dramatic.
Life depends on it.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like you can't, if you're talking to someone and they've played a game that you haven't, just ask them questions about it. Because I'm sure the person who has the game would probably be quite happy to go into detail and explain how a game works to a person who hasn't played it.
Yeah, you can get help without spoilers. It could be a benefit sometimes to have a friend. Like sometimes it sucks to be playing a game and you don't have anyone who's played it.
I
Like,
don't know.
you
It's
know?
the idea that you didn't talk to people about games that you didn't play at any length at all is like alien to me. That's baffling. I can't relate to that at all. I definitely talk to people about games that I hadn't played, and to them about games that they hadn't played. It wasn't like this crazy thing that would end the friendship. I don't understand.
Like, hi, Frankie,
That's
how was your
usually
day?
how you get into
explain
new
it,
games.
Then you talk about how you want to talk about Bioshock, and I'm like, I haven't played it. Bye.
Bye.
You don't beat them, right? It's like losing out on an investment or something. Because that's totally what I'm doing. A game is an investment, I think. Because if I
it
beat
depends
it,
on how
I
you.
can.
Yeah, you could argue that. You could argue that with everything we choose to entertain us,
You
right?
see the way that he's delivering these lines. He's approaching a revelation. See the pause of like, but it's an investment. And if I beat, like,
figuring it out in
And
real
that it
time.
should truly be treated as just fun experiencing, not an
Well, no,
investment.
it's been, we're ramping up to a realization, I think, hopefully. I've been saying that for a while, so I feel like
the content of the video is going to be in the last 2 seconds. So like 2
no,
seconds.
I think we're about to pivot into the inspirational part of the video essay. You know, the part where it starts
Where
to
he,
get more
he figured it all out.
Yeah, you're probably
It's
right.
okay, we're not nearly at the end. We still got 7 minutes left, but we're getting there.
God fucking damn
Move
it.
on to the next one. If you ask me, the presence of a backlog implies we've never grown out of our childhood habits. We've
Whoa,
What?
bro!
What?
What are you talking about?
For yourself.
Having a backlog is the normal state of affairs.
Yeah,
That is
especially
very
today,
normal.
when there's things like Humble Bundle, which I still
Yep,
am
and the Steam
subscribed to.
library and the sales.
I have
You
I
can
don't know,
only build up a
1,500
backlog.
entries in my Steam library because of all these dumbass things. I not all of them, like Humble Bundle, just over time, just add it up.
Absolutely. They're
Here's
making
the
them,
bundle, there's the
combine them
bundle.
faster than I
Possible
can
now.
play them.
Yeah.
If I was to go back in time and tell my young self that I'm going to
Steam?
have way more games than I will ever even like play,
Yeah.
I'd look
would
at
never
myself like a
believe it.
crazy person.
Yeah.
I'd be like, "What? Why would you buy a game and never play it?" And I'm like, "Listen, adulthood's complicated."
And-
All right.
Steam,
Yeah.
Steam would have screwed up all our childhoods. Like we're lucky we got it at the right time. Like there's way too many games, way too much, and like it's impossible to not have a backlog in this day and age. This
Well, yeah,
guy, I don't
Steam
know what he's
banned
talking
Lewis, so
about.
Damn.
couldn't get to
Now,
it.
isn't this point kind of antithetical to his whole video? Because he's saying that like, oh, because we have the fear of missing out and we got to buy all these games, that we're still doing the same thing as our childhood, so we shouldn't buy more games. Isn't that kind of antithetical to the fact that you can try games out and not finish them? Because that's like the whole premise of the video, right?
I mean, I can't believe I'm about to say this, but like, is he familiar with the idea that you have a wish list and then they come on sale, but you don't have time to play them, so you buy them to play them in future, and then you forget about them? That this is a thing that can
Yeah.
happen.
Lose
A
track of
very
time.
reasonable thing that can happen.
You want to
Virtual
grab the
Console
deal,
that
but
too.
you don't have time.
Happens
Yeah,
to me
I-
a lot. I have such a huge backlog when I look at my Steam
Yeah.
games.
A lot of my backlog I don't even consider backlog. It's just things in my inventory which I got randomly
know
with
what?
those bundles.
So just highlighted, yeah, everyone has a backlog from the moment they're born because of free-to-play games. They're always
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
They're in your library
That's
if you
true.
want them.
Oh, don't mention that to him. His brain
He's like,
will
no, that
explode.
fucks everything up. Shut up.
We've found ways to add importance to something which should have never mattered in the first place. Our money-driven society taught us to play
Yeah,
games.
there it is.
Ooh, boring.
Capitalism. Boom.
Boring.
Reminds me of Karl Marx.
we
We
could
have
learn a
no
lot from the
game.
ants.
Karl
you know.
Marx always
No.
finished his game.
He did.
Once we
Close
start to
friends-
understand how
close friends
expensive
with
it is.
Dude, socialist ants couldn't even kill Kang.
I don't
Okay,
know,
they
man.
can't do anything
I
right.
played games because they're fun.
Facebook
I don't know
bans.
how this guy
Oh.
can put those things like into that. That's such a crappy statement.
Our hobby is suddenly we're measuring cost versus experience and seeking to maximize our profits by
You know what? I can't take any of this seriously. You fucking subscribe to the humble monthly bumble and you get like 1 billion games per day. You can't,
Yeah.
like, the idea that money is the reason that all this is happening
Like,
is
you
like,
buy
nah.
a Game Pass, and then you get a whole bunch of games that
Yeah.
you can play.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or you have friends
Gaming-
that just gift you them. There's no
His friends don't
so
do
many
that.
ways. Yeah, not him,
There's-
not this guy, definitely not.
Yeah, there are so many great free-to-play games as well, and
Yeah.
Yeah, like, it's so boring to listen to someone be like, you see, it's the cost that's attached to the games. It makes us feel as though, and you're just like, shut up, shut up.
I feel like a much simpler explanation is we have finite time on this planet.
Yeah.
We got to make choices about how we spend that time.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
often
and so-
make half choices, half measures, where we're like, I'll pick up the game now. I'll play it a
Exactly.
little bit now. I
I'll
can't
play
complete it
later,
before I go on
and then-
holiday, but I'll
Exactly.
try, and then you'll forget about it.
Yeah.
There's all kinds of things that
Yeah.
happen.
And until you retire, generally speaking, from being a child to an adult, the older you get, the more money you make, but the less free time you have. So that ratio is going to get a little tighter. So you're going to by just logistics alone, you're probably going to have more games to play than you have time to play them all.
milking the game for everything it's worth. And if we don't, well, that's our fault. We made a bad investment.
No, why? Why do you even doing this? If there's a game, there's so many games I haven't even completed recently that I've played on Steam, that if I don't look at them and feel shame. I look at them and I'm like, will I pick that up again? Maybe, maybe not. I'm not sure. He's like, oh, you're this, that, and the other. But like, the idea that I should have a fucking Lewis shadowing me all the time is
Always.
absurd.
Something
This guy
didn't hold us
trauma.
long enough, and now it's money wasted. It's not, though. You paid money to play a game, and you played it. You enjoyed something until you were
So you presented the crazy person just to say the rational thing. Is that the point of this video?
Yeah.
tired of it. That's normal. No one expects you to cash optimize how you go bowling, and quite
No,
frankly,
yeah,
I'll
nobody
crack you.
does.
So why did you say
think
it?
that- why would you
Yeah,
think
then-
that?
No, he's flailing.
It's just therapy for him.
That's what this
Maybe.
is.
over the head with my ball if you try to rush me. And likewise, there shouldn't be an expectation to beat a game just because you spent money on it. Yet, some of us still push through a game we don't like and
Hey, don't show hit Simpsons. Fuck Sunshine.
Mario Sunshine, yeah.
That game's awesome to play.
Hidden
awful
Simpson
doing
sunshine.
it just to knock it off the list. You better believe the industry took advantage of this mindset too. The last decade has been 10 years of re-releasing old
The
games.
last decade
creating-
has been 10
Hang
years.
on. Yeah, that's fine.
Damn.
But
What?
the idea that like Dead Space and Resident Evil 4 that just re-releases is annoying. The amount of
well,
fucking work that went into those is incredible.
I imagine you might be talking about like remasters of because it feels like remasters became very popular with the 8th generation in particular.
Remasters
But
would be a fair argument, yeah.
They've been
Fairer,
remastering-
but still.
They've been remastering and re-releasing games since the 80s at least. Like,
They have
how many,
been doing
how many,
it for a
how many
long time,
times have they redone Tetris? They did the entire like first 4 games in the Super Mario Brothers series for the SNES. They did they've
The
been doing
All-Stars,
remakes. Yeah, All Stars, which is a great collection by the way. But
Yeah.
yeah, it's like it's done a new thing. Yeah, it's probably a little more common now because there's more games to remaster. That's just kind of an obvious thing. There's more games to remaster, so there's going to be more remasters.
monthly subscriptions for instant access to your very own backlog and massive sales to drive up purchases.
Well, why is he saying this like a bad thing?
Yeah.
Subscribe to a service, get access to a huge library of games. That sounds like a good thing.
Yeah. Pretty
It's
cool.
seen games as a service become a popular way of keeping players invested and begrudgingly getting through bad content to get to new content.
Well, no,
I-
the whole
I think
point
you
of it
made that up.
Is he doing the thing where he
point
presents the
know.
TISM argument and then says it's not that?
does he? I don't get it though. Is like, do they think that like Microsoft creating Game Pass that their primary model is, haha, now these fucking guys are going to be playing these games that they hate just to get to the ones that they like,
Just to get to the ones they like.
rather than this is just a good way to get people to be in the Xbox ecosystem and play the games that they want to play. And in fact, it relies on people playing. Like, the system doesn't work if people are playing every single game. The system works because people are only playing a handful of those games. Because if everybody was playing every single game, it would make it to where it wouldn't be sustainable to have every single game on that platform. Because people wouldn't be buying any of those games anymore. There'd be like no individual purchases.
And it's not like it's not like a system where they have like the best games locked behind this stupid thing where you must complete these crappy games before we'll let you play the good ones. It's because that's what he's implying. It's very odd.
I think he's implying he's showing Destiny 2, so I'm assuming that's relevant. Destiny 2 does have like DLC behind DLC to behind DLC, and like lock content and stuff, but that's specifically that game.
Well, the thing about that though is the point of a live service game is to make sure you're only playing that game forever. They want you to play that game and nothing else. They want you to be hyper immersed in their ecosystem to the exclusion of everything else.
Yeah,
I'd say that's like a very different phenomenon. Fear of missing out baked into live service games and season passes and everything like that. They want you more and more and more and more invested in one game because you want to keep up with the conversation about that one game. You're invested in the community of that one game.
I think that honestly that this whole premise of this video is just kind of missing the forest for the trees, because honestly the reason why we have such a great huge backlog is because games have never been more affordable and more plentiful than ever in history. You can buy great games for $5, for $10, on sale for $2. You can get them. You can get them on Steam. You can get them on GOG. You can get them on Uplay for some reason if you ever want to use Uplay. There's all these different platforms. Game Pass. You get like access to 100 games at a time or something. So
you get new games for no additional cost from Xbox anyway.
Yeah, it rotates out every few months or whatever, but you get access to potentially hundreds of games over the following years. So yeah, we just have it's so much more affordable to get a lot of games, especially with the sales and stuff. Generally, like you go to if you back in the day, in the 90s or whatever, you'd buy a brand new N64 game for $60, and that price would not go down very quickly. It would take years to go down. Eventually, it might go down to $40 or whatever, but or you can get it used maybe. But yeah, the games are extremely affordable and plentiful nowadays. So it's really just a not even that unfortunate. It's actually a nice side effect of it. It's just you have tons of options to play now.
We kind of went past it, but I do want to. It's just it was on my mind. I was trying to think about it. When he said like he would even start to buy games he'd pirated previously to try and clear his conscience. I was just thinking to myself, like, why would you phrase it that way instead of I wanted to support the games that gave me so much entertainment back in the day? You know what I mean?
Everything's a self-report with this guy.
Yeah, it's like he did it because he felt guilty.
They often are.
Yeah. This whole video.
In any case, on that note, Mr. The Movie Cynic, that was very subtle and nicely said. You're gonna have to get on out of here, I suppose. You've I don't know. You going to sleep? You going to do things in real life? I'm not sure.
I actually have a gaming situation going on. I'm gonna go play some Call of Duty of all things.
Ew.
Yeah,
you don't have to.
Yeah,
I know it's
is Lewis forcing you to do this?
Lewis is the only way I can hang out with
Lewis, your boss.
Blink torture.
all of my childhood friends live across the country, so it's the only way we can all hang out and play.
Oh yeah, I got you.
Yeah, and it's the only game we can all agree on anyway, and we all just kind of sit and complain because 12-year-olds kick our ass. I feel like.
I like the idea that half of people will agree on great games. The only game that everyone agrees on is probably shit. It's like, oh.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, all right. Thank you for popping in, sir. Appreciate it, and I'm sure we'll catch you again in the future.
Yes, I will catch you guys later. Enjoy the rest of this vlog, self-report, therapy session, whatever.
You know it.
And happy anniversary, you guys. Thanks for the invite.
Thanks, dude.
You
Catch
betcha.
around.
Thanks for coming.
Bye.
Have a
Later,
good one.
man.
See ya. Oh, thank God he's gone.
Ugh.
Oh my goodness.
Oh,
Jeez.
the absolute.
Oh, I thought
wait a
he'd
minute.
never
Oh, no.
leave.
Rags, we're still live. Ah.
Oh, no,
no.
I love everyone and all things.
Because I was gonna say, like,
I
God,
make
you know
no
who I really
claims.
hate is Mark the Cyborg, and I'm so glad that he
Oh, yeah,
hasn't
that
turned
guy.
up
Can't
at
stand
all
him.
tonight.
Oh, hey.
Ew.
Me too. If he turns up, I'm gonna
Oh my
Vom.
God.
really, I really appreciate his presence.
What a
Oh,
jerk
hello.
that guy
Hi
is.
there.
Oh, hey, man.
Yeah.
Thought that guy
Yep.
was
I
Mark
sure do
Zuckerberg.
Oh,
like
hi, Mark.
things.
Oh, hi, Mark.
Can't
I
hear
like-
Looks
you.
like he
the
doesn't want to
friends.
talk to us. That's fine. You know, I can understand that.
Quite the whole meme.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Maybe he could have just gotten bullied by a bunch of his friends to buy Red Dead Redemption 2 or something. You don't know.
That does, with the amount of footage we had of that in this video, I feel like that was a particularly traumatic experience for this,
Yeah.
this man.
It's like I don't want to buy it.
That was the one that did it. Mark, if you can hear us, we can't hear you. And as you're getting that all fixed up, there is a Watch Together link. You're welcome to join us. We go further into this adventure.
Now I can hear you guys.
There you go.
There we go.
Oh, yeah. I was on a stream using Restream and had to reselect my mixing board in that program. And I think it broke Discord somehow because I definitely use Discord more than I use a web solution that I've never once used ever.
Well, we have friends like that, Goomy friends, who use like insane archaic technology. They're called Adam and Sitch. They use Zoom.
Oh, they Zoom.
Ugh.
Yeah, they do. Oh my goodness.
And they pay for it, Rags. They pay for that.
They pay for
They
it.
pay for it.
You know,
Yeah.
I don't like
Why?
shaming many people, but that is embarrassing.
What is it?
I didn't even know you could pay for Zoom.
I didn't
Yeah.
either.
Pay for what? What are they getting out of that?
I don't know what they're paying for
Because
because
when I
the
pay-
service itself is.
When I pay for Discord Nitro, I get a shitload of stuff.
Yeah, and if
yeah,
you
you
don't pay for it, you get all the main stuff. I just don't get it.
They
Of
limit you
course-
to like 40-minute calls if you don't pay for Zoom, I think.
Oh,
That
what?
is true.
Yeah.
He's fucking. Anyway, off to this video. Continuing it. Mark, link right there for you if you need it.
Cool.
It's seen digital storefronts compete with launch window discounts and the growth of the sketchy gray market where people can make haphazard additions to their libraries. It's seen game design philosophy change to cater to a completionist mindset and focus on keeping
I mean,
present.
some of it, maybe.
I mean,
Some
I don't
games.
have
But
a
wait, hang on. Why have we demonized the completionists? They can be normal people.
Yeah,
Can be.
sometimes.
Can be.
Oh, it's just some games are like this, sure, but other games are definitely not like this.
Yeah, but also the completionist mindset is another way that can add greater playability to a game. I remember when me and my wife were playing through the new Tomb Raider, or well, the old new Tomb Raider. Anyway, the first of the reboot Tomb Raider, that one, right?
Yeah.
Like, look, very fun game. Didn't take too long to get through the story, but my wife was enjoying the game so much that she wanted to keep playing it. And the thing that offered her, greater playability was going through and completing all the achievements. And so she just went back and started going through hunting for all the achievements she got. And so that actually gave her greater value, having that completionist kind of goal. And
So, an interesting thing to bring up in the context of achievements with Lewis's video is there is a subsect of people who feel like they have to rush their way to clearing every single achievement. And it's big in the PlayStation community because there's a specified trophy called a platinum trophy that you get when you finish every single other trophy in the game. And I know people that will flat out play games that they don't like to full completion because they feel like they had to get the platinum or they didn't really play the game. And they'll say if you didn't get the platinum, then you didn't really play. You obviously didn't really love Horizon Zero Dawn because you don't have the platinum trophy. And it's like, well,
As someone who did a lot of achievement hunting and had friends who were obsessed with platinums, even the most obsessed, I didn't see that sentiment around at all. It would be seen as like you're not as good at the game as me if you haven't got the platinum. I do that sort of sentiment, but like a sense that you haven't actually played the game fully if you haven't got the platinum. Some games platinums are retarded.
Yeah,
the same
some
for
are really
PUBG,
difficult.
where it just goes well beyond like any normal person's enjoyment of a video game. So I don't know.
There's some games you can kind of make that argument for. Like anyone here play Diablo 2, I'm assuming?
Yeah.
Yeah.
A bunch of people, I'm assuming.
Not with achievements, but I played Diablo 2 quite a bit. Yeah.
If basically for me, I felt like if you didn't play to the point where you actually got a character strong enough to duel and like go into the PvP aspect, then you didn't experience the game fully. If you just went through normal Nightmare and Hell and just killed monsters, you didn't get the full experience of the game. So that's one game I kind of have that feeling with, but it doesn't apply to like all games when it comes to just achievements. Because I think that's like a distinct aspect of that particular game where you have to get strong enough if you actually want to do the PvP aspect to it.
I didn't do PvP professionally, but I just play around with friends and, kill each other a bunch, collect gears, have a laugh, then go back to the main game. Because
No, not professionally. I just mean like in the games. Like there's you go to the custom games or the public games, and you can get duel rooms all the time. There would be fights and public duels were the most intense part of that game. You'd go in and you just get one shot, thinking you're strong. You'd reevaluate your whole build. So yeah.
Yeah, I was never going back to achievements. I don't know if that was really the point of the video, but going back to achievements, I never was interested in chasing achievements. The only exception to that, I think, was probably, I want to say, Soul Calibur 4 or 3. God, there's so many of them. It was I think it was 4. I want to say Soul Calibur 4 had a really, I've not seen this anywhere else in any game. They actually unlocked content based on the quantity of achievements you got. So you could customize, you could take any character build from any of the fighters and make your own completely custom character. And I actually like recreated the entire cast of the Lord of the Rings. I made a Gandalf character with a staff. I made a Aragorn character with like a rapier and all these different other characters. And it was pretty fun, and you could actually customize them visually. But they actually would lock visual customizations for those behind milestones of the quantity of achievements you got. So I would actually specifically find the easiest achievements to accomplish and get like 20, 30 achievements in order to get more customization gear. It's very weird, but that's the only reason I ever did it.
Proper incentive.
Yeah.
I find achievements and trophies, like any kind of meta game system that's usually at the platform level, can be really good if you're into the game anyways, and it can give you like as Shad was saying a moment ago, it gives you that carrot on the stick to chase after if you want to just get some time.
I like them as challenges.
Yeah.
So and not like fire the RPG 100 times type. I hate challenges like that. I find them lame. But where it's like go through a particular area without using the obvious thing that you use to win easily. It's like
fun challenges, ones that actually test your skill. Like the repetitive ones are just so dumb. Fire this gun 20 times.
Yeah, busy work. I don't like that.
Yeah, it's just you roll your eyes at them immediately as a gamer.
Ever heard of a game called My Name Is Mayo? So it's a PlayStation Network game that is famously just a buy this game and get an easy platinum, because it's a game where all you have to do is tap on this jar of mayonnaise to win, and you can get the platinum in like 10 minutes, and it's sold like hundreds of thousands of copies.
Oh,
because there's people
just for the gamer score, yeah.
Yeah, just
that was the Avatar game like that.
Yep.
Yeah, you know what's funny is about, I think.
King Kong, the official video game, that was one of the ones, because you just have to complete the campaign, you get 1000 G.
Yeah, a lot.
Wasn't
a
that
lot
Terminator game where they gave you only golden as well?
So these were all games that achievement hunters would get because they're like easy money sort of thing, and the currency of social coolness, because everyone thought you were really cool the more gamer score you had.
Where I think that platinum trophy chase though has become a problem in Sony's design is they've now stopped tying difficulty to achievements. So you notice you do not have
Mark,
to.
you're quiet.
Oh, am I? Sorry, I can.
Turn yourself up a wee bit. I think you're quiet.
Better? No? Any different?
Yeah, a little bit better. Yeah,
yeah, it's a little bit better. Yeah.
Okay, cool. But what I was saying though is the achievements in Sony games are no longer ever tied to difficulty, I believe. So you don't have to beat God of War on Give Me God of War to get the platinum trophy in God of War. And I think the reason they did that is because so many casual people started like freaking out because they couldn't get the platinum trophies. So they wanted to make it so that, well, you can throw it on very easy and still get the platinum. So it's more.
They always want to nerf it down.
Things.
Where's the challenging games?
There is a lameness to it, where it's like beat on the hardest difficulty, but then there's an increased layer of lameness when it's like beat on the hardest difficulty and don't take a single hit. You're like, what?
Yeah, those are really like a time limit ones where it's like you beat on expert difficulty, extra death mode, and it's like in 20 minutes. Like, okay.
Or when you have to beat it on the really hard difficulties, and it's like 10 gamer score. It's like,
Yeah.
awesome. Yeah, thank you so much for
Thanks
that.
so much.
The damn tutorial gave me 30, so like whatever. Yeah.
Players busy long enough to void refund periods. It's required the redefinition of a refund to protect consumers in however small a way it does. The pride, the need for a
I just think that's normal. I don't even see that as a bad thing. The fact that I wish that happen more, that there's more attention given to the new markets as they evolve and an understanding of how things reflect that going forward in times. It's the same with piracy, right? Like, and everything to do with the React stuff. It's like companies almost don't even want to get involved because it's so insanely complicated and strange, but they will as soon as enough money changes hands, right? Or enough is stolen. And yeah, when it comes to what is the nature of refunds when it comes to video games, it's like I don't mind the idea that it's like we need to restructure the whole thing to figure it out. It's like, yeah, just get it done. Figure it out. Get it fair.
And as flawed as the Steam refund system is now, it's still tremendously better than the old one. The old one, you basically
wasn't there a game that prompted it to happen? It wasn't like No Man's Sky or anything, was it?
I don't remember. Total Biscuit used to talk about it, and I think he actually fought to get a like mandated refund system, and it's, I think now it's like 2 weeks or 2 hours, whichever one happens
Something
first,
like
right?
that, yeah.
But it's like a flat thing, like you can always get a refund as long as you meet that criteria. The only time you can kind of get screwed is, like, I've had this happen before, where do you ever run a Steam game and it keeps on running even after you close it? I've had that happen like once or twice, and that'll bone you.
Arkham Knight was the game that made it happen.
Oh,
Maybe.
Maybe. Yeah, because
I
you
look
need
up-
it in place when a game doesn't fucking work. It's like,
Yeah.
refund now.
I think either a game can sit in your library for 2 weeks unplayed, or you play 2 hours of it, whatever comes first.
Yeah.
And then, your refund is invalidated.
And I think a GOG, not to toot their horn, but I think they have like a pretty much a flat 30 day. Yeah, it's pretty fair.
Oh, as well, if you go over 2 hours in Steam, can't you like do a personal appeal, and if you can explain it and you have a history of no refunds, they'll give it to you?
Yeah, like in extreme situations, I think people were actually able to get No Man's Sky refunded even after 2 hours.
It's possible it might be happening for Armored Core 6, because I actually tweeted a Steam review of it where people were saying, "Yeah, I just died to the tutorial boss for 4 hours. And I can't even refund this game." I was like, "Oh, that first boss is pretty hard. Teaches you how to play pretty quickly, though."
Apparently, June 2015 was when they implemented their Steam policy. I don't remember which game kind of prompted that, but
acceptance and now a misplaced urge to be responsible. We've attached so many odd values to an insignificant part of playing games the industry has, with every breath reinforced and ingrained into the culture of gaming.
So this is the problem. Did he just include achievements alongside like valueless things that we've attached to video games? Because a lot of people see value in them, and to be fair, some of them are really fun. Like,
yeah, there can be some fun ones.
Oh yeah, to finally be going after that achievement, and then to do it and to hear that little plunk pop up at the bottom. It's one of the most cathartic and satisfying things you'll ever do in your life.
I hate that I just said that itself. But
well, people downright have fucking nostalgia for that sound effect now, and it pops up in like videos for fun things.
Yeah.
Playing
it's the obligate achievement hunters who are the weird ones.
Yeah.
Games isn't about increasing our net worth, literally or figuratively. Playing games is supposed to be a relaxing or invigorating experience.
No, it isn't.
Boring.
It's supposed to be whatever the hell the game is.
To you,
So many different
depends on you. Depends on the experience you're looking for, but not necessarily.
He doesn't.
A lot of relaxing games are the competitive games. Yeah.
He doesn't understand the difference between an investment and a cost. Like you're not investing in a video game, you're buying, really. You're buying it, and the value that you get out of it is, did you feel that it justified the cost that you played? Because you're not playing to finish the game and get every achievement. You're playing to own the game and play the game. And be enjoyable.
The thing is, it's so broad again, because when I buy, let's just say, the newest whatever, pop it in and start playing it, it's like, what are you expecting? It's like, well, I'm not entirely sure. I mean, I guess I hope I'm engaged. I hope I enjoy this. I hope that maybe I get through enough hours that I can feel that the price was actually not at all a knock to my account at all. Like, oh, okay, but what if you don't like it? It's like, I mean, I guess I might be able to refund it, or I might go further. The amount of experiences that come out of it, and he's sitting there like, we've cynically, as a capitalistic society, turned video gaming, which is supposed to be a wonderful experience where we, have art and humans coexist together in a wonderful equilibrium. But now instead, we constantly think about our investment cost portfolio and our net worth. It's like, what are you talking about?
You can forge out your own values in a society that isn't perfect. You can do that.
You've got some guy who's just like, oh man, I don't know if I should have paid like $20 for this when I've only played it for a couple of hours and I'm bored. And then he's sitting next to you going, this is capitalism that did this.
The dude's like, all right, calm down. I'm just saying.
I'm just saying that I should have bought the other game, baby.
Yeah, and video games were born in the arcades, which would charge you like 25, 50 cents per life and would purposefully kill you. In fact, even a lot of arcade games would you take damage by using special abilities. So it isn't a new thing to want money for millions of dollars of R&D and development, and actually make profits on your entertainment, work of entertainment. Been that way for a long time.
For however long it remains so. If a 200-hour RPG doesn't keep me invested for its entire length, that's fine. Maybe it says something about how I feel towards the game itself, but not me. It doesn't make me that kind of person.
What? That kind of person?
You didn't like that game enough to finish it, or you're doing the thing that Chad was saying you did with Skyrim, where you play it and you enjoy it when you play it, and you kind of don't want to finish it because it's an experience that you sort of want to leave open-ended. Or, hey, you just didn't like the game enough to put the time in to finish it, so you moved on.
You just get bored and move on, exactly.
Yep.
I think one of the factors... Sorry, go ahead, Mel.
These are not questions I'm looking to counter, but I guess I have to. When he says, like, this doesn't say anything about me, it just says something about me and my relationship with the game. It's like, that might say something about you. It doesn't... Why are we having these conversations? Like,
it's a relation that reflects upon you kind of implicitly.
It doesn't have to be negative or positive or anything. Like, what's happening? Where did this come from?
I thought we were just going to talk about why you don't need to complete VR games for reviews. I didn't know we were going to be going.
Bring back Lewis.
Yeah, Lewis made me laugh.
Like, he had a narrative at one point, and he's just gone off the rails now. Like, I don't know how he's going to tie all this back in.
Yeah, he can't really decide whether he wants to criticize the current monetization, the achievement score hunting, that sort of, achievement culture versus peer pressure versus 90s marketing, where it's like, you got to play this game because you'll be cool like Chris. How cool is Chris? He's awesome. He beats games. It's just like a really weird jumbled mess.
He's not exploring other perspectives either, just his own. Like, everything seems so limited with this guy always. Every aspect of this video.
I promise I don't mean this to brag about how cool I am, but I did just finish Baldur's Gate 3, and the only reason I played that game,
cool guy.
The reason I played
so cool
is because I saw.
Wow, you're awesome,
cool guy.
I saw a video regs made on Divinity Original Sin 2. I tried to play it twice, and it didn't really pull me in, but I could tell there was something about it that I did really like. So when the early access for Baldur's Gate 3 came out and I was making videos for G&G and needed things to play that I could finish relatively quickly, I was like, okay, the first act of an RPG, I could probably do that. Really enjoyed it. And now I would honestly consider going back to Divinity because I now like Larian's work. I've played one of their games to completion firsthand. So that's a game that was in my backlog that I could look at as, oh my God, that's a game I just wasted money on. I invested all that time and I didn't even get out of that first beach town. But it's like, oh, well, no, but clearly it had some effect on me, and I did want to continue trying to connect with that genre of games, and I just did, so,
Right. And you might pick that game up later on, So,
yeah, still have it.
Finally finish it, yeah.
Finishing a game isn't even important to understanding it. Most of us walk away from playing a video game saying more about how we felt playing it than about the ending itself. And some
the fuck.
I mean, I don't know, my dude.
Lewis.
Do most of us do that? Did you just made that up?
It's more so just like, what does this have to do with anything?
Yeah, it's like, we don't need to finish games. Most of the time we talk about how they made us feel than the end of the game.
Yeah.
What are you talking
discussions
about?
are worthless about them anyway, so why even play them? That's what it sounds like. It's like, okay.
What point do you think you're making? This is so fucking weird. Yes, we have feelings toward the thing, whether or not we spend 10 seconds or 10 hours with it. Why would you even bring this up?
I think he's just pining. He's kind of just talking about some stuff that he's thinking.
He's just rattling around in there.
It's funny how Shad and now Mark have only seen like different parts of the video. But
Yeah.
even with these tiny parts, they can figure out
They
that
got the
this guy
exact
is
same
just-
conclusion
You know
as
what
the
I mean?
rest of us, yeah.
You didn't
Yeah.
need this full thing. Like you need 2 minutes of this fool and you can figure it out.
It's
In
almost
fact,
just-
I was watching when I was picking up my dinner. So
Oh, eh? Oh, cheater.
He talks about retail therapy. He talks about retail therapy, but it almost seems like this is just his own YouTube therapy, convincing himself that it's okay that he has not finished his entire library.
Yeah.
Which
Well, you know, like
it's fine, but
I think Free mentioned it. If we weren't in a strictly like whether or not you talk about investment, right? And he's talking about it strictly from a capitalistic point of view. We would have it from a time point of view anyway. Like that's
Of course.
And so would he just be like, "This is the fault of chronolism,
This
and we
is
need
the
to
fault
move
of-
on from it.
Yeah, this is the fault of cause and effect. This is the fault
We need
of
to
mortality.
understand that we can just do
Because
anything."
you're always going to be making trades between the things that you do. Always, even if there's no money, there's time as a commodity in and of itself, if you want to put it that way.
Feel anything. They don't have to. There's no guarantee they will, and finishing them won't change that. Now that we're older, does it really matter if you know every secret or cool fact about a game?
Nobody fucking agreed with you when you said that already.
We went there.
Guys, now that we've come to be older in the past 10 minutes, don't you think that we've figured out you don't need every secret? It's like, what?
Yeah. 10 minutes
Or is
ago, I looked
acting
at
like an
Rags and I said, "What a fucking fool."
Fool.
8-year-old
Cool.
and correcting someone on some anecdotal piece of trivia, not the most annoying thing to do in the world.
No, this video is one of the more annoying things in the world, but that's...
This is...
Why are you venting now?
I like that he's just like assumed that we agree. It's like, now that we agreed that Sauron did nothing wrong, can we all just move on and say that?
On what Theo just said, it's like, isn't it evident that he had a video on Sonic and someone in the comments said, you know, when you said fun piece of trivia for you, you were actually wrong about that piece of trivia. It turns out it's not Sonic, it was Shadow that did that in the bubble. And he's just like, fucking asshole. What? Do you get meaning out of doing that to people? Correcting them? Is that it?
Well, yes, I do. So
yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah,
This
just
is like,
little
I'm
fucker,
sorry
like,
your review was
notice
shitty.
something.
It's just like the Sterling video. It's just fucking defensive bitterness. It's like, let me be wrong. It's like, yeah, I am letting you be wrong. I'm correcting you.
Be wrong in the privacy of your own house, and don't drag us into
You're
it
the
when
one
we
who
make
made the
public.
decision to be wrong on the internet.
Yeah, the Sterling video was especially just like, yeah, let me be wrong and don't be bitter about it, or else I'll play more of your games and rate them lower. By the way, this game that you don't like is much better than the games you do like, huh?
Don't say stupid things publicly. It just comes.
Don't make me play the game more, or I'll get more familiar with it, and you wouldn't like that.
Yeah,
So
number
crazy
might
how
go
it's-
downer.
It's so hard for some
Yeah.
people to understand that when you say objectionable things online, people object. Like, I don't understand.
Nuts.
Easy to have a conversation with our friends about games despite the disparity in our playtimes. Haven't you wanted to suck?
That's
It was
not a
never
new
hard.
discovery. It was
He's still
never
stuck on
hard.
that. He's still stuck on that.
Because
This is the root of all his issues.
he
like,
went
the
through a
very
lot, dude.
beginning.
Okay, he went through a lot.
Someone in the mouth for invalidating you based on how much time you've
Wait,
put into
what?
something.
Wait,
Okay,
oh,
wait,
what
yeah,
was
let's
on
go
that?
back there. Hang
What
on,
was
hang
that?
on a minute.
Easy to have a conversation with our friends about games despite the disparity in our playtimes. Haven't you wanted to suck someone in the mouth for invalidating you
Oh,
based
suck.
on how much time you've put into
Suck
something?
someone.
I thought he said suck someone
Yeah,
in the
we all
mouth.
did. I think we all did.
Like, oh, wrong
Suck
vowel.
someone in
That's
the
not-
mouth.
Oof.
Wait, so yeah, his statement is: haven't you ever wanted to sock someone in the mouth because they've invalidated your experience based on your playtime? It's like, well, were they right?
Yeah.
Also, even if they were, no, I wouldn't. I didn't.
Yeah,
want
that's never
I've
made me
never
want
wanted
to
to punch
suck them in the
someone over
mouth.
video
but-
games. You're like, I don't know.
I want to punch like
Stuck in the
murderers
mouth.
and rapists, not people who talk bad about video games.
Okay, I will
When-
give him
when-
like a quarter point though that he is actually showing punching while he's saying that. Because
Yeah, good for him.
Footage has been very
Purely
irrelevant.
incidental.
When you get a
Oh,
comment
wow.
that says, "I don't care what your opinion is because you've only put 10 hours into Zelda," I'd probably be like, "Yeah, this could be fair." Like, and then
yeah,
he's like, "Wow, I just want to fucking punch them." I'd be like, "Dude,
Unless
Uh,
you
Had a
make
grip.
it's then on Jim though to make a compelling argument as to why his 10 hours in Zelda gave him a reason that he feels he can argue his position over people who have put 50 hours into the game. Because I don't necessarily think that if you haven't put as much time in as like I haven't put as much time into Overwatch as some of the people that have been playing Overwatch since the day it came out. But I think I can still give some thoughts on Overwatch and what I liked about it and didn't like. and I can justify that with things that are in the game because I played it. You know, like
I might
I'm not
have valid
making
things to say with 1 second in the game. It's
Yeah,
just,
I've never played Overwatch, but just from someone who's played, first person shooters, give me like 30 seconds in the game and I could probably come to some type of opinion and like have something to say about it. Doesn't mean I'm going to be, have this extensive knowledge on the game, but you can still like bring something to the table.
Well,
Yeah,
people
you
will
can
do
pretty
this
quickly.
to you
Well,
forever.
the journey to 200 hours begins with the first 30 minutes.
That's
Yeah.
true. And not only would it be like essentially a
Oh,
fallacy of
just
some
got that.
kind to be like, you shouldn't be talking on this because you don't have enough time. It would also be a fallacy to be like, my opinion's better than yours because I've got more time in the game. It's like, no, it's going to be about what you guys actually said and how accurate it is. Just like we've been advocating since fucking second one of the previous video. And so that's just all people care about. Be accurate.
The reason I used Overwatch as an example is because a few years ago, IGN famously did a re-review of Overwatch that was a 10 out of 10, and it was written by a person who was clearly an Overwatch fanboy. So I was just like, guys, like you just let an Overwatch super fan decide to put another number on the game 3 years later. Like, why? How is this content?
Did they even justify the numbers, like some type of criteria or anything? Because it just gets people riled up when you throw a random big number out there.
By the end of it, his summation, like I don't remember it word for word, but in like the abstract on it is he's like, well, while Overwatch has a significant amount of problems, some of which still haven't been fixed since the first year, I just am so overwhelmed with how much love and amazing happiness I've experienced in this community and playing this, and I'm just like, dude.
Right there, he's done. Skip over the problems and tell me about how you feel.
You're not even pretending to be serious.
Aren't we fully aware we'll never be able to play every game in existence and lead healthy, functional lives at
The genius.
Nobody wants you to
Damn,
finish
that's
every
crazy.
single game.
Do you like how he qualified it, by the way? We couldn't possibly play all the video games and be healthy. It's like, no, we just couldn't play all the video games. You could have just stopped there. Like,
It's not possible.
It's not possible.
But yeah, why is this being presented as like the conclusion to be drawn from this big essay?
Rambling bunch of nonsense.
We don't have to play every video game ever made. Haven't you ever thought about that, guys?
No.
What's actually cool about the sheer amount of games now, you can actually kind of just focus on your niche. What if you like very, very specific types of games? Now you've got more of them, so you can actually just focus on the games you like the most. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, there's such a wide variety of experiences on offer. You can always find something that you're interested in, or the sorts of things that you want to spend your time on.
This is the revelation, you guys, after having considered for a long time that maybe he does need to play every video game ever made.
Remember when he mentioned Jesus Christ back then? Didn't he? Is this the video that he mentioned Jesus Christ earlier on? Like where he's talking about video games and his friends?
Yeah, he said you'd be seen as like the god of Olympus
God
sort of thing.
It feels like it was fucking 3 days ago, but yeah, that was
he hasn't
this
made a
video,
point
yeah.
since then too. That's the craziest thing.
Well, doesn't it feel like you make all of these crazy different points, and then you're trying to tie it all up, and you say the most agreeable possible statement in the world? Let's agree, guys. You can't play all of video games. And then as he was writing it, he was like, "Oh fuck, what if you could? You can't do it in a healthy way." There we go. Everyone can agree with this, right? Right? It's just like, was that what the video was about? Like, I didn't catch that.
An
This
agreeable
video kind of reminds me of the meme where the guy is
Hallmark.
putting a bunch of cardboard flames around him, and then he's like rolling around in the fetal position, like as if he's oh god, the house is on fire. Like, but I don't even want to be like mean because to me he's just like a seemingly nice, insecure guy who's just kind of talking his way through what he's
Nice
feeling,
stuff.
turning it into a video.
He's thinking
Yeah.
out loud for sure.
I want to be
Yeah.
mean.
Well, it's the kind of thing that I remember thinking this about. I forget what the name of the video is, but Donkey made a video about how bad like reviewers are, like mainstream ones. And it was just like, fucking hell, I heard all these talking points, like all of these better explained 10 years ago by Total Biscuit. What the hell's going on? It's like, well, cycles, man. And there's people who haven't heard all of those points. There's people who don't even know who Total Biscuit is now. And there's people who didn't know he was when he was actually in his prime. So, you need to recycle them again. Because apparently this guy feels like all of this stuff is relatively new, what he's talking about. And we're all sitting here like, what the fuck?
There are people starting new gaming channels right now who are researching game analysis and going back and watching Total Biscuit. So, like, how is that different from sourcing a book you read on something?
Oh, I wish it worked that way. I feel like most people
Oh, yeah.
don't tend to go back to older channels unless they're already familiar with them.
A
I
lot of
remember
people just don't
the
do research, period. They're just like,
Yeah.
oh, well, stream of consciousness. I'm sure it'll be great.
I
gaming.
can't see it being impossible though that there's a 16-year-old kid that hears about Total Biscuit, gets curious about it, goes back and watches some videos,
Well,
and then by
hey.
the time he's 19, he has a good gaming channel.
If there are any
Yeah.
16 to 19-year-old gamers in chat right now who've never heard of the name Total Biscuit, go find him and watch all of his top popular videos about gaming.
And if there are
Matt
any
Damon on
16
that
to
list.
17-year-old gamers in the chat, this isn't a chat for adults, just to be clear.
Yeah,
I was about to
would
embed what I
love
just
it.
said too. Actually, if you're Eddie age, check him out. He's awesome.
Yeah.
No, he's great. He's
yeah.
actually my number one inspiration for starting a channel. He's awesome. I actually got to meet him in person briefly at after a panel. Super cool guy.
Was he a
but,
biscuit? Just so I.
he was
No.
he was
He was
technically
totally a biscuit. He was
Oh.
totally a biscuit, Shad.
But remember,
I
in League of Legends, they added the Total Biscuit of regeneration. I think
Now
right
the
ago.
Total Biscuit of
yeah.
everlasting will.
Those things are
StarCraft
clutch.
2 has his voice as an
Those
announcer
biscuits are
pack you
OP.
can buy.
Oh yeah, that's right. He's also he plays the mobster in Awesome Nuts. He's like,
Yeah.
see?
A lot of the
It's pretty funny.
co-optional gang are in that game. Like Jesse
Yeah,
Cox plays a
it's pretty
character
funny.
as well.
But I would love for gaming discourse to take a couple lessons from Total Biscuit. Maybe not to social media, but from his gaming discourse was amazing. He was one of the most. He tried to like self-correct. He would be responsible with what he said. He would try to take his job seriously as an industry professional, which is pretty rare nowadays.
He's got so much more integrity.
He's
Yeah,
practically the poster boy for integrity on YouTube.
Yep.
absolutely.
At the same time. So why do we still give so much reverence to such a small part of our hobby which has bred such awful rhetoric? Why do we
Well-
let unethical industry
Well-
practice and child-focused marketing push us to treat every purchase as a lifelong commitment?
Nobody does.
No one does
Look at
this.
you.
You're screaming into the void.
Lifelong purchase, bro.
The marketing even.
Even the hyper capitalist monsters that just want to turn everything into money would be like lifelong. I don't know about that.
Yeah, you're like, okay. No, give us
Lifelong
$80
purchase
now
is-
and then another $80 next year. That's what we want.
Why do we stress it? Let it go. Play until you're satisfied, and don't feel bad about not finishing it. It's served its purpose. We've forgotten the primary purpose of playing games is
I can't wait for you
the what?
to tell
Yes,
me
tell
what.
me.
You fucking dad.
Yes.
I know where this is.
You know, after all this video, I have no idea what he's gonna say. This is how little I know.
probably won't
Play
even
games.
Because I feel like when people say that, they don't even say something really agreeable like, having fun or, socializing with your friends or something where it's like, okay, not necessarily, but that doesn't make me angry that you said it. But a lot of the
Yeah.
times they say something where it's like, oh, you made me angry.
This would, as you just said, there are easy answers. If he goes with fun, I'll let it pass. But let's see what he
Fine.
does.
to play them. It's not
Yeah.
to subscribe to a fictional world for the rest of our lives. It doesn't come with the price tag of needing to interact with every piece of media it's related to. Another industry practice, great for quantity.
Get to the
Where's
point.
this one coming from?
What's the reason?
Yeah, now he's talking about how when you buy it, you get compelled to consume third-party stuff. It's like, well, the most common reason you do that is because you're super invested in the fucking world to begin with. I was actually talking about this on Friday Night Tights about how, back in the day, Star Wars was so fucking, engaging and top-notch that people would be like, I want to play games related to this. I want to read books related to this, comic
The
books.
Lord of the
I wanna-
Rings games.
Yeah, Lord of the Rings has the same thing.
Those games are
These days,
epic.
though, be like, do you want to see Rey in a video game? It's like, no.
See who?
I don't want to see Ray anywhere. I want to see on our poster.
Unlucky for you. She's getting a movie. That'll have a game, surely.
I bet you even Daisy Ridley's like, I kind of would like it if I had another big role, to be honest, if I could pick.
She's broke. Like, what are they gonna do? Her and Amelia Clark is cursed, and Ray.
She's
Daisy
gonna
Ridley's just
make a new Jedi Order. She's gonna train a bunch of Jedis. It's gonna be great.
Yay, more Jedi.
That's just what the Star Wars fandom want to see. That's just what they want to see.
honestly, I Ray and Finn deserve some type of redemption, but Disney just doesn't have the talent to do it. They haven't learned anything from that, so I have no faith in that movie at all.
Nah,
Yeah.
No.
I don't want to
Yeah,
see Finn or Rey anymore. They had their 3 movies.
I don't want to see Star Wars anymore.
I don't want to
Star
see
Wars,
the
go away.
Star Wars. The Star Wars needs to end.
Andor season 3, when
We need to have peace. Give peace a chance.
Andor's
Just
big
have,
on
like-
Star Wars.
I want to see Star Peace.
Ahsoka's gonna suck so bad that they're gonna not make Andor season 2. Andor's gonna be the one that suffers. That's
Well,
what-
Andor already suffered. I'm pretty sure it got scuttled down
It-
from Like, wasn't it going to be 5 seasons at one point?
Is it going to be 5 to 2,
I think
right?
it was at least 3, and now it's 2. Yeah.
How many people said they didn't watch it because of Kenobi and Boba Fett? Like, that combo right there was
It
so
only makes
powerful.
sense. It should have come out after Rogue One. That would have been fine. Would have been
Yeah, when people can remember who this guy is.
Yeah.
Hey man, EFAP community, start telling people to watch Andor. If we
There's only
end up
so
being-
much we could do, okay?
Yeah.
That show has had some really, really good word of mouth, like in general around the internet, from what I've
People
seen.
tried.
So that's good.
Yeah.
Because like the biggest word of mouth projects seem to be like Squid Game, Arcane, Andor to an extent. Like it does work somewhat, but it can't survive if it's just word of
Forget
mouth.
Hot D.
The biggest problem I find with Endor is that you have to get through this sludge known as Disney Plus to get to it. Like we've heard so many bad things about how, you know, they take a movie down, their own Disney Plus original movie down after 3 months. They take their own Disney Plus shows down after 5 months, and 90% of the new original content is garbage. And you dig through this sludge and you get to like 1 or 2 decent pieces of media, and they don't do any physical releases on any of their content. Like I would love to buy Andor. I'd buy Andor tomorrow, but I can't.
A friend of mine who I do some
Hell's
streams
Hot
with,
D.
AJ, he has Andor on Blu-ray that he got in an Asian mall that like they did a really good transfer of it. It's in a steelbook. It's like legit. And I was like, "What? Where do you like? I'll buy that right now." He's like, "Nah." He's like, "You can't." And it's like it's just
Pacific Mall?
Yeah, Pacific Mall type deal. Oh wait, are you from Toronto?
I was like, wait a minute. This guy said Asian Mall. This guy's got to be talking about P Mall. I don't care where you are in the world. It's
I heard
gotta
you
be
on
P
the
Mall.
podcast,
Yeah,
and I could
yeah,
swear
Toronto.
like you were from Toronto. I just didn't want to say it because I said it.
No,
about
I knew. I
Wong.
thought. Yeah, no, I remember that one of you was Canadian, but I couldn't remember who it was exactly. As soon as you said the Asian Mall, I'm like, he's got to be talking about P Mall. Yeah, I'm in Toronto.
I'm Canadian as well.
Yeah, John's
Ooh, hello there.
BC.
I'm from America.
Yeah.
I'll buy the back alley version of Andor, and then just like track down the writer and just like slip a 20 into his pocket. It's like, here you go, buddy. Good job.
I just want to back up what Mark was saying. You could find anything at that mall. Like, it's incredible.
I think it would be kind of crazy though if Netflix did like a physical Blu-ray of Arcane and Cyberpunk Edge Runners, and Disney Plus did
that'd be awesome.
Andor or something. Something that make it expensive, make it only for people who want to get it, and just see how it does. Because I feel like if a lot of people end up buying it, you might be like, oh, maybe that's one of the things that they watch, which they
should test that out with Arcane. Arcane is the one that's worth the risk. Make
Yeah,
it proper, give them a nice box set, and like the real fans will come.
Content related to something
No,
you
not back
like,
to him.
but built entirely on strategies to drive invested players towards being guaranteed buyers. We're cautious of spoilers for games we picked up once months ago, played for 2 hours, and keep telling ourselves we'll go back to someday. As if we owe it to ourselves to avoid being part of the community around those games until we...
No, why can't you have a single good faith interpretation of any of these things happening?
I was just thinking the same thing. It's the same thing over and over again.
Like,
It's never elaborating a point. Just
This
whining.
because that conversation comes up all the time when someone says like blah 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 blah, and you go, whoa, you just spoiled the end of RDR2. I haven't played it yet, and it's just like, well, you should have played it by now. And then there's a bit of a back and forth, and the ultimate thing is just like, yeah, probably I probably should have played it by now, but I'd appreciate it if you can find a way to make your point without mentioning the spoiler. And then the other person's like, yeah, sure, okay, fine.
Well, I mean, Genius combine this notion with the notion of backlogs, and that's more lost purchases of games than anything being like guaranteed from having people get into on the ground floor, as it were.
But also, Red Dead Redemption 2 is a prequel.
It's not even. What he's saying is like, oh, your obsession with spoilers is like making you stay out of the cultural conversation for no reason at all. And it's like, maybe I fucking like it when I get surprised. Leave me alone. Jeez.
Like John Marston lives. Spoilers for Red Dead Redemption 2.
Wow.
About it. And in the same breath, we stress how important it is not to gatekeep each other, no matter how comprehensively we know a specific piece.
No, you can gatekeep.
No, gatekeep.
Yeah, that's okay. It just
Please
depends.
gatekeep.
Please,
Not
yes,
gatekeeping is how you
gatekeep the
get
fuck
Elden
out of
Ring.
the things you love.
Piece of media. Listen to how silly we sound. We can't talk.
Oh, I've been listening
Speak
to
for
you.
yourself.
Aye, every time.
It's sounding very silly.
About something or look at anything about it because we played it a couple times and really want to try it again someday, and even though we're super interested but don't have the time or really the desire to go back to it at the moment, we won't let ourselves indulge in said thing in other ways we want to right now.
I don't. Anyone want to decipher that one?
So lost. Yeah.
I'm not very interested in trying to figure it out.
He doesn't have a point. I said that from 4 minutes in. Like,
what do you mean? That was the trauma section. It was so important.
It just seems to be
the
the
most
idea
interesting
that,
part
like,
is childhood trauma.
Isn't it lame that I feel the need to hold off on engaging with something to any extent until I've, played the game or, I guess extended to watch the movie, read the book or whatever. But I mean, again, that's up to you. It's not necessarily a bad thing to try and abstain from as much as possible until you get to play it yourself. Like you said, you want to get spoiled.
This video could be titled. It makes so much more sense if it was titled "Dear Steam Library." This is why I can't play all of you.
Dear Steam Library, where do you get off?
What kind of weird, self-inflicted punishment have we invented for ourselves? What exactly are we afraid of? Being someone who talks a lot about this.
It's you!
Stop.
It's this guy!
Stop doing this.
Projecting in this video.
Oh
is
no, he's got the
extreme.
collar now. He's popping the collar now. There we go.
Doing some Yakuza cosplay.
This is such
I'm
a
kind
Wow.
of looking at that Pokemon.
Oh yeah,
up
he's
there.
curious.
Kiryu.
Wow.
Low tie leaf.
Stop saying
My God,
we.
that-
Start saying I.
Everyone.
There is a lot of we in this, isn't
Yeah,
there?
he's including
Yeah, there's a lot of we in the top left corner as well.
in this.
That's true. There is a lot of we in the top left-hand corner there.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow, I can't
We-
believe I can't. I can't
We are
believe that,
gamers,
man.
you guys. We are one.
We are gonna
can't-
touch our wieners.
Gamers unite. Gamers rise up.
Yep.
I can't believe that bearded man is only 30 years old. I can't believe this.
Crazy.
Stuff for the sake of making videos, you'd assume I'm acting like I've liberated myself from the clutches of nefarious marketing strategies.
I don't know, maybe a little. You sound like you've reached an enlightened level of your life, and all you've said is, you don't have to play every single game. Like, whoa.
I had no idea.
What are the point of these clips?
And toxic
He
gaming
says all
culture.
standing in front of a wall of games.
Not true. My Need to Beat Games is the worst it's ever been.
Oh.
Can you imagine
Oh,
making a 2-hour
serious?
story analysis of a game and
Maybe all of your analysis is actually detrimental. Maybe you just need to be normal. just
That's
chill the
real
fuck out.
cheated.
Maybe
not
just
getting to the end? Or if someone in your comments wanted to have a discussion with you and you had to clarify you never finished whatever it was you were talking about? The stigma exists whether or not you adhere to it. And I know plenty of people who won't.
Wait, hold on.
Huh?
Can we rewind like 15
Yeah.
seconds? It sounds like he
We
is
can.
now talking about it in the context of reviews.
My Need to
Let's
Beat
see.
Games is
He has
the
a point?
worst it's
Alright, let
ever
me take
been.
this in.
Can you imagine making a 2-hour story analysis of a game and not getting to the end? Or if someone in your comments wanted to have a
Yes,
discussion
I
with
can.
you and you had to clarify you never finished whatever it was you were talking about?
Yeah.
So the first thing I just wouldn't do. I don't think I would make a story analysis without finishing the story.
Oh, I thought
Thank
he
you,
meant
yeah.
have you ever finished watching, or like you watch a 2-hour story analysis and you don't finish it? I thought that's what he
I
meant.
thought
Not
you meant
the,
writing the story
why the
analysis.
fuck would
That's what-
anyone?
yeah, I
why would you
thought he
analyze a
meant
story
writing
for
it
2
too,
hours without
yeah.
having finished the story? That's weird.
Because yeah, he said in the comments, you don't want to engage with something in the comment section of a video, presumably that you've made about that game because you haven't finished it. You don't know everything about it yet. So it does seem like it is about talking about things that you haven't completed,
It might
which
be
is fine.
Well,
as
because
long as
there are
you know.
contexts you could do it, right? Like you could do a 2-hour breakdown of the 2 first episodes of Ahsoka, and you'd be like, yeah, but the whole season isn't out yet. And you're like, yeah, I'm analyzing the story as is right now.
Exactly.
But if you were to say like I played halfway through BioShock and then did a full story breakdown, I'd be like, what?
What would be the point?
Why?
Why?
Like, that's...
It might be just a desire to consistently be thought of as a person who knows what's going on and knows everything that's happening in the industry and what the good games are and why they're good and what the bad games are and why they're bad.
Well,
And
I'd
It
say
leads
that's
people to become posers, man. They pretend they've played a whole ton of games that they might have dabbled with, they might have played a demo of, they might have played a beta of, and then they act like they're an expert on it. And I think that's honestly, it's a much bigger problem when a YouTuber does it than when a random person in comments does it. Though.
A real gamer will sniff that shit out in 2 seconds, though. Like a real gamer will sniff that out, and I don't know why they would even take that approach. It's just you lose your credibility instantly.
If your video was about why you couldn't keep going, then I would consider that a valid take as well. But if you really wanted to do an invested, full breakdown of a story, but you didn't want to consume all of it because you couldn't be asked or something, I'd be like, that's a really strange approach.
And then you
again, it's just
don't
wouldn't you
value
be
your
better
opinion
off-
then.
Yeah, I mean,
Wouldn't you
people are
be
going
better
to
off
obviously
finishing
find
it?
you to be inaccurate.
But
Obviously.
I feel that your perspective is incomplete, and I mean they
Yeah.
have a reason to because you have incomplete knowledge.
And then if
That's
you're like,
just
yeah,
true.
but it's my perspective regardless. You're like, okay, but that's their
Well,
perspective
again,
regardless.
exactly. You just got to push on ahead regardless. You got to truck on and not be too insecure about getting those kinds of responses because you will. You always will.
Yeah,
That's-
Sorry, go
it's
ahead.
just no, I was just gonna say this just seems like it's born of being frustrated by being held to a higher standard because you have a megaphone and you're talking about video games. You're going to be held to a higher standard and knowing a lot more about knowing your shit more than the average person who may or may not have played the game. You're now saying, I'm an expert. I'm making these long videos and giving reviews that could potentially affect people's purchases. And so people will hold you to a higher standard. This just kind of seems based on, I don't want to have to be held to a higher standard. I want to play a little bit of games and not worry about if I'm a completionist or if I know everything about the game. It just seems kind of silly.
I think it's his internal framing of I'm a video game expert, so people will expect me to be a video game expert. Therefore, I must have the correct opinion, and I don't have time to play all the games. So you've just got to deal with the fact that I'm not going to finish these games, but I'm still going to be an expert because I'm a video game expert.
I'd say the thing that people probably value is not like purported wide sweeping knowledge about absolutely everything, but not very sophisticated knowledge on anything. It seems to me that people really like expertise on specific things, you know, like a focus on a specific genre of game or a specific franchise, or just, you know, just more like limited focus. It seems more valuable to a lot of people than just being like I'm the everyman with sort of general, general knowledge, yeah, but like if you say you got expert knowledge on everything, it's just not. There's not enough time in the day to be an expert on everything.
Yeah, and all you really need to do is just be honest about what your experiences with the games are. So that's why it often helps if you do make content and you're comfortable with streaming while you're playing the games that you're covering, I think it's been helpful for me to be like, okay, I'm gonna really commit to getting through this game and, you know, actually forming some opinions that the people who are watching me are going to think of as insightful. And that you can't hide when you're forming those opinions. I mean, as we saw on the Ragnarok episode, when you're forming those opinions, people can really see quickly if you know what you're talking about and you're approaching things in a fair manner and actually focusing on the things you should be focusing on. Because if not, you're just gonna sound silly and be like, "Oh, this game sucks."
Or like whining about how hard everything is without using any of your upgrades. Yeah, that could be.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yep.
So
many ways to expose yourself.
No one would do that.
No one would
That's
do
madness.
that.
No one has madness at the utmost degree.
The stigma exists whether or not you adhere to it, and I know plenty of people who won't start on a video until they get to the end of the subject matter. The way I play games for videos is the same way I play them for fun. I'd be having this conversation with myself or a friend if YouTube didn't exist. Actually, in the process of
I can believe that you would talk to yourself about this. Because there's actually some introspection possibilities here, talking about how you felt, how your whole life came together, why you feel traumatized by Lewis. I nearly said Sean for some reason.
Sean! So many people.
But yeah, you know, you didn't have to put it in a video. I'm just saying as an option, you know.
Making this specific video, I have talked about it with a friend or two. That's actually how I got started. A friend of mine told me I should just write down how I feel about games and then put it online. It's a tough.
Oh, your friend is not a great
Rags,
friend.
Remember, he described his friends earlier. They're people who disown him if he doesn't have the right games. So.
Oh yeah, that's
you
true.
shit on them.
Your friends are really not good friends.
Yeah. His friends.
Imagine the friend was like, "Hey, dude, record one of your rants and put it online. Do it."
Yeah, dude, just totally unfiltered. No,
He's like,
don't
wow, do you
script.
think
Of
it's
course
insightful and worthy and people would approve? And he's like, yeah,
yeah, I do. We all do.
You're saying he was peer pressured? He was peer pressured into making this shitty video, just like the games. Is that what you're saying?
Don't know, maybe.
Yeah, yes, yeah. Press upload after you buy RDR2, coward.
Oh, jeez.
Fun, but it's different now that my visibility is approaching a considerable milestone. Imposter syndrome is kicking it alive. I don't want to be
kicking it alive.
Kicking it alive. That's an odd.
That's it. The expression is that something is dead. You kick it, and then it's like, oh my god, I'm alive. And
I'm alive. Thanks for kicking me, Doc.
It doesn't surprise me that he would be, getting senses of imposter syndrome because it seems like this guy has some pretty severe social anxiety that he just dealing with.
Well, and his friends were mean to him throughout his whole life about video games.
And
It does
Lewis.
seem that way, yeah.
What is imposter syndrome but being afraid that you're a poser?
Pretty much.
Off base with my analysis or miss something in my retrospectives. I don't want to end up with the worst take on the internet and get laughed at.
And yet,
behind
here we
closed
are.
It always comes down
Yeah.
to him being laughed at or like being like exposed or abandoned in some way.
Yeah,
Does
Mister,
he know
enjoy
you
everything for what it is. Don't
Yeah,
take
you
it,
can't
blah,
enjoy
blah,
a damn
blah.
thing.
I think
Yeah.
he has just discovered a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Yeah, it seems like if you don't want to put in the time and effort and the worry of being fact driven and having all the details, then just fix your format. Do an impressions format or doing here's
Yeah.
how I feel about this game. This is my personal experience with this game. And I don't, and be just self-aware. It's like, yeah, I did not read the wikis. I did not look at, 10,000 hours of gameplay and study every move. I just played the game blind and this is what I felt like it. Let me know what you feel in the comments, and just like that's your new format, because you're not going to put in the time to be exactly factual and specific about everything.
And shock horror. I was just saying, and shock horror, what he could also do, right? If he says something that ends up being embarrassingly wrong, he could just own it and say, oh, I got that wrong. Thanks for pointing it out. And I'm glad I know what the correct information is.
Well, yeah, it's not a
the format
personal
for it.
attack because you got something wrong.
Yeah, and it's not the end of the
fine.
world that you get something wrong.
Exactly.
You really got to learn to actually
Just
take
chill
that
out.
on board. Yeah, and see it as a valuable character building thing. And it can actually be a tremendous positive by being wrong, because it just enables you, now you know how to be more right. And so too many people are afraid of it.
He doesn't have a normal relationship with video games. We all do, so it's hard to even see his perspective. Like, this is really
it isn't
something
a
he's
normal
established at the beginning.
relationship.
Yeah.
You're right. This isn't a normal way of,
We're
of,
all-
like, playing video games or
Yeah.
relating to video games or
even
art
remotely.
consumption in general. It's just bizarre. It's strange.
Yeah,
It's weird.
it's
Everything you
the-
guys are saying are making sense. And I'm just thinking, like, if
I
he was listening to
agree.
this, he wouldn't have it click. Like, he just wouldn't understand what we're saying. He's
This
got
is
a
what we
completely
call
different
the
perspective.
this is the bad friendship meta that we
Yeah,
dipped
his
into. It's not
relationship with
good.
video games is way too heavily influenced by things beyond the art itself.
It's also just
bad
like
almost.
wanting to have your cake and eat it too. If you're going to do retrospectives, you got to be factual, or people are going to call you out on it.
Well, yes, you don't have to like make videos on things, but if you do, like, yeah, you're making arguments, you're putting them out there. You got to expect some pushback,
Yeah.
especially if you get things wrong. Of course, like you can treat it as much as you want. Of like, yeah, it's just like me having a conversation with my friends, but it's not, because a bunch of people who don't know you,
And don't give a
like,
shit
they're gonna
about
watch it,
your
and that I don't, yeah,
feelings.
they're just not going to be nearly as interested as like your friends are in your personal perspective, like how you feel and your history. They're not going to be familiar with that. Like, you're presenting it to strangers. Of course, they're going to be critical especially if they don't know all of this. Because, like, if they watch one of your other videos, they're not going to know about all of this potentially.
No.
All of this being baked into it about how you had to rent video games, and then Lewis and everything, and how it instilled in you this desire to.
Or maybe he
play
starts every video with that
game.
Lewis story. He probably starts every video with the Lewis story.
Lewis
Part of
did
the
this to
theme.
me.
Lewis and his uncle.
The theme of his channel.
Lewis
I'm
and
starting to
Uncle
wonder
premiering
about
at
Lewis.
7 Eastern on
We've talked a lot
UPN.
about him. What if he's the hero? What if he was the one that was trying to get this guy on track, and he's just trying to
Yeah.
sully his good Lewis name?
I think we need to hear Lewis's
I've
side
never
of the
blamed-
story.
I've never blamed Lewis in any of this. I've
Lewis
always
is
put the
Lewis
blame
is
on this guy.
blameless.
But I mean, are we even sure that Lewis is real, or is he just a figment of his imagination?
I just
You could've made that shit up.
There's a channel
coping
called Lewis,
mechanism?
and there's just a video called My Truth.
My side of the story, or my response.
It just begins with, you may have heard of a channel had a video called You Don't Need to Finish Game. I do.
And
Just
on
door.
admitting that you're wrong about something, nobody's going to dislike you for admitting
No.
that you're wrong. In fact, probably the opposite.
Yeah.
And so, like, doubling down is the worst thing you can do. And that's just
No, if
pure
you-
ego at
If
work.
you tell me I'm wrong, you're a paid actor.
or in
yeah,
my own
being actor.
face. Huh. I guess it isn't so different after all. I guess the problem's been here since the beginning. What if the thing I'm thinking about right now about a specific game, if I vocalize it? What if there's something I missed? What if I end up
that
looking
happens.
silly for
Dude.
saying it? What if I
Oh no!
Oh no.
God, your friends will leave you. You're like,
Yeah,
ready to step-
You'll
You
figure
already
out
know
find
what
out who
will
your
happen
real
here.
friends are.
Yeah.
Your dog will leave
on
you.
here
achievements, see if any of them compel you, and maybe go back and play the game again, or don't. That's it.
I'm just imagining his like dog looking at him, is like, oh man, those facts are wrong, and just like shaking his head and walking out the door. It's like everybody's disappointed in him.
And it gives me away. To avoid that, everything needs to be perfect. I can't join the discussion if I'm not done yet. I'm not valid until I finish it. I'm not
we're
afraid
ramping
of
up
getting a
to the grand
factoid incorrect
conclusion.
or mistaking what showed up in which game.
I was right.
I'm scared of being wrong about how I feel.
Oh my
I think
god!
to an extent,
see, look
we're
at
all
that.
scared of being wrong about how
Wow!
we feel.
He's turning it around. It's coming together at the end.
Ooh.
It wasn't about how you don't need to be finishing games. You know, the story was about what you needed, not what you wanted. And what you needed was realizing that the opinions of others dictate your life. Lewis, he's hovering over you, a specter, casting you in shadow, following you,
Lewis is a
whispering
halo.
in your ear about how you're not good enough, how you know you're inadequate, your perspective is inadequate, you haven't played enough games, and you need to break free from Lewis. You got to break free from his hold.
Sorry, I want to finally ask, who the fuck is Lewis? I missed
Oh,
that.
we can answer that. This is a live image of
Lewis
Lewis
is
on
everywhere.
screen right now. I got him on stream.
Lewis
there.
is nowhere and everywhere.
That's Lewis.
That is what's hovering over this man right now, traumatizing him since childhood, making sure that he has to finish the games or he's not going to be invited to the birthday party.
It's
You
like
ever get up from your
He
PC without having
occasionally-
finished
he
the game
occasionally
you're currently
disappears.
playing.
this
He
is seriously
whispers, did you get platinum on like Modern Warfare 2?
this photo was
Childhood
taken
friend.
when this girl got to chapter 19 of this game, that said the final chapter, and she's like, I'm gonna go out and have some food, and then Lewis was like, are you? Is that what you're gonna do? Is
How
that
hungry
what-
are you
Sure
really?
about that? Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Are you sure
Okay,
you're
okay,
valid?
yeah, that's fine. Okay,
I hope
yeah,
nothing
sure,
bad
all right.
happens on the way to your dumbass restaurant.
Now, it's true, a lot of people pointing this out, Lewis and ER have never been seen in the same room, so I'm just saying.
Oh no,
Something to think about.
that's what ER is up to these days.
I see.
ER's a dirty Lewis. If he manages to jump on today,
Whoa,
we've
calm
got to
down.
call him Lewis every once in a while.
Oh, he doesn't even know. He doesn't even know what's coming.
He's like, what the fuck?
I can imagine like a Fight Club style ending where, you know, spoilers for Fight Club, you haven't seen it, but
Wow,
just like,
spoiling Fight Club.
Spoilers for Fight
Wow.
Club. What?
no, it's, maybe I shouldn't say. I was just thinking like, you know, it's like, yeah, and then Lewis told me to buy this game. He's like, wait, who's Lewis? There's no Lewis in here. It's like he never existed. And you're like, what?
We are all
It's
Lewis.
like a flashback.
I hope he didn't make that shit up. Lewis is a legend at this point.
You know what? It's like Socrates. It doesn't even matter if he was a real person. What really matters is the lessons and the ideas and the philosophy of this person. And, you know, the person doesn't have to be real to really change the world. So
You know.
maybe it's the ideas and what they represent that's most important.
Yeah,
There's
you're
a
right.
Lewis
In my
in all
heart,
of us.
Breaks, right?
The trauma of Lewis transcends the actual.
In my heart, Lewis is real and alive, and he's out there right now, and he agrees with all of us.
Is Lewis joining the team of philosophers in the EFAP histories? Because it's kind of funny, right? The one of them would just be called
Yeah.
Lewis.
Lewis.
At, at the end of the video is like, in all of our hearts, Lou is. Thank you for watching.
Oh. And by the way, hitting this point with 20 seconds left to go, I think Theo said the last 2 seconds, so you were fucking wrong.
Oh
The
no.
last 20
Dude, I was so close.
miles away.
And I don't think we should be.
18
Oh
minute
shit, it was the last 2
preamble.
seconds.
Yeah. 18 minute
Theo was
preamble.
correct.
Don't count.
I should never have
Oh,
doubted
God.
Theo's predictive ability.
18 minute preamble.
Your video sucked ass, dude.
It
I don't
is,
even know what to say.
it is infinitely funny that it's like spends all this time setting up a straw man that nobody ever fucking says just to be like, you don't have to be that way. You're like, yeah, I know.
You don't have to listen to Lewis. You don't have to.
It's
Yeah, no,
not
that's-
your fault. It's not your fault.
Well,
You could literally cut this into down to 5 seconds. You could do the first time he does like, I thought I had to beat every game, but I didn't. Yeah,
But
no,
I
it's just
didn't.
like-
Also, my friends were shit. But that's okay.
I mean, it's like that was pretty.
It was
I was about to
unbearable.
say it's fascinating, but I don't know if it crosses that threshold.
No, it was
interesting.
fascinating at
It's
the beginning. and then
mildly
it just
interesting.
got
It's
at
interesting.
times.
It's not fascinating because again, it just so much of this just was strange. It was bizarre. That was a very weirdly structured.
Yeah, that's it. If
you
he
know,
kept the
argument.
narrative of the trauma and everything and stuck to that, we could roll with that. But then he just went off the rails with all sorts of other things.
It is intermittently interesting. No,
Yeah, that's
intermittently
hilarious.
curious.
Okay, yeah, that's it's.
Few videos ever reach that high accolade to be intermittently interesting over a period of 19 minutes.
Well, that takes us
Lord.
to video number 3, and I'm rather excited about this one.
Oh no.
It's a bit of philosophy, actually.
Oh, yes,
really?
I love philosophy.
Oh
That's why I
my
figured,
God.
Theo, you might want to stay for this
Yeah,
next
maybe
one,
I'll stick
actually.
around. Okay.
Well, so does anyone need to go? Because I got to make room for 2 more peoples.
Humor.
2 more.
Aye.
Can anyone leave at least temporarily? Because I think we got Shad for another hour, and
Yeah.
he's probably gonna want to at least see a bit of this next one.
If
Oh,
you guys,
all right. Temporarily, if need be. Like, this is my only plan for the day, so I'm just playing Armored Core 6 and being on EFAP.
Oh well,
Whenever
if it's all right, Mark, I will totally grab you back in. I would
yeah.
keep you if we were allowed more than 10, but Discord's a dick.
No, as Brooks can attest to, we Canadians are very polite. Although we're both.
Hey, Mauler, you
One of
know,
my
there's a
Okay.
chat program that allows more than 10 is Zoom.
Oh my god.
To be
how
fair,
much
Why
does
would
it
you want
cost
to
though,
do
Wait,
that?
Shad?
wait.
How
To be
much?
fair,
Right.
to Discord, you can get more than 10. You have to be in a server though. You can't be in a normal
Yeah.
call.
But then all
Oh,
the
yeah.
layouts don't work.
Yeah,
And
the
also,
layout gets
fuck
fucked.
having more than 10 people. In a
I know
Well,
there's
yeah.
right. There's a point there. Yeah. Okay. Well then, if we're banhammering temporarily, of course, Mr. Mark.
I'll take a hit. I'll jump off as well. But maybe I'll come in later if you need
I
something.
was gonna say you came in a bit
Yeah.
late, John. so
Yeah,
you'd be
come
welcome
back
to
tomorrow and visit
Absolutely.
us.
I will be doing my best to defeat the clean sweeper, but I beat Balteus. Metal might know what I'm talking about.
The clean
Right.
sweeper? I don't know.
Oh, maybe not. I might be ahead of you.
I don't know. Oh,
Yeah, the Armored Core boss, but yeah, this game's really good. it's very
Yeah.
difficult though, but very good.
I mean, yeah,
Anyways,
I can also make some space. I mean, I'm not doing anything else.
How long are you gonna be up for?
I don't know, probably another 4 or 5 hours.
We'll try and grab you for a little bit longer for now, then, Mel.
I mean, I'll be there.
And then you have to
tomorrow
get
as
up really
well.
early to join us, okay?
I mean, we're
Really
still gonna be
early.
here in-
You have to finish this.
Are you gonna
stream.
send Lewis otherwise?
Yeah.
Oh no.
You say that like he's
Metal,
not in your house right now.
Oh shit. Lewis, no.
Yeah,
Lewis is
no.
calling from inside the
I'm
house.
just imagining now Metal cozy and snug in his bed and Lewis standing over him, staring at him, peering into his soul.
Did you beat Armored Core 6 Metal?
No, I only did one stream. I'm sorry.
Oh, he's coming
It
for
came
you.
out
one
yesterday.
Everyone's
Just
gonna
one?
ostracize you, Metal.
You
That's
couldn't do more
pathetic,
than that.
Metal.
You couldn't play
Sorry.
for every waking hour of your life. You had obligations or other things you wanted to do. Wow,
I mean,
pathetic.
yeah.
Fucking
Anyway,
loser.
well, I'll just be here watching always.
Right.
all right, I'll hop out now though. But yeah, see you guys again later. And take it easy.
In a bit,
and-
Mark.
Bye,
Yeah,
bye.
Later, man.
See you later.
Well, I'll flume
All
off
right.
then, or did anybody else leave? I didn't get who's leaving.
Well, one sec, because we're getting Mr. Sitch in,
Uh-huh.
right?
Oh my god.
And I think the plan is to get that Adam guy as well.
My goodness.
Oh yeah.
But we'll
Aren't
see.
they, like,
I don't
the
know if he's
same-
around or not. We'll find out from his boyfriend as soon as he comes in. Join, loser.
Whoa.
That's the nice way of putting it.
The nice way. Wow.
Yeah, you don't want to see me when I'm Lewis. I get real fucking. All right. Well, we'll give it a sec. Oh, does he not know how Discord works?
What do you mean you have to know how? it
Can't you
works?
get other online friends that know how to
Oh, you
use
heard me say
technology
that
a
he's
little bit?
gay. Now he's like, I won't join.
Among
Sitch,
the highest of accolades.
Sitch, is
He's
Adam
waiting
coming or
on
nay?
Zoom for an invite.
Is Adam on the way or nay? That's what I'm looking to find out. Oh wait.
Oh,
Oh,
there we
there
go.
he is.
Hello.
Hello,
now.
Sitch. Is Adam coming or nay?
Hey yo.
I mean, I messaged him. He's around, so he'll respond to that.
Sitch, I don't know if you know Sitch, but Maul's
Yes.
been talking a lot of smack about you. He's been saying
I
that you.
heard you talking smack about Zoom.
I know.
okay?
Well, they've been saying that you're like the
Guys-
Zoom simp. That you,
Guys,
you know,
Zoom is
like, you-
shit.
Zoom is so
Wait,
bad.
wait.
We would talk
Wait,
shit
wait,
about it
it's
to your
really
face.
shit.
Don't worry.
I
Zoom
like
is
that
awful.
Chad here. He's trying to stir the pot. I heard you also smack talking Zoom. Okay,
It's
don't
all
try to
come
pretend
crashing
like you were like
down.
defending
You try to
me or
stir it,
something.
but okay.
Uh-huh.
Zoom is
Oh,
both
yes.
good
Oh,
and gay.
yeah.
There we go. There's my official stance, and I'm
Uh-huh.
sticking to it.
Well,
All
listen,
right.
there's nothing wrong with being gay, so I agree. There you
Oh,
go.
there
A little
you
bit
go.
of
Okay.
homo in the morning, nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
Okay, but
Little
here's
bit
a real
of-
question.
little bit of
Anyone
love,
here
you know?
still uses TeamSpeak once in a
Little
while?
homo in the morning. That's
Oh.
one of my favorite radio
Ew,
shows.
TeamSpeak.
There you
TeamSpeak
go.
is like
The little X-Fire.
grandpa's
TeamSpeak's
talking
crack.
I still
thing.
use it sometimes.
Yeah,
One
grandpa.
of mine has its own server, so we use
Anyone
that
still use AOL Instant Messenger?
Oh, obviously every
Of
day.
course.
AIM? Yeah.
MSN.
Listen.
The old AIM.
Serving as a way of
Ah, what
understanding
the
joy.
fuck? Who's skipping around?
So
What happened?
For a
it's so
second there, I
quiet.
was
Didn't do it.
confused because it was playing for me, and you guys were all talking a lot. What the fuck is going on?
Yeah, I was
Why are
wondering
you
what was going on
talking
there, too.
over
No,
it?
no, not for me. No.
It was playing on my
Oh
end.
God, just saw the
This-
title of
this-
that video. That's
Yeah, this opening
Oh.
still is already like sending like fight or flight
We
reflexes.
we have covered Wisecrack in prior EFAP episodes. It's never been good. They're a special team that makes special.
Pharaohs.
I'm
special
concerned
subjects.
because
Wait a minute. Look at that logo. Is that like a donkey, but also it's the horse from like it's the knight in chess with bunny ears and a monocle?
That's cool.
Is that
Well,
their
that's
logo?
sort of
Sure.
what donkey ears are kind of like that.
It's
They're a
a
bit-
Oh
clever.
yeah,
Yeah.
right. That's true. So it's a donkey, but it's a knight, and he's wearing a monocle. That's kind of charming.
Hmm.
Wisecrack is one of those poorly named channels. I think is what
The
I've
leaf
discovered.
hand thing is kind of cool too. Not bad.
Oh,
Alright.
what the BetterHelp logo?
Was it? Oh.
Yeah, see, sponsored. Yeah, down there.
Hmm.
It's right next to the word. The logo.
It's very big.
BetterHelp.
I didn't know
Wisecrack
it is.
edition, sponsored by BetterHelp. I was
We
about
need
to
to
say LetterHelp.
We may need to call them up after this video. I'm thinking, man, jeez.
Damn
Tell Adam to message me on Discord, and then we will cycle unless he's busy.
This video is brought to you.
Ah.
Will do.
Play.
Are you okay? Did
Unwieldy
Lewis get you?
playing. But okay, so let me intro this. It's called The Trolley Problem is a Joke. This was made
Okay.
aware to me by a super chat, actually. They said they released this, and I put it on my... I should check this out in
Joke.
future to see if... I don't even want to say anything. I just want to let the video go. It's such a video.
Okay. All
This
right.
video is brought to you by BetterHelp.
Should it run now because it's not for
What's
me?
the? Oh
Is it
my
not
God.
working for you?
Going.
Oh my god.
Let's go.
Yes, there it goes. Yeah.
Alright,
we're
if it's
7
not working
seconds
for you,
in.
just rejoin. That should fix it.
Chocolate donkey.
Depending on who you
that was
are,
kind of-
the trolley problem is either
There we go.
the
It's playing
best
now.
or worst thought experiment in all of philosophy. For some,
I don't even
Who
know
says it's the
how
worst?
it would have
Anyone-
gotten
any-
that.
I didn't know that there was anybody. I didn't know it was a polarizing one in terms of people
Yeah.
considering the best or worst. What?
This is like once you walk into the philosophy factory and you start learning about how thoughts are made, then they give you the test and they're like, trolley problem, yay or nay. And if you say nay, they're like, all right, we don't have to bother. You need to do something else. You don't belong here.
If I can put it in like really blunt, if I can put it in really like simple terms, it's that philosophers are generally these days not convinced that the trolley problem has much explanatory force, but rather it's just an assessment of the persuasive force of a given like ethical idea.
Okay.
So it's not used for like the resolution of like any ethical issues or ethical dilemmas, partially because it has really low resemblance to real ones that we encounter, but it's just sort of a test of how we think about morality and
I
what is
think-
intuitively persuasive.
I think we encounter the trolley problem constantly in life, everywhere, just on a lower scale.
The trolley problem is
Part of the
basically
reason it's effective.
deontology versus consequentialism.
That's
Is it,
part of it,
based,
yeah.
is it action based or outcome based?
And so, yeah, the idea that I could see someone taking issue with it at the fundamental of like, we're simplifying it too much. You think you have answers as a result of this, but you don't actually because there's so much more to consider. In which case, I feel like anybody would say, of course. There's no one example of anything that would like fully encompass any kind of deep philosophical question. But at the same time, I think the trolley problem was pretending to be anything more than it is.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's
Yeah.
a pretty simple thought experiment, right? It's not like the only thing that can help you guide you through life. It's
Yeah.
not like,
It's
you know what
just-
I mean? It's not the only philosophical principle you need.
I guess maybe if
He's
I'm being
saying it's-
charitable, he's talking about its use in the field because I'm sure,
Maybe.
as I'm sure you're familiar with, there's so many permutations and people just
Yes, of
keep
course.
making permutations.
Well,
And
because the
it's-
most well known one is the doctor, right? Taking organs from one person to save 5 people.
Yep.
As like a variation of the
Or, like,
problem that.
The variation where you're on an overpass on the same
Fat
like
Man.
trolley situation
Or
with
the
Batman
Fat
and
Man,
everything.
yeah.
Yeah.
A sadistic choice. Spider-Man.
Or like
won.
the variation where you are the one person tied to the tracks and you can somehow make the decision to turn the trolley.
Oh,
to
I
get
haven't
you.
heard that one. That's
I thought
that's an interesting
with
one.
what Brooks just said. I thought you were saying like the Fat Man one where you can push the Fat Man. I thought you said like, and you're Spider-Man. It's like why would it matter if I was Spider-Man?
The comics say you don't kill.
You have the Fat Man one, but then you just have the Fat Man, but also Spider-Man's there. So you just got to
Just wave it at you. You can do it. You can push the fat guy.
Pushed onto the train tracks by Spider-Man.
The one where you're the single individual tied to the tracks is really funny because it really polarizes the question as compared to how it usually goes because of self-preservation in people.
Some, it's an incredibly clear way to make the stakes of moral philosophy understandable and practical. For others, it turns ethics into a watered-down thought experiment with no basis in reality. Gaining massive popularity with The Good Place, popping up recently in A Knock
With
at
The Good
Cabin.
Place, I thought it was just one of the most well-known.
Apparently, it
Yeah,
gained
it's just-
popularity
I never
recently
even saw that.
because it was shown in these TV shows / movies, and it was like, okay, I
Was
guess.
it? Okay,
Really well
okay.
known.
Yeah, I always thought it was really well known.
I thought it was
But
well known. Yeah,
I wasn't
but-
aware of that. But
Yeah,
Well, you know,
I learned.
there's value in it as well, well beyond just thought experiments. Watching people, I remember. Has anyone seen Vsauce's take on all of this?
Yes.
Really fucking good videos, and it's not just because of the fact that people have to sort of wrestle with the idea, but that they tried to set it up so it was spontaneous, it was believed by the people participating, but at the same time they had to do precautionary stuff like we could do some serious permanent damage to people if we don't do this carefully. Because
That's right. That's consider the ethics of even conducting the experiment with real people who didn't know.
yeah, and it's the fascinating part, of course, is watching what people do, and of course, freezing is something that happens for a lot of people, and then people who just charge forward and they're like, I know what I have to do. I have to do this. This is what I do. And then some people just stare and they're like, I feel like if I touch anything, you know, I might fuck things up worse. So I'm not going to touch anything. You know, and watching all of that and talking about it, like this is what I mean. The value of the trolley problem
variables.
is calling it a joke, which is the title of the video, by the way. It's just like, I don't know, man. It's a lot to get out
It
of
just
it.
makes me think that you're stupid.
I thought of one example. I don't know if it really follows in with the trolley problem, but imagine, wasn't it which flight was it? The plane that crashed that was supposed to hit either the Pentagon or the two towers. Wasn't that rumored to have been taken down by some of the passengers, or was that a conspiracy theory? I don't remember.
Wait, are you talking about Flight 93?
Was that the one? The one where
the passengers stormed the cockpit and then it crashed in
Yeah.
the field in Pennsylvania.
Right. So if that's,
I think I do remember that.
Yeah. So in that scenario, supposedly, from what I remember, what happened is that the passengers heard or somehow understood that these terrorists were going to use the plane as a weapon, and so they took it upon themselves to redirect the plane into the ground, basically, to prevent potentially worse effects. Now, they didn't necessarily have all the information that the trolley problem would have, but wouldn't that kind of be a similar moral scenario where like they can face potential like certain death or potentially like more damage to other people?
Sure,
a meaningful death or a meaningless death, pretty much. Those are your options.
These situations come up a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, in all kinds of different ways. It doesn't necessarily have to relate to death, but it can relate to harm. It can relate to different kinds of harm. Maybe not even physical, but you know, it's everywhere. These kinds of choices.
Look how many things we've discussed, and this guy said like 30 seconds worth of bullshit. It's
Hey,
already like
this is going to be a
it's
great
already
video.
clear.
Look at you,
It's already clear there's
prejudging
something-
it. You're Lewising it.
No.
Serving as a way of understanding Joel's actions in the season finale of The Last of Us, this thought experiment has become one of the biggest examples of philosophy in popular culture. Now, for those of you who haven't taken Philosophy 101, or for those of you who took it at 9 a.m., the trolley problem is a demonstration of a major
we took it.
philosophical conflict. The one between consequentialist ethics, which aim to maximize pleasure, minimize
What's
pain,
this show?
and prioritize
This is Shyamalan's movie.
Yeah,
Mel's seen it,
a
actually.
knock at the door.
I forgot its name already, and I covered
Or
it
knock
on
at the
my channel.
door.
I'm
Knock
gonna
at
be
the door, I
like
think.
vaguely pernickety right now, but he's conflating consequentialism with utilitarianism. Utilitarianism is a form of consequentialism, so he's kind of correct, but he's not fully
Called
correct.
out.
I was going to say, Sitch, you got nothing to say so far? Are you not outraged / agreeing?
Well, we've covered this guy a lot. He's really super woke. I don't know if did you guys watch South Park a couple years ago when they had like all the episodes making fun of Pajama Day and like the woke stuff that was going on?
Ringy did.
Like this guy did a whole series on those South Park episodes where he'd watch that and he somehow came to the conclusion that South Park is making an anti-capitalist message. It's such just like I don't know this. I'm just used to this guy's like stupidity. It's just so overwhelming to me. But
I don't know that I feel like I've never seen a video from. Maybe I have from what like
No,
another
South Park.
EFAP,
I assume you
maybe.
saw those episodes, did you, or did you not?
Yeah, but I don't remember watching a video from this guy, like this channel about it. That's all.
No, but what do you have to say about Pajama Day being made?
do you remember South Park like having an explicit anti-capitalist message in the last year or so?
I don't remember the episode exactly that you're talking about.
Okay, don't worry about it.
Wow, South Park episode expert completely.
Okay,
though.
Why
we'll
are
look
we
at
even
it.
here? Yeah.
I found it to be the opposite because there's an episode where Butters, like, he's trying to get the hot dog stand that Cartman lives in working
Chicken
as a
balls,
business.
yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Cartman is just like a lazy asshole that doesn't want to do anything, and he's blaming everyone around him. I mean, it seems to be a pretty pro-business, pro-capitalist message it's putting out. Anyway.
Philosophical conflict. The one between consequentialist ethics, which aim to maximize pleasure, minimize pain, and prioritize actions that help many people over those that benefit just a few.
Your family must choose to willingly sacrifice one of the three of you in order to prevent the apocalypse.
And deontological ethics, which
What the fuck?
prioritizes more
Yeah, I mean, that's that movie. We'll see it someday,
that's
maybe.
the plot.
moral duty on the basis of rational deliberation, and is more about universal truths
It's
than
not
practical.
always rational deliberation. That's
Certainly not in the fucking
Kantianism.
example he's given here.
That's
It was not
Kantianism
rational
specifically.
in The Last of Us.
Applications.
Find someone else.
There is no one else. We didn't tell her. We didn't cause her any fear. There won't be any pain.
No, you take me to her.
Pausing for the sake of copyright.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yes. Also, everyone can see The Last of Us. It's very good.
it
You
is.
remember how when we were watching it, when she said we didn't tell her, it's like, okay, cool.
Oh,
good.
fuck.
Now- now-
You guys
now
were
it's
sitting
really
on pins and
become-
needles around that one. So tense.
Jeez,
Well, it's
yeah.
just because now it's like, okay, so, and then Joel, it's all going to play out exactly like the game. Yep, all right, cool.
Yeah.
That music, man. That
Mhm.
music was amazing in that
Yeah,
scene.
it's a great sequence.
Or you take me to her right now!
There are lots of versions of the problem. But the main gist is something like, imagine there was a trolley headed down a track that was going to hit a bunch of people. And
Do
you
we need to
could
pause? Is this like a long sequence?
The problem
of,
here is I
you know-
can't tell with his editing whether or not he's covered it
Yeah.
or not. You know
I'm
what? I'll
not
pop up
sure.
the protective screen just in case.
Just
switch it.
Have you guys
to
seen The
another
Good Place?
I've seen parts of it.
2 seasons. Yeah.
Okay, I like it. I don't know. I know it's kind of
enjoyed it,
contentious, but
but then I stopped, which isn't a great sign when I just sort of
Mm.
like, yeah, all right, I think I'm done.
Meaning it would only kill one person. So basically,
what's
you do
happening?
nothing and
Somebody
lots of
pausing a
people.
lot.
Or you switch the tracks.
I didn't do
Who's
shit.
pa-
willing
who's-
to-
Oh, is
What's
someone
going
trying to
on?
pause?
Somebody's
Someone's
sitting on their
trying to-
spacebar. What's going on?
I think someone's clicking the screen instead of clicking the button at the bottom.
Yeah, click the button, not the screen. The screen is a troll, and I fucking hate it. And I hope they fix it
Yeah,
someday.
One
That
person
screen is a trap, man. Don't touch it.
This can be
Whoever is
complicated by
user
asking how this would
WFA,
change if
what the fuck's
single
going
person
on?
on the tracks was your child or your best friend or Guy
Yeah, name
Fieri.
yourself.
In which case, the only ethical thing to do will be to let the crowd die to save the Lord of Flavortown. Now, in case you're more of a visual learner, here is an example from The Good Place.
I mean, on the one hand, if
I mean, that seemed pretty visual to me, what you just presented.
Yeah,
Like,
that was,
Yeah.
It's really
Yeah.
not a hard
No, it's
dilemma to
not.
present. You
Yes,
post a
but-
It's
picture.
really simple.
It's
We
just
don't need
supposed to-
visual aids.
And that's part of the reason why it's so popular is because it's so simple. Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Swear
Who
to
is
God,
this?
who's
Wow.
doing that? I'm gonna kill you.
Problem has recently become less speculative and more
Who
present.
is it?
Okay,
I
do we need to
What's
do?
going
Do
on?
we need to do like a pause check?
well, for reference,
User
I
WFA.
I'm not touching
I
my
am
mouse.
user
Consider
TW.
how these vehicles
I don't know.
I'm
what
not
it is.
user whoever the fuck is messing around.
User fuckface. Find him.
How come you
I'm
find
the-
out what user you are?
It has an
I'm the only
underline.
professional.
I'm
I'm the
user
only
professional here,
YRDRU.
Yeah, you can fill out the
so
name when you go in.
It was WFAPS, I think, was the one. No, yeah. Which one are you?
All right, let's find out who it is, and we shall
What's
shame
WAPs?
them.
The odds of
and
their fucking name
ostracize them.
being WFAPs.
W.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I am HRYKI.
Okay, I named myself. You can click on your little face and name yourself.
We don't need to.
Uh-oh.
We
Oh my
just need to
god,
be
dude,
honest
guys,
here.
guys. Apparently it was Mark because his controller cable hit his spacebar.
Damn it!
That's hilarious.
He tried to blame
How
me.
did you do this, Mark?
Oh,
It's,
The dog
So-
was pressing
it's
pause.
actually Lewis on.
I was
on,
not.
on that DM. He's been strangling Mark because he didn't finish Armored Core yet.
Oh man.
As we were talking about why this is popular, it's like, yeah, it's super straightforward to understand, and it gets
Yeah.
people the opening level of just thinking about stuff. Because it might be like, I would never kill someone over someone else, and then you're like, okay, but what about the trolley problem? And then they're like, oh my god, what?
Why would
Damn
you
it?
kill me?
The trolley problem and its infinite permutations aren't like the best thing ever for discussing ethics in like a substantive way, but they sure give you a good look at your moral intuitions.
I feel like they
give you a
pry
very
open
good look at those.
the level 1, you know? They're good for
Yeah,
that.
absolutely.
Oh my
This
god.
problem
Nice.
has
Oh my
recently become
goodness.
less speculative and more practical as designers and programmers making
Yeah, even more relevant today than ever.
Yeah.
autonomous
Yeah.
vehicles consider
Now that the
how
trolleys
these
are
vehicles
starting
should
to
behave
think.
in a
The trolleys,
No.
have a mind of their own.
crisis situation. For example, if a self-driving Tesla detects a person at a crosswalk in front of them and determines it doesn't have time,
It detects a child and speeds up.
Yeah. It won't feel anything if I'm.
Make sure it's
That's
a
right.
quick
At
death.
least give it a painless death.
The crazy thing is that could be computed in there at some point in future. It could be. It's like, if I hit them at 29 miles per hour, then they're going to be crippled and probably bleed out slowly. If I hit them at 60, they'll be instantly killed. It's like,
Oh my god, you're so right.
Oh no.
stop. Is it better to
Ruthless
swerve
computers.
and hit another car, potentially hurting many, or to
How come
simply
they're not using
plow
real
over
children for this
the one
test?
person?
I don't know.
perfectly-
It's ridiculous. It's
There's
so,
plenty
it's
of
so-
orphans out there.
It's so
who
PC,
are-
isn't it?
Yeah.
This
Yeah.
test is not based in reality.
Soul.
We need
Guys, it sucks to say this, but a self-driving car is definitely going to kill someone at some point because of a programmer's Wikipedia level understanding of ethics.
What?
Dude, what do you
What?
mean?
Do you know how many people die
You're
from
not-
just like
no, it's not the
accidents?
programmers who are going to be making those. They're just going to put
Yeah.
it into the machine. They're not going to be the ones who decide the ethics of the self-driving car.
They're going to program its parameters, and what do you want them to do?
It'll probably be
yeah.
a lawyer.
People
who's the one-
die for a
yeah,
hell of a
yeah.
lot less than that already. What do you mean?
It might be like something that actually starts getting legislated, you know, like what
Absolutely,
a
yeah.
self-driving car must
Yeah,
do.
I think so.
Well, I
Yeah,
love
you
that
guys know-
he's saying this as though he has the correct understanding. He'd know how to program them. He'd know what decisions to make.
Wikipedia. I've read more than Wikipedia. So okay.
Like,
You guys don't know how they program these cars. They have the programmer goes to Wikipedia, he types in trolley problem, he copy pastes that into the AI. Okay, it's like ChatGPT, and he just puts it on the car.
I
Yeah,
figured,
like
yeah.
the programmer
That's how
didn't
it
get any guidelines to go by to do that.
What does he want to happen?
I don't know. I guess he wants a professor to be programming it, even though that would
I mean-
probably be included in the programming.
He wants a
portion of the
professor
learning.
in every
Do you
Tesla
think
car.
they're probably deliberating over this?
Yeah.
Because it's an issue they're having to face.
Well, that's what I
Yeah.
mean, though. He's like pretending as though you'd be like, "Who should I hit, the baby or the 2 adults?" And he'd be like,
Oh,
well,
the baby!
He'd be like, "Obviously, you should." Wait, hang on. Let me go to Wikipedia.
Yeah,
How
Like-
ugly
like I-
is the baby?
Like obviously programming and stuff and reading cameras and judging distances and using Z buffer or whatever to figure out how close you are to that object versus that object, and then detecting faces. That's all extraordinarily complicated and could never be put into like a Wikipedia, right? But I'm thinking that if there's ever going to be legislation on cars like this in terms of what kind of priorities they have, it's probably going to be something similar to, was it Asimov's rules for robots, where like you cannot ever
Wow.
you cannot
Sorry.
ever like harm a person, and like people always take priority over objects. And so if it was something like that, I'm not saying it'll be exactly like that, that's kind of the 3 rules like an iRobot basically.
Well, but
something
the
like
point
that.
The problem is that we're past that, right? With the
Yeah.
self-driving
Yeah.
car, the more relevant one would be there's somebody there. Your car can swerve, but that might.
Well, the trolley
kill
problem
you.
is past it. That's the
It's,
point.
Yeah, exactly. It's not. This is about questions where somebody is going to be harmed no matter what. Who should be saved? Should it be the driver? Should it be the person that someone other than the driver? Do we make calculations on multiple people potentially being injured versus one people being dead for sure? I felt it's part of the problem is that the rules for robotics is not very helpful anymore.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Yeah,
what my favorite
but
trolley problem
like you
is deciding the outcome of hydraulic bomb versus coughing baby or whatever. That meme.
Hydraulic bomb.
It's just such a weird way of framing this, because it's like as if
Yeah.
the AI engineers are saying, "Well, somebody's got to die, so who are we gonna kill?" Like,
Wikipedia.
like
Well,
no. The idea is you stop the fucking car if anybody's life is
Yeah.
at risk.
And then
Like-
that's what I was about to say. Like, I think the only priority would be to prevent to prevent as much damage as
Well-
possible, and to not endanger any more subjects as possible. So like if it
yeah, but-
detected a car to the right, it could not proactively try to swerve into the car to the right. It could not endanger any more than what is already in
Yeah.
danger. It would slam
But-
on the brakes as hard as it could.
Well,
Yep.
no, but the problem that's being talked about, right, is that somebody is going to get hurt for sure. So who should it be? That's what they're talking about when it comes to self-driving cars. As
Well-
in, somebody's going to get hurt. Somebody's going to get killed. Does it save the driver? Does it save the pedestrian? Does it save the other person in the car? These are the kind of problems that we'd be talking
Which
about,
is
not like
especially
no harm at
difficult.
all. We're past that point.
Especially difficult because at least in the trolley problem questions, we'll often know a lot about the people. You know, like their age. Usually their age is appealed to in their number, but in real
Yeah.
life, it's like you're going to scan the person in front of you and find out if they're of a particular age, and then decide they can die. It's like,
Exactly.
right.
How is a car going to make those calculations? And then it would be like, should the principled position be that the car always tries to save you no matter what? Like, is that
Right.
something that people would accept? Even if it means that a lot more people get harmed because it's always going to save you, is that tenable? So
Yeah, I
it's
don't.
complicated.
Good one.
And, and I don't think that the auto-driving car is necessarily a good fit for the trolley problem because it isn't quite as binary. You're not on two rails. You're not guaranteed to kill one or the other.
Well,
So
real ethical dilemmas are rarely that binary, right?
yeah,
Yeah.
like the
Yeah,
close,
but-
the closest thing I can think of is like in a non-trolley thing would be like fictional, obviously, but like at the end of The Dark Knight, where Joker creates like an artificial trolley problem, like you destroy one boat full of
scene.
civilians or one boat full of prisoners, and he also adds another spice to it. It's like if you don't choose, you cannot be guiltless by inaction. If
They
you don't
both
choose,
blow
I'll
up.
kill them both. Yeah, so that's like a kind of
Right.
that's artificial problem, but that's kind of like that. I could see somebody really twisted doing something like that.
Well, also, I think you're
Potentially.
completely right. In real life with the cars, they're just going to, if it detects someone like in front of them and it detects cars on either side, it's just gonna break. It's not gonna try to make some like complicated moral decision about crashing into cars next to it or anything.
Yeah,
I
because I
just
could
don't
do like
understand. This all just seems so pointless. I don't know why they wouldn't just program the cars to not get into accidents.
Yeah, it's dumb.
Yeah.
So dumb.
This is why they need to hire you.
Exactly. See, I'm the one who comes. It just seems so simple
Yeah,
and
we
obvious.
don't
to
need
me, but-
Wikipedia Andes. We need rags.
As we
need a
saw
rag.
as
we need
well,
rags.
you see the
Totally.
test footage where they were running over children? They just had fake children. Just make it fake people whenever you bump into them.
Teach
Well,
cars not to
it
crash.
It instantly teleports the real person away upon impact and replaces them with a
Yeah.
mannequin.
Problem solved.
Ninja vanish.
Ninjutsu, yeah.
Also, Adam is ready to come in.
Oh my
Talking,
goodness.
Which means
Fine.
another contestant must be hammered in the face.
Fine, I get the
Wow.
message. It's fine. I'm leaving. God.
No.
Goodbye.
I'm gonna hide from
Wait, who?
Lewis.
You want
Lewis.
you
Lewis will find me.
want to come back later, or are you going to go to sleep because it is like getting close to
I-
that time, isn't it?
I don't know.
Oh, wow, you his mother?
Yes.
Just
Honestly,
5 more
I'm
minutes,
just-
mutually. Just
So,
5 more
Rags,
minutes.
the reason I want him to go to sleep is so he can come back in the morning.
Wow.
The thing is, everyone
I'll
else,
be off. Oh, no.
those are the hours
thinking
where
ahead.
nobody will be around, okay?
Wow.
Oh, no.
Filling in for the yeah, no, I'm probably gonna be back tomorrow. So
Sweet.
you can have all those fake times. They can come in now, and I'm gonna steal all their glory tomorrow when I'm back.
All right, well, I'll see you there then, mate. It's been fun.
All right. Of
See you
course.
later, dude.
Mwah.
Yeah, see you
Later.
later, man.
Goodbye.
Peace.
A side note, there's a great, really fun board game, card game actually, by the guys who created Cyanide and Happiness. If you're familiar with that comic, literally
Joking Hazard.
based on like, yeah, they've been Joking Hazard. But they also made a trolley game where literally you create 2 tracks and there's like, and you have to like choose like, okay, you could either save your truest love or kill the next Hitler, and then you add like, oh, also there's like a bunch of orphans and a bunch of zombies who will attack you if you don't kill them. And there's like, you just keep on adding more and more stuff. It's actually pretty fun. And it's obviously
There's
not
like a
very
way to win this
philosophical.
or something. Like how do you win?
There's a trolley operator and he or she has to decide who to kill. And everyone else is arguing on their side, like, oh, kill the other guys. You don't want to kill your puppy, right? It's really funny. You should check it
Oh,
out.
that actually sounds awesome. You should do it on
Yeah.
stream.
That'd be a lot of fun, yeah.
Yeah, it's a shame that the trolley problem is a joke, and we would be
Yeah.
fools for doing such a thing.
Well, we're not there
joking.
yet. He hasn't said that. It's just in the title.
So far, it is
but
just
I'm
the
using
title.
meta knowledge.
Rags can
metagaming.
peer into the future.
Yeah, I was about to say, you come back
Impressive.
in time.
One who pees is a peer.
sit in that for a second. Okay, but should a classroom example be used to solve
What an
actual
interesting
problems?
looking
Anatomy
teacher.
of the frog. What's going
No,
on?
yay! Anatomy of the frog.
Stock footage.
Yay.
Oh,
They
no,
have, like,
I don't like that.
legs.
Because I got that picture up there, and it looks like it's
As
a
a
frog
powerlifter.
that's got its belly cut open. I don't like that.
It's just a diagram, Frankie. It's not
Yeah,
actually
it's not
a
real.
real
It can't
frog.
hurt you.
But yeah,
It's a
it's just a
diagram,
picture.
yeah,
It's just fictional. It's not really a frog.
Dude,
How old
it's
are
so
those
fucked up. They have
students?
human skeletons in these classrooms,
Yeah,
just strewn
where-
about.
This stock footage is bizarre. Look at the
That's so
teacher. I don't
weird.
believe he's a teacher. No teacher looks like that. And then you have 4 of these clearly adults who are in this classroom learning about the anatomy of the frog on these desks that are like these
I was
wooden
about to
old
say,
timey
it's like,
desks.
well, this could be a university, but I don't like a university with these kinds of desks. Like,
Wait, and
okay.
they're all women.
Hey, there's only
Yeah, that's
4.
wrong with
There
that?
could be more than that.
Okay.
I don't know. It's
And
just
why?
Oh, you
strange
hate
that
women
of all
now?
4. Yeah, well, I mean, not now. I always did, but I don't know why. It's strange to me that you
Well-
could have chosen 4 of anybody, and they happen to
Welcome
at least
to the
teacher's male.
stream.
So
Adam.
Hi, how you doing? Am I late?
we're learning about frogs.
We're talking about
We're learning
the
about-
trolley
yeah.
problem. The
Yeah.
frog and trolley problems. I mean,
Oh,
frogs
nice.
and the trolley problem.
Frogs
You-
boiling.
You'll love
It's always
it.
about the frogs boiling, isn't it?
Nope.
No, bowling. It's about
No.
them going bowling and having a
Yep.
fun time.
Take the frog heads bowling. Take them bowling.
Alrighty.
Oh, I
That
like
feels
that.
like a
Pull us back
sitcom
I know
about,
this.
you know, like it's
Camper Van
it's a team of
Beethoven, right?
frogs
That's
competing in,
right.
like,
Look at you go.
Look at that.
Right.
Wow.
Now we're going to a new idea. The new idea is it's a show about 4 frogs who are friends and they're bowling. They have a
Oh
little
my-
bowling club and they're part of a
This-
league. And over the course of
this
the season, we
commie.
learn a little bit about these
Oh
guys'
my-
lives. And we learn about their lives only when they congregate to do bowling, and they occasionally have adventures in the bowling alley. This
Can one
is
of them-
the concept.
Can one of
There's
them
not
be
many
called?
adventures you have in a bowling alley.
Can one
What's
of them
that,
be
sorry?
called? Oh, sorry, I'm cutting off people. Sorry.
Well, it's just now because I think Rags, did you say there's not many adventures you could have in the bowling alley?
Well,
Here's the
no,
thing,
no, I
bowling-
didn't say that. I didn't say that. I said there's not
Ooh.
many adventures
Well-
that you do have in a bowling alley.
Well, here's the thing. What if
go on the wrong
What
bowling
bowling alleys do you
What-
go to?
What if, what
Yeah.
if the
Bowling.
alley-
Okay, listen. Bowling
No,
isn't an
no,
adventure.
No.
I mean, you
but-
know.
In this case, it is, and also the bowling alley.
Oh, in this
has,
case, it is. There we go. Boom.
Well,
Friends,
the bowling
it's
alley
done.
is a gateway
Get
to
fucked.
another dimension.
bowling
It's,
alley.
there's a whole bunch of
Shit.
there's a whole bunch of crazy
different.
adventures that happen in this.
There's a
bowling
Narnia in
alley.
the back
my
of the.
goodness.
Are we
And-
writing
Well, if you're a
Star Wars
frog,
now?
Yeah, I like
No,
the
your
frog's
frog's
getting
eyes in a
pulled into a
bowling
portal
alley.
and he says, "Oh no, a Nadia."
Well, I like
Oh,
the
no,
idea of,
Fringy.
like,
Fringy.
You know how every bowling alley has Daytona, like the Daytona arcade game. You could have like fictional,
Or Time Crisis.
video games and stuff and Time Crisis and stuff like that sort of act as gateways to these crazy new realms. And this is all happening while they're just doing their
Oh,
bowling.
Fringy,
adventure.
I think you're missing. I think that
What
what
am
we
I
need to
missing?
do instead
Please
was
tell me.
instead of having the arcade machines be the gateways, you know those freaky weird ass animations they play on the bowling screens
Oh,
for when you
yes!
get like strikes and
Oh, that's,
splits.
that's
Those are
what-
places
wow,
that you
the
can
thing
go
is, though,
to.
Rags,
My
it feels like
God.
we're treading a little bit on Meat Canyon because he did that for one of his.
Oh, did he?
cartoons where- yeah, where
Oh.
there were these crazy like the shitty sort of pixel 3D renders,
Just the
popped
weird
out,
ones, yeah.
and they were sentient, and then the character, I can't remember his name. What's the character's name? God damn it, help me out here. Someone in chat has to know. It's
Melvin?
Yeah, that's right. And
Brother
that's
of
his
the
name,
Joker?
right? Macabre Melvin or whatever his name is. Yeah,
Melvin
and
Macabre.
like that. So we don't want to step on its toes too. I will say I kind of like this concept of a bowling alley that has all of these adventures going on, or it could just be more mundane. It could just be, they talk about life.
I don't know. There's a certain mundanity to a bowling alley that's really appealing because it's just you
Yeah.
go to a bowling alley, and when you go to a bowling alley, you know exactly what to expect. There's going to be bowling lanes. You're going to go there. You're going to get your special magical bowling shoes on, and maybe you can get some cheapo like fast foody kind of stuff like you're at the ballpark, and people will chat. And maybe you can get a beer or whatever. Very mundane. You know exactly what to expect. But that's where they get you. You don't know what to expect from this bowling alley.
I do like the idea, Rags, of you have to get a certain score to get the right animation to hop into a different dimension.
Ooh, yeah,
So
or like a
like,
certain
you're getting
cut
chased by like
arrangement of
monsters or
pins.
something, and you're like, you gotta hit the split to get the right animation to get us out of here.
That would be really funny actually if they did it and then they bowled it and they thought it was a strike. It's like strike. This will get us to like I don't know, like a wonderful paradise.
It's
and then
somewhere
the thing doesn't
awful.
fall over.
Yes.
Oh shit! It's 9. It's fucking 9. And they get dragged
Yeah,
into this
exactly.
crazy. Also, you know what? I need to write this down. This is gold.
Yeah, this is gold.
This is a billion-dollar idea.
Write it down.
I'm not even kidding. I'm pulling up Microsoft Word now just to
And
make
they're
sure
also
that I don't forget.
frogs, 'cause why
Yes,
not?
the
They're
frogs,
also
frogs in a bowling alley going on adventures every week.
Can
Well,
the main
are
character be
they-
called
like the bowling club?
I was thinking the main character could be called Nico, and you could call it Nico. Let's go bowling.
Oh,
One
well,
could
no,
one
but
could be
I don't
named
wanna- I don't
Nico
wanna
as a
tread on-
reference, but
I don't want to tread on. No, there's a guy who works there called Nico. He works
Okay, there you
there,
go.
and he's
That's a
behind
good
the-
enough reference.
He's We don't want to tread on GTA shoes too much with this concept.
They're
Anyway,
bowling
we
shoes.
have
keep
like a
going with
long
this
name,
video.
like
That's
the
okay.
Fabulous Adventures of Frogaton J Frog.
is everyone in this
I'll
world an
write that down
anthropomorphic
just so
animal,
that-
or are they just frogs in a human world?
I like the idea of them just being frogs in the human world, and nobody really cares. Nobody minds.
It's so it's maybe it's a little bit absurdist, like
It's a little
like
absurdist world,
Xavier
yeah.
Renegade Angel.
Oh,
or something like
backstory.
that.
You found out that they actually came originally from one of the alternate bowling dimensions. That's why the
Bowling
frogs
is all
came
they
from.
know, right? Maybe.
Yes.
Well, maybe. Well, I'll put a question mark on that. Anyway, I don't
They're
want to delay us
chased
too
by
much
creepy
because
cult.
we.
Oh
we
yeah,
got
of
a
course.
lot of-
This
we
video is
got
way
this
more
video to get
interesting.
back
We gotta
Yeah,
get,
we should go back to
we
it.
gotta get Adam
I'll
caught
let
up.
it
Adam,
now.
you love Wisecrack, I've heard. Favorite channel?
Oh yeah, this commie. Yeah, he's the best.
Oh my god.
Well, we're listening to him talk about the trolley problem, okay? And he hasn't really said anything yet, so you've not missed much other than establishing it.
Okay, good.
Programmers, Wikipedia
I know. Look, the
level
trolley.
understand-
Everyone knows the trolley problem. Who needs to establish?
Yeah.
It's a
Oh.
joke. That's the point of this video, apparently.
I don't think it's very funny.
No, it's not that funny. It involves death.
Ethics. Let's just sit in that for a sec. Okay. But should a classroom example be used to solve actual problems that involve actually existing people?
That's a really weird question.
Probably not, but
Well,
no
but-
one uses it for that.
But the thing is, like, if someone was to conclude, you know, you choose the 1 instead of the 5, and thus we will program that into the car, I feel like we've skipped loads of steps here. It's like, whoa, hang on. And that's not what the trolley problem's meant for. It's just an introduction. You build on it. You change the... It's so
Yeah.
weird to say it like that. Like, should a
It's
classroom
not
example be used for practical? It's like, maybe,
Well,
maybe
no,
not. It
it-
depends on what's going on here.
Again, it's one example. You can use other thought experiments to help you. This isn't the be all and end all. It's not like, all right, I figured out what I think about the trolley problem. Life figured out. I got it. Nailed. I don't
Yeah.
need to read any books. I
Right.
don't need to think about it anymore. I got it. I figured it out. I mean, what is the point of all the permutations of the trolley problem if not to highlight that the trolley problem isn't the be all and end all? Change one
It
thing,
never-
maybe your answer is a little bit different. You
Never
change one
pretended to
thing,
be, though. That's the kind of defense I want to
Yeah.
make for it. It's like, trolley problem's sitting there, this innocent little trolley problem. Like, I'm just an idea. I'm on its own. I'm not saying I'm anything
Yeah,
more
I'm
than
gonna
that.
have
Yeah.
And you can't kill
And have
me.
fun talking, have a little chat about some little philosophy, you know, just have some fun with your friends. And he's like, no,
Yeah.
it cannot be done.
It would be like saying, you know,
Tesla.
do you kill the dog or the frog or the dinosaur or the dodo? And you're like, oh, I guess we could talk about all that.
Oh,
And
the
it's like, by the
dodo.
way,
Yeah.
you understand that whatever you figure out at the end
oh,
of that, there are more animals than those four. Like, yeah.
What?
Yeah,
No.
that's no.
Is that how hypotheticals work?
I mean, it's just like it's a little bit cringe. But you
Yeah.
know what? He
And
hasn't
it's,
said as much cringe as he could have said by now, so we'll give him a shot.
Maybe
It is
the-
obvious,
on the Wisecrack
it's
grading
obviously
scale. Yeah.
it is obviously just a hypothetical limit case meant to provoke a discussion about
Exactly.
morality.
And
So I
thought,
I
yeah.
feel like this guy, his argument is going to be like, well, nobody would actually do this. Put 5 people on one track and one track on. It's like, yeah, I know
Obviously.
that.
Well, I mean, you draw it back even further. Why would the trolley problem have even happened? It's like, well, if someone had said, would you ever kill a person? And someone goes, no, never.
Yeah.
You're like,
Oh.
Right.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and then you start thinking about, like, what if
You
this
fool,
happened?
you've fallen right
and then
into
the
my
genius
trap.
says that would never happen.
What's the point
Listen,
of
we
the
need,
hypothetical?
we need to
I hadn't
ask
considered.
Wisecrack how he would feel if he hadn't eaten breakfast yesterday. Because I'm not sure he know the answer.
Uh-oh.
I'd feel breakfastless.
example of what ethics is supposed to do. And can it actually teach us anything about the real world? Let's find out.
Well,
in
it
this
teaches us
wisecrack
things
edition
about
on the trolley
ourselves.
problem.
Oh, that is
kinda
the
like-
that is the Vsauce video.
That is the one, yeah.
That lady.
Ready
yeah.
to kill. Okay, before we get into it,
Are you
we wanna
ready to
thank this
kill?
Are you ready to
that's
kill is a
bit
different
rid-
question.
That's a bit
Yes!
reductive.
Oh, well,
Wait, he
it's,
somehow I can't
it's-
believe that he made the trolley problem reductive.
Well, yeah, that's strange, right? Because it's the reason why the doctor one is brought up is because it changes things a lot. It goes from like it goes from a very deliberate act that is against, you know, like what oh damn it, what's the name of the principle? The what's the oath?
That's
Doctor one?
Hippocratic
Hippocratic
Oath.
Oath?
That one. It's you know, like it's
That's
got
my
all
problem with doctors. They're just a bunch of hypocrites.
Oh my god.
Dun, 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 dun.
All right, we can
I think we're
proceed.
going into an ad, by the way.
And an ad. Oh no, an ad.
Video sponsor.
Well, what's it
BetterHelp.
for?
If you've
Ah,
experienced
huh.
anxiety,
You need
depression,
BetterHelp.
and just
Oh
felt
my God.
overwhelmed
If you
lately,
can't,
You're
this
driving
is
a
a trolley
trolley.
problem.
Dude, this is
into
for the
a
guy
bunch of
from video
babies.
2.
So here's the
Someone got
thing.
tormented by Lewis.
I
is
don't
a
know
reason-
much about BetterHelp, but I don't even know much about the original like controversy. Is it a better service now, or
I'm
what's
sure
the
it's a
deal?
better
that's
service
right, I
now than
forgot
it
about
was.
that,
It would
yeah.
have to be.
Well,
That controversy was huge.
Tours that can
Well,
help you
you
feel
say
better.
that, but
Did they just?
I'm
go
willing to
from, like,
bet
are
on
you-
it.
are
Did
you
they
willing
just
to
go
get
from?
better? Yeah.
Did they just pivot from? Are you ready to kill? You might need better help.
I am.
Yeah,
I am.
Also,
ready
wait,
to
hang on.
kill.
I said surely it's better. I didn't say it was good.
Is it better to kill than not? Mueller answers.
Is
in-
better at helping.
Yes.
Yes,
It is
it
always
is
better to kill than not.
And I've talked about
That's
this
a-
before.
a
but
time to kill?
I'm
Yes,
someone who struggled
always.
a lot with depression in my life, and going and seeing a therapist has been a really huge help for me.
That's
I kind of
great.
wouldn't be at the place
That's
I was
great,
today.
but look where it brought
without that.
us.
So I'm
Still feels weird
Two
to
in
me
a
that this
row.
is a sponsor. You know what I mean? Like,
There's something about it
Yeah.
that just feels strange to me.
Is this the kind of
if
service
you-
that you want to advertise in a YouTube
Well,
video?
I think
feel like
also,
there's a
like,
certain
Are you,
gravitas.
comfortable, are you comfortable with advertising mental health services in a YouTube video?
I'm just
You know
not
what I mean?
prepared to be able to recommend that. I'm a guy.
Yeah, it's-
Why does
you
this
know,
guy feel qualified?
I'm just
for
a
that, with all the
dude.
sponsorships.
If you listen to his wording clearly, I couldn't quite hear, but it sounded almost like going to a therapist helped him, but he's not saying he used BetterHelp. He's just saying that his therapist that he got through traditional means helped him versus
Right.
BetterHelp, which could be anybody.
that's
And he has
another.
no idea.
There's a lot of ethical aspects, which is quite ironic, I guess,
which is
considering.
interesting considering
Yeah.
the trolley problem isn't ethical.
Yes.
Do I make
Therapist.
$5,000
Now,
on
BetterHelp-
the sponsorship, or do I potentially damn people to poor mental health?
Helps network of more than 20,000 therapists are ready to listen to and help you. Now, after you take a brief questionnaire, they'll match you with a therapist whose expertise fits your needs.
Yeah, like, see, even
and thanks to
that,
the
you
remote
know?
model,
Yeah.
you can
Like
work with
a
therapist.
brief
Wait, wait.
questionnaire, really?
That's
You
it.
want an LGBTQ plus therapist specifically?
Well,
I guess so.
Well, I
I
mean,
guess
why-
if you're,
I don't
you know.
see a problem. Like, I mean, I don't see like if somebody wanted a Christian therapist or like a Hindu
I
therapist or
don't
anything
know.
like
If,
that.
I don't know. I don't know. But okay.
I could see why somebody might want to have that option.
Yeah.
Whether or
It's
not
just
it's
odd
what's
that
good
it's-
for them is another question.
Yeah. of
Yes,
course.
yes,
Or
that's
you
a
know,
good
seeing a
point.
man or a woman, or you know,
It's
Well,
been
the most
discussed before, right?
qualified
Like a
one.
therapist
You know what I
shouldn't
mean?
reaffirm you; they should challenge you, more than likely.
Whoa, whoa. I mean,
Right.
if you want actual help.
But hey,
It's
fucking no way I'm getting into talking about what therapy should be. Like, fuck that.
Those two skills might not otherwise be available in your area. You can message
I
them
don't
at
want a
any
pink
time and you'll
therapist,
receive
though.
timely and thoughtful responses. Plus, you can schedule your
Today was really rough again. It's like, did your friends not play with you again because you didn't get Gears of War 3?
Oh my
you
god! I
see
just
Lewis?
realized this is so
Did you see
devious.
Lewis
Nowadays,
again?
you could just hook this up to ChatGPT. and
Yes,
they'd
you
never
could.
know.
Yeah.
Oh my god!
Oof.
Imagine if you found out that your therapist was a
Yeah.
robot.
That's
Oh
ridiculous.
no!
That's
I mean,
every
That feels
day.
like a,
If
that
it's
feels like
really-
a science fiction short story, doesn't it?
Okay, but what if it actually ended up
Yeah, what if it
legitimately
worked?
working
What
and
if
it
it
helps?
worked?
Like, would you complain?
Look
Well,
at
I think
her,
at
right?
that point we're getting into some real existential kind of questions.
Glad you mentioned that movie.
I love her. It's great.
I love that movie.
your choice of secure phone or video sessions to receive counseling.
I'm here to listen. Tell me more about what you're feeling. You're like,
And then meanwhile, in its in the inner recesses of its mind, the AI is. You remember that bug, that beetle in Family Guy that was rubbing his hands together, like good,
Yeah.
good, just getting all this
That thing was hilarious.
information.
the human will never see this coming.
In
this would work
real
too.
time. And in the event that you and your therapist aren't a perfect match, you can easily switch to a new one for no additional charge.
Okay.
So join more than 2 million people who have taken charge of their mental health with BetterHelp by visiting
Does this explain a
BetterHelp.com.
lot about society? Maybe not. I don't know.
/wisecrack,
therapist.
or you can just click the link in the video description. Now, when
Or
you do,
not. It's
you'll
fine.
get 10% off your first month. So that's betterhelp.com /wisecrack. And
It's like it's pressuring you
Wrap
to
it
use
up.
this service because it's like
Seriously.
you get a discount if you choose this service. It's like should that be like the reason that you go with one service over the other?
It
if
feels
it's
weird.
therapy?
Feels
I don't
weird.
know, man. The whole thing, right, of like, yeah, sign up to BetterHelp for the discount for your mental health services. It just seems
None
I
of it
don't know,
Maybe
feels
this
good.
is
the whole thing just doesn't
Yeah.
seem. You know.
None of
Maybe
it feels
mental
genuine
health
at
is
all.
something you should splurge on a little bit. You know?
I don't know. I think it's just the hard thing for me to overcome is the idea of like I make YouTube videos about like films and stuff, and here's my suggestions for like
Yeah.
you know like a service to get mental health. Like I don't know. It just seems.
How
like
about
people-
explaining why he's qualified for that? Like, it's just
Wait.
it's such a weird thing to be able to do.
This
It
is
just
not a
seems-
video about movies, though. This
Yeah,
is
it's
a video about the
trolley
trolley
problems.
problem.
It
Okay,
is,
are
but
you
it's-
ready to kill? He
but-
knows deep
but
within the
it
recesses
stems
of the
from
human
specifically-
mind.
Look at his eyes. He's ready to
But
kill.
He
Look at him.
referenced that it was the good place that prompted it and used a bunch. So it feels like it's media adjacent, if not directly stemming from
Wisecrack
media,
is
you
media
know?
adjacent. That's true.
Yeah.
Look at his hat. It says houseplants. Okay, he
Is
knows
that,
what's
is that
up.
like
he's wise
what's the
adjacent.
meme there? What is the meme with houseplants? I don't get
I
it.
couldn't tell you the answer.
Is it like the
House plants are good for your mental health.
I was about to speculate on what it means, but I actually have no idea. Like I don't even.
I have no idea.
He's innocuous as a houseplant.
I can
Just like a
imagine
random
the
white guy.
I can imagine the review is like, yeah, I'm really depressed now, and I'm thinking about ending things, but I saved 10% off
Oh,
my
don't
first
say
month,
that.
so
Yeah.
Now, back to the show. Now,
Yay.
some philosophers would end
Back
the
to the
video right
show.
now by answering the question, what is the trolley problem good for? With a resounding, absolutely nothing.
That's
Who?
retarded. I'm
Says,
sorry.
who says that?
Wow.
Anyone?
Yeah,
that's
provide me
just-
the names.
Give me a list.
It has
Good
it
for
has zero
absolutely-
value. Zero value.
Absolutely nothing. Say it again.
Really?
It's
Zero
not, seen,
value.
it's not seen as the most valuable thing, like
I'm
in
sure
the
it is.
field of moral philosophy, I want to state. But, you know,
Yeah, he's not framing it in a way where we can actually like understand what he's trying to say. He's just making it seem like nonsense. man.
Well, hopefully you'll give us the
That's 'cause
reason why
moral
it's worth
philosophy
absolutely
is like-
nothing to some people.
moral philosophy as a field is like past it, if you know what I mean. That's kind of
They're
the
working
reason.
on the more complicated stuff. They look at trolley
Yeah.
problem like baby blocks,
Yes.
which is
But to say
fine
it's-
actually in that context.
to say it's
honestly.
nonsense.
Yeah,
you have
it's
to explain
completely
it
fine.
and elaborate.
While not speaking on the trolley problem specifically, in his book Ethics, philosopher Alain Badiou thinks that examples like the trolley problem are excuses to disengage our own subjectivity from the messy actuality of ethics. For him, all ethical
What?
thinking takes place within a situation. So unless you or someone you know has ever been in a position where they've had to push a fat man off a bridge onto
See, I already knew because it's not about being in the exact one-to-one situation. It's just a thought experiment, and it applies to all things in life. It can.
Well, now it just makes
Yeah,
me
they always
wonder
try to
about
make
the nature
excuses
of
with this.
hypothetical. Like, if a hypothetical is not the situation ever. Like it's
Yeah.
you know when you bring it up and you're just sitting in comfortably compared to in the actual situation in the heat of the moment. But like, there's still surely that author would agree that like there can still be value in pondering a hypothetical, even though you know that it's not the same conditions as in the real world.
I feel
Yeah,
like
sure.
No.
We
No,
we
you're wrong.
implicitly
We can get
accept
clear
that
answers.
our emotional impulses have some like difference from our moral rationality, right?
Of
It
course.
I would argue that hypotheticals like the trolley problem are designed to make like almost two intuitive positions fight each other. Because you might be like, I would never ever hurt a person, and you're like, not to save that guy. It's like, I don't know, no, not to save two of that guy, no, not to save your son. And the mother's like,
Save
oh
me?
shit.
Yeah, it forces you to reassess your position, and like even with you know at its lowest forms, it's still effective just
Yeah.
to be able to understand where you stand.
It's
You
why
know
when you get
how-
reformulations, like when you're the single individual tied to the tracks, you'll get people saying things like, I want to believe that I would pull the lever, however
Yeah,
that manifests in this scenario.
Which, by the way, is my
But-
conclusion about the trolley problem. I want to believe I'd pull that lever, but I don't know if I'd freeze.
But the
I haven't
fact
been
that
in it.
the fact that the question would even evoke the "I want to believe that" is an interesting. That's
Yeah.
interesting in and of itself of recognizing I want to believe that I do something, but I'm not sure that I would. That can
Yeah.
be really
There's
useful.
so much to explore
but
there.
Exactly.
You're getting at it again. Like what the trolley problem is really good for is exploring moral intuitions, and that's what
Yeah.
the reformulations are all really good at as well. Why do we think the way we do about certain things? Why do we intuit certain things as more moral than others? And how do those change when the circumstances change?
And how does it change when we think about it a bit more? You know,
Yes.
like that just because it's the first thought that came to your mind doesn't mean that it's necessarily the right, like that you don't necessarily know where those moral intuitions came from, and it can prompt you to explore where they came from and build like a more rigorous foundation. Yeah, so this is what I mean. This is an uphill battle to
Well, no,
convince
I would already
the trolley
argue
problem
even
is
the
not
video
useful.
itself disproves the idea that the trolley problem is valueless or a joke, because of the fact you
Right,
have to
'cause you're
explain
talking
all of
about
how
it.
it's not
Exactly.
worthwhile.
Yep.
Well, it's weird because it sounds like in the beginning when we were making jokes about like why aren't they running over real people with cars to test this? It's like,
That was no
well, it's like these are hypotheticals. Unless you do it in reality, it doesn't matter. It's like well, that kind of defeats the point of a
That's the whole
hypothetical. in the
fucking
first
point,
place.
yeah.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
just what's the point of talking about it ever?
I
if
don't
we're
know.
We're gonna go to that
Well,
extent.
listen, I don't want to ad hom Mr. Elaine Babadou here, but he is a big advocate for returning to communism, according to
Oh,
Wikipedia.
well, the thing is, I don't know anything about the. I
throwing
don't
it
want to
out
make any
there.
presumptions about the author because I don't even know if it's being stated accurately.
Yeah, you never
Yeah,
know.
What he
I've-
actually thinks.
That's the annoying thing for me is I don't trust internet man's recital of what philosopher says.
Especially
train
with that
tracks
hat.
where it killed him but stopped a train from going off a cliff, then honestly, who cares? In other words, you can't do ethics hypothetically. And for
Yeah,
What?
you can.
You literally
not?
can.
Definitely
you
can, dude.
literally
Like-
can.
If your only argument is you can't because it's not real, I just want to kill myself.
What
like
is
virtue
ethics?
Like
I
they
mean,
don't
honest-
understand
like,
what hypotheticals are. If like that's the only conclusion.
how would he
Can you
feel
do
if he hadn't
anything
eaten
hypothetically?
breakfast?
Can't do it because
You
it's not
can't
actually
eat
happening.
breakfast hypothetically.
But like,
Oh my God.
seriously, if he's trying to argue because you wouldn't have the mental state that you would have in the real situations, you can't actually think about it. It's like that's so stupid. Of course, you can still think about it. And there would be people in real life who, when put in the trolley problem situation, would be like, "All right, I'm pulling the lever, I'm doing it," and then they pull it, and then they watch what happens, and they try and own that reality. The fact that that person exists, you don't go, "Well, that was different than thinking about it earlier, wasn't it?" You'd be like, "Yes, it was," but I don't know why you're devaluing the idea of us talking through it and thinking about it.
Thinking
would say
about it
that-
can help you.
They could have a thought process behind why they pulled the lever and why they didn't. Like there's so many things that you can explore.
Yeah, if you want to erase the idea of the trolley problem, the trolley problem could potentially get you mentally ready to think about moral decisions like that. If you just erase that, you'd
Yeah.
be completely lost. Like, how do I, if like, for example,
I
there's
mean-
something about to hit, a baby versus two older people, or you could argue the baby has the whole life ahead of him. The older people have lived a full life, but it's also two lives versus one. You thinking and arguing about, whether one's better or worse could kind of prepare you for that moment a little bit. At least.
There are so
Or-
many.
or-
Go for it.
Or the baby, you can look at it this way: the baby has zero chance of reacting and defending itself. The people, even though they're old, they might be able to get out of the way.
Right.
You might end up choosing them just because there's a chance that they will either dodge or survive, or just adrenaline will kick in and they'll get out of the way. That's not happening with the baby. You're going to run right over it. That
Right.
could be their thought process in the heat of the moment, and even that is something you could explore. So it's just
Well-
there's so many ways to do it. It's crazy.
Aren't all ethics taught to us hypothetically through culture?
I was
mean,
about
that's
to
what
say
part
that.
of like
Yeah.
like you have to learn like society through movies or people directly telling you this. They tell you these ethical lessons with the hope that it goes down to the children or to the person through culture, and then they're going to do that when they're actually faced with the situation. That's the only way to like teach ethics is hypothetically.
I feel like the straightforward way of doing this would be like, we always have to punish those who murder, right? And, well, just take a life. And you go, yeah. And you go, but what if they did it in self-defense? And then you're like imagining that. And then they go, whoa. That's worthless because that's hypothetical. You're like, what?
You have to make the decision when the moment comes, not now.
Yeah, you can't
think
do it
about
now. You have to wait. You have to get case studies and then follow these actual cases and then grab. When it's in court and all the laws happening, you just bring in a whole bunch of students and like watch this play out because this is real. We can't do hypotheticals; they're worthless.
It's just there are so many like philosophical practices that are essentially about trying to prepare yourself for when the real situation arises.
Right.
Like
Well, yeah, I
meditating
mean,
on
like that's
certain
like
subjects.
that's like the first day of almost anything, whether it's first aid, whether it's bungee jumping, whether it's like any practice. You go into a classroom and you learn about things hypothetically, and then
Worst case
later on
scenario.
you might go out and do them.
I'm gonna
It's
ask-
not like, all right, you want to be a brain surgeon? Well, Johnny over here, we gotta repair his brain, so step up to the plate, Bucko. Like, no, there's probably a bit of learning involved before you start poking around
Dude,
someone's
the amount
frontal
of
cortex.
people who've given up kidneys for family members, how is that not like an exploration of stuff like this?
Yeah.
That's what I mean. It's like I find this so weird, this dismissal.
I'm going to ask a strange question that I don't really expect to get an answer to, but does anyone know
Kill him.
if this guy is a virtue ethicist?
I have no idea. I don't know this guy.
Okay.
I don't know.
He's a communist, I
Because
suppose.
What is
apparently he's a
virtue
communist.
Virtue ethics is more concerned with the content of an individual's character rather than the outward expression of that in actions, because the underlying point being a good person will do good things, if that makes any sense. And it's about the temperament of your character rather than
virtue
your
ethics
actions.
is your boy Aristotle, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
It seems like this guy
Had a
is
more recent revival as well, but yeah.
this guy is either deliberately or not conflating getting to the heart of an issue through a hypothetical with oversimplifying it, like reducing it. And it's like they want to just get lost in the weeds and stay there rather than, come up with a decision whether or not something's firmly right or wrong. And like to add to what I think Sitch was saying, like a lot of like movies, like these are constantly like hypothetical scenarios that are being given to us because fiction does that. It sort of distills real life.
And then we talk about whether or
And
not the
sort of-
character was virtuous when they did what they did.
Yeah, and it presents you with a situation. It's like, what if this happened to you? Would you go this way? Would you go that way? What's the right thing
And
to
nobody
do?
says like, yeah, but dragons aren't real, dude.
Oh, yeah. Whoops.
This
Sorry.
conversation just stops when that happens. It's like, what do you think that is? Like just like a pure lack of imagination when they don't want to engage with hypotheticals?
I always felt
it
like the
seems like a
brain's
knee-jerk
locking off
reaction.
because it makes them uncomfortable,
Yeah.
and so they'll find any straw to grab.
That's what I'm describing. I feel like there's some knee-jerk reaction where they just shut down. But what is it? Like, do you not have the creativity in your head to like be able to
Well,
picture this? You just not want to? Like,
The
what is
way
it?
out that for some reason people don't like taking, but it's right there, is to say, I'm not sure. I have to think about that.
It's just,
I don't know.
that's
Is a
interesting.
very
That's all they have to
it's a
say.
fine answer.
All they got to say is interesting, and then instead they choose this. They pick a line in the sand. I don't know what.
Your hypothetical
weird.
is good because it wouldn't happen.
Yeah, that would never
Mm.
happen. Dragons aren't real. Like that type of shit is like so brain.
Allegedly.
It's so annoying when people don't want to engage with a hypothetical.
Yeah, 'cause, like,
come
you just-
on.
Like, why are you a
No.
boring asshole?
Yeah.
They're afraid of being caught in a contradiction. That's why they don't do it.
They're often, people are super
probably a good
overly
way to put
afraid
it.
of traps and things like
Yes. If they follow
mean,
their intuition, and the next thing you know, you're like, "Oh, contradiction! Look, you contradicted yourself."
We
And
can't be
people
friends
like this
anymore.
guy, they
I think it's a
project.
combination of
They
things,
they
yeah.
say you're the one that's not engaging if you're refusing to, or if you're entertaining hypotheticals. It's like, well, what about the complications of a real life situation? You're ignoring all of that.
Like, for the purpose of this, yes, we are. So what's your answer?
Yeah.
On that note, Mr. Shad, Swordman for Hire, is going to have to leave us, I believe.
Unfortunately, so.
You in Britain
had
right
a-
now?
Yeah, I am. I had a big long day at a medieval festival. Lots of fun. We're going to do a Shadiversity meet and greet on Monday. But I'm pretty hammered. I'm starting to crash. So unfortunately, I'm going to have to duck out. But
No problems there.
very much enjoying the conversation. I'm going to come back and listen to it.
Oh,
Peace
sweet.
out.
And also, of course, if you find time, we're going for another 19 hours.
Oh, God.
So if you want to
Yep.
jump back in, let me know. We'll find a spot. But until then, thank you
19.
so much. Always nice
Been
to
a
see
pleasure,
you.
guys. I'll
Have a
catch you
good
around.
one.
See you later.
Take
Take
care,
it
Shad.
easy, Matt.
Bye, bye.
Later, man.
See ya.
See ya, man.
Toodaloo.
I was gonna say, sorry, man. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh,
there.
go ahead. I was just going to start the video back up. So you...
Oh yeah, just gonna mention. I think probably like one of the best criticisms against something like the trolley problem is it's so abstract, so it may not be applicable to everyday life. But I'd argue that most philosophic, I don't know what you call them, but like just these problems, these philosophical problems that people have created are very abstract. Like I go back to one of the most basic ones is the Plato's cave, where the idea is like if you were locked in a cave without any ever seeing the outside world, and you were basically fixed in position, and you could only see the shadows cast by firelight, and like your figurines and stuff would basically create your whole world, and you never knew anything outside that firelight shadow. Would you ever know that the world outside existed? That's like
Mhm.
a 2,000-year-old or so philosophic question, and of course that probably never ever happen in real life, but it's a really interesting way to explain that. If you only saw a simulated reality, would you ever know true reality beyond that?
Mhm.
And I read up on that a little bit, just kind of getting, because I'm new to philosophy. I didn't study it in school or anything like that. So I in a video a couple of years ago, I compared that to the movie The Matrix, which kind of asks that in a sci-fi context. If you never saw the real world but only saw a simulated version of it, would you even believe that there was a real world out there, or even have that concept? So I think it's a really interesting way to kind of just open your mind a little and ask questions that are otherwise too abstract or too unreasonable to ask. Like, of course, yeah, nobody's gonna lock somebody into a cave and show them firelight shadows or whatever, but you could theoretically, you could, and if that's all
Mhm.
you ever experienced, maybe you believe that's reality.
And the Matrix thinks it's more about Baudrillard's works from like much later in time. It's
Yeah.
Yes, of course, Baudrillard.
Yeah.
I tried reading Simulacra and Simulation. That's a really dense book. I
Yeah.
think I kind of get it.
Yeah.
I did mention Baudrillard's work in my video as well, and man, I'm not really a huge fan of that really thick, dense philosophy. But I actually kind of find it interesting that the Matrix kind of goes against a lot of Baudrillard's ideas in some ways.
They completely misunderstood what they read. It's really funny.
It is very funny.
He hates the film for that.
But yes, the experimentation exploration is value in and of itself, even if the question's really dull and dumb. Imagine the you guys know like the pushback on hypotheticals being unrealistic. If you just said like, what if, right, hypothetically, what if a serial killer killed you and he didn't do it quickly, he did it relatively slowly, how would you feel? Almost like boring, 'cause you'd be like, oh, bad. And then they're like, well, it's a good hypothetical, right? Because it could happen. Serial killers exist and you could die. It's like, yep.
Well, the point of hypotheticals are often supposed to be thought experiments, and the point of an experiment is to try to control all the other variables. So you're just testing one specific thing. And usually with these hypotheticals, the reason they're so weird or abstract is because you're just trying to really hone in on one element of a person's thinking as close, like as specifically as you can. So like, of course, they're going to be like nonsensical situations because in reality, that's never the case.
But that's what you need to explore someone's morals thoroughly. And as soon as you create the scenario, they get so offended by the idea of like, oh, that would never happen. Mentality triggers in.
Well, it's a lame attitude because you can sort of hide in the abstract haze of all of these different variables instead of trying to dig into each of those individual variables to figure out what you believe.
Right. People don't like being cornered, even if it's in pursuit of like an answer, a concrete answer on something. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's exactly what Adam said. People, they can sense the trap and they're like, oh, well, the hypothetical is, I don't like this. This is a bullshit hypothetical.
They don't even want to go there or let you go there.
People discover
Another
shit
word
about
for
themselves.
contradiction is inconsistency.
Sometimes you can commit to a hypothetical that gives the opponent too much wiggle room to just kind of like ignore you and try to, you can't really lock them
Run
down.
away and never
they don't
conclude
engage with it.
anything.
You know what's one?
What if
Baller,
hypothetically you had to answer this question?
Baller, this is
what?
Just right. The robot.
Oh God.
The robot.
Oh yeah.
The robot. You gave that
Wait,
motherfucker too much wiggle room.
I did.
Yes, I know you had. It was Mahler's choice of analogy versus Just Right when he debated him. And it was a good strategy, but Just Right just fucking refused to engage with it. And it was basically gave him way too much wiggle room.
I was trying to fucking
I
build
know.
bridges there, not own,
I know. You're trying to be civil, but you chose a path that just gave that asshole too much wiggle room. I remember it's just like, oh my God. Because I think I remember you mentioning that sometime. Like,
I was going to bring up, like, it's always seemed like almost hostile. Like, everyone sees hypotheticals as an attack. They're like, you're trying to get me to change my mind. But it's like, if someone just tells you again and again and again, I fucking hate ice cream, just hate it. And one day you go, what do you hate about it? And you're like, those cones are disgusting that they come in. Like, those, like, wafery, like, yeah. And it's like, okay, so you don't hate ice cream then, do you? It's like, yeah, I do. And it's like, well, what if you bought it and it didn't have a cone? Then they're like, that's
What if I bought
insane.
it and
That
it
is an
didn't have a
insane hypothetical.
code?
That would never
That would never
happen.
happen. That never happen.
That'll
It
never
was ice
happen.
without cones.
Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Get out of here. I hate you.
What wacky
I'm getting-
upside down world is that?
I'm getting flashbacks to your talk with
Madness.
XQC. That
Oh,
was
God.
an
Oh my
extremely
God.
infuriating talk.
Like, how did you communicate with that creature? Like, what was he even saying?
I mean, the VOD is up, okay?
I watched it. I watched that thing twice, man. That was hilarious. Ethan like choke slammed him.
Dude, that was actually a really relevant example too, because when he was, his hypothetical was like, there is this problem, that it's like, what if it didn't? Okay, this problem, what if it didn't? Okay, you lose, you're bad, you do it, you stop.
You're
And it's just
Paul.
like, dude, I'm just asking you a question. Like, it's okay, calm down.
And then just so many contradictions. Like, yeah, law is sacred, but it's like, law, I don't fucking care. Whatever, go on. Yeah, it's like, what?
This is a gotcha moment, isn't it? I'm not gonna give you this.
You're trying to gotcha me.
Yeah,
Sounds like
that was my first introduction to that guy, and I couldn't believe how childish he was versus like how popular he is. Like, shame on all of his fans. Like, that dude is just acting like a 9-year-old, but it's shameful.
So Stitch has presented this as an interesting trolley problem. The idiot doesn't realize this would never happen, so I don't know why.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I like how you can tell which one the rich guy is.
By his hat.
only rich people wear top hats.
Yep.
Oh no! A trolley is heading towards a rich man. The rich man offers you $500,000 to pull the lever, which would divert the trolley and kill someone else. What do you do? I mean,
What's
one for
interesting
one.
too is that if you're a person who hates rich people, you would do it because you're making the rich man poorer.
I mean, you
Wow.
could rationalize that, I guess.
Couldn't you use that same rationalization both ways?
probably if he
No.
dies, then his
Yeah.
money will be spread toward.
He
His
can
family
compensate the
and-
other guy's family if you save the rich guy. That could be something.
True, true.
I just
Like,
love
oh,
the idea
thanks
that
for saving me.
we're talking about this, and then that guy just bursts in like, "This is valueless. Stop
You
it."
think this guy's worth
Rich
five-
people would never offer you money to save their lives.
Never.
The concept of
Ridiculous.
hospitals is a lie.
Well, does
I feel like
This-
there should be an option 3 that's like haggle, where you're just like, oh, I'm not sure, $500,000.
Your life is only worth 500 grand.
Option D, write up contract quickly. Like scribbling on the floor, like, come on.
You put the
You have
pen
it
in
on
his
you?
mouth and he has to sign it with his.
You pull the lever a bit more as he increases his bidding.
Yeah.
well, if you had the trolley problem and you have one person on each side and you don't know, like, just say the people are equivalent essentially, is there a moral weight to just even acting to pull the lever at all versus letting it, like, does that add anything?
That's part of the conversation, right? As
Yeah.
people talk about whether it's the reason why the trolley problem is always set up that the 5 people will be killed if you don't pull the lever, to try and put
Right.
the action of the idea that you're killing the one person. Because people could say like, well, I didn't touch the lever, so I'm not morally culpable for the 5 people. That's
Right.
kind of
Well,
like
I
part
even-
of the conversation.
I even love thinking about the fact that they made it 5 instead of 2, because it's like 2 is like, can we weigh it a bit more?
Five's very definitive. You know?
Yeah,
It's
weigh
like
it
5
up to
people
5.
versus
That's the
1.
easy one.
Yeah.
Everyone thinks 5 is better than 1, so yeah.
So wait, are you guys pulling the lever? Are you gonna save the rich person?
Yeah, easily.
Okay.
And then I'll kill
I
him
think you
myself.
guys getting
Oh,
bought,
fuck.
bought
I
and
don't know.
sold.
Probably. I don't know.
Maybe he needs some better help. I don't know.
Dude, I love the idea that the rich guy says, I will give you $500,000 if you save me. And then the other guy goes, so will I. Yeah, definitely.
Yep.
But you don't have a hat. How do I know if you're wealthy at all?
I left my
He's like,
top
you
hat
took
at
my
home.
hat. That was my hat. I was wearing that.
Oh,
Now
my
you
God,
reminded me
they're
of
just confused.
in Saw 6, the carousel
Yeah.
trap, and how that was it felt similar in terms of like a variation of the trolley problem of 6 people. You can only save 2 of them, and then as it goes on, they start fighting about who's honest and who's not, and trying different strategies to essentially save their own lives. And are they telling the truth or are they lying? And
Yeah,
it's like,
those scenes are pretty interesting. in general.
Wait, what?
And then-
Oh no, a trolley is heading toward 5 lobsters. You can pull the lever
No,
to divert it to the other
save
track.
the
Running over a
kitty.
cat instead. What do you do?
Save
No,
the
fuck those
cat.
lobsters. Fuck those lobsters. Save the cat.
Oh,
who's
wait.
gonna
There's a.
save the lobsters? Jesus.
Jordan Peterson.
Fuck
If
those
Jordan
lobsters.
Peterson is at the lever, he is to save the
Oh,
lobster.
This is an easy choice.
Well, what about if it's a cat and a dog? Just one cat versus one dog.
Well, Jordan Peterson, Rule 12, always pet a cat, so he'd be very conflicted. Okay.
The dog would have
Should
to
always put it- if-
Well,
yeah.
something I'm thinking about. Well, the interesting thing with animals is like lifespan versus, I guess, capability of a conscious experience. So, like, if it was a dolphin or an elephant, let's assume the dolphin is in like a a tub, so it's still nice and it's still doing
Dolphin in a
okay and
tub.
breathing all right. Yeah, on the train
This is
tracks.
a
And the
dangerous
tub- the
roadway,
tub
is what
well,
I've
and
concluded.
the tub is tied to the train tracks. There's a rope over the tub attaching it to it.
Oh
I
no,
wonder
they
how much
really wanted this.
the conscious experience of the animal would be a factor if we're dealing with animals, right? Does a dog have more of a right to live than like an ant?
Probably save the
well,
elephant because the dolphin's more
dogs-
rapey.
Dogs can have jobs. Seeing eye dogs and all that. You might actually.
Oh,
have a
that's
job.
true. It's
dogs
think of the
are-
economy. Yeah,
Motherfucker's got
yeah.
a job. Got to save.
Yeah,
him.
what if it's exactly a seeing eye dog or something versus just a cat or
I think
or
Cats
like
could have
a-
jobs. We have
I
a
mean,
couple.
not that the dog needs even more
Eh,
help, but
Not
yeah,
my
that
cat.
would-
My
We have a
cat
couple.
definitely have a job.
We have a couple pest control cats that are officially adopted by the county where I live. So
Oh,
they're
sure,
cats
but-
could have jobs.
Yeah, but that's just like any cat, right?
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
the,
any
that's the
cat could do
natural
that.
state of a
Yeah.
cat is to kill mice. Like they don't get a badge for doing that.
Yeah, that
So
doesn't
elephants
count.
are able to warn. Yeah, that's why I bring up the elephant because elephants are hyper intelligent animals. Like if
Yeah,
it
I'd
was,
probably
if it
save
was
the
an
elephant, I think.
or an orangutan or like a dolphin.
I think a lot of
these-
people treat it that way. If they're intelligent beings, like it makes
Right.
it pretty simple.
Yeah,
Well, it
no
feels
one's
like-
gonna be
That's
like.
why nobody
yeah,
cares about cockroaches. Like,
Well,
I was about to say
They're
yeah,
also
the
disgusting.
cockroach.
So.
Well,
Yeah.
but then that's the interesting thing because rats are very intelligent. But I feel like if you put a rat up
that's
against
the
a
tricky
cat,
one.
a
That's
lot
the
of
tricky
people
one.
would kill the rat instead of the cat. And
That's
how much
right.
of it should depend on the I guess how well a species is able to procreate. Like a panda, you kill a panda, you are seriously hurting like the survivability of pandas as a species compared to a rat.
Yeah,
I
and they're
mean,
delightful.
Rats spread diseases that kill you, and cats spread diseases that make you love cats more. So I think it's a
Mhm.
pretty easy
Yeah,
one.
not telling me on this rat.
It said 5 million people chose on this question, and 85% would kill the lobsters.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise
That's
me.
it.
That's interesting. I
That's
thought it would be
low?
way
I thought it'd be
higher.
higher. Yeah, I
it'd
thought
be
like
more.
99.
Yeah,
It
it would
was
be like
15%
Really?
trolls.
Like
Okay.
Weirdos.
What's funny is that actually, if you look at the photo as is, I would actually say, logically, if you didn't want to kill anybody,
The
do
lobsters
it
will
toward the cat,
survive.
and the lobsters might go under the rails or might get crushed. I don't know. I'd have to
No,
look at
I
the
think it's
lobsters,
baked
but
into
if
it
put
that
them on the
lobsters
rails.
are doomed.
Yeah.
They're
yeah,
doomed.
yeah,
that's
I
the
mean,
whole point. They're locked.
They are
if you
doomed.
follow the exact philosophical problem, yes, but
Well, yeah,
if you
but I mean,
were
we could
directed
have
toward the
argued that
cat
the
could
cat will
just
run
like
away.
bolt.
Yeah,
the
I
cat
was
would
gonna
just
say
bolt.
that cat looks like he's no.
Well, that cat is
no
a
one's holding him out.
down, exactly.
I'm not sure.
I
The
love-
lobster's
You're not
brain-
catching him.
The lobster's brains might not even be able to handle the concussive force of just the train going over top of them, even if it doesn't touch them.
Ooh.
That's
Hmm.
possible.
The
Unless
point
they're Chad
being
lobsters.
from all of this is that why would you say that it's worthless to have these conversations? How is this not?
Because it's not
interesting?
true ethical
know.
discussions. They're all fake. Fake ethical discussions.
Okay, whatever. That's
Okay, let's get the
lame.
lobsters
go
and
over,
cats.
Go over into your lame corner while we have fun with hypotheticals.
Yeah.
For many others,
He's
the trolley
upset. He's just upset that communism in this country will always be hypothetical.
Oh,
Heyo.
nice.
Get fucked,
Also,
comrade.
Someone's not in the watch together. One of you fuckers.
Yeah, it's probably me. I just
Wow, Marcus.
Oh, what a fake
Yeah.
Marcus.
Play
From
on
Arcane.
the board, listen to you guys, and
Yes.
then I was listening to the show and was like, "Hey, who's doing that?" I'm like,
Yeah,
"Me."
that's pretty funny. I gotta tell you.
train tracks.
Sorry, 'cause I
where it
wasn't in
killed
the
him, but
cult
stopped the
anymore.
train from going off a cliff.
But
then
yeah, I'm okay now.
honestly, who cares?
How are you?
In other words, you can't do ethics hypothetically. And for many others, the
Good,
trolley
I
problem
guess.
is
Oh, you're still not in the
Crazy.
thing, so
You
you don't
literally
realize
that's
we're playing
literally
the
what we
video.
did. Yeah, the last 30 minutes as we were doing
Yeah.
ethics hypothetically. But
I mean,
apparently
why-
we were all just hallucinating because you can't actually do that.
Just
Well,
baby ethics doesn't count.
I guess he would be trying to say it doesn't map to reality in any like cogent way.
Bullshit.
Which, yeah, I don't really think I buy.
And I definitely don't think he means that ethics, like hypothetically, like you have to do a thing for it to be ethics. It can't just be discussions on it.
Which
but that's
again, that is a
like
whole
why- yeah.
conversation about ethics.
Practical
because it depends on whether or not you believe that ethics is like is the product of your actions, or if like ethics stems from within your mind. You know, like that's a
It's
whole
just-
conversation in and of itself. But
yeah, but surely even if you think like I don't think like that any thought can be moral or immoral. It has to have some like action attached to it. But those thoughts will inform the things that you'll do, which makes them very valuable and worthwhile of pondering.
It's just like a different subfield. You have applied ethics, you have normative ethics, and you have meta ethics. Like, I don't know why we're trying to say that only one of them actually exists.
Don't forget Lewis ethics.
Or maybe meta ethics does exist. I don't know.
Lewis ethics.
When I was writing my paramedic licensing exam, every single question was just a hypothetical situation. And then like 5 questions based around that one hypothetical situation for the question, because it's always you respond to a call and you see blank, and then 6 or 7 questions about how you deal with that call. So it's like, how are you possibly making the assertion that you can hypothetically teach people about ethical decisions? Because a lot of medical judgment stuff is just medical ethics. It's like, what is the right thing to do in this situation? And it's kind of the hardest thing to actually learn and be confident on. So that, I mean, the only way to teach people is to ask them questions and have them run through the hypotheticals, though.
Anyone have anything to say to that? Wow.
No, you just gotta fucking kill him in real life.
I'm fucking killing the lobsters, man.
They're done.
Down they go.
Oh, fine.
Plus, delicious lobsters for dinner.
I just noticed in the drawing here that there's like a spear poking
Yeah.
out of the
You got us all.
trolley.
Great work.
Why did he draw Cheaty as a white guy in that picture? That's very offensive.
This is an example image. Not
I mean, he's wearing
necessarily-
black.
Yeah.
He's got that's symbolic.
Detrimental in helping us think about actual moral dilemmas. You might even have caught on precisely because it has nothing to
The
do.
I love
faces
this
of the
image.
trolley problem guy is really funny.
Yeah.
He's
That's
stressed.
how-
He's
Oh,
stressed.
God,
Wait a minute, one of them looks happy. That
Look at
one
the
in
one that
very
has
middle, that
the
guy's smiling.
lever just goes into the
deliver
guy's
for a
dick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know.
Maybe he's just straddling it or something.
It's
With
literally
our
his dick.
actual moral struggles. Even in the good place.
Doesn't that picture, it really makes you want like a Where's Waldo with the trolley problem?
You have to figure out what the ethical question even is.
Yeah, Where's Waldo with this?
Mental in helping us think about actual moral dilemmas.
scythe.
You might even have caught on precisely because it has nothing to do with our actual moral struggles. Even in the good
What?
place, Mike.
How does it? How have
How
they
does
reached this conclusion? I don't understand. This is
How-
literally
yeah.
just an exploration of 2 things you care about, and then you have to weigh up which one you care more about, basically.
No.
Why not?
How is the way that you think about morality influencing the moral things you do in your life? Gee, I can't imagine how those 2 things might be connected. No clue.
Imagine, like, you know,
I don't know.
your family invite you to a party and you accidentally double book on the same time and day as going out with a friend, and then you're like, I'm going to choose the family because I haven't seen them in a long time, or there's a bigger group of them and there's more people to let down if I don't
Exactly.
turn up. And if someone said, like, yeah, but that's not them dying, I'd be like, that's the fucking Jesus.
Probably my one favorite moment in my Baldur's Gate playthrough was a major question that
No
you
spoilers,
had.
please.
I won't spoil it, but it's a question of a faction you have to side with or not. And I found myself really conflicted by the time I actually had to get to it. And working my way through that decision was probably the single best time I
So
had.
it
in the
wasn't written by Bethesda.
No, Valerian.
The demon enjoys torturing moral philosopher Cheaty with the trolley problem because it's so disconnected from real life. And this is particularly painful for some.
He enjoys torturing her with her because it's so
Because
disconnected from real life.
Well, no, a demon would torture you with things that. Why that is that? I haven't seen the show, but that doesn't
problem
seem
is-
right. He does it
That's
because
not
it's
what's
not
happening in the
connected to
show.
real life. There's no way
No,
that can't
what-
be
no.
true.
So
I don't
okay,
believe
in the
him.
show, he's trying to teach the demon ethics, and he was using the trolley thing as a hypothetical to explain ethics to him. So the demon is like, "Oh, like let's make this. This seems a little bit abstract. Let's make it more grounded." So he's making him actually drive through, or appear to be driving through, real people and killing them. That's why he has the blood all over himself. And the character Cheaty, like his whole character is that he's always conflicted. He never knows what decision or what choice to make in life. So like, it's just a bizarre example.
I was about to say, like, well, how does that play into, like, it's meaningless because it's not real, or what? It's like, please make yourself clearer because this is insane.
Someone like Cheaty who died because he couldn't break free from internal deliberation in order to focus on his actual life.
You're incapable of making a single decision. Look, I know I can be indecisive, but what's the harm in taking a few extra minutes to find the perfect...
Okay, he didn't
Oh,
die
no.
because he was indecisive. He died because a fucking air
Yeah,
conditioner hit him in the head.
Yeah, that's not good. That's
Yeah.
not a good.
That's not
good
fair at
writing.
all.
What's the point of that?
I also acknowledge that I just spoiled a plot point of the show The Good Place, but it's been out for a very long time.
Oh, look, it's relevant to our spoiler talk like an
How
hour
dare
ago.
you.
Whatever.
Wow.
You've
okay,
had a
then.
good chance.
You guys should watch
to
Good
it
Place,
at
it's
this point,
good.
and honestly, it's a pretty
No,
good
I
show.
know how it
And
ends.
if that little spoiler ruins your
Oh, just move
my
on. I don't
God,
want to
dude.
hear what you have to say
Jesus
about spoilers
Christ.
either, please.
Yeah, like I can't believe he's still
Jesus.
on this.
Are you
Enjoyment
talking?
of it.
He's talking about hypotheticals, though.
Well, he's about
which
to
is
say, like,
pointless.
spoilers don't actually matter. It's the journey, blah, blah. Just like, get on with it. Don't want to talk about that right now.
I think that's
Boom.
one
Yeah,
of the
but if I
Then
know
move
my
on.
journey leads to a meat grinder, I'm not going to take it.
Writers Adrian Renix and Nathan J. Robinson.
Is that the
discussed
best
this in a
picture of Adrian
2017
Renix you
current-
could find?
I guess so.
A screencast from the show.
Two
Yeah,
more
you'd think
Kanye's,
there'd have to
probably.
be better photos of the person who wrote The Good Place.
You got the picture of Adrian Renix with half their face covered up. That's
Oh
probably
no,
not
these people did
great.
not write that show. They're just other people he wants to cite.
Oh,
Well,
okay.
still.
I thought you said they wrote something. Did you not?
Your
He
enjoyment
calls
of
them
it,
writers.
I think that's more of a you problem than a me problem. I'm just saying. Writers Adrian Renix and
Yeah,
Nathan J.
writers.
Robinson discussed this in a 2017 Current Affairs article with the subtle title, "The Trolley Problem Will Tell You Nothing Useful About Morality."
Oh, so they're dumb
cool.
people.
And the
Oh,
sub
maybe
thing
it's a
says
good thing his face was covered then.
it turns us into horrible people and discourages us from examining the structural factors that determine our choices. How?
How it does the
What's the
opposite.
opposite?
Find this
thing.
article.
It turns us into horrible people. No, it helps us examine what is the most moral choice in a difficult scenario, instead of me just knee jerking it whenever they pop up for for whatever reason. What?
It's
Who
useful to
lets
do.
people? Free speech was a mistake.
Yes. Enough of that free speech. Get out of here.
Also, I mean, he's citing just some random website to try to prove the invalidity of one of the most common ethical dilemma hypotheticals that, like, it
Yeah.
seems like if you're going to say, hey, this is not useful and it's been proven why, maybe an academic journal might be a better source to cite.
Ooh.
Or at
Yeah,
least elaborate
Yeah, I
elaborate
don't know
on it
who
in
any
some
of these
way.
people are.
Yeah, it's
but
kind of
just
random.
people on current affairs.
It's
wrote
just
an article
an
that's dumb.
appeal to authority, like just pulling up some stupid article instead of actually discussing it. Because he's already said this 6 times. What's the point of picking up an article?
Well, ideally, he's probably going to like summarize it, right? And
Hopefully
try and
accurately.
present it to
Ideally.
So,
I mean,
In it, they argue that if we ended up in a trolley situation in real life, we would panic, do something rashly, and then watch in horror as one or more persons.
Yeah, that's the only
yeah,
thing that can
not
happen.
if we practice mentally for it. Maybe.
But wait, he said well, it'll end up
But
being
you've
that people
explored
will
the
die a
position.
gruesome death before our eyes.
yeah.
Like, yes, of course.
Yes.
No
Either
matter
way, yeah.
what, yes. But the
That's-
idea that you would try to prevent panic by essentially training yourself mentally.
Yes.
Or
You've
are we
explored
going
the
to
position
deny that-
already.
Otherwise, we would have to say that that's not possible, and that's absurd. The idea that you can't mentally prepare yourself for something in real life.
Spider-Man saves both.
I mean, it's literally like this is what this is like. This is the concept of training. So that like whether it's the military, whether it's first responders, doctors, whether it's
Yeah, exactly.
anything, the
Worst
whole
case
point is
scenario.
when the situation happens, your training
Yeah,
kicks in
exactly,
and you do what
exactly.
you need to do.
So you
That's
don't
what-
panic in that moment.
Exactly. Yeah,
But
that's
do you think,
exactly.
like,
That's
this is
military
literally-
training. That's paramedics.
Martial
that's
arts,
doctors,
martial arts, everything.
martial arts. That's
this is
core-
the whole
that's part of a-
point of training. That's the whole
That's a big
concept
part
of
a lot
training.
core philosophies as
Humans!
well, right? Like in Stoicism, right? The idea of meditating on potential misfortune in the future so that you
Yeah.
understand how you feel about it, you can prepare for it in the future. Meditating on death so that, like, when that time approaches, as you're naturally sort of getting older, you're kind of prepared for it. Like, and that's, again, beyond the things that you brought up of just training. The
Family
training
members,
is about
anything.
There is
understanding these things. that's why. Wow.
When I-
Okay.
This is legitimately a bizarre thing to say because this is the
You
entire
might
purpose
panic,
of
but
training.
I'd say
You
you're probably
might,
less
but if you're
likely to
trained,
panic.
you're less likely to panic.
Exactly. It's the
I-
idea that by thinking about it, are you going to be worse off? Are you going to be worse off for having
Dude,
considered the trolley problem and
you know,
then encountering it?
A hypothetical of like, what would you do if a person killed your kid and you were in front of them with a gun? Would you kill them? Sort of like a hypothetical like that, and then someone says like, well, that doesn't matter because if that happened in real life, it'd be completely different. There are people who have done it. They kill that person. They
Yes.
just fucking
Happy
stone cold
Father's
do
Day.
it. Now, the idea that you're like, yeah, but I mean, that's like one guy or whatever. And it's just like, it's a fucking worthy hypothetical. These situations come up in all forms of life, at all scales. I don't understand. Like, I just read ahead of this thing as well, this whole section. I just don't understand the point they're trying to make. It's like, you probably end up with PTSD. What does that have to do with anything? Yeah, maybe.
Do you think that you're more likely or less likely to end up with PTSD if you really give these things some mental preparedness and you think about them and you ask yourself what you're going to do and you give yourself a bit of
Makes
time,
no
or if
difference.
you shelter
Fake.
yourself from the world's issues and potential problems and just
I
hope
think
for the
that's
best?
that's what this article would need to argue, that it like that it's worse off. The idea that it's neutral, it's like, okay, maybe, but am I worse off for having considered the trolley problem beforehand? If not, then
they're not
what's the
exploring that.
problem?
I think that like the unlikelihood, it really has no bearing on the validity of it. Like there are probably hundreds of people trained right now to respond to a nuclear attack. Will we have a
Absolutely.
nuclear
The
attack?
likelihood,
Probably
that's
not.
completely irrelevant. It's about
Yeah.
just being ready. So in that situation, you're prepared to actually react effectively rather
Well,
than just stopping and having to think and like panic. Like it's
What's the
just
thing that you see so
Let's
many
go
times
with a
Go
let's
for
go
it.
with a scenario that probably happens hundreds of times every day, right? Probably more, right? Really basal, ground level kind of example. While I was working, I think I've told the story before. When I was working in a restaurant once, one of the customers started choking on some food, and I performed the Heimlich maneuver on them and unchoked them. Probably saved their life, right?
Good work.
And the
Nice.
reason that I was able to do that was I didn't even think about doing it because I'm an Eagle Scout. I did search and rescue. I knew
Instinct.
the Heimlich maneuver. You
Right.
just do it. Someone's choking. The Heimlich maneuver is what you do. You get him to stand up. When you see he's choking, you get behind him, tell him to stand up. You get behind him. You put your hands where they need. You do the thing. You save the dude's life, and that's just what you do because you're prepared for it. And no one else in that fucking restaurant, which was not empty, did it. And so
Then you got
these
the
are
wrong
like
perspective.
It's so you're mentally
Heimlich
prepared for that
maneuver.
situation.
Everyone who's watching this, learn how to do the Heimlich maneuver and learn CPR. Learn these two things. They're super easy. They're super quick, and they will fucking save lives. So please do that.
You can usually
This is real shit that happens. Like training kicks in.
And you don't want to be
training is real,
completely
training is
panicking when it
works.
happens. You don't want to be
And
feel
you-
helpless in that situation and watch a loved one die because you didn't take the time to actually learn something that could be so,
Yeah,
so
and-
effective.
There's one thing that will alleviate panic. It's knowing for sure what you were supposed to do.
Yes.
I know
Because-
what to do. I've
Yeah.
trained for this. I know what I need to do.
And bearing in mind that the training is designed with the knowledge that when it really happens, yeah, of course you're gonna of course it's gonna be different. But that's why the training takes that into account.
Remember your training. Remember your training.
Yeah,
If you're
exactly.
nervous,
That's
remember
the thing.
you're
Yeah,
trained for
remember
this.
your
You are
training.
prepared.
In military,
So it
war
comes
movies
back
all the time,
naturally.
remember your training, default to your training. That'll get you through. That's yeah.
Training and knowing how to react with the skills that you've trained to do well is the easiest way to suppress a fear response in an intense situation. It's because you're not thinking about how you're feeling. You're thinking about what you need to do, and because you know what you need to do, it's almost like you're not thinking at all. You're just doing the thing that you need
You're
to
reacting. That's how it should be. It should be ingrained in you at that point. You shouldn't have to stop and think about it and process it.
Is it brown bears that you're supposed to stay still?
Oh, I can't remember.
So the saying is that
so with
black back. If it's brown, lay down. If it's white, good night.
So if it's a black bear, you want to stand up, make a lot of noise, blah, 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 get a blah, blah. You want to do all that stuff. Loud noises, make yourself big, swing your arms around, don't run away. If it's a brown bear, like a grizzly bear, you lay down and play dead, and you hope things turn out okay.
And if it's a polar bear, you're fucked.
But
I gotta be honest. Any bear, I'm out.
Important caveat about the polar bear is you want to make sure and you want to check first and see if they have Coca-Colas with them. If they
Ooh,
do,
then they're cool.
they're friendly. They're super
Okay,
chill,
yes.
and they'll be
The
your
commercial
friend.
one.
Yes, but if they
Nope.
don't, then yeah.
Well, like imagine you were given that
So-
advice, and then they follow up with, by the way, you could probably simulate that right now, like lying down or standing still, making noise and stuff. It's gonna be different when there's an actual bear. And then you'd be like, yeah, I figure.
I'm not
You
gonna
don't
do it
say.
then.
Anyway,
I'm not gonna practice.
I strongly recommend watch some videos of black bears climbing up trees before assuming that you can get away from one.
Well, it's the thing with hippos, right? Hippos are much faster than human beings. You cannot outrun a hippo.
Well, what you
I think-
do is you wait for the hippo to charge, right? And you're still. You're watching that hippo. You stare it straight in the eyes as it's charging towards you. And then when it's about like 2 feet in front of you, you
Dodge roll.
go, whoa, and then you just dodge right to the left or right really quickly.
Down
and then the
X.
hippo will flip over, lose its balance. It'll go, whoa, and it'll flip over and start rolling around, and then you can make your escape.
This is a really bad article.
Oh, have
Yeah,
you
I
read
mean,
Yeah, I've been reading
Well,
it.
I had a feeling you
I've
might have
got
done that.
Keebakins actually just sent me some great lines from the article. The article says that the trolley problem may not be much different from playing Marry, Fuck, Kill, or asking horrible questions like, if you had to kill one of your parents, which one would it be? And I love both of those games. I play them all the time with my parents. The trolley
How many times
problem.
can you play the parent game, Rags? Like,
I can understand. I can understand someone not wanting.
Well,
to answer
every
that question
week
and
I
making
do
them
it again and give
uncomfortable.
them an update on my decision. So
there you
it
go.
keeps
You
on-
have
it
them
keeps-
constantly vying for each other.
It keeps them on their toes. It's a good game
Right.
to play.
Yeah, the parent one could be easy though. I think initially I would say my dad because my dad would want me to kill him over my mom, but now my mom's in much poorer health than my dad, so I don't know if it's more complicated now.
The
I'll get-
article insinuates that there's no point in talking about moral dilemmas in which there's no right answers, in which like everything good can happen, I guess.
Yeah,
but
it's like, if you only think it's a good answer.
Even if you're not going to run into a trolley problem in real life, like the situation is extremely abstract in terms of what's actually happening, you're going to run into a lot of situations where your agency is constrained. There's going to be a lot of situations where you cannot accomplish exactly what you would
Yeah.
want to do, and you're going to have to compromise with lesser or, by your consideration, worse outcomes.
That's the whole point of the hypothetical, and it's like they try to just skip that part.
I hate to keep bringing this back to politics, okay? But this
No, that's
article,
fine.
the guys that wrote this article and Wisecrack, I mean, they are all socialists, and this article is written from the perspective of like this idea that if while you're concentrating on like who you're going to sacrifice in the trolley problem, you're not asking the real questions like who has the power to pull the lever? That rich
Me.
elite who's really controlling you. That rich elite that put the trolley on the track in the
You
first
ever wonder
place.
who built the trolley?
Yeah.
The article also says the trolley problem conveniently involves making no actual sacrifices yourself, which, quote unquote, doing the right thing
well-
almost always entails in reality. Even though I imagine making the very important moral decision of who to kill in a scenario is that's asking a lot of somebody.
Yeah.
Even
I
after
can't
doing
speak
it
from
right.
experience.
forever.
Yeah, I
And
can't
knowing
speak from experience, but I have to imagine that the physical act of pulling a lever that you know is going to cause someone to die strikes you psychologically differently to like freezing
I
up
would
and
imagine.
allowing death.
I would imagine.
Not
yeah.
to like self-aggrandize the person in the situation as making some great sacrifice necessarily, but it's going to affect them.
Likewise, the trolley
Never gonna
problem-
forget that moment.
it still gives you moral culpability with your inaction as well though. So even like you can't just say, well, in real life you have to make a sacrifice. It's like, well, no, in real life your sacrifice might be not pulling the lever or pulling the lever, depending on what your moral priorities are and how you think about the situation. So it's like, well, no, you don't even get to say, well, I don't have any sacrifice to make in the trolley problem because either way you're responsible for death. Now I'm done.
No, it's true. It works both ways.
It says the trolley problem is repulsive because it encourages people to think about playing God and choosing which people to kill.
Calm down. Okay, this
It
person
is
sounds
as-
hypersensitive.
It is as irrelevant as the asteroid orphans dilemma because who would you murder in extreme situation X is not even a distant parallel to the issues that would likely come up in your own life. It warps moral sensibilities and encourages us to think about isolated moments of individual choice rather than the context in which those choices occur. So, great article.
I don't know why you can't do both.
I don't know. Well, don't ask me. I don't speak retard.
Oh.
Oh.
Died a gruesome death before our eyes. We would probably end up with PTSD. Whatever we had ended up doing in the moment, we'd probably feel guilty about for the rest of our lives. Even if we had somehow miraculously managed to comply with a consistent set of consequentialist ethics, this would bring us little comfort. In other words, getting an A in ethics class isn't going to matter after you willfully choose to take the life of another.
What?
I don't. So
Wait,
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 so
wait,
now
wait,
he's
wait.
discrediting ethics as a whole.
Wait, I think I need to hear that again because that sounded profoundly retarded.
We would probably end up with PTSD. Whatever we had ended up doing in the moment, we'd probably feel guilty about for the rest of our lives. Even if we had somehow miraculously managed to comply with a consistent set of consequentialist ethics, this would bring us little comfort. In other words, getting an A in ethics class is
Because I think there's a lot of people, and I think I'm one of those people, but I'm not certain, who can look at a situation and say, I did the best thing I could have possibly done in a situation that was really tough. I can't beat myself and blame myself for it. What happened was a tragedy, but I did the best that I could. And I think a lot of people would look at that and be like, yeah, it's like, it sucks that it happened, but I'm not going to be like, this isn't going to be some moral anchor that I drag around for the rest of my life. But it depends on the person. Some people can't necessarily rationalize things in the same way that, someone else can.
I'm not mourning dead lobsters. Like, just get over that shit pretty quick.
I'm praising dead lobsters because dead lobsters mean good dinners.
This sounds like a response to the idea that it will prep you and you will resultantly not have any kind of mental trauma, when it's like, well, no, you can't guarantee that. It's better to have it than not as a prep, isn't it?
It can't hurt. I don't see how it can hurt.
Isn't going to matter after you willfully choose to take the life of another. In other words, the trolley problem itself is some real sicko. The way it's usually
sicko shit. No, it's to avoid us doing. No, it's literally the way that I imagine virtually every single person who engages with a trolley problem is so that they make the most moral decision, not the most immoral decision, right? I'm not trying to calculate what's the most evil thing I can do in the trolley problem scenario, which is just the inverse of the other option anyway, because there's generally only two choices. But I don't think anyone engages with a trolley problem to be
no offense,
evil.
but if you asked me the trolley problem and my response was, you're being mean.
I just don't understand where this implication in both the article and what he's saying is really coming from. I don't know anyone who has ever engaged with the trolley problem in that sort of way.
Is he implying that it's an ineffective question because there's no option to just save both? Like, I was kidding about the Spider-Man thing, but
he's implying it's an ineffective question because it doesn't map readily to our already present moral dilemmas that we experience in real life, and also because it encourages focusing on the action itself in a void of context as opposed to the underlying structures that can underpin such a dilemma.
The point of hypotheticals.
Yeah.
It's the whole point. Sometimes you're forced to be in these situations. That's the entire point of these hypotheticals. And they try to just skew that.
I just don't understand why entertaining a hypothetical means I can't also have some inquisition into the underpinning structures of that hypothetical.
If these guys want to be like, the 5 people are capitalists and the 1 is a socialist, so now it's difficult, isn't it? You'd be like,
Framing it as sadism is so fucking ridiculous. Like, how dare you put those people on the track in your mind? How cruel are you?
Even in the most uncomfortable of hypotheticals and comparisons, there's still value to exploring those ideas. Even if it makes you uncomfortable to think about it, there's usually a benefit to it. And to say there isn't, you're gonna have to actually argue that. These guys are not doing that.
And the trolley problem is flexible enough that you can make variations like that and see how it changes your answer. Because
that's why it's so interesting.
Yeah. It's a good framework.
Usually discussed helps disguise this insanity, as it's usually implied that we can make ethical decisions that involve no sacrifices from ourselves, which encourages the idea that ethics involves.
That is a thing that does happen. We do make decisions every once in a while that really doesn't affect us necessarily, but it hurts particular groups of people in some small way. Like that example I gave of, you got 2 events you could go to, one with all the family, one with a good friend. It's like, and both of them are really happy to see you, and you have to not go to one. Oh no!
Here's a great trolley problem that probably happens every day. Cutbacks. You got to fire somebody. Who do you fire? Somebody's got to go.
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah, that's another one.
Our moral agency is constrained sometimes in the real world. Like crazy. Who would have thought?
Fire the owner of the factory.
That's right.
Close the whole factory down. There you go.
Well, and also, as you said, like, you deciding whether someone lives or dies affects you. This is a very weird framing of this whole question.
You have to sacrifice possibly a lot or a little of your sanity. You make these
That's
decisions.
nothing. Loser. Get over it. Get better help.
Oh no.
Making functional choices from the sidelines. This also implies that we usually act in situations where we have perfect knowledge of all potential outcomes.
No, it doesn't. That's just stupid.
And plus, the whole point of the trolley problem is all of the information is self-contained there. It's you and the problem and how you engage with it, right?
Yeah.
That's all that there is.
And precisely part of the deal with the trolley problem is the limited information, because there's permutations where they expand upon the information given.
That's right.
We're trying to figure out what matters the most.
Yes.
When in real
What?
life, that's simply not the case. This all assumes a
Genius.
pretty bleak fatalism, imagining a world
Dark
where
Knight.
ethical decision-making is about choosing the least worst option among a bunch of bad.
That's how we do it in a lot of situations.
That is
Yes.
real life.
Welcome to
Earth.
life. Like,
Yes.
hey.
The least worst
How do
option is
you-
also the best option.
How do you
It
make
means
the
same
world a
thing.
better place? You make the least worst choice enough times.
Okay, capitalist. Jesus.
Bad ones. Badiou refers to this as humanitarian ethics, which he describes as miserable moralism in the
Oh.
name of which we are obliged to accept the prevailing way of the world and its absolute injustice.
What does that even?
I don't think we have. No, I don't think going along with the trolley problem means that you're accepting that the world is a horrible place and that it's always going to be a horrible place and nothing good can ever happen. That's a really stupid thing to say. I don't know.
What does this
Just
have to
being
do with the
prepared for
trolley
reality.
problem? I don't get it.
I also don't trust this quote. Like I trust that the quote was probably verbatim, but I imagine it's extrapolated out of its context.
Well, to answer your question, Frankie, what he's trying to get at is that by accepting the fatalistic nature of the trolley problem, that you have to choose between one of these two tracks, you're saying like it's like in real life in society. You know, we walk around choosing to not have a revolution, choosing to partake in this corrupt system.
Okay.
You live in a society.
It's
Yes.
just being prepared. Being
I thought it was
prepared
Allegedly.
just
for
that when you have two bad
Allegedly.
I thought it was just that when you have two bad options, you just got to try and figure out the option that you think minimizes harm or comports most with your principles. I thought that was it.
No.
No.
Maximize harm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or
We're nihilists.
when they present you the trolley problem, you say, "Fuck this! I'm going to go to the
Right.
That sounds
system.
like
I'm going to tear the
that's-
system
what this
down."
sounds like is when we were trying to explain that Batman can kill hypothetically, and there was always the argument of no, Batman will always find a way, or no, that's not on Batman. That's
Like,
not Batman's
you shouldn't
fault.
concoct
Mhm.
situations like this.
Yeah,
But,
it's-
Batman. Yeah, exactly.
It's the writer's responsibility to never put Batman in that situation.
I feel like what's being presumed here is like, imagine someone presents you with the trolley problem and you respond in this sort of way. You don't have to like presume that the world is always going to be a shitty place in order to go along with the trolley problem.
If they were like, don't you think if a world with the trolley problems happening all the time would be horrible? It's like, of course. Why do you?
It's like worst case
You don't
scenario.
really want
Just
that,
being-
funnily enough.
And yet you
being prepared
imagine
for
it.
these extreme
Look at you.
examples.
Imagine a lot of things.
I know, it's fucking weird. Imagine a bunch of babies falling out of a big hospital and the Flash puts one in microwave.
Does the psychological phenomenon, like, you know, when you're driving or you're standing by a really high place and you're suddenly compelled to, like, you start ideating about what it would be like to throw yourself over the side or whatever,
Mhm.
but it's like that phenomenon, the non-suicidal one. Like, does that reflect upon you psychologically? Does that make you a
Yes.
sick person? I don't know.
Seek
Yes.
better
Just
help.
being reminded of your
Sponsor today's
reality.
video.
It's just something that happens sometimes, you know?
Yeah.
Like when you look up at the sky sometimes, it just makes you feel really, really small. You just get reminded of like, you know, how massive it is. You have those moments and there's nothing wrong with that. Sometimes that reminder is good. That's part of the reason these hypotheticals are effective. But they're so afraid of considering anything that would make, you know, like, I don't know. It's such a weird way to look at it. Instead of being prepared for the worst case scenario.
It also encourages the idea that ethical decisions should be made in some top-down way by benevolent ethical elite.
What are you talking about?
What?
See?
You knew it was
People
coming.
have to revolt, man.
No,
See, I read this and I
It's
have
authority.
no idea how to even respond to it.
Isn't the premise of the trolley problem that you found yourself in this situation? So presumably the person who tied up all the other people and put them on the track made you pull the lever or not? Like that's kind of always the way I framed it. Not that you just walked across this situation.
I didn't know that the takeaway from the trolley problem is put your faith in benevolent, like, in the all powerful, all knowing benevolent. Like what is this?
That's because the trolley problem is the shadows cast upon the cave wall by fire, and you just don't see the reality for what it is.
When someone has the little
I have
set
to escape the cave.
and they have the trolley going back and forth and they got the little people and they're trying to explain it to you or drawing, and then someone else points out, it's like, you understand, people aren't this small. You right now, you're pretending you're like a god. and you're sitting there like, what the fuck, man?
How are the
brain doesn't
people going to
work.
fit in the building?
For ants?
elites, which disguises many of the material power relations
Trolley problem
that
for
inform
ants.
how we make ethical and political decisions. And this way, the trolley problem is less about ethics and more about training future technocrats to pick how many of us it's okay to kill with their
Bro, that is ethics.
That's so
Wow.
fucking ridiculous. Wow.
It's less about ethics and more about ethics.
Not about ethics and more about probably the most important ethical question that tech firms can ask themselves before we get self-driving
Let's make
cars.
sure they get it right, shall we? Instead of being like, oh, you fucking stupid trolley problem.
No, they should be thinking about that one pretty hard, man.
Oh no, Theo's Discord crashed. You won't be able to hear the cringe.
Oh, is that what that was?
No, did that kill Theo?
Makes sense.
cool new products. As Renix and Robinson argue, the trolley problem is repulsive because it encourages people to think about playing God and choosing which people to kill.
That happens.
What?
This happens.
Oh my god.
People choose who's going to die in life. It happens. The thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's so funny.
Stop
It is
playing
like
God.
you shouldn't play God, and you're sitting there with a lever, like, well,
But what
do
if
you
you
want
have
Do you
to?
want to decide then? You do it.
It's not even like he made the point that this is why there should not be self-driving cars and we should all be rallying against this idea. He's just like, well, you know, it would be better if just everybody lives. Problem solved.
I don't want a technocratic developer looking on Wikipedia with a trolley problem to decide whether or not my baby gets killed when run over. That's fucked up.
Direct
People have had
democracy.
to, people have had to vaguely do this before, by the way. An example I see trotted out a lot is the decision to use nuclear weapons against Japan in World War II.
Yes.
Right.
Oh wait. Or
Yeah.
just yeah, anytime, anywhere.
Does he provide an alternative to this at the end? Like, what is the
I guess we'll
alternative to
find out,
trolley
but
problem?
So far, this is terrible in terms of trying to
is really
convince us
bad.
that the trolley problem is worthless. Like, this has been piss.
It warps human moral sensibilities.
No, it does not warp it. What do you mean?
Oh, this was the thing in the article
Explore
that was so stupid that it's when Keebikin sent to me and said, "Wow, this article's so dumb. Look at what he says." And this video is
he's
like,
highlighting
look
it,
at what the
literally.
article says. It
He's
highlights
highlighting
it.
By
I don't
encouraging us to
understand.
think-
Like, how does entertaining in these isolated moments of individual choice take away our ability to understand wider contexts?
It's that dumb
Yeah,
shit.
the whole point
where
is to point out the context.
People are pretty smart. I can accept the trolley problem and give an answer to it while also acknowledging that these circumstances should not come to pass, morally speaking.
Well, and it sounds like the problem they have is actually teaching people what the point of hypotheticals are, right? Because if someone says, I hate the big kahuna burger, and you're like, why? And it's only about the sauce. Like, oh, you like the burger as a whole then? And they're like, yeah, but I'm never going to have a big kahuna burger without the sauce, okay? So you've just you've warped me into thinking I would have to make that decision. And it's like, what the fuck? That's the point. I'm
Just
trying to
make
figure
the
out what
decision.
you have an issue with. I didn't realize that you didn't understand that. I will unwarp your mind and say we're trying to split it up into different pieces, okay?
I think what they're trying to say by this context line is they're trying to say like, oh, you're concentrated on like what person on the track to save as opposed to why are you in that position in the first place? Why are those people on the tracks in the first place? You have to fight the system, okay?
Yeah. Challenge every hypothetical at the fucking source.
Yes.
God, I can already imagine
The
that
system
this
wants
would
us to
happen,
fight
though.
each other. Sorry.
It's totally what would happen where you give the hypothetical and then they say, but that's not the case though. And you're warping me.
No, brothers, we should be fighting the hypotheticals.
Have you seen the song Threw It on the Ground?
Yeah.
Have I seen the song Threw It on the Ground?
Well, the music video.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I have. It's good.
No, I have
Yeah,
not.
like you know when he's like, my girlfriend hands me the cell phone and says it's your dad, and I said, that's not my dad, that's a cell phone, idiot, and I threw it on the ground. Like I feel like that is this video. Just...
That's what I mean. As far as I'm concerned, you unwarp the mind. When the mind is like, I will never touch that hypothetical because it's not real. It's not true. It can't hurt me. It's not real. Like, it's okay. Just delve into it for a moment. Just think.
The problem with the trolley problem is it's fucking boring. That's the problem.
Why it's always the baseline.
In your mind,
we move on.
Yeah, the
Stop putting
problem with the
lobsters
trolley
on the
problem
fucking
is
trail.
the inevitable
like
spiraling
so
into absurd just
overused.
permutations.
Now,
Exactly.
your mind.
Because when he says the trolley problem is a joke, I'm assuming he's talking about all versions.
Yeah, I would assume so.
Here's your modern trolley problem.
So many better hypotheticals than the trolley problem. Jeez. Please.
Yeah, but this is the starting point, Adam.
1950 called, and they want their fucking hypothetical back.
There's one of the other like major problems that he could have touched on, but he didn't. Is that a lot of the time when you talk about the trolley problem, you get so caught up in just various new permutations to respond to each individual thing a person says that you lose any sort of course in terms of what is to be learned from this discussion in the first place.
Which is a better
Do they even
argument for why
have
it's absurd,
trolleys
by the way.
anymore?
Yes.
Yeah, where are the trolleys at?
Yeah, where are these? Do they even exist?
What is a trolley? Who knows?
High-speed rail
isolated
problem.
moments
That's what we
of
need.
individual choice rather than the context in which those choices occur. It is escapist in that it allows us to comfortably drift into the realm of the implausible and ridiculous.
No, comfortably drift into the very specific elements that make you decide whether or not something should or shouldn't happen.
I also feel like a lot of people don't even find it like comfortable.
No,
the
it's
idea,
not.
The idea of the trolley problem being comfortable is that's strange. I feel like often it's kind of challenging to deal with. Makes you think.
Well, you'll find gallows humor comes out immediately when talking about the trolley problem. Wonder why.
Yeah, exactly. Why is that?
So that we
People
do
are
not
gonna die.
So that we do not
That's
have to
always
confront
funny.
disturbing truths about our real world moral
I mean,
failings.
there
If
are
you want
more.
to
There are
actually be a-
more hypotheticals than just the trolley problem that people can do.
I
It's not like
assume-
the
I assume
trolley
this guy
problem is
hates
the
all of them
only
then,
one,
right?
Also, like,
Well-
we're just cribbing this article or what?
Yes.
If you want.
I noticed that. I think that was the last thing I saw from them. That they just like cited a bunch of obscure philosophers from like 500 years ago and just said, "See, they said that, so therefore we're right." It was just kind of, it was just citations here and there, and I find that it's interesting to see different arguments, especially if you can compare like one person's argument for or against something. But when you just cite people and it's like, oh, that's the truth because they said it, it just seems kind of shallow.
An appeal to authority. That's all that was.
Also,
Yeah, there you go.
Citing a primary source, like if you're saying you read the writings of a philosopher from 500 years ago, I think I'd take that as a better grounding than, hey, these two people who we found on Twitter last week wrote this. And, yeah.
Well, yeah, by the way, this article they're reading, this is what cites The Good Place, so I assume that's where they got that from as well. Like, the Wisecrack video is just based entirely on this.
Basically, yeah.
I mean, if you saw those two guys in the beginning in those outfits, would you trust anything they say about anything?
I mean, did the people who wrote this article just write this video and he's reading it?
There was no citation on the quotes he was giving from the prior philosopher, were there? There was just, he gave a quote and just expected you to believe it, right?
That's a lot of work.
Motherfucker, cite your sources.
The trolley problem really is about ordering the moral worth of different people and numbers of people and different things. And as a communist, that probably really upsets him that there's like this hierarchy of value.
Yeah, like we'd save the rich man because he's worth more morally.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
No, it's because he pays me more.
Rich people.
That's why the trolley problem is so boring. It's like, why are you just valuing things? Why do we even have to have
Why are
the
you just
trolley? Like,
why are you
can't we just
valuing
drop
things?
it out of a
Why are you just
helicopter?
valuing things? It's like I can't help it.
It's value nothing. Okay.
This
Give me
weird
more, but
frame
it's
of
still
the
super
trolley and
effective.
the track and all this stuff just to say, oh, that's worth more than this. It's like, why?
The real trolley problem is just how many damn trolleys are in San Francisco, man. There's too many trolleys.
Yes.
Stop it.
a better person, you can start by never wasting a second of your life contemplating.
So now we're bad people for contemplating trolley problems.
This is annoying.
Yeah,
me,
that
actually.
last
This-
line.
this
That
is
last
annoying.
line's just ridiculous.
It's annoying.
Be better and
The
don't
video is
explore
just
your own
cribbing-
morality.
The video is just cribbing the article. Like he's just reading out what's on the screen.
Well, he's
Stop it.
highlighting it, so you know.
Yeah, like put it in your own words. This is bad form.
Also,
Isn't that a copyrighted feature there, highlighting? I feel like it
Oh,
is.
don't tell what's her name, Blair.
Yeah.
Illuminati.
It looks like Mr. Indigo Gaming is going to jump out. Is that right? Did I get that
Oh.
right? Yes? No?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, it's been a pleasure, sir. Thank you for joining us
great.
for so
Yeah.
long.
Yeah.
Obviously,
Yeah,
we'll be going
always.
for a while, so maybe we'll catch you at another time as well. Who knows?
Yeah, who knows? Guys are going on for another like 17 hours or something like that. So
Something
maybe
absurd, yeah.
some ridiculous. Well, as always, thanks for inviting me on, and enjoy the rest of the video.
Later
Yeah,
on.
take care.
Later,
man.
Boy.
See you later.
Bye.
Avoid trolley problems at all cost.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if you want to be a better person, yeah.
Right. Don't even ride a trolley, honestly.
Trolleys are.
I've been on a trolley. Have you? Sitch, have you
Did
been on a
you
trolley?
run over anybody?
Look, I have spent much time in San Francisco, and I've been on the San Francisco trolley. So
Mhm.
yeah,
Hey,
But did you
Brooks,
actually kill anybody?
they're way overrated, and no, we never ran over anyone. It was kind of
Oh.
disappointing.
we have streetcars.
say my
in
name?
Toronto, too. I was gonna say, do TTC streetcars count as trolleys?
I was thinking that this entire time, like, what the fuck is a trolley? Are they talking about streetcars? Like, I think that must be it.
Yeah,
I don't know what the
memory's
difference
good.
is.
sort of have them, I guess.
New
Just
Orleans
the
has
fact
a
that they're
trolley,
locked
too.
in, the concept works.
Capital Opinions. Hello there.
Oh,
You've come in.
Hello.
Joins the stream
greetings.
just in time to hear about some wonderful basic ethics we're talking about and how we're
Oh,
bad
very
people.
I love
basic.
Wisecrack and I hate hypotheticals, so this is going to be great.
Oh no!
This is
What?
kind of annoying me now. Do you guys
Another
remember
one.
if for the prior philosopher he even stated the book title he was taking his quotes from?
Books are gay. Why would they even bother? That's
the
stupid.
quotes are
Elaine Babadoo? Babbo?
Book?
Babbo? Baboon?
They
If he
come from
didn't,
the
that
book
fucked.
house.
The
If he
Babadook.
did, that's still not good enough, but it's acceptable, I guess. Well, it's not, but you know.
Theo, they do this all the time. All these philosophy channels, they just read articles and papers and then just crib the
Yep.
thesis 1-to-1. Philosophy Tube does this all the time.
I'm surprised this wouldn't have been thrown out the second they read, like, if you want to be a better person, stop contemplating trolley problems. Like, fucking hell.
Yeah, that's a worthless line.
Also, link is around there somewhere, Mr. Opinions. If you go past all of the
I
trolley
shall find
problems,
it.
you'll find it up there somewhere.
Trolley problems. I don't think these guys like it. I'm going to say that. I don't think they like the trolley problem one bit, you know? I'm not a genius. I'm good at reading, and I think
I
they
like how
don't-
that's the thing that he's added, and it's just worthless.
Yeah.
I don't think they like the trolley problem. Anyway, more of the article.
Is that him asserting
So
that he doesn't
true.
agree?
Well, I mean, the video is saying that the trolley problem is a joke, so I think it's just meant to be a meme.
Is this the article react equivalent of going, that's crazy, chat? Isn't that crazy?
I mean, a little
Yeah,
bit. Like,
seriously.
that's
Yeah.
just
Just
worthless.
lazy.
Yeah.
That
Like
was
the
after
the
a
article is
huge-
bad, but this is really annoying.
Well,
Yeah.
at least the article is the article presenting the
Yeah.
argument, you
Yeah.
know?
Well, yeah,
just
most
said
of what
it.
we just responded to was the article, not him.
Yeah.
He just cribbed
hasn't
the
offered
argument and
anything.
made a bad joke. Like,
Well, he told us what happened in the good place, too.
damn.
Yeah, but that was also from the article.
That's what I'm
Yeah,
that's what I'm
well,
saying.
and also
Like,
just-
you've done
just
fuck all.
describing a scene in a show, you know? I remember he repeated it twice.
He
He
did.
repeated the explanation of the trolley problem. Like, if it's hard, if you're more of a visual learner, let's move away from this visual to another actually less clear visual.
No,
But
he
before
did.
you Google who invented the trolley problem in hopes of sending them hate mail, it's worth noting that this problem was introduced in philosophy in order to make this exact point. It was made famous by Judith Jarvis Thompson.
Huh?
Her 1976
So you're
paper,
sexist.
Killing,
God.
Letting Die, and the Trolley Problem. This paper is what made the trolley problem a thing.
Okay.
And led it to becoming a useful
thank
trope
you.
for lazy professors who
I'm
want
pretty
to-
sure
Oh,
that's
okay.
not
Lazy
true.
professors.
So first
Throw
of all,
Judith
it
under the
wouldn't
bus.
matter if she's the one that created the trolley problem as is. Like, you're not going to find an origin
Well,
for
no,
the question
right.
of hypothetical, like, choosing
Yeah.
life over other life. Nobody's got an origin on that one.
This problem was first introduced by Philippa Foot, not Judith Jarvis Thompson.
Yeah, but she
The
popularized
article
it.
didn't even get it right.
Yeah, I guess, but sure.
What
That's
when,
worth
what year
something.
was that?
Good
Well,
job, Judith.
I was
Thank
actually
you.
going to say, you got to be careful, though, even if she did popularize it, if you're going to talk about what it was created for, then you actually do have to talk about the person who made it, right? You can't
Yeah.
talk about who popularized it.
Well, it's funny because literally the first sentence of her article is giving the other person credit for creating the trolley problem.
Like, come on,
Well, yeah,
this is
it says,
really basic stuff.
Is he going to flip this into? And she went on to become Adolf Hitler's right hand.
No, he's using her as evidence that it's a stupid thing, because she introduced it to point out how stupid it is, because it's used for lazy professors. It's just boring.
Okay. I thought she popularized the question while being used in like ethical study, even if she didn't invent the question.
Actually, ethics is like a video game. It's also worth noting that in a
Yeah.
later paper,
what?
Oh, I thought he was going to go and say something
Ethics
interesting.
is like a
He's
video
saying-
game.
And then, yeah, I thought he was saying like
serious?
ethics is like a video game. The thing proceeds
So
to
annoying.
explain why he just
Pretty
said, and then he
cool.
just didn't. I'm like, oh, never mind.
There's
Then.
so many amazing ethical quandaries that come from video game stories and stuff. This is so cringe.
Well, yeah, it's sort
What are you
of
talking
by
about?
comparing it to video games, it's trying to downplay its value, which is pretty lame.
Yep.
But even then, I don't even understand what you mean when you say ethics is a video game. When it manifests in real life in action, that's ethics, right? But you would accept that that's, or is he just talking about like ethics class, like at university?
It's so funny though, right? If nothing, if we rewind but before World War II and someone said, "I've got a big bomb that could like almost wipe out a place," would you use it to prevent a war from happening, or would you not? And then he's like, "That's fucking video game shit." You're like, okay.
You know what video game really tested my ethics and my moral fiber?
Super Mario
World
Bros?
of Warcraft. No.
World.
You're sitting there, you're in Stranglethorn Vale.
Wow.
Are you gonna kill this level 30 piece of shit human paladin?
Absolutely.
Anyone who plays as human in any MMO should die.
Boring. Or are you gonna just
Oh.
wave? Are you gonna wave and just walk by on your little horsey?
The thing is, like, with video games, though, it's something that people have pointed out plenty of times, is that even in video games where the choice doesn't matter in terms of the consequences, what really is relevant to the player is the thoughts that they have about the choice that they made. Why did they make that choice? Was that the right choice compared to, you know, the alternative that was presented to them? And that are we going to say that's not useful either in, like, video games like Mass Effect, where you're sort of like,
I feel like there's
I
a
wonder
really,
about that, you know?
I feel like there's a really not scary video game in which this comes up.
We can't talk about it though because Frigg is a fucking player.
Well, there's a great
holding back our podcast for years.
Oh,
there's a fantastic video game. Well, I don't know how any of you guys feel about it. That's all about moral questions. Undertale.
I've seen a lot of good porn of it, but I haven't
There you
actually
go.
played the game. Yeah.
I'd call Undertale more about how we interact with content than about moral questions, but I still
Well, I
fully
mean,
agree.
it's obviously it's both of those things, right? I agree with you, but
Yeah.
I mean, it's the question is, are you going to kill all these people or not?
That's some real sicko shit.
Yeah. You need to
I
be a
mean-
better person.
I mean, the genocide route unironically is some sicko shit. It's like, in
I
order
mean,
to
it
get-
is like I tried to play it once. I'm like, I can't do this.
In order
You
to
have
get more
stop.
content out of the video game, you are like actively going out of your way to be malicious. It's a
Yes.
specific thing the game's doing, and it's pretty neat.
And the game's hyper aware, like you're doing it just to get content. It's
Yeah.
Like, why are you doing this?
Thompson imagined a third option with the trolley problem, which was
Ooh, a third
hitting
option.
the switch to move the trolley towards yourself. And she concluded that if you're not ready to take yourself out, you can't ethically take anyone else out.
But what's funny about that is it sounds like a permutation, which would be interesting to add and to ask people.
Yes.
It wouldn't just be
Well, there's
bullshit
like
that makes you a
a
bad person for
permutation
thinking
that-
about.
Well, it's like a permutation that validates the existence of the trolley problem as a hypothetical, isn't it? Because
Yeah,
you can,
exploring a different
like,
variable.
you can.
Oh, dude.
Apparently, in this criticism of the trolley problem, you vindicated it.
Yeah, because you present the trolley problem, then he says, you know what's wrong with this is there's no personal sacrifice involved. You just flip the switch. You go, okay, you can kill yourself. That's an option. Then he'd be like, well, you know what's wrong with it now is that you're like it's.
Yeah, he added an option without even realizing it. He
Well,
trapped
imagine
himself.
you
He's
said
on
it's
bullshit.
not real, and then you go, okay, and you knock him out, and then you take him to an actual trolley problem. You're like, is this good now? And he's like, I don't
Real
like
enough
this.
for ya.
I don't know if I don't like this at all. It's not. It's real.
I think that seems fair. But Thompson herself took the problem from influential 20th century ethicist
Oh, there you
Philippa
go.
Foot
There
and
we
her
fucking go.
1967 paper, The Problem of Abortion and the Doctrine of Double Effect. The doctrine of double effect is a principle used by Catholic philosophers, including Foot's friend Elizabeth Anscombe, to support their view of abortion.
Don't
the
say
main
Thomas
idea
Aquinas. He'll
is that
fucking
there is a
pants will drop.
distinction between what a man foresees as a result of his voluntary action and what in the strict sense he intends. So intentionally performing an abortion aims directly at the termination of the fetus, which for Catholic philosophers equates to murder. But this can be challenged
By the way, all of this is pointless because it's hypotheticals and stuff. Okay.
Sure.
Yeah.
Stop it.
via the thought,
Yeah.
well, what if the fetus threatens the life of the mother? The Catholic argument
I'm actually lost. You understand this is all trolley problem shit, right? Whenever you talk about any of this,
Yes,
I think
this
I was
is. Would you
kinda
rather do
right.
this or this? You're just changing the aesthetic of the trolley problem.
Mm-hmm.
I think I might be understanding it incorrectly, but I think I was kind of right with the he's going to follow this up with, and then she went on to become Adolf Hitler's right-hand philosophy person, because he's just doing that, but saying this other group of people who I don't agree with really like this person and the trolley problem, so it's bad. Am I wrong in that's what he's doing right now?
I don't know, because as you said, Mahler, he's just proposing another trolley problem, which I'm
Yeah.
assuming he would agree with. Like, do you save,
like, doesn't it
do you
sound-
save the life of the mother by getting rid of the fetus, which
The
is
way
a
that
type
he's
of a trolley problem.
splitting them makes me think like he's a fucking moron. He's like, look at this dumbass drawing with a little dude and the trolleys and stuff. Doesn't never happen. Anyway, abortion.
Now, if
is
there's a
very
fetus on
important
one
sub.
side.
Yeah, with the fetus, it threatens the mother's life. Like, this is actually something that happens. Trolley problem shit is stupid because that's never gonna happen.
It's
But when
the
you have to
stick
choose
figure.
between two lives, that does happen.
Okay, what if the
That's
pregnant
so
woman
true.
is tied to the track and the
What if the
trolley is
pregnant
a
woman is a
very
trolley?
tiny trolley that will just hit them right in the baby?
Hit him right in the baby.
What if
It's
it's 5 pregnant women on a track?
My
What would you
God.
Oh my god.
Given here
Or
might be
5
that a
trolleys.
doctor
Pregnant women are hot.
would
Yeah,
not
same.
be permitted to give an abortion, as it would terminate the fetus. But they would be permitted to perform a hysterectomy on the mother, as the death of the fetus here would only be foreseen, not directly intended. They would obviously hope.
Okay, I agree. That's a pretty
Okay,
retarded.
so that's not the. So
That's
that's
a
not
pretty
the
retarded
Catholic-
idea.
The Catholic position is
Yeah,
is that
the doctrine of double
yeah.
effect is yeah.
That's
Yeah, the Catholic position is that it's permissible to perform an abortion if it saves the mother's life.
Apparently, back in those days, it wasn't.
Because
With
the
the
mother has a
intention.
chance to go on and create new life and
Uh-huh.
no more kids and everything. And it's a tragedy, but that's their position on the
By
matter.
double effect, the intention is the salvation of the mother's life rather than something else, which is still a little bit, cope, but
Would you save
Mhm.
5 hydrogen bombs or?
the hydrogen bombs.
Yeah, they're more useful.
How
have we not mentioned
exactly.
Viserys this whole time when we're talking about like difficult, hypothetical situations?
Oh, we don't
being
mention the
short-
what, sorry?
To choose.
Viserys?
Viserys.
Oh,
Viserys,
right.
like the choice you'd have to make. Like that's just another great one. Like you imagine being thrown in that situation, but then like this guy would just say, "Oh, that would never happen." Like it's crazy.
Well, yeah, you'd be like, "That's fiction, you idiot." Like, okay.
No, that's family, you dumbass.
think
Like,
dragons
that
are
could happen to
real?
fucking anybody.
Dragons aren't real.
I mean,
Fuck yeah.
I
One of
hate
the
that.
reasons people write fiction is to grapple with the ethical questions of real life.
Exactly. That's why we like good fiction, because it gives us, the proper immersion that we're looking for. Like,
Well,
just play
it's
these
safe escapism. We don't actually have to deal with this shit. We don't want to
Yes.
actually have to
I
deal
don't
with
want
it.
to worry about Vagar outside my window. But
Yeah.
I want to fucking see him on screen. You know what I mean?
I just wonder why dilemmas like the utility monster don't get this sort of attention. Is it just because they're less popular? Like nobody's hating on the utility monster as an ethical quandary for utilitarianism.
I presume that's the case. The trolley problem is just the most famous and well referenced.
I guess, yeah.
The stick figures, man. It just triggers
It's
people.
just it's those cute faces. That's what did it.
That both mother and baby pulled through. Honestly, though, this is really complicated, which is why I no longer go to Catholic doctors. Foote disagreed with this argument, but wanted to seriously.
You don't? Is that a joke?
I don't know.
It was an
It's a
attempt
joke.
Funny.
Funny, haha.
Ah,
Yeah,
fine.
I think that was.
Engage with her friend Anscombe. So her paper thinks about how it would apply in a variety of situations, one of them being the trolley problem. She starts with an example of some potholers who are being led by a fat man out of a cave who then gets stuck, trapping them. If you've never heard the term potholers before,
I need you to focus. Stop giving me
I
these
do need you to
examples
focus.
when you keep telling me how fucking worthless it is to think about them. Like,
Yeah.
I need you to focus and tell me what you actually want me to
Yeah.
understand from you. Because right now you're like, okay, so there's a cave, there's potholers, he's a fat guy. And my brain's already setting it up in my head, and I'm like, wait, I thought this makes me a bad person. Why are you doing this to me?
No, that's a good hypothetical.
British term, which means an explorer of caves or spelunker. That's what a
Okay.
potholer is. I
Great.
love this.
Okay.
Move
The
on.
cave then starts filling up with water, which risks drowning them all. But one of the potholers has a stick of dynamite, obviously, which they could use to blow up the fat man and get out alive. To be clear, Foote is aware that this is an absurd example. It's intentional. She uses this to
Yeah, like the trolley.
This is
I
the
hate
trolley.
it. I hate it so
How do you
much.
More absurd than the
Damn,
trolley
bro.
problem.
clarify
What is
that?
going on?
How
Fucking
did he
clever boy you
clarify that?
are to point out how it's a
This is literally
hypothetical.
more
That's
absurd than
absurd.
the trolley problem. Yes.
Oh, come on.
Oh my god.
What are we
That
doing?
might be the dumbest thing he said. Like that just makes so much of this worthless. Like why even point that out?
Mag dumped his own foot. Like
I get that it's absurd. Like, fuck off.
He's spitting his own face there. Like what the hell was that?
To show that our intuitions go against the Catholic doctrine of double effect. To blow up the big boy is to kill him.
No,
To
the
refuse is
Catholic
to-
doctrine is pretty intuitive.
No, he's
that's
talking
why
about
I-
the hysterectomy thing, not what you're talking about.
The hysterectomy thing. Okay.
The
whatever
you
that
can
is.
give an abortion by doing hysterectomy as opposed to just doing an abortion.
Don't know about that one.
That's what the paper was about. I don't know if
I
I'm
guess
assuming
who
that's
knows?
not
I
the
don't know.
idea anymore, obviously, but
He used the trolley problem to destroy the trolley.
He's the trolley problem.
To accept
Anyway,
the death
examples
of
suck.
everyone.
Here are some examples of why
Intended.
examples suck.
But it seems permissible to shove that dynamite up his butt and let it rip. To be clear, Foot doesn't suggest butthole dynamite. That's all me. It just seems to make the most sense to put the dynamite.
Shut
I get it. You think you're
Dude.
really funny, but I want you to make a point. Come on.
Yeah, it's
Seriously.
not
But that's
funny.
him attempting to be funny.
never
Is all
worth
he's
it.
contributed.
That's
Like,
all
that's
he-
all. It's all
Isn't
he's
funny.
added to the work of other people. Is trying to be funny here.
Up the butthole
Kinda,
if
yeah.
you wanted to get just maximum blow upage from the guy, because then it would
Yeah,
blow up
blow
right in the
upage.
middle. Foot
Yeah.
says this example is meant to
your
parallel
butthole is
one
not in the
where
middle.
If the fetus
I
isn't
promise you
aborted,
that.
both the fetus and mother would die. Now her next example.
So it was legit then.
Yeah, wait, is it a good example or a bad example?
This is
For
what I mean.
him,
So
I can't.
What is
I
the
don't
point?
know.
Are you trying to say it was absurd and stupid and we shouldn't think about it, or that it was actually useful in understanding the problem? Tell me.
surely he's gonna get there.
As a judge faced by rioters demanding that a suspect be found
not,
guilty,
Theo, he's
otherwise
not.
take their own bloody revenge in a particular part of town, potentially killing tons of people. Now, the actual culprit is unknown, so the judge takes.
That's a funny shot.
Is that a Photoshop of the top part?
Dude, the top part looks like a lamp.
Birthday
Is
hat. I
it-
thought it was
I
a
think
birthday hat.
I think
No,
it's
it's just
Photoshop.
like fruit.
No. It's just like a stage play or something.
No, it's his
It looks
birthday.
like a plunger. Kind
It
of.
I think it's
looks
just
like
a
a-
lamp.
the head
they
of a
took the
It looks,
bulb
yeah, a
out,
lamp.
yeah.
It looks like they went.
It might
to-
be a
to-
lamp or
yeah.
like a dog's food bowl, like a steel one, and then you just flip it upside down, put a hole in the
Maybe.
top.
This is called
That's-
filmmaking on a low budget, okay?
Yeah.
I don't want to
Yeah.
hear anything about how it's bad.
What does it mean?
demanding that a suspect be found guilty. Otherwise, they'll take their own bloody revenge in a particular part of town, potentially killing tons of people. Now, the actual culprit is unknown, so the judge takes it upon themselves to execute an innocent person to avoid a killing spree. Wow, only in a hypothetical example would a judge execute an innocent person, because that's never happened in America.
What is happening? What is happening?
Oh my goodness.
Your point is so
Rambling
fucking
moron.
murky
Why?
now.
Wait. What do you mean? Why this would never happen in America? Why would you say America? That's happened in literally every country.
It's always going to happen if
Yeah.
there is capital punishment.
Always.
Google the
Why?
Innocence
Why?
Project. It happens
Is
all
it just
the time.
like
all the time?
lol? Make fun of America?
I guess so.
Taken on death row, and we're just
America
like,
bad.
"Oh,
America
okay,
bad though.
America bad.
Oh,
busy
okay. That's
ordering
true.
smoothies on an app that I get points for. This too would be impermissible under the doctrine of double effect, because the
Impermissible?
judge would be intending the death of the innocent person, while he'd only foresee the death of the many if he didn't do anything. Foot contrasts this with the trolley problem. Now, we might think that the doctrine of double effect would
Well,
suggest
this is not
that
a
you
good
sh-
parallel to the trolley problem
I'm
because in the trolley
actively
problem,
lost.
I'm just like, shut the fuck up. He's not
just-
making a point at all. He's just rambling. None of it can.
He's just
I don't know,
going
you
through
just
Philippa Foot's things. Like, I don't know why exactly, after soundly rejecting the hypothetical in its first, in the
Yeah,
first
I'm
instance.
so lost.
should
This
not
is the
switch to
visual
track.
definition of getting lost in the weeds. It's like
Guide
you're
to
standing
train.
at the edge of a cornfield beckoning you in. Come, get lost with me. And you're like, no. The answer's like,
Well, there
over
we
here.
go. Okay, let's set up the flamethrower. We're like, I'm coming.
If you don't pull the lever, we're gonna run over 5 people. But if we pull the lever, we're gonna get lost in the weeds with Mr.
No.
Wisecrack here for another 2
I
hours.
want that.
oh, just fucking kill
Mr.
him.
Houseplant.
Now I'm just imagining you getting lost in the weeds, and as you're parting, in the cornfield, Lewis shows up. You just part in the weeds, and he's staring at you.
He's like, "Don't be afraid." And you're like,
And then you see the two paths, you know, like the overhead view where it's like the path that's being carved through the cornfield or the wheat field, and then there's Lewis chasing after you.
Embrace the confusion.
Embrace
Embrace the lack of answers.
towards the one person, which would contrast with the consequentialist view that you should. But while the judge knows he's definitely going to kill one person to save others, Foote is less sure about the trolley problem, writing, "In real life, it would hardly
trolley
ever
problem's
be
more
that the
certain.
man on the narrow track would be killed."
What?
Perhaps
He
he might
would. It's
find
baked
a-
into the trolley problem.
point.
Whole point.
Point
Sorry,
is that
it's
either one or
baked
the other
into it.
dies.
It's
The,
baked
the
into it
trolley
as a-
element is
yeah.
just
Dude,
fun aesthetics.
I'd lose my
It's
mind.
just flavor to visualize
This is
it.
so annoying, right? He's like, well, no, but I mean, in real life, maybe he'd wriggle out of the. It's like, no, that's not the premise of the trolley problem. Is that he can't get out. The premise
If
is
if he could wiggle
no.
out, what would be the point of bringing it up in the first place if he could wiggle out? If the cat
Exactly.
could jump off, what would be the point?
You
The whole
changed
point
the
is he
problem.
can't. Yeah.
You changed it into
You
something
said to
different.
them, 5
Yeah.
people will die unless you choose to kill one. Then they say, I choose to kill one. You go, oh wow, because 5 lives are worth more than one? And then they go, no, because the one will wriggle out.
Yes, but have you considered what if the hypothetical you gave me were different?
Whoa.
Wow.
a foothold on the side of the tunnel and cling on as the vehicle hurtled by. The
Tunnel.
driver of the tram does not then leap off and brain him with a crowbar. The judge, however, needs the death of the innocent man for
Yeah, we need to roll that back because
we're gonna have to.
something happened there.
Allegedly, this is
Writing,
scripted. But...
In real life, it would hardly
Lies.
ever be certain that the man on the narrow track would be killed. Perhaps he might find a foothold on the side of the tunnel and cling on. as
No,
vehicle-
the,
you're-
the two people saying these things are fucking retards who can't engage with hypotheticals.
I'm assuming
Like,
this
this
is
is
going
just, like,
somewhere.
basic tier one-
Because this is
Why
so
would you do
absurd.
that?
It's got to be going
the
somewhere.
simplest one.
Tram does not then leap off
too much
and
faith in this
brain
man.
him with a crowbar. The judge, however, needs the death of the innocent man for his good purposes. We gotta shout out Foote here for putting the phrase brain him with a crowbar in an academic paper. You didn't wake up today thinking that you were gonna
Oh my, I don't care about your comedy. Move on.
I don't care about this comedy.
I don't believe
So,
that you.
okay, so
Okay,
I'm
wait.
finding that- so it seems like
so
the point that he
long.
was. I'm confused. I was like, oh yeah, I think I got it. Wait, no, I don't. Because all I got from that is that he was saying that the good, like he needs, the judge needs the guy to die for the good outcome in his to happen. But in the trolley problem, maybe he could get out, but you wouldn't assume that the driver would then kill the guy.
Yeah, it's
who
trying to
managed
highlight the
escape from
difference, I
trolley.
suppose, between those two scenarios.
But there's no difference
I mean-
because in the judge hypothetical, what if the mob of people just change their mind?
Yeah, what
Get
if they do it
fucked. Like,
anyway?
that's-
Yeah,
What if it was
exactly.
just a bluff?
Turns
What if
out
they
when
were
you
just
edit
bluffing?
hypotheticals, you can just do that indefinitely for
Exactly.
every
When
hypothetical.
you edit
Crazy.
the hypotheticals, yeah, it fucks them up. Yeah, that's true.
So-
That does happen sometimes.
There's no difference between the two hypotheticals in that regard. Like,
So I brought up the article to try to understand what the fuck the article was saying.
It's not gonna
The
help.
original article.
Why would you do that, Sid?
I know.
It's not gonna help.
Well, no, actually, so the argument actually that the person's posing makes more sense. They're saying if you were to give people the judge hypothetical, most people would say, no, you shouldn't frame an innocent person to prevent people from going to destroy a town. And yet they were contrasting it with the trolley problem, saying most people would sacrifice one in the trolley problem to save the 5 on the other track. So they're saying, is that a contradiction?
No, because one of them is a threat and one of them is assuredly someone will die.
You know what episode actually explored this really well? Do you guys remember the pig episode in Black Mirror?
I haven't seen another Black Mirror.
yeah,
The pig
it's-
one with the mayor, the
I-
president or whatever
oh,
the guy
yeah.
is? Someone remembers it. Yeah, yeah. That's one that
Prime
explores
Minister.
it.
David Cameron?
Yeah. Yeah.
Come on.
No, that one like really did a good job of exploring this concept, seeing his stress throughout the day and the pressure to actually do the act to potentially save a life, and all the things that we mentioned in terms of like the different hypotheticals. We see him have to deal with all that and the pressure around him, and it's so good. And just to hear this dumbass like just say that it's all useless, it's so silly to me when there's so many different variations of this in storytelling. You can see it.
Well, the thing is, we're running out of
Rags
time.
is,
I'm assuming he's going to start wrapping up and giving us a point here.
I was just
Yeah,
gonna.
because he's missed Philippa Foot's point for the most part, especially because she was aiming at the doctrine of double effect. The entire article's about the doctrine of double effect.
You just skipped it. You're saying?
Oh,
Or missed
yeah.
it.
He's not really engaging with it. He's reciting what
lazy.
he has to say, but like
Well, you probably
The
didn't even
point is-
write this.
a lot of the point does have to do
He
the
seems
realities of
disengaged.
these things are made a lot more obscure in a very much unforeseeable world where we can't say concretely in the real world that like the rioters will go and burn down that town, and we can't say concretely that the individual tied to the tracks will die, right? We can just say that these are likelihoods.
Right. Well, it's weird because this critique that he's talking about here is completely different from the first critique that he spent the first half of the video on.
Yeah, the first half of the video was it doesn't even matter, which feels like the end of the conversation, right?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it doesn't matter and it doesn't help you because it's a hypothetical. That's the end. Doing this is relevant.
No, that's part one. You'll never play God. You'll never be in the scenario where it actually happens. And even if you were, it'll be something that's so entirely
doesn't help
different
you,
than the discussion on it. It wouldn't help you at all, and it'll likely make it worse because you'll end up with PTSD or an understanding that you thought you could handle it, but you absolutely couldn't. Which is like all these things are terrible arguments.
But they render it so that this point of comparison, why even bother? It's already worthless.
Crowbar, and now both those things have happened. Point being, anything's possible.
No, not everything's possible. Oh, God.
Basically, Foot uses the trolley problem to emphasize the difficulty and even impossibility of knowing the precise outcome of ethical decisions
It is
that
a
take place.
Oh, but we're
This is
talking
so
about something
fucking
different.
stupid.
We're talking about something completely different. The trolley problem has everything that it needs baked into the problem. It's certainties, it's guarantees. That's what a hypothetical is.
Right, you could hypothetical it further. You present it to him, and then he says, "Oh, but you don't know that the guy's going to die." And I go, "Oh, but hypothetically, you do."
Yes, exactly.
And then he's like, "Wait, what?"
This is like
you tricked me.
Are you stupid? Are you stupid? Are you stupid? And it might be the case that you just literally do not have the intelligence quotient necessary to deal with a hypothetical, in which case I legitimately feel pity for you.
Yeah, that's why I was saying. I feel like it's like a lack of creativity. They can't even picture it in their head. It just upsets them. They want to like disengage.
I also find it frustrating that we keep using footage from Vsauce's really interesting video about the trolley problem as an experiment. And he never acknowledges this experiment, though. Like, it's an example of someone trying to conduct the experiment in real life. You think that'd be relevant?
And isn't it a little bit awkward because the whole point of the Vsauce video is the video validates it as like a worthwhile thing that exists. So like you're making the point while simultaneously using footage from a thing that validates the point. You know what I mean? It's like there's a conflict here with the footage and like what you actually believe. But
one of the most interesting things about
this, I guess, isn't it?
Yeah, one of the things most interesting about the Vsauce video is kind of highlighting the difference between what people think they would do and what they would actually do.
Yeah.
And so like that's an interesting conversation if you want to talk about how
Exactly.
hypotheticals don't necessarily reflect what people will do. But there's an example of the trolley problem being conducted as an experiment in real life. And he clearly is aware of it because he's showing footage from it, but just not going to talk about it.
Well, he still says it's useless. It's crazy.
Oh my God.
Well, I guess in that context, the footage makes sense. I didn't realize this footage was from a Vsauce video, which I guess was making a good argument about the trolley problem. Yeah, I found it silly that it's his argument here is being substantiated by real footage of like track switchers, and like this is missing the point, dude. It's just what.
But even
anyway,
if
sorry.
the lady who created this thinks it's stupid, okay, hypothetically, I don't know if that's what her point is, but even if she thinks it's stupid, that's kind of irrelevant because if someone creates some philosophical problem, even as a joke, and yet it captivates people so much so that it just gets passed down from decade to decade and decade and gets repeated again and again, that shows you that there's something important being discussed there that people latch onto.
Why did you
absolutely
you just use a fucking hypothetical to explain something to me?
It's so funny how he goes on and on about
Kick me
how
from the
like
call,
awful
please.
hypotheticals are. Then he goes to Philippa Foot, who's like a respected philosopher. She was pretty important in her field. And then he goes right to an article in which she's doing basically nothing but hypotheticals. Basically, the entire article is nothing but
I think
hypotheticals.
Once you start to really pay attention to all the discussion regarding anything to do with ethics, you'll realize like, oh shit, there's a hypothetical and another one and another one and another one, and like a lot
They're
of them get
everywhere.
done. Yeah, kind of.
Do you feel like he didn't write? You said, I think you said this. You feel like he didn't write this because these are the type of things that you'd catch.
I don't think they do
on
on Wisecrack. I assume they have a presenter, they have an editor, they have a writer. You know.
They didn't edit out him looking down at a script a couple times. I did catch it. I just didn't say it before because I thought it was me being too autistic.
You're on EFAP, baby.
Yeah.
Go.
You can't get in here unless you're autistic, so.
Get out all your tisminess. Get it out
Base
while you're here.
requirement.
This is the place for it. Exactly.
But
Only
yeah,
autists
he
allowed.
casts his eye down and to the right, so it's like reverse
Basically-
JFK.
Foot uses the trolley problem to emphasize the difficulty and even impossibility of knowing the precise outcome of ethical decisions that take place in the real world. And that in trying to boil down complex ethical decisions to thought experiments, we often miss the point about how unlike a thought experiment the world actually is.
Wow, that's crazy,
thanks.
bro.
That's
so
incredible.
interesting and
Anyway,
crazy. Wow.
Yeah, if you want to tell me, if you want to like open your mouth for a point, then let me know. I'll
Which
come
is
back
like
to you.
when a friend says, so hypothetically, and you go, whoa, why don't you just say something that actually happened? You're like, oh well, because I don't know what I'd be referencing. I'm saying hypothetically. You're like, well, then there's no point, is there? Okay.
Got him.
Thanks. Let's talk about something else, I guess. And remember, you can't be like, hey, remember the Dark Knight where you're like, nah, fiction. Not real. Hypothetical. Okay. You have to literally create the fucking trolley problem before you can ask someone about it. You have to go out there and do it and then be like, this is hypothetical. It happened.
It shouldn't surprise us that this was the initial intent of the trolley problem, once we consider that Foote was one of the most important figures in the development of modern virtue ethics. A position that grew out of a frustration with the either-or between consequentialism and deontology that's often exemplified
He might
by
understand
the
what some of those words mean.
Maybe.
Nah.
contemporary usage of the trolley problem. This led philosophers like Foote back to an Aristotelian version of ethics to try to make sense of how acting well is part of living well. As a particular kind of animal, Aristotle considered humans to be rational animals, is associated with a particular kind of good. In this case,
This
human
guy looks
flourishing.
happy.
For
He represents
He
good.
looks happy. Yeah, that guy has not seen this video.
This guy represents something else.
Aristotle and
What is he looking at?
We make
Like-
He's looking at
weed.
He's watching a Lemino video.
Yeah.
ethical decisions
I
not
also
as
wonder
gods,
I
but as
also wonder why
He's
they
You
use
can't be
such
watching a Limino video. He's reacting to it.
They use like a working picture of a guy in an electric chair in a video that's like entirely constructed by stock footage. It's like, is that the best one they had on Shutterstock?
Yes.
Can you get a clip from Green Mile or?
is associated with a particular kind of good. In this case,
He does seem
human
like a
flourishing.
happy lad.
For Aristotle
Yeah,
and
look at him.
virtue ethicist, we make ethical decisions not as gods, but as specific.
Why are you
Not
going
as-
to
not as
Aristotle?
God.
I don't know. We're bouncing all the fucking place.
No. Why is he going to Aristotle as a virtue ethicist when Philippa Foot is a virtue ethicist? Just
Yeah,
stick
she's a
with
woman.
her. She was
Yeah,
one of
but
the founders of
he's
the
older,
modern
though.
version of it.
I don't know who that is. I know who
this game
Aristotle
still
is.
relies on the whole observation of see, well, you're playing God when you do the trolley problem. Like, calm down.
Are we not playing God whenever we think about
invented
anything?
the trolley problem.
Hypothetically?
But yeah, it's also you're right, Theo. Why not just like refer to her perspective? Considering let's be focused.
Woman moment.
And she invented the trolley problem, by the way. So let's not forget that.
Bitch.
But I think he might have actually read
She's the
about,
cause of all this.
he might have actually read about some Aristotle in his philosophy undergrad that was probably a decade ago, and so that's
Probably.
what he knows to cite to is like, this is actually kind of like Aristotle. I read that back in the day.
Probably.
Did you know that
more
Aristotle? Did you know that
Aristotle.
Aristotle thought that human beings weren't gods? Whoa.
Hang on.
Whoa,
Hang
what?
on.
Whoa.
You're gonna have to give me some hypotheticals to help me understand that.
Human individuals in specific situations who have to make sacrifices to do the right thing, who can be limited by structural and material factors, and who are often ignorant to the outcomes of their actions. So to reply to Rennick,
Wait, why was that stock footage of a guy just on the phone used? at
It's
that
better than
moment?
nothing, damn it.
Well, I think he had
Is
it?
Is it though?
It's like sacrificing for work. Guy on a phone writing something
Which
down.
is like, you could always just default to the guy narrating as the visuals if you don't have a good one.
Yeah,
They thought that was a good one.
But what if he's just staring at the script the whole time?
I was about to say,
Oh, well, I mean,
Let's say
Well, no, that's
hypothetically that
probably
it
not a
was a good
teleprompter,
one.
right?
What about a black screen instead of that guy again? Like, I'm just so done with him, man.
He had like human sacrifice, so like some Aztecs ripping hearts out or something. Just spice up the video.
hey, they didn't rip hearts out. They were civilized. They used a knife.
Okay, excuse me.
They're not barbarians.
They cut your chest open and then delicately.
Yes, they didn't.
removed your
Yeah,
heart.
exactly. They were surgical. They didn't do any of that.
You sure they didn't
polymosh
use one of
shit.
those penny machine claws to do it? I thought that was how they did it back in the day. You have to use a little
did it-
knob to move it around.
Oh, true.
Sharp
It was like a
rock.
little game. If you could actually grab the
Now I'm
heart.
just
And if you
imagining
miss the
somebody
heart, it just
again
hits
at-
it, goes back up. They're like, God damn it.
Now I'm imagining somebody at the bowling alley playing that game and saying Kalimar as it's descending to grab like the plush Pikachu. Kalimar!
That's pretty funny.
Oh, God damn it.
On the secret boss.
And Robinson. It is, of course, wildly misleading when the trolley problem is taught without taking all of these glaring problems into consideration. But
The glaring problems such
Wait,
as
why
you're
was-
probably not going to have this happen in real life.
Like, what does he think's going on in
So,
a
I mean-
philosophy class?
I feel like the actual problem he has is that before you give someone a hypothetical, teach them what a hypothetical is.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, okay.
Spicy, Mahler.
It's crazy, but sure.
But it's equally important to remember that the trolley problem was originally devised as a lighthearted and slightly
Death of the author, bitch. I don't care.
Don't care.
sardonic way of showing the importance of doing exactly this. Because in a life or death trolley problem situation, which to be clear, we are all very unlikely to ever experience.
Why do you keep saying that? Oh my god.
Some of us
Totally not gonna happen.
Really depends on what your job is, man.
By the way, if Jigsaw were real, and watched this video, he would totally put this guy in the trolley problem. He'd be like, "Gotta do
Yes.
this.
He deserves it.
You've annoyed me too much."
Well,
He deserves it. He should be in one of those saw houses for sure.
I mean, from a life and death perspective, yes, but everyone does a hype. Everyone probably has to do a trolley problem like
All the
like
time.
often, all the
still
time. Yeah,
argue all the
varying
time.
degrees.
Never, yeah, it's
Constantly.
just not life or death. It will just be more mundane situations.
right.
The point of the extreme is to force you to really dig deep and think about your principles.
Yeah, but it wouldn't happen.
Yeah, that's true. I
Yeah.
hadn't considered that it wouldn't happen. Yeah.
Anytime you can ever tell on somebody to get them into trouble and save 5 other people from getting into trouble, like that is you being a tattletale because you're pulling the trolley.
You're
But that
s-
might be the right thing to do.
You know what's so fucking funny too? If I had this guy here, I'd be like, okay, so let's say hypothetically it did happen to you. Would you have been beneficial in exploring the hypothetical beforehand?
Yeah.
Do you think you would have been worse off for having thought about it once before this situation arose?
And remember, it's
Right.
gonna happen to you, hypothetically. It's gonna, I think that would scramble his brain. He'd be like, what the fuck?
That'll wiggle out.
And then his head would explode like a robot.
Fingers crossed. The best actions might still have incredibly horrible consequences, even if we would, of course, never intend them and would actively hope they would.
Yeah, the best actions
Yeah.
can still have horrible consequences. Yes, that's true.
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah, thank you for consequentialism 101.
God.
Legit,
happen.
at sixth form, like on the PowerPoints of problems with consequentialism, that was the first one.
They do this
Like,
in fiction
come
all
on.
the time. It's what No Way Home was about. I don't understand.
Yeah.
Someone just referenced the anime Monster in the chat, and I remember that being a really good example of this too. Is anyone else familiar with that anime?
Yeah, Monster's good.
Anime
Yeah.
is the monster.
Oh, chase
no.
it.
The premise for that, I'm not too sure what it is, but I remember the premise being explained to me, like something similar to like a doctor being in this situation, and the repercussions of the decisions he made.
DM me on Twitter. I'll let you know where you can find it.
Sweet.
Or
Ooh,
what about the
sexy.
reverse? Something horrible that leads to great outcomes. Like we dropped the nuke on Japan, and now we have anime.
Ooh.
You say good outcomes.
Oh.
I say worth.
You're in a boat next to a volcano, and you can either save 50 people or one awesome dog.
Ultimately, ethics can't rely on calculations about what might or might not happen in an imagined future.
I
Instead,
What?
hate
Wait,
this
wh-
conclusion.
wait, what? Okay.
I feel like he's said that in like 10 different ways. Like
Hate
every
it.
way
Yeah.
he could possibly think of, just repeating it, beating us over the head with it.
So, like, did he notice the bit in Philippa Foot's article where she acknowledges the possibility of chance and then discounts it
Can't
because we
read.
can't really, we can't account for it?
I don't think he did.
Yes.
at least for Foot, should be grounded in an attempt to live and act virtuously. This entails analyzing situations from within and acting in accordance with virtue, even when
Can you imagine that you're like walking down the street and there's a homeless person and they ask you for money and you have to stop because you've never in your entire life contemplated hypothetically whether you'd give a homeless person money. So you just stand there for like an hour, like we're in your head, like, well, should I actually do this or not?
And then you go, I will. And you look at him and he's already a skeleton. The horror.
when we don't really know what might or might not happen. Well, this might not be as much
What?
fun
Well,
as
wait.
imagining-
So is he saying like I've solved consequentialism?
I don't
Like,
know.
someone had to do it. Like,
He seems to be coming
correct
down on the
rules.
virtue ethics side of things, but like,
Well, but I mean, it's kind of hard to not think about the possibilities of outcomes and those factor into the choices you make. It's kind of like part of the discussion, you know, because people do try to make calculations of how likely or unlikely something is.
Yeah, we
like
very
what is
naturally do
risk as a
Can't help it.
principle, if not making assessments about likely or unlikely outcomes? Of course, you don't know, but you can make predictions, and sometimes you can make really accurate predictions. But it's just, it feels like we've moved past that completely as a conversation anyway.
entails analyzing situations from within and acting in accordance with virtue, even when we don't really know what might or might not happen. Well, this might not be as much fun as imagining all the different ways.
Okay, so wait, is his argument that we should create a set of rules to live by, and then we just act according to those rules without any consideration of like what we think doing that action would do in the future?
The
translation. Yeah, how do we get to those rules?
Don't play test the rules.
Oh, Rags, that's a fantastic question. How do we get to those rules in the
How do we get
first
to
place?
those
Well,
rules
see,
if we're
here's
not
a
allowed to think
trolley
about how we
and-
get to those rules?
Isn't that
hypothetical?
the whole fucking point is that it starts with the guy who says, I fundamentally, principally would never take an action that would lead to someone dying. That's a principle I have. And then someone goes, trolley problem. And then that guy goes, fuck you.
And then he goes, oh, and he does the Kaiba face, and then he turns into dust, and his skeleton fades away with the wind.
What he's just said is basically, I don't care about your trolley problems. Stick to the principles. Like oh,
I'm kinda
okay.
really
just put your fucking
confused.
fingers in your ears and go la 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 la, basically.
I'm just super confused. I want to reiterate this. Philippa Foot was a virtue ethicist. She basically like founded modern virtue ethics, right? She also invented the trolley problem and engaged with it during the article. So like, how does he reconcile these two things by like coming down in this position that's basically just jerking
Well,
off
he said like
virtue
3
ethics?
different times she
Well, the
invented
thing
it to
is-
joke about it and say it's useless and crap.
And
so
also,
there you
he
go.
probably didn't write
Literally
this.
not what she said.
Someone else probably wrote this, and he's just reading it off.
Right.
But have you
So,
considered?
but I guess you need to ask the writer then. Like, what were you doing, man?
How did,
I was
like,
making fun of
her
the trolley
name
problem
is
because I watched The Good Place and thought it was funny.
Oh no, he wrote this episode according to the description.
Oh no!
okay.
He wrote
well,
and
all right,
performed it.
then I guess
He didn't research it though. Maybe
Oh, so
someone
he-
did all the research.
Oh,
motherfucker can credit himself, but he can't put his fucking citations in. God damn
Yeah,
it.
he didn't put the citations to the articles or the Vsauce
Oh my
video
God.
or
yeah, the Vsauce
anything.
video
that,
totally
you know.
deserves citation. That's fucked up.
No, he didn't put any
Yeah.
citations in this.
I guess even if you're reading a script too, I can't see him getting this far into it and being like, "Wait, this is insane." Yeah, like if,
Boo.
would if he thought about it, right?
I mean, there's also a Wisecrack video called "Where Did All the Smart People Go?" I think we got to find out.
Not the,
God.
I can imagine why Wisecrack would be asking where all the smart people went
Where
because
the
they ain't at
smart
Wisecrack.
people?
They all left the
Ways we
channel.
could run over people with trolleys, or how much dynamite you would need to stick up a large man's butt to blow him up. It's much more useful in trying to think about how to ethically exist in our actual world.
Dude, what kind of what? The conclusion is don't think about hypotheticals. Go out and volunteer. Like
It's so fucking funny. Imagine we were picking up like, you know, litter together, put them in bags, and then I go, "Hey, dude, see that train over there? If it was like about to hit someone, would you push them out of the way and let it hit you?" And then someone goes, "Hey, you pick
Get
up
back
the
to
fucking
work."
litter. Don't think about
We're
shit
not
like
doing
that."
Shut the fuck up while you're doing it. I just find that crazy. It's like, don't think about hypotheticals. Volunteer. It's like, what?
Wait. Why? Why should I volunteer?
Yeah, hypothetically speaking, why?
Yeah.
It's even worse. It's don't think about moral hypotheticals. Just be a good person.
As if the
Yeah,
people,
how?
as if the people
Like-
preaching that to live a good life involves more to do with like rather than doing good actions, it's about being a good person. We're also engaging in hypotheticals.
Well, I mean, Socrates went around just having conversations with people about stuff. I guess he was wasting his life, wasn't he?
Cannot,
You know?
I cannot stop belaboring this. Philippa Foot is a virtue ethicist. She is exactly what everything he is like espousing right now in terms of how to live an ethical life. She was engaging with so many hypotheticals and pretty much only engaging with hypotheticals in the article from which the trolley problem comes. How the fuck does he reconcile this?
Wow.
I don't
I
think
don't
you
have the
do.
answer for you.
Do better, Senator.
I honestly think he only brought up the volunteering thing so he could bring up the butt dynamite joke again for some reason.
I guess
that's a
right.
really
I don't
good
know why
one.
I don't know why we're acting like you can't engage in hypotheticals and do good things in your life as well. Like as if
impossible.
You know what I mean? What are you getting at when you do that? Like
I don't even.
how
How
would
would
you
you
do both?
How do
Yeah,
you
can only do
explain to
one.
someone like the moral virtue of doing something that they're not currently doing at that exact moment? How do you explain it to them without using hypothetical?
But what do you guys think? Is there still a place for the trolley problem in
Yes.
the philosophy 101?
Yes.
Yeah, you didn't kill it, dude.
Disprove that.
It's
You
still
didn't
around.
do anything to change that.
I think if anything, he's added to the reason for why it's important and popular and
Yeah,
useful.
exactly.
Just reinforced it.
Of
It was
the
a
world,
psyop.
is it too abstract to help us think ethically?
I fucking hate you.
Opposite.
Too abstract. Again.
Or might it be incredibly useful in showing us what ethics is?
It's like a little meter, and you go like hypothetically, okay, so aliens come and he goes, aliens aren't real. You're like, what? I mean, what?
Hypothetically.
We get nowhere.
And then he's like, okay,
Well,
I'll
it's
allow
just-
aliens. Okay, so aliens come up with laser weapons. He's like, do they have laser weapons? That seems unlikely. Nah, hypotheticals over already.
What does it mean to choose a course of action based on presumed future outcomes that you want to avert? Like, let's say you're picking up the trash, like you're volunteering and picking it up. Why? You're doing it presumably to prevent some bad outcome in the future, like a bird choking on litter or just like some amount of environmental degradation. That's all again appealing to like concepts and ideas and predictions about the future. Like, what's the? This is the problem. It's like you haven't concluded anything. You just, you know what I mean? Like, there's still like a
Yeah.
huge conversation to be had about like ethics and which ethical system is the best one, or what the merits are of each given one. Whether it's like virtue ethics, consequentialism, utilitarianism. But it's almost like the video is like, I proved it, but let me know what you think. Do you think I'm right? Do you think I'm wrong?
Yeah.
Comment below.
This guy hasn't. He hasn't done shit. He hasn't done a damn thing. He's presented other people's work and tried to do shitty jokes in between. Like that's pretty much it. Like what did he
Dude, the
contribute
comment
to
below thing is so fucking canned that I think if someone was like a vlogger and they did that every time, and they talk about like, oh, my parents died in a car crash. Comment below for your opinion, and I can read it out next time. See what you think about the event.
So hollow. You don't care. You don't.
No,
You're
they
just
don't
saying
care.
it.
So I don't
This
know if
seems,
I'm
yeah,
being
lazy
too
scriptedness. Yeah.
if I'm being too cynical here, but I'm trying to think about like what the point like this argument accomplishes. Is it just that he can
Ads and a better help read.
Is this just a justification to like dismiss any hypotheticals that would criticize his moral system?
If pop
like, is that what's
philosophy
happening here?
tells you the trolley problem pops up everywhere, then he gets to be the one to be like, by the way, guys, I know you like your little pop philosophy, but here's how you're an idiot. That's step 2.
Well, see,
you need to learn it.
It seems like a reductive conclusion of don't spend time sitting around thinking about philosophy, go out and do things. It's like, yeah, going out and doing things is good.
You do
But
both.
it's also
Yeah.
good to sit down and think about things too.
Walk and talk,
Which is
baby.
fine. Yeah, that's right. Walk and talk.
I can walk and chew gum. Think about philosophy.
Is not. Let us know in the comments. A huge shout out to our virtuous patrons who support our
Our virtuous patrons.
No, that's the opposite.
Doing.
It's
All of you
because
people.
we're
Shame on
talking
all
about
of them.
virtue
Shame
ethics,
on
and
you.
they're
Yeah,
virtuous.
Shame.
These
Amanda
people
Platique.
that flush
Oh.
their money down the toilet.
without ads, along with extra audio and video content. And they get to jump.
I don't know. I think we had enough. I don't think there
Yeah,
needs to be
get
more.
the
Does
hell
there?
outta here.
Boo.
God damn.
That was terrible, and
That was
way-
awful.
That one was really awful. Yeah.
This is some low IQ content right here.
I'm not as mad as I was at the last one, but because I actually got to like
Really?
there was something to engage with.
Okay.
Even if it was
Lewis,
bad.
Lewis carried us through the first one, man. I don't know
Yeah.
about this guy.
The first
Like,
one
that
was
was
the
so
Sterling
bad.
videos, and Lewis.
Oh,
carried
I
us
don't
through
even
the second
remember.
one.
Oh, I don't. Oh yeah, Vane. I don't. Yeah, that one is a blur at this point.
We did.
You know what,
Annoying
though?
voice, annoying music.
I think we're doing really
The
great. We're
back-
7 hours in, and we've done 3 videos. Crazy.
The background was
Wow.
colorful, so it's a good video.
No, but see,
The
but all
background
the
is
footage is
colorful,
clearly like log raw footage that hasn't been color corrected because they're lazy. So none of the colors even
Yeah.
like pop. Like look how flat it is.
It does have kind of a yellow color filter over the whole thing.
Well, yeah,
like
because
a-
look at the shirt. It's not like a pure black. It's kind of like a yellowish color.
No, they
across the
don't
whole
even
thing.
get credit
And the
for
microphone
the colors.
too.
Sorry.
You know, I
Yeah,
bet he
'cause you
just
can make
clicked
it really
the.
pop.
I bet he just clicked the auto button on Lumetri Color, like the plugin. Just like whatever it looks like, that's what I'm going with.
It's an Adobe Premiere, everybody.
Maybe. I don't know.
Yes,
Oh,
with
is
that,
Oh,
Pretty good video. Pretty good.
Get this
anybody
man out of my
here
face, Mauler.
wish to eject now? I think Theo sounded like I pushed you
Yep.
through this whole video against your
I'm
will.
satisfied.
So. Yeah.
That was actually pretty fun. I didn't. This is a terrible video, but I had a good time. I'll let some other people cycle in.
Knowledge.
Mhm.
Well, thanks for having me on, and good luck with the rest of the thingy.
Absolutely.
bet.
Thanks for jumping on, dude.
Yeah.
It's all uphill
bye,
from here.
Theo.
Bye bye now.
Bye.
See ya.
See you later. Toodaloo.
Um,
Well, I'm glad you all could share the horror and misery of Wisecrack with your audience.
Anytime.
That was.
It won't be the last time either.
It won't be the
So,
last.
He's a
Uh,
cacophony of bad takes.
we've got, I think, between 2 and 3 people about to come in, so we're gonna have to lose.
I can
I'll
take
jump
off.
out.
If it's, yeah.
Whenever you need me to.
All right, bye, John and Adam.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
Bye.
Thank you for
Bye,
coming
Thanks,
on.
guys.
You both.
Toodaloo. See you
Thanks for
later.
jumping on, guys.
Bye
Hey,
bye.
happy anniversary, guys!
you.
Congratulations.
Yeah, happy anniversary.
250
Thank
episodes. That's
you.
fucking awesome.
Mhm.
Keep at it.
Thanks.
Thanks,
Thanks.
dude.
Someday you'll catch up with us. We're almost to 300.
Yeah,
Wow.
Oh,
Competition.
Take care.
it can be a
everybody. Bye-bye.
competition.
Yeah, I got you, dude.
You know, Adam and Sitch cheat though, because they label everything as part of their show. We have sectors, okay? We have TV,
What do you-
movies, minis.
We stream twice a week, and each one counts as an episode. What are you talking about?
Yeah, that's cheating.
How's that cheating?
Because I said so, hypothetically.
Okay, listen. Hypothetically,
Hypothetically, if you only did one episode a week, then you would be way behind us.
yes,
We
but
choose to have fewer, more high quality episodes.
Yes,
than
yes, yes.
more low
Whoa.
quality
Hypothetically,
episodes.
what if your
Shots fired.
episodes were of less quality?
Sitch thinks that quantity is a quality all of its own when it comes to podcasts. Yeah, this one sucks. That's fine. We'll do one in a few more days. It's all
Listen,
good.
for the official longmen here, I don't think you can complain about quantity of anything. Okay.
Yes, I can. Quantity mania.
We can and we
Uh-huh.
will.
Oh, I don't know if there's a website that has a bunch of these silly trolley problems. If you want to do them on a stream.
I would love to consider
That
that.
sounds really fun.
Yeah, that does.
Neil, Dr. Diddler sent this to me. Neil.
Dr. Diddler.
Well, so
The incredible Dr. Diddler.
How would
I
this
didn't know you
work?
can get a doctorate in that.
Do we
I thought it was-
vote and then the vote to poll or not poll? I guess.
Yeah,
For
sure.
what?
we can do that.
Okay, we can do this for a little bit. This sounds like fun.
Wait, for what?
Yeah, you bet.
What's
Everyone
going
go
on?
click the link
Absurd
and,
trolley Well, you guys are gonna have to go off of the one that I have on stream, I guess.
Okay.
So,
We can all
the
just pull it up
original
together.
trolley problem. Oh no! A trolley is heading toward 5 people. You can pull the lever to divert it to the other track, killing 1 person instead. What do you do?
Pull the lever.
I think I'm gonna. Pull
Well, he
it
might
now.
wriggle away
Yeah, pull the
anyway, so
lever.
pull the lever.
Numbers.
Like
look at
if you highlight pull the lever, he like wiggles and grows.
Yes, he's like,
Make sure you know what you're doing. Alrighty.
Yeah, this one right here. This one's gonna die.
Let's get him.
To make you feel your choice.
Yeah. Oh, where's the blood?
Yeah, you should just go.
Wait, hang on.
splat.
73% of
splat?
people agree with you. What would the 27% doing?
Wow, it actually said splat. I was joking.
What were the 27% doing about all this?
They
Sorry.
froze and they
They
didn't
froze,
pull it.
they
man.
panicked.
Yeah, maybe.
Let's see if I
They
can.
refused to engage with hypotheticals.
They were not.
Those
But I did eat
cowardly
breakfast.
bastards.
Sit there with their arms crossed. They're still there.
They might genuinely believe though that the inaction is more morally justifiable than the action.
Fine.
Yeah, maybe.
But it's not. Like
Wow.
But it's not.
I mean, I agree. I'd rather pull it. So.
numbers.
All right, next one. Oh no.
Baby
a
Yoda.
trolley is heading towards 5 people. You can pull the lever to divert it to the other track, killing 4 people instead. What do you do?
Oh,
I guess
crap.
you pull the lever, right?
guess
Because
I
it's
pull
5
it,
versus
yeah.
4. I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah.
5 versus 4. It's
It's a
pretty
numbers
simple.
game.
Pull the
There's
lever.
One
no
less
other-
family that's gonna
Yeah,
hate you.
basically.
You
There's
also
no other
know-
new variable.
Yeah, that's the thing. You know nothing about the people, so it's like.
Well, I
maybe-
think we're assuming that they're all, basically identical.
they all suck.
About as identical as you can get.
Yeah, that they all
Yeah, look
suck
at their
on both
faces.
tracks. They're all
Well, if you
terrible
look at-
people.
If you look at the little guy in the lever, he constantly shifts his eyes from the
He
from the
does.
people on the track to you.
That's great.
great.
Oh my god, that's perfect.
Like,
That's so
what do I do?
perfect.
Like, what are you
All
gonna do
right,
now?
pulling the lever.
I hope everyone can see that. That's so
Pull the
funny.
lever.
So 66% of people pulled the lever on that one.
That's crazy. Only 66.
I guess
It's so simple.
So
Like,
that
the
means that
numbers.
a third of people would be like, no, 5 people will die instead
Well,
of 4.
I guess it's probably worth actually delving into. Are you on the hook for is inaction in this case equivalent to action, like in terms of moral culpability?
I would say it is, yeah. Virtually, yes. Yeah,
I would
I'd say so.
yes
Yeah.
too. But I guess if you disagree on that, that might factor into it. But yeah,
Because if anything, I view it as you pull the lever and save a life, not
Yeah.
you pull the lever and kill 4
yeah,
people.
essentially that would be
That's the
that's the way
perspective
that
you have
I
to
look
look
at
at
it too.
God damn,
I mean,
some people
technically
just
saved a
shouldn't.
life.
Ugh.
Oh no!
Obviously, with
a trolley is heading toward 5 people. You can pull the lever to divert it to the other track, but then your life savings will be destroyed. What do you do?
Pull the lever.
Pull it, yeah.
life savings,
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, it depends
My
how much
life
life
savings
savings you
are-
have, right?
No.
It's not a lot. Who cares?
I guess.
Hopefully.
What would it be
I think
would the
even if
best if you have like $1 bajillion, you can enrich the lives of many more people than
I
those
suppose
5
that's
people.
the problem
you'd
with
have to believe
this
you'd actually do
hypothetical
that.
is they need to actually give us more of a number for us to be
I
able to
think the
discuss it.
hypothetical is. I think it's meant to be like a normal amount of life savings.
In which case,
like
I
an
choose the
average-
people. Yeah.
In which
So,
case,
like,
you gotta
20
save the
bucks?
people.
I
Yeah.
think the way they phrased it,
Well,
like
more
life
than 20
savings
bucks,
rather than
probably.
like actually being
Just
specific
so
number.
Oh no,
Well,
the money
okay.
got splatted.
Only 61% of people would have destroyed their
Yep.
life savings.
Yep.
Wow, that's kind of fucked up.
I guess if
Wait,
they're framing
are
it
you
as
surprised?
I would be financially
Yeah.
destitute if I pull this lever, not
Well, I
just
mean, you can always accrue more life savings, right?
Yeah.
and that's why
There can always be more people. What do you mean?
You might be heralded, like, you know what I mean?
There
Like,
can always be more people.
I was
You always have more people. Yeah.
Also,
I'm constantly trapping myself into looking like a psychopath by good faith carrying the trolley problem, but I would also pull the lever and destroy the savings for the record.
also, hello, Nutsa.
Brave.
Welcome back.
Hello.
We're currently
Hi.
discussing trolley problems.
Uh-huh.
We're, we're on number 4, which is, oh no, a trolley is heading toward 5 people. You can pull the lever to divert it to the other track, sacrificing yourself instead. What do you do? So this is one where I would never promise I would make the right call in the actual
Oh, no.
situation, because I could freeze up,
depends
I
who
could
the
be
people are.
terrified. But that I would
Depends on the
like
people.
to think I would pull the lever, yeah.
Pull the lever is you get self-sacrifice to save 5 people. But
All the people in
obviously,
chat saying do nothing.
Who can be confident that they would commit to that? That's
That's
what
what I'm saying, with that in
truly
mind.
know.
Yeah.
You can never truly
Yeah, which is,
know.
by the way, the point the video wanted to make. But it's like you can say that while exploring these. You can say that you don't know
Exactly.
exactly what you do in the situation, but that for the sake
Yeah.
of the conversation, yeah, I'd pull it.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see how many people pulled it. 40% of people agree.
Wow, most people would
What?
not.
Okay, maybe they're
So-
talking because, to be fair, that 6% could be saying I wouldn't be able to. I just couldn't in that situation, even though I know it's the wrong thing or something like that. You know?
They made that
I
one
kinda-
neutral. They should have spiced it up with like family members or something like that. Something that's a little bit less neutral.
Maybe that will be another level.
Mm.
Oh.
Oh no! A trolley
No,
is
they're
heading
all
towards
they're all gonna
5
have top
people.
hats.
You can pull the lever to divert it to the other track, but then the original copy of the Mona Lisa will be destroyed. What
Okay, Ryan.
Oh my god.
Fuck off.
Glass onion. Oh my god.
I immediately think of Mr. Bean when I see that.
Listen, you know what's wrong with
Right,
this is it's absurd. This would never happen.
Who put the Mona Lisa on a track? Come on.
Come on.
I gotta wonder though if it was a better piece of art, would I actually?
Yeah, replace that with Lord of the Rings, and then you got a scenario there.
Every
I'll have to
copy and
think about that
knowledge
one.
of Lord of the Rings is on that track.
It's wiped from existence for these 5 fuckers.
Oh, okay, wait. Would
no.
you? Yeah. Why don't we do that? You would not. You would sacrifice 5 people for Lord of the Rings.
I would really have to think about it longer than the
I don't
movie.
think-
Yeah.
The thing is, you could argue that Lord of the Rings as media existing as an inspirational source has affected people like
Yeah.
infinitely across time. It's really a
All
difficult
these
one.
rationalizations.
There's a conversation there that you know how much good has come from Lord of the Rings versus these guys might be dickheads for all I know. Like that's why I need some clarification. But
Why are we
Mona-
thinking about
Mona Lisa-
hypotheticals? You couldn't actually literally destroy Lord of the Rings from reality, okay? This is a waste of time.
Yeah, but
Try it,
hypothetically,
you might.
Oh, okay, I get it.
If you put it that way.
So wait, I'm assuming we're all going to destroy the Mona Lisa.
Yeah, fuck that
Um,
picture. Who's with me?
well,
You know, it's like-
imagery of
Okay.
it still exists, of course, and I would just,
Right.
if people
Yeah.
hated me for this, I'd be like, sorry, I couldn't watch the 5 people die. I had to save them.
Well, yeah, it seems baked
roll
into
it.
the premise is that even though you destroy the original copy, it exists and its influence still exists.
Just draw it again.
So,
Draw it
so
again.
yeah, I would pull the lever for sure.
76% of people agree with you. All right.
I don't think it's even approaching Da Vinci's.
Just put a print in the frame in the Louvre
That one-
and no one will notice.
There you go.
Just
That one should be
dumb.
like 95. That one should be
That's
way
the
higher
Mr.
than
Bean technique, yeah.
Who even likes that picture?
Wait, what?
Yeah, that's
Oh,
all right.
No
The
one.
Mona Lisa? I
Well,
think
that's
it's
good as
pretty.
shit.
I think it's pretty great.
I
That's pretty
respect
cool.
everything it represents, and I think
It's
the
not my
picture's neat
favorite
too.
painting of
Really?
all
Have you ever
time,
seen
but
it in
it's
person,
a-
Rags?
No, I haven't seen it in person. I
Then I
haven't
guess
seen
you don't
in,
really
I
like
haven't
it.
seen you in person, but you're all right.
It's a chick in a chair.
Well, thank you
I've never
then.
got the appeal.
Oh, so we got.
Oh no!
This is the one
a
that we
trolley is heading
encountered.
towards a rich man. The rich man
Oh, I
offers you
recognize the hat.
$500,000 to pull the lever, which would divert the trolley and kill someone else. What do you do? So this one's interesting because it should probably have started neutrally, right? One man versus one man.
Yeah, exactly.
And then added the money aspect. But so this is one that's super duper tough because obviously, you know. It's just,
Well,
by the way, not tough because of the money, tough because I don't. I guess I just do. I not do anything? Do I?
Well, really quick, I want to rewind to the one man versus one man. Who on earth would pull the lever?
I don't know.
It's like, nah,
That's
that guy-
weird.
It's a weird one.
Randomly
That's
decide
kind
to
of
fuck this guy.
that's kind of what I was answering because I was ignoring the money part for a second there. I was just like,
Mhm.
what do you pull? Do you not? I don't know.
You
I
don't.
think you kind of have to consider your 1-for-1 answer though, because then it's only the money that's influencing your decision. And
Exactly.
Well, yeah, okay.
that-
So
What kind of maniac would pull the lever just to switch it to one different guy?
yeah, that's the
Why
thing.
not?
Hey, even the puppies are getting upset.
I don't know, man. Maybe you're feeling it. You know, you're like, actually, wait, this is a trick. I have to pull the lever and I save them both. I'm sure of it.
The person might decide based on age difference. This guy's 70, this guy's 20, he has more life to live.
You have to
Like, they-
assume they're
That's
they
twins.
part
have
of the
to do something.
hypothetical, though.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but the thing is, we got nothing, so I'm going to always assume that they're about the same age, same general sort of
Yeah.
existence
Yeah,
as
it's
people.
just
Yeah, but
like
he's got a nice hat and a six stash.
Well, the difference is he's got more money, and like I said, they should have had the option to haggle
well, the
for
difference
more
is
money.
he's giving you more money. He's giving
I'm
you
thinking
money.
about-
That's true. He
a
is giving you
substantial
money.
amount. The other one could be
I'm
rich.
thinking
we
about the
have no
fact
idea.
that, I mean, if you don't pull the lever, you're not involved in this accident, right? But if you pull it, you're literally, count as a murderer, right?
I think
mean,
That's the
No,
question.
not
How
a murder.
involved
Well,
are you?
it's definitely part of the conversation in terms of how you draw the line, but it seems like most of us have the feeling that if you do nothing, you're on the hook still, essentially, morally.
Yeah, you're
And
accountable.
I think
Yeah,
if you want to
but-
talk about
No
the
reason.
consequences, ultimately, if people found out you pulled it after the rich man offered you money, they wouldn't exactly look at you fondly.
But
Probably.
do we presume
They're
that
not
it's a
gonna be
secret
reasonable.
forever?
But
Nobody will never know.
I can
If
buy their
nobody will ever
silence.
know, yeah, I mean,
This is a deal between you and the rich man.
well, it comes back to what we
between you
were talking
two.
about earlier, is that ultimately would the rich man dying create more good, or would you getting $500,000 to spend in a good way be more good? You know.
But
I
are
think
you
the only
lying to
thing-
yourself when you say you're going to spend it in good ways? Are you lying, but you're actually just going to buy a big house or buy a
Well, if
sports
I
car?
spend it in good ways for myself, that's still one person, getting.
Well, I
having
think
their
that's the
life
thing,
enriched,
right? No matter what happens, somebody's dead and it's on you, but you could
That's
get
the thing,
$500,000 for
Okay,
it.
wait.
You know?
That's why
What
I'm
if
saying I
you-
think one of the only answers is saving the rich man because he could potentially compensate the family of the other guy. Where in the reverse, can he do something?
I don't know if we're even
No, no,
assuming
you're
that
kind of
that's
You
used
gonna
to
compensate
happen.
life with money.
I think
It's the only option we got here.
Well,
Wow.
I don't know about that. I
Someone's
think
losing a
we-
family member.
Well, the difference is basically, in either situation, someone dies.
Mm-hmm.
Knowing nothing else, neither of them deserve life more than the other. And in the other circumstance, someone dies and you get $500,000.
And I don't necessarily
Hypothetically,
and that's the thing.
in
I don't
Minecraft.
necessarily think your financial benefit at all changes the question when it's the one-to-one trolley problem, because Nutsa was right. I think if you pull that lever in either situation, that's like the only time that it is murder, because you're not saving any lives on the other track.
You're
No, no,
saving,
yeah,
the,
but
other,
that's-
you're
but
saving
that's-
the other life. You're
No,
choosing
but
to save one life.
You're taking
But
an action
it's
as
gonna-
otherwise not being involved. Like
It's gonna run over one of them either way. So if you
Yes, I
pull
know.
the
So
lever,
the idea would be that the rich man ought to be doomed more morally because he was on the wrong track. I'm not
Offering-
sure.
Offering $500,000
No,
to a
so-
stranger to save your life is not an immoral thing to do.
No, it's
No,
not.
no. So, but like, if it's just 1-to-1, there's no money. I assume everyone here wouldn't touch the lever, right?
I wouldn't.
I don't
But
see
no,
any
I don't
reason to
think-
touch
I
the
don't-
lever. Yeah.
I
Why
don't.
would you
Yeah,
touch it? Yeah.
Right.
I
So
think I have
then,
to justify action other than
why would you not
justifying
touch the
action
lever?
first.
Because there's
I have
no
no
there's no
reason to.
difference. Yeah, there's nothing changes.
I have no because I have no reason to take an action.
Do you think
I
it
have
would
no
be
reason to not take an
immoral
action.
to touch the lever and
If
change it?
myself and Rags both
No.
ended up in the situation at the same time, we both ended up in court. I had pulled the lever and he didn't. I believe that we should both get the same judgment.
Okay, so you don't see any difference
I
at
mean,
all.
obviously, depending on our motivations. If I said I pulled it because I fucking hated the one that it was gonna not hit, then of course.
Right. Well, you don't. Yeah,
I
we're
would
assuming
change it.
But if I
hypothetical, you
said I
don't know,
pulled
just
it
two random
because
people.
I was hoping to make
I-
a difference in some kind of positive way, even though I knew it would only just kill the other guy, but I was just hoping
No.
it would
Mhm.
change
I would-
something.
I would say I think it is more difficult to defend the position of pulling the lever when you have no information.
Yeah, because
Yes.
Because you have to explain why you took an action.
Because it sounds like you made the decision for which one should die if you pulled the lever. But
Yeah,
then,
instead
technically
of just
speaking,
the
you could
scenario.
still have that be the case if you didn't pull the lever.
Yeah, I
Right.
approve of, or at least I prefer this situation as it has been presented to me. That was out of my hands. But
Well, again,
now,
it is a question of is inaction action, and you can make the argument that it is.
I don't
Yeah,
think,
in a sense
I
it
think
is.
absolutely not, because ultimately people die because of every one of our inaction every single day, and we
Yeah, but that's
we
a
can't-
direct inaction. You are looking at it happening.
And plus,
Yeah.
it's about like how much work you have to do.
Well,
right?
let's
That's
put it this
why
way. Let's
pulling
change
the
the
lever-
parameter. Let's say it's there's nobody on the other track. It's like, well, the inaction, if you took action, nobody would have died, right? And the inaction results in one person dying. Like in that case, you would definitely say that inaction would be action, right? 'Cause you
Yes,
could have saved someone and
100%.
you didn't. Yeah.
Right. But see,
Yeah,
I
that's
think
why it's the pulling of the lever is actually, I think, a mechanically important part of the problem,
Yeah, yeah.
because pulling a lever is virtually
Yes.
free to do. It's not like you have to complete obstacle courses or travel across the world or do things of that nature.
Right. But I think that's why
What
the
up,
money one
gamers?
is. What's up?
Also, hi, Ackman.
Welcome
to 250 episodes.
Yeah, we did
Thank
it.
you.
And look what we're spending our
Hooray.
time on. Trolley
Yeah,
problems.
talking about killing.
Yeah,
We're gamers. We love killing.
Murder.
Not
I see
murder.
this dilemma.
Killing.
Sometimes
Yes.
murder. Depends what you
Sometimes
want.
murder, actually. Yeah. Sometimes it's not justified. It's sometimes murder. Like all the people who didn't pull the lever with a 5 versus 4. They should
always
go to
justified.
prison
Oh yeah.
for
On
murder.
that note, we should probably move on to the next one. So are we pulling or not? What's everyone think?
I'm
We're all going
pulling.
to take a bribe.
I'm
I
not
think
pulling.
I'm gonna pull.
Actually,
I'm
you know what?
indifferent.
Tear down the
I mean,
system.
someone dies
Fuck
either way,
capitalism.
right?
Let
Someone
the
does
rich
die
man
either way,
die.
but you get money
not
in one of the
pulling.
ways.
I think
Yeah.
Use that
I
money
think-
to help the other guy's family. Pull the shit.
yeah, especially
yeah,
when I
there you
think
go.
about
Split the money
do
with
it.
the family.
That was my original
Can't do it.
suggestion. I think that's the only solution.
Or use the money to buy a school that teaches hypotheticals to children.
Or use the money to get a clone
thinking.
of the guy who got
Way
killed.
too meta. That's way too meta.
Phones are cheap these days.
So, just are we majority pull? Sounded like we were.
I'm going to go with pull.
We're all.
I agree.
I'm not going to be happy about
Disavow.
it. I'm
It's
still
the
gonna
only
do
one
it.
that has any utility to it. It's the only one that has any utility to it. So pull that shit.
Oh, this one's interesting. 51% of people pulled.
See, this
Ooh,
was a real
interesting.
divisive one.
That's a good
Oh,
one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Remember, these are stupid, but it was a good one.
Yeah.
Oh no!
49.
A trolley is heading toward 5 lobsters. You can pull the lever to divert it to
Oh,
the other
more
track,
lobsters?
running over a cat instead. What do you do?
I
Save
thought we
the cat.
discussed this.
No.
Yeah, save the cat. This is easy.
Yes,
I'm saving
It better be 100%.
I'm definitely saving the cat.
We're
Just
saving
click
the
pull.
cat.
It better be 100%.
No, no, pull is to kill the
85.
cat.
85% of people pull.
So yeah,
We're
50%
doomed.
of
You're
people
gonna
want it to
you're gonna
stay
ruin
with
the
doomed.
lobsters if you run them over. You can't eat them.
50% of you are idiots.
Well, I can't eat the
fine.
cat if
Not with that attitude.
Exactly. You can't eat the cat either way. Exactly. To kill it.
You can pet the
Jordan
cat.
Peterson wouldn't be very happy about it, eh?
No.
Alrighty, the next one. Oh no! A trolley is heading toward 5 people who are sleeping and won't feel pain. I don't know how you know that, but okay. You can pull the lever to divert it to the other track, running over someone who is wide awake instead. What do you do?
Sorry, wide awake guy.
Sorry, wide awake guy. Yeah, you go.
Yeah, wide awake guy. Sorry, dude.
Sorry, wide awake guy.
Yeah.
But like,
It comes down to numbers.
Yeah.
isn't this
Come back
like,
for some pen really
this
quick.
illustrates the point of hypothetical? It's like they're trying to figure out if it's
Yeah.
about pain now.
Exactly. Yep.
Straightforward,
Well,
easy.
you could-
Wait, what the fuck? 52% of people agree with you.
Really?
That's pretty wild,
what?
isn't it? Yeah.
They rather they put that amount of lives over. Wow.
The
They
put that
sleeping
much
thing
on
got to them.
pain versus the
They-
death.
Sleeping people are just
They
worth
think-
less.
Yeah, the fact that they don't feel pain.
I've been
to
saying
me
that
is
for years.
responsible for
I've been
5
saying that
bodies.
for years.
I think it's
Five
think
families.
Five
it's a way with
people
murder
are.
instinct.
It is better that 5 people die painlessly than 1 person dies and painfully.
They'll never know.
Wow.
They'll never know it was me. It's a getting away with murder strategy. This is like a
I
coping.
think that might be part of it, honestly.
Nobody
I
knows.
feel like
I think
they
it's
don't
like-
know.
Human psychology, we're so scared that, our deaths are going to be painful and stuff. I think it really affects how we think about these types of stuff,
I don't
This
mean,
could
could also
probably-
be
I think
a
that's a factor.
supervillain test.
Yeah,
I
hold
mean,
on.
I sound like Lex Luthor, but I feel like I could probably
Yeah.
talk the guy on the one track
Lex Luthor
into
test.
telling me to pull the lever. To be like, look, there's 4 people on that track, man.
Yeah, you could look at it from the side of what would incur more suffering, actually.
I just
Hey,
know.
Yeah, because I guess they don't think about it as like, oh yeah,
Oh,
the
yeah.
suffering that happens as a result of the 5 people dying. Well, they didn't feel it, so it's totally worth. I'm like, you people are fucking
Well,
retards.
the thing is,
Yeah.
it, I
Five
guess it
families
depends on the
destroyed.
kind of thoughts that you're having about the consequences. Because in this case, I think you're always assuming that these people have families and friends, not that they're like completely alone and nobody would notice if they were gone.
Yeah, that's a big
Why-
assumption you're making.
I just like the
No,
idea.
But
that
even
if-
to them,
the
well, even
opposite.
families are
But
not
even
to
then,
themselves.
5 people getting to wake up and lead lives, right? Compared to one
Exactly.
person.
Yeah, you don't
Yeah.
need to introduce the family and friends. It's the
True.
5 lives themselves.
Well, it's just that the friends and family, when you talk about the notion of like suffering,
Mhm.
that's a part of the equation.
Oh no! A trolley is heading towards 5 people who tied themselves to the track. You can pull the lever to divert it to the other track, killing 1 person who accidentally tripped onto the track instead. What do you do?
Oh,
Five people smiling.
Fuck.
Five
What are you
people
smiling
on the
about?
track.
They're all
God damn
smiling, yeah.
Yeah, they
Okay, so
I
I
mean,
wish
that's your own
They wanna
fault,
die.
man.
I wish
You
this
really
read.
tripped onto the train tracks.
The
That's
thing
your
is,
fault.
I wish this read that the 5 people tied themselves to the track, hoping to be killed by the train.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. It looks
Well,
so
no,
high.
they
right
that's
now.
they didn't. That's the
Yeah.
point.
Yeah,
I think that's the
because
specific
the
point.
problem is tying themselves to the track. Like I
You
don't
know that there's,
No, you know
intuitively
they
what this
wanted to
means.
die.
You're, yeah, you
Well,
know
they're
what
taking
that
a
means.
well, no, I think it's they're taking an intentional risk, even if they didn't know. They
What's
were
the
gonna die.
risk?
What's it?
The
What-
risk
they're
is
gonna
that
get
you're
run over by a
payoff,
train.
maybe.
What do
the
you mean?
lever, is it? The risk that you wouldn't do it?
Is this
I'm
one choice
smiling.
that's
I-
going to really pay off for us?
Fucking hell, God, this one's actually really tough.
So
Listen,
how much
it's
do
a
you value
TikTok
their
meme.
life if they actually want to die and they're taking you're putting
Well,
you
but
in a
like,
Even if
situation
they,
versus the guy
listen,
even if
we're
they
the-
don't want to die,
We're
it's
in the
like-
absurd realm of hypotheticals, okay? The 5 of them could be high. Something could be wrong with. They could
They're
be impaired
definitely high.
judgment.
Look
No,
at
no,
them.
no,
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 it's
no, no,
just-
no. It's a
Those guys
a
are drooling.
TikTok-
The other guy's screaming for his life. Like I think I might
This
just
is
save
the
him.
this is
Yeah,
the
what if those
TikTok
5 people
tie
are part
yourself
of-
to the train tracks challenge. Okay.
What
So-
if they're part of a cult? How about that? What if
Ooh,
they're
the
part of a
train, the
suicide
trolley
cult?
cult.
That's what I
Ooh,
said.
the
This is some
trolley
midsummer
cult.
shit.
Well, yeah, but that's the
Then why
thing.
would they
If-
tie themselves down?
If we're dealing
Cult
with
behavior.
midsummer shit, then yeah, I'm saving the one guy. But
That's what I'm saying. Don't look at them. They are high as fuck, Mahler.
yeah, but like
Okay,
high.
here-
What if they were innocent people who were made high by someone else, and then they said, "Look, there's
That's not
candy
my
on the
narrative.
track."
God.
No,
okay.
that's
Don't
adding.
screw it.
I
They weren't
think-
drugged. They took it. That's my
I
narrative.
think you have.
They were given edibles. against
Edibles
their
to make you tie yourself to train tracks. It happens all the time.
With no.
Fuck, I think I'm gonna save the 5 because
Really?
yeah, because I don't think that if they wanted to die or anything like that, why would you tie yourself to the train tracks if you just wanted to die? You just
Ritualistic
lay
death.
there.
To
Yeah,
get-
that seems like it's very unlikely.
Well, so
right?
Raz, you
would-
saying
I'm
that
the exact opposite.
there are
I don't
reasons
know.
I'd say
you
that
could
without
assume,
knowing,
but there are
without
also
knowing
reasons
additional.
that go against it.
There
that you
are
can't
yes,
know.
I think it's both, but I think that because the 5-to-1 thing, I don't think I can weigh it in a way that I basically have to be chancing it. Are you going to take the chance that the reason the 5 people tied themselves to the track is that they wanted to die versus they were high,
And that-
they were
and that it's
drunk,
Based on the
impossible-
evidence
they
that we
were
have.
forced to.
But the thing that's also worth adding is even if this is what they want, can you prevent?
Yeah,
that?
but because
Can
they
you
could be
talk
mentally ill and they need
people? Could you
rehabilitation.
talk them out of
I
it?
feel
Yeah.
like this
Now
one-
if-
Hold on.
This
Can we,
one's
for the
pretty
sake
simple.
of
Is it?
Because the guy tripped onto the track. That's his fault.
Jesus. Skill issue.
Skill
That's a skill issue.
He wasn't a
You know
good
what?
tradesman.
He just solved it.
He accidentally typed
That
himself
motherfucker
to
deserves to
track.
go. He shouldn't have
He
been here.
does. I mean, come on.
Now, if the
For
question
the sake
was
of
the
deciding
five-
as a group,
He managed
Sorry,
to
for the sake
trip
of
and then
deciding
tie
as a
himself
group.
up while he was tripping. Come on, dude.
it's
he's
just
just
like
throwing
when
a
you
strike
put
forward.
it's like putting your headphones in your pocket and then you pull them out 6 seconds later and they're a massive jangled up knot and you don't know what's going on.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, if the question
the
was
sake
the
of
5
deciding-
people
Are these
were
5 going to sue us
suicidal-
after this and say we ruined their death? Is it an incredible situation?
What? They're like the I was
Yes,
thinking just
100%.
that.
That was my point.
Incredible.
You didn't save my
They're gonna be
life,
mad.
You ruined my death. That's what you did.
Well, then just fucking kill yourself.
5
And then
losses.
you're gonna get
That's
sued
what you
by
got
the
right
one
there.
guy who tripped his family.
They won't know.
Think I'm
They
gonna-
won't know.
I didn't trip him. He tripped. He tripped on his
All right,
own.
we'll have to do a vote.
I-
We'll go
I don't
left to
know.
right.
I think you
Yeah.
100% have to kill the 5 people that intentionally
Well-
decided to tie themselves to the track every time.
Everyone's gonna have to
I
have
don't
their
know
own
the
scenario.
reasons. I don't
And
know
Wait,
the
mine-
reasons.
guys. For the sake of
I
answering
know,
the
but I'm saying
hypothetical as a group, I think we should just decide either they
Left to
want
right.
to die, or it was like we need to decide that. It's an ambiguously.
Well, no,
worded
no. That's
question.
part of the question. Is
You
Their
think
fate
so?
has
don't
decided
know.
it for us.
Hypothetical. It's baked
No.
into it. So
The faces.
Fine,
I
fine,
think that's
fine.
the point of the hypothetical is you don't know the exact reason why this is what
yeah,
happened.
which by the
But
way,
you
doesn't
do
this,
know it was
doesn't this
intentional.
invalidate the point in that video where it's like, oh, you know, you never know for sure. It's like you still don't know things in the trolley problem. There are
Right.
still aspects and
That's how
pieces
you
of
weigh it up,
information
isn't
that
it?
you don't know.
Well,
Exactly.
okay. Here's my argument. If you have 5 people that intentionally engage in a very risky, dangerous behavior, versus one person that accidentally stumbles into it, I feel less inclined.
What if they're
to-
high?
Well, that's still part of the dangerous behavior.
What if they were made high?
They made that decision.
What if they were spiked? their
It's like
drinks?
drunk driving.
What
You
if they
make
were
a decision
roofied?
to get
Roofied,
wasted
Sitch. What
and
if they
then
were
drive.
roofied?
But we don't know that
Asking for
information.
psychedelics, and that generally doesn't make you want to tie yourself
Not
up.
knowing the information
Generally,
is
this
my
is
reason
hypothetical,
for
baby.
saving
We
them.
could go wherever we want.
Well, let's
done that.
let's go left to right, and let's
think
give our
pull the
answers
lever
so that we
or
can
not.
progress. I think we have talked about this
Yeah.
one quite a bit.
Remember, pull the lever
Maybe-
kills the one person. Pull and don't not. So just vote left to right and make it quick.
Make it quick.
I'm
Left to
going with
right.
ritualistic suicide, and it's their fault. You know, like this guy,
Based.
they spiked his punch and he tripped. Like, save this.
Based.
So you're saying pull the lever?
Yeah, save this
no.
innocent
No, you're saying
man.
not pull the lever.
Wait, no, yeah, pull it. Save the guy who tripped, and those guys
Saving the
made
guy
those
means not
Oh
doing
my
anything.
God.
Save the guy
Do
is
nothing.
do nothing.
Why don't we just say whether we kill 5 or kill 1?
Okay, fine, do that.
yeah.
But you're killing the 5.
Yeah, he's killing the 5.
Put this on.
Okay, great. So Cap, you're next.
I'm killing the 5, but I'm not happy about it.
Okay, Bringy.
I think I'm gonna do nothing on this one. It's gotta
Kill the
let that
5. All
one
right,
go.
Mark.
Yeah.
Killing the 5, pretty confident about it.
Oh man. Now it's my turn. I didn't think
Yeah,
about my
exactly.
answer yet.
It's really difficult, isn't it?
This is like real life. You're not supposed to think of the hypothetical. You just have to address it in the moment.
It's a very
And
slow.
you know what I'm
moving
trying to
trolley,
imagine
so you're
is
fine.
standing there and seeing the 5 of them like smiling, almost glaring at me, being like, and the guy going, "Oh God, please! Oh jeez! Oh
Yeah, that's what I
God,
mean.
help
That
me!"
would sway you.
Yeah.
He's
That's
screaming
the-
with a
That's
twisted
the
ankle.
unknown. Well, that's
put
the
him
unknown
there.
details that would be information we just don't have.
Yeah, maybe they're suicidal, but you're saving them and you can rehabilitate them.
Oh, I hate being
There
so
is that
torn.
maybe. Yeah, there really is that.
Guy's
as a
screaming for his
thing.
life though, and the 5 crazy
Ritualistic
people
suicide.
Molo, you made everybody else do it quickly.
Yeah.
3.
I haven't been able to talk. Everyone else is talking.
1.
Oh, you can't think?
Answer.
Yeah, I am thinking.
0.
Are you ready for my answer?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm gonna pull the lever. Nutsa, ready for you.
Do nothing.
All right, Sitch,
Do nothing. Kill the 5.
Rags,
Pull the lever. Save the 5.
and Actman.
Hold on, I need to think about this for like 5 more minutes.
It doesn't. I am
No,
more
pull
than
the
happy
lever.
for you to think, but obviously, whether you say yes or no, the lever's not being pulled.
Yeah,
Yes.
see, voting
Democracy.
doesn't matter.
Yeah, we
Voting
just
doesn't matter.
welcome to America.
I hate
those
democracy.
So
I'm curious to see
we're
what
doing
people,
nothing. Let us see what everybody said. 79% of people did not pull the lever.
Based.
Okay, interesting.
Mhm. I just want to know
Fair,
how
that's
high
simple.
was the person who came up with this. I don't care about 5.
Not as high as the people on those tracks.
Speaking
Like,
of which,
definitely
oh
not.
no! A trolley is heading
Oh.
toward 5 people. The lever just speeds up the trolley, which might make it less painful. What do you do? Oh my
Oh,
god!
God damn it.
I do nothing.
No, I'm pulling it.
I
Wait,
want to
wait,
respect the
wait, so-
hypothetical.
Which
So
might
I
make
know
it less painful.
I know in my heart of hearts that it will be less painful if I act. I think I'm going to pull the lever.
Yeah, that's
You
what-
don't know.
Wait,
It says
I'm
it might.
kind of
okay.
No
Wait.
matter.
Hmm.
Wait, so hold on. I'm trying to figure it out. So no matter what, it's always going to go for the 5 people.
Yeah, the
Yes,
one guy
correct.
there is just. I don't know why he's there.
Decoration.
He just thought he was in trouble, but then he heard the question and he's like, "Oh, phew, thank God."
It might make it less painful. It's not a guarantee.
Yeah, it would be though. Like,
But
Oh, you're
well,
right,
there's also
Just
the
might.
notion as well that by drawing it out, you're drawing out the horror of the impending death.
Well, yeah. Wait.
So, like, if you make it
How
faster, you
slow
will
could it be going?
necessarily. Well, I mean, I can't be wrong, right? Like, if you pull the lever, it necessarily means that there's less time in anticipation of this horrible death.
That's true, but also
Yeah,
I would say
less
like
mental anguish.
surely either it doesn't really change how long it takes to kill them, or it's faster. I can't see it being slower when you've made it go over them faster.
How could it be slower?
If
Yeah.
the train rolls over you slowly, there will be a time in which it is on top of you that no vital organs have been destroyed, and even then, you might still be kind of alive if your brain hasn't been totally destroyed. So
You're gonna experience it.
Because I
Faster
presume
will
that
be less painful.
I presume it's not baked into this that, like, if it runs over 2 or 3 people, it slows it down enough to save 2, and that by pulling the lever, you damn them all for sure.
Oh, I mean, that'd be an interesting variable.
That's what I was gonna say.
I thought
Maybe by going
we
fast.
knew they're dead no matter what.
I
Yeah.
presume that.
Do we know that?
Yeah.
I
Because I was
assume
gonna
we
say,
do.
what if it's the first guy? Like, what if it's by going fast, you guarantee
Well,
that he's gonna die, but it's gonna be pain free. But if
but
by
if-
going slow, he might possibly survive, and you're removing that option.
Well, yeah, but the thing is, they didn't say that. I feel like that's stuff that we're adding on. It seems to me that it is just that if you pull the lever, it might make it less painful, but it absolutely will reduce the time that they spend horrifically
Yeah,
anticipating
that seems
their
pretty
demise.
simple.
If we're
Okay.
gonna
So,
put
yeah.
it in that terms, then it's simple, just less pain.
Then
That's
you,
the only
yeah,
thing.
exactly. It's less pain, so you'd pull the lever.
It seems that we're majority pull the lever then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This one is just
Yeah, I
stupid.
think so. I
Beat
don't
it
know. Yeah, it's better that they die painlessly if everyone's gonna die. I mean, the less pain,
The
all
better.
things being equal, seems to be better too.
71% of people
Plus-
agree with you.
Plus, maybe if there's a curve, it'll be so fast it goes off the track. I don't fucking know.
Oh no! A trolley's heading towards
Ah.
one guy. You can pull the lever to divert it to the other track, but then your Amazon package will be late.
Oh, fuck you.
Okay.
What are they delivering?
Come
Yeah, what am I getting?
I believe it's
Yeah.
level 11 minor inconvenience.
Wow.
Just pull it.
Yeah,
Pull
pull
it.
it.
Yeah, of course you're pulling it.
What the
Yeah,
fuck?
there's
80%
didn't
of people agree with you.
Oh, so
That's gotta
people
be
are just
memes.
memeing
It's gotta
that.
be memes.
Yeah.
People are trolling.
Yeah, people are trolling.
Oh no! A trolley's heading toward your best friend, and you can pull the lever to divert it to the other track, killing 5 strangers. What do you do?
Say that. Can you say that one more time? Sorry.
Best
Damn
friend or
it.
5 people?
My best friend would understand. I'd tell him. I'd be like, I
Do
gotta do
nothing.
this, man. I'm sorry.
Well, you gotta do nothing, but I don't know if everyone would in that situation. You know what I mean? Even if they
This
felt
would
that
definitely
in
be one of those
principle.
ones where you would add that on as a statement. It's you don't know if you would actually do it.
That's true, yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like a selfish act kind of thing.
Well, if you did nothing, then not only would you feel guilty, but maybe your best friend would too. Forever.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
Well,
he
no,
has to
do,
live with
do,
it now.
nothing,
You've
do nothing
encouraged
lets your best friend die. You need
Yeah,
to pull
do
the
nothing
lever.
Oh,
kills
I'm
the
sorry. I
whole
meant pull the
vehicle.
lever. Right. Yeah.
If
Yeah,
I
so
am, if I would want my best friend to be like, listen, you gotta save the 5. You gotta let me go.
Yeah.
What
Hopefully he would
if they were
understand.
screaming at you? I want to live. Please,
That's
I wanna
rough.
live.
Really,
you
really
plug your
depends on how
ears.
good of a best friend you have.
Yeah.
That is also true.
I
If
think
he
this
gives
is
you
a
shit for not
simple one.
completing video games, then just do nothing.
Yeah.
It's as simple as it gets. It's just more painful to think about.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sucks, but hopefully we would all make the right decision here.
This is a variation on the numbers one. Adding
29%
kill all those
agree.
strangers.
Everyone's saving their best friend, apparently.
Oh wow.
Yeah, okay.
Wow, that's
Someone said you
crazy.
guys are crappy friends.
No, we're good friends.
What a
Well,
good
I
friend
mean,
should
like
do.
we're good people.
Understand.
You know,
I-
theoretically, it's. Like
I
if
could
if
five
if they
people-
pulled the lever and saved me, or if they saved me and let the 5 die, like I don't know if that could be my best friend anymore.
Oh no! A trolley is heading toward 5 people. You can pull the lever to divert it to the other track, killing 1 person instead. At least that's what you think is happening. You forgot your glasses and you can't see well. What do you do?
They're just
If I
rolling.
if I don't
Yeah,
have
they're
it-
just fucking
if I
with
don't
us
have
now. At this
info, I
If
point.
I
can't do
don't know
anything.
what's happening, I ain't doing shit.
Yeah.
Correct.
No, I think it's a good question. Yeah, I
Trolley
nothing.
problems.
Isn't it that you know there's 5 people on the track ahead of you for sure, and you don't
No.
really know what's on the other track?
I'm
Isn't that-
wondering. I'm wondering if it's a trick that by doing nothing, it's actually not going to hurt anybody. It's tricking you into thinking it's 5 people, but it's
Or
actually the one
that it
person on
isn't
that
the
track.
trick.
Sure. Yeah, I don't know.
Oh
That's the
my
problem.
god. Yeah, I just don't have any information.
I think
yeah.
honestly, part of the problem
Yeah.
is that it says
Yeah,
that's what you
see?
think is happening, and it's like, how hard am I? Is this a sure think or is this a maybe think?
It's a maybe
The
thing.
thing
I think.
is, those 5 people are actually an Amazon package.
More
one,
valuable.
the other track is an actual human being, so you just killed the one human being to
Yep.
save 5 Amazon packages. Yeah, that'd be rough.
I've got an M. Night Shyamalan twist. You can't see it. It's trying to tell you that there's 5 people, but really it's just a bunch of like wooden planks that are going to
That's what
derail
I'm
the
thinking.
trolley and kill everyone on the trolley.
Oh no!
Oh my goodness, it
thinking
was
about
something that
that.
makes no sense that I couldn't have possibly ever guessed or was unintuitive the entire time. Wow, that's so clever.
Yeah, well, you should put your glasses on.
I guess I should have.
So what are we voting for here?
Do nothing.
Do nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing. Can't see
Do nothing. Welch. 47% of people agree
what would
with
you
that.
feel more guilty about? Doing nothing or doing something? Like which one, if you fucked up, which one would you feel worse about?
I would
Like,
feel
oh,
worse if
could've-
I acted with no information and it made things worse.
Yeah.
Instead
Yeah.
of like, because
Yeah,
I couldn't I can't blame myself if I have no information to work with and I don't do anything. It's like, well, yeah, I had no information to work with.
Most
How did I even end up here?
yeah,
Where are my glasses? What the fuck?
there's a lot of
I
situations.
took a wrong turn somewhere. Oh god.
Oh no! A trolley is heading towards one of your first cousins. You can pull the lever to divert it to the other track, killing 3 of your second cousins instead. What do you do?
What? Do they
gotta
think
go
that I
over
have some
everything.
hierarchy in my mind?
Yeah, I guess
as opposed
so.
to the second cousin.
First versus second cousin.
I don't
Sorry,
know.
I'm
You're
doing
only
nothing.
second, bro.
Is everyone else
more
doing nothing?
more lives win, obviously. The
Yeah.
more lives
I mean,
win
I
out here.
really don't like my second cousin, so
One of them has a top hat. He's rich.
exactly.
How much money is he
jealous.
giving me? He's wheeling and dealing? All right.
It looks like the result is 58% of people agree to kill the first.
58%. Jeez.
Yeah,
I'm
isn't it?
surprised.
Do people really grade their cousins?
That's
this is
bizarre.
Apparently.
I live in Arkansas and I don't grade my cousins like that.
This
so
is much more of a
jeez.
classic. Oh no, a trolley's heading toward 5 elderly people, and you can pull the lever to divert it to the other track, running over a baby instead. What do you do?
How many elderly people? Sorry.
5.
Oh.
How old?
I think it's time for some late-term abortions,
Bye, bye,
everybody.
baby.
Wait. When you say late-term
Are you calling
abortion,
baby?
which side are you referring to? Because it's a late-term
The
abortion.
late-
either
Well,
way.
he
The
said
less late.
abortions, so I guess he's going for the elderly.
Okay.
No, I'm going with the
I-
baby. Get that baby out of here.
Get that
I
baby.
think
Say, yeah, save the baby.
I think
No, I'm saying
gonna let
kill the
baby die.
baby.
I'm saying kill the baby.
God.
Ooh, okay.
I think kill the baby.
That
I
baby
think-
could
I
be
think
Hitler, Frangy.
Could be
Hitler
old
too.
people could be evil
Elder
too,
ones, if they were
exactly.
Hitler, we'd know about it.
Exactly.
Hitler was many things,
Mozart.
but subtle was not one of them.
He was not old, so they're disqualified.
Yeah, I'd
kill the
pick
baby.
save the baby. Okay, so it sounds like we
I
disagree.
think
One of
especially in modern times, even if you're elderly, you can live a long time. You know, you could live
Yeah.
a long time and you can do a lot of stuff, even if you're
That's-
70, 80, whatever years old.
It depends
Yeah,
how
but
that's
elderly
many
we're
souls.
talking about, right?
but I mean, the argument that would counter would be that they've all had a chance to lead like a full life, and that kid
Maybe
like
hasn't. Yeah.
That's
yeah,
true.
he's-
That's true.
He's just been born. Like he's got his whole life ahead of him.
Obviously, they
he'll
mean a hell of a
he'll
lot to
respawn.
all the different people that matter to these 5. There's a lot there.
There is that. Yeah,
Those are-
no, I know.
Yeah.
And what if some of them wanted you to save the baby, and then like
I
one
feel
of
like
them
all
wanted
of
you to
them
save them?
That's
I
not
would
hypothetical.
imagine-
Probably
It's
vote to save
possible,
the
but it's
baby.
not in the hypothetical. Because if the 5 elderly people were like, you know what, we've had good lives, save that baby, kill me,
My hip hurts, kill
I
me.
really doubt that they would
I
say
mean,
that.
if one of the
Well, if
elderly
they
guys
did,
was
then
like,
I
"Oh,
would
fuck
let
that
them
baby.
die.
I'd really be like, okay, well, fuck you, buddy.
But if they were like,
Listen here,
fuck that baby,
Yeah,
I mean,
I don't care about that baby. That baby has cancer. It's going to die anyway.
I've got pickleball tomorrow with the girls.
I just started using blue chew.
Cancer, baby.
I have to see the EastEnders finale.
They made a Downton Abbey movie. Oh.
So, should we go?
No, save me!
I think
gonna
we
do left or
understand
right now?
both sides of it. We're gonna have to do a vote. I think so. Kill the baby or kill the elderly. Left to right. Let's go.
Kill the elderly, I guess. Save the baby.
Elderly down. Cap.
Kill the elderly, save the
Elderly
baby.
down. Fringy.
Save the baby.
Elderly down. Mark.
The baby does not have cancer. Save the baby if it doesn't have cancer. If it does, I might need to think more.
Okay, for me, I'm gonna go with the hypothetical's description of elderly is like they're really in the latter parts of life, and so I am gonna save the baby because
Is that how the hypothetical describs them?
elderly?
I'm picturing
Yeah.
like Patrick Stewart, like you got like a week left. Like,
A week left.
Oh, no.
But I'll feel bad about it. Nutsa.
Oh, I don't know. This one is hard for me. I mean, those are like 5 souls with like an entire family tree and stuff. I mean, they probably have a lot of relatives. They might actually be happy to see them go, but you know, inheritance and shit. I don't know.
Damn.
Damn.
wow, you went dark. You're thinking of some greedy nephews.
Beat up those inheritance.
Yeah.
Why did you save
Yep.
my grandpa? I wanted his
Shitheaded
money.
12-year-old. Yeah.
Don't ask
I
those.
mean, okay, save the baby. Save the baby. Okay.
Ditch.
Well, I'm assuming by elderly they mean like 70, so I'm gonna say kill
Hard.
that baby dead.
Kill the baby
5
dead.
cards.
Okay. Rags.
I am also going to kill that baby dead and save the elderly.
Base.
Actman. Kill the baby or the elderly.
Save the elderly.
Okay, wow, it was kind of
Nice.
close
Oh
there
wait,
for a
wait,
second.
we
but
got
why-
baby killers
the
over
end.
here. What happened?
Yeah, we
Yeah.
got
What's wrong
some
with the right
baby.
side?
Elderly
Well,
killers
we're
are
not
cool.
grandma
But
killers.
Yeah, at least we're not killing grandmas and grandpas and old farts.
Well, my grandparents would want me to save the baby, but funny enough,
Well,
Baby
ain't my
just was
that's-
born, okay? He'll respawn. This won't
Yeah,
matter.
that's a good point.
True,
That's a
yeah.
good point. My grandfather would want me to save the baby. That's the answer for me.
Kill of forgiveness.
I just
yeah.
love the idea of one of the old people being like, "Kill that baby." Do
I have
it
so
now.
much to live for.
come and haunt your ass.
I've been eating my fruits and veggies so I can live long and
Look, that baby's smiling. It doesn't even know what's happening. Okay?
76% of people voted to kill the elderly.
Aw.
They go.
Fair, but I disagree.
I
Oh
mean,
no! A trolley is barreling
I get
towards
both
5
sides.
identical clones of you. You can pull the lever to
Oh
divert
my
it to the
What are you
track,
guys doing?
sacrificing yourself instead.
Wait, Nuts is right. How high were they when they made this? Like, they just had to explore every possible place.
I
I
found
love
this
this
one.
view.
This
The
dude,
Clone War AM when they came up with
those
this one.
clones, those clones are all people. As far as they're aware, they have memories of a life that they've led and will lead a future life.
Absolutely.
on the original.
For the Lord,
They're
they must
five
be
people.
destroyed.
Yeah,
The clones must be
original.
destroyed.
They're
I'd
five
save my
people.
clones. I'd save
I'm
my
the-
clones so I could have 5 people working on videos.
Yeah,
This is an Invincible.
Like, all right, guys, do me one thing.
Wasn't this the thing with the Mahler twins in Invincible? Like something. Like, who watched that? Refresh my memory.
Yes. Which
Yeah,
one
it
was the
was
real
something
one?
like-
Yeah.
Yeah, so, like that was the most interesting part of the, or one of the most interesting parts to the show of like exploring that concept, and like it would really, yeah, the emotional ties they had to it, it would kind of mess you up. So yeah, I'm thinking about this when I see that.
Though he did. The original one didn't really give a shit about the clone that much. I mean,
This
he killed
one's-
him.
This one's downstream from your opinions on clones.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
seems like it is because I saw someone say stolen memories. It's like, what do you mean? They're clones.
All right,
They didn't have any
Soul
say in
Harvey,
whether or
well, get
not
over
they
it.
exist, do they?
They're I'm saving the clones.
I'm
They're
saving the
5
clones.
lives. Yep,
Yeah,
5
five
lives.
Saving the clones.
And what's
You
even
don't- yeah.
worse is that I would basically know how each one of those clones would feel if I saved myself to kill them, and I would never fucking be able to live with myself, so to speak.
Mhm.
But
they got it.
yeah, I'd save the clones. They're 5 people,
I'm killing
and
the
they're
clones.
fucking amazing people.
No,
You're
save myself.
killing the. Holy
They're just
fuck, really?
clones.
They're
Fucking
just
bunch of
clones.
clones.
What do you mean they're just clones?
Just
They're
clones.
Someone had to
God.
watch Clone Wars. Jesus.
The
Someone
original
watch Clone
article
Wars.
is the
Work on
most
that,
important.
Sid.
Okay?
Jeez,
I gotta
yeah,
work
Sid,
on
that's
that.
kinda
My
fucked
God.
up.
If you
They're
come
soulless clones. Okay, they're just
No one, none of you don't have a
Soulless?
soul.
Why do we presume that they're soulless?
Yeah,
if the
if
soul
they're
Because I
really
said
you, then
so.
you don't have a soul.
Just like the Mahler twins. What if they
Yeah.
don't know who the original is? What if like all of them think they're you? Like the
Yeah,
perspective.
but they're
like,
wrong.
You can't
I
just
know
treat
they're wrong.
The hypothetical
Yeah,
said
but it's
so.
5 against 1.
I'd use it as the perfect
Well,
moment.
yeah, but I'm the one with the lever.
The only one, and absolutely
I'm the one
mean-
with the power.
Wow.
The only one.
It's so you obviously just let the clones live. I mean, it's a
Yeah.
5 to 1, 5 lives to 1.
They're getting run over.
I'm-
Those
I'm-
clones are going
yeah,
down.
I'm saving the clones.
Listen, I
But
can
there
always
shouldn't
make more
be 5 of
clones.
me.
You can't make another original.
You can always make more people, but
Why do
that
we-
doesn't mean
why
you
do we
want
not
presume-
children.
Why do we presume that you can't clone the clones? Do we believe that that's going to cause problems necessarily?
No, no,
Yeah,
no,
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 no.
you
You
can-
can.
How do you know we
can
can't make more of those?
You can make more clones.
You
but
can make
can't
more babies, but that doesn't
can't
mean you
make
can
the
kill
original
babies.
again.
Am I the only one though operating under the assumption that those 5 identical clones of you that you were previously unaware of may very well be trying to steal your memory and like invade your life?
Yes,
and
yeah,
you
you made
go.
all of that
True.
up.
These are great points.
You made all that up.
That's
You
head
absolutely
canon.
made all.
That is
You're,
your
you're,
You're
head
gonna save
canon.
a
you
bunch of
made that
evil
up to make
doppelgangers?
yourself
Come on.
like less of an evil bastard.
We need headcanon for this.
You're
No,
just
you
trying
don't.
to justify saving your life. That's
Five
all
Call
that
that
is.
the Queen Doppelopoulos.
The cowardly way.
They're scrolls.
They're scrolls.
No, they're not. They're clones.
If they were scrolls, I'd say kill them regardless of context.
Yeah, that would make this a lot
Oh, we
easier.
didn't know that. They didn't say this was scroll template.
All right. Let
I'm
us
not-
vote
do we-
left to right.
Yeah.
Kill yourself
No, right
or
to
the
left. You
clones.
right to left.
If they're scrolls,
Okay, right to
fuck
left,
'em.
sure.
They're not scrolls.
Axeman,
If
you'll
they're
go
legit
first this
clones,
time.
then
Right
this
to
gets
left.
complicated.
Save the clones. They will
Save the
carry on the legacy of my channel and do all the work that I don't want to.
They got to sign a contract. Then I'll pull the lever.
Yeah, yeah.
All right,
That's a good deal.
Rags.
I will sacrifice myself to save the 5 lives.
Sitch.
Kill them clones.
Nutsa.
Sacrifice myself, I guess.
Wow. All right. Yeah. This seems pretty straightforward to me. And if I had more context about them actually trying to be scrolls and shit, then fair enough. But for now, they just seem like 5 lives, so I'll give myself up. Mark.
I'm killing the clones because I cannot draw the assumption that things that look exactly like me and may very well try to steal my life are probably better.
Well,
How are they
would
all
you-
gonna steal your life?
Well, Mark, would you
Paranoia.
Mark, would you steal your own life?
Oh no, okay. I like that. I'll specify that. I didn't mean kill me because I'm dying in this situation if I save the clones. What I mean is, it's not me controlling who interacts with all the other people in my life. I may have killed my wife, parents, like my sister, her kids. For all I know, these clones are.
Why are
just
we
gonna
assuming the
murder
worst out of all these clones?
You put a lot of thought into this.
They're all you. Why would you do
Mark,
that?
They're identical
Mark,
clones
this is
of
a
you,
bit of
so
a
what would you
self-report.
do?
Why would you kill X-Ray Girl?
Yeah,
you
would
don't
do is
have a-
probably what they would do.
wait,
For her taste in pizza?
Have we established they definitely have all our memories and
They're
experiences?
identical clones.
Yes, they're
Doesn't
clones of you.
Well, I
They're
mean, do they
identical
look?
clones.
Okay, yeah.
Mark, wait. Don't let them talk you out of this, Mark. You fucking kill us.
No, don't listen to the fucking bastard.
Don't listen to these
He's
people.
Why are you? He
It's
says
like
identical.
Stitch is evil. Don't let him influence you.
Language.
Listen, those clones are coming to replace you. Those doppelgangers.
No, they're not. You wouldn't do
It
that to
doesn't-
yourself.
Gobble you up.
How can all 5
gonna
of them
steal your
replace you anyway?
parents.
Why
Your
would they
girlfriend,
replace
your
why-
boyfriend.
No. Why would they replace
your
you? They
money.
are you. They have your memories and your
Okay.
values.
Yeah, they're
no
gonna do what
competition.
you're
They're
gonna
gonna
do
know
anyway.
they're
living
stealing
their
your
lives.
shit.
They're not
It's gonna be
replacing
so
you.
confusing.
You're
You're
gonna
not
accidentally
replacing
steal your life
yourself.
from you.
You
You
wouldn't
can't
cooperate
replace
with your
yourself.
own clones?
Okay, look.
No.
If they have,
Imagine 5 of you working
Let them peer
together.
pressure you,
you
Mark.
know?
Stand firm.
Look what you've done, Mahler.
I didn't do this. I swear.
You've created with this
It wasn't my
clone
fault.
okay, look.
Make the decision, Mark.
I was not operating on the assumption that I knew for sure they had all my thoughts, memories, emotions, and desires. in
Identical
which case
clone.
they're right.
They're identical clones of you.
I mean, to
they
me, the
have to
word
have those things.
No, that's not necessarily true because to me,
To
identical.
be an
clone-
identical clone of somebody, you have to have the memories and
No, you just need to
experiences.
look exactly like them.
No, it
Then you
doesn't
wouldn't
say
be
that they look
identical.
exactly like you. It says they are clones of you.
I don't
Okay, but
know if you can
identical
assume that.
twins
A
are
perfect
real-
identical
You have to assume that they're
clone.
full
They don't
clones with your full
memories.
memory, basically.
Yes.
I think
Okay.
that's the only way this works. Because if they just were made yesterday and they don't even know how to count, then fuck
Also,
'em. Like,
if
it
they
makes it-
didn't, it wouldn't even change the answer.
Wait.
It completely changed
If they
the line.
didn't,
Well, it would
If
change
they
his
didn't-
answer because he believes they're going to destroy his whole life and kill all of his family
Yeah.
for some
Pretty
reason.
bizarre,
wait.
but
If
whatever.
Everyone
they
I
were
know,
five,
and I'm in the military. I've seen Chris
If they were evil, it would say evil.
That could be a big problem if they all look like me.
would
They
it
said-
change?
Oh, so for
anyone's
the
answer?
inconvenience, fucking kill them.
No, I mean for the potential, like I might be committing treason by not killing.
How would you be committing treason? You'd go to the government and say, "Hey, I've got these
Just
5
kill 'em,
clones
Mark.
of
Just
me."
say you're
I don't have time to do that.
If they're clones of you, they're probably going to submit themselves to the government. Be like, we're 5 clones. We don't know what's going on.
But if they're identically me as far as personality and temperament,
Then they would make whatever decision you would make.
and exactly, in which case I'd let them live because then
Yeah,
they
so there you go.
everything I care about in my life they would care about just as much. And
Yes.
as wholeheartedly.
Yeah,
as
thank you for arriving at the obvious conclusion.
It wasn't obvious to me though because I thought they were just 5 guys.
I
who
guess
looked
it wasn't
exactly like
obvious
me.
to you. You're right.
I still don't think you should kill them if they're 5 guys who look like you.
But if I don't know
They could be
anything
great
about
guys.
I don't
They
know.
could be good
man.
lads.
All right, anyway, Friggy,
It's a good
what are
thing
you?
you don't have
what
an
are you-
identical
Yeah,
twin.
I sacrificed myself for the clones. Yeah.
Yep.
Principally, I would sacrifice myself for the clones, but in reality, I don't know if I would. I think if I was actually in that situation, I probably wouldn't. That's that's what I think I would probably do. I think I'd probably kill the clones in real life, though I wouldn't feel good about it.
And Brooks?
If they're scrolls, fuck them. They're dead. But if they're actually legitimate clones of me with like my interests and values and everything, like, then yeah, I'm gonna save them because 5 of me is gonna be able to do more than 1 of me. That's gonna provide more for my family after I die. That type of shit, you know. It's
All right.
it's big. It's the only one that has utility to it.
Or they
So-
might kill each other because they're all trying to sleep.
Stop with the paranoia.
I think this one's very
Oh man,
simple.
I
so
wouldn't kill someone so I could
12%.
sleep with their wife.
12% agree with the majority.
Oh, I got
this
the
is
majority on my
controversial
side.
opinion.
So what? Wait, so 12%
Fuck
would.
clones.
12%
clones
would die
die.
for the clones.
Jeez,
Wow.
wow.
88%
that's
To be
are
really-
fair,
get
to
rid
be
of the
fair,
clones.
there's a lot.
They didn't
like,
discuss it.
people fucking
Like we
hate
did,
the
yeah.
idea of like they find that horrifying, right? Clones.
Yeah, I feel like they put 10 seconds of thought into this. Ew, clones, and moved on. Where we just spoke,
Yeah.
we just went to war over
Yeah.
that. Like explored every position.
Ew, clones.
Oh
killing me.
no! A trolley's heading towards a mystery box with a mystery box
Oh,
with 50% chance of containing 2 people. You can pull the lever to divert it to the other track, hitting a mystery box with a
Oh,
10%
no.
chance of 10 people.
Okay,
What
we're
do you
doing
do?
math now.
It's
You
too
I'm
late.
feeling,
It's too
I'm
late
feeling
for
like
this.
I'm gonna get a ray gun.
Can a
from this mystery
mathematician?
box.
It's
There is
literally
an
a
equation,
mathematician.
right? Yeah, you can do an
Yeah,
equation
is-
for this one
Good,
to,
yeah.
to
I d-
actually do the balance
don't
of
know-
probability. I don't remember
Let's
what
Yeah,
it
I
is.
don't
breaking
know
out
the
math.
Wait, isn't it exactly identical? Or am I
Oh,
dumb?
maybe it is. Maybe the
Because
reason why this
10% of
hypothetical
10
is
is 1, and 50% of 2 is 1.
Oh yeah, right.
Is that how that
Yes.
works, or am I just
I think you're
tired?
right. I think so.
Yeah, but that
So are
doesn't
you
mean.
giving?
It doesn't.
People
That doesn't
are
mean that's how
mentioning
you
J.J.
necessarily
Abrams
derive
in
the
the
ethical
comments.
position on it.
Yeah.
'Cause,
Well,
the first thought I had was like, I don't think I can justify risking 10 people's deaths for the sake of the 2 people.
That's true, but
Yeah,
the
you have
equation
a-
helps in terms of figuring it
It's
out.
50-50.
Kind
though.
of, but I'm gonna go for the potential to save more people is in the box with 10 maybes. So I think I'm gonna
Really?
go with that one because I think there's a potential for there to be 3 being saved. Because if there's a potential to save, I think I'm gonna go with that one. But
I
it's
feel like
clever.
I feel like there's a trick here that I'm. There's something.
man,
that
I don't
I'm
think
not
it's a
seeing
trick.
in
I think it's
the
just a-
calculation.
In what way?
I would go with the 10%.
I'm just trying
Yeah.
to. I'm
I-
trying to.
And just
figure
hope you
out-
don't get XCOM.
yeah, I think it's 10 at 10%.
I think I'm actually.
gonna go
I
with
think I
that.
was wrong when I said it's basically the same. I think you got to go 10% because it's just you have a 10% chance of killing. Well,
Is it worth thinking about like if it does kill the 10 versus it did kill the 2, like which outcome you would prefer of those 2? And obviously we know what outcome you prefer, but the fact is like risking. It's just something that I struggle to think about. If I did choose that 10%, thinking like that's the best chance I have of killing nobody, and then it kills 10, I'd be like, Jesus
I guess.
Christ.
I guess
it would
it's
be-
putting it this
but it
way,
wouldn't be
we're
on you,
taking
the
A 90% chance versus a 50% chance
Yeah.
of death. But obviously the scale of the
'Cause you-
death is.
It's
Well,
a bit,
well,
it's a
wait,
bit
wait, wait,
backward,
wait.
but you could say the killing of
What's-
2 people guaranteed the safety of 8.
And hold up, can you please restate the question?
Think
Because I want
about
to
it-
see how it phrases the
A trolley is
Yeah,
heading toward
I-
the mystery box with 50% chance of containing 2 people. You can pull the lever to divert it to the track, hitting a mystery box with a 10% chance of 10 people instead.
So there might be people in the box. That's
Yeah.
that's what it is. It's
Yeah,
that
it's
there
either
might
2 or
be
10.
people in the box.
There's
Yeah.
a chance that there's people in the box. There's a 50% chance. If you do, but remember, you got to pull the lever for the 10% chance.
Yeah, I'm pulling the liver.
I'm
Mhm.
pulling it.
Me too.
I feel those odds, man, like a 90% chance.
So this is the
of
thing.
nobody
If it
dying.
killed 10 people and I was asked to explain myself, I'd be like, it was 10%. I thought I was saving everybody. I'm sorry.
Well, that would be my answer. It's like it's a 90%
Yeah,
chance.
honestly.
Yeah.
Like I made the best call I could have based on what information I had.
I think I'm gonna go
A
with that.
90%
Yeah,
chance
because
of
I
no
can
death.
justify. Yes, I can justify a 90% chance way easier.
Yeah, because if you didn't pull the lever and and it did kill 2 people, and then the box on the other track, there's no one there. You're like, you idiot! There was 10% chance, or a 90% chance there'd be no one there.
You're risking more lives, but the risk is so much lower. Like it feels like it's I mean, it's a coin toss, right? For do nothing.
Yeah.
You got a 50-50 chance of people dying versus a 10% chance of more people dying.
So we pulling? Seems like we're
I
pulling.
think so.
Pull
so?
on the lever.
I'm
I
pulling.
think so.
57% of people agree with you.
So
That's
that was a tough one then.
Yeah,
It
fair.
is a complicated one. It's an
Yeah, it's a
interesting.
bit
That's an
complex.
interesting
Oh
one.
my
with the
God.
variables.
Oh no, a
Uh-oh.
trolley's heading toward 5 sentient robots. You could pull the lever to divert it to the other track, killing a human instead. What do you do?
Do nothing. Do
Kill those
nothing.
robots before
Do
they get us.
nothing.
So
Take 'em
you're
out.
telling me if it was 5 Wallies, for instance, you'd be like, "Fuck all of you."
Yep.
Yeah.
Fuck 5
Yeah,
Wallies.
yeah.
Go
I
for
would.
it.
I would fuck
Just
5
to
It could be,
Wallies.
5
it could also
R2,
be 5 of those
5
robots from
3POs.
iRobot.
What about the replicants?
Fuck them
from
too.
Tyranny?
Fuck
Five
average
of those?
Yeah,
all
5
of them.
replicants versus 1 human.
Yes.
Yeah, take them all out.
Oh, wait,
Wow.
is what's
Yeah.
happening here? Someone's got an opinion about the state of sentient life that's not human or something? Have we got other things to talk about?
What do you mean?
Are you? It sounds like like you absolutely consider human life more valuable than any other form of sentient, like robot.
Well, we wouldn't.
If
My
it's
argument
one-
would be we wouldn't know what does it mean for a robot to be sentient.
Is that
We
what we're
wouldn't
relying on? The fact that we don't understand it, or are we going to take
yeah,
this?
that is
as
what
a-
I'm
right now.
The
Why-
robot
yeah,
is
that
a
is what I'm
machine.
relying on.
It was
Literally.
programmed with sentience.
What does that mean?
It
Well,
has your
but why not take
Yeah,
it
but we're
best
born with
faith
it. It
and
means you can make
assume in the
more.
hypothetical you are convinced they are no necessarily different in terms of the mind? Does the body make the
Well, okay,
difference?
if
Yeah,
I-
these
if I-
are like
Yes, 'cause they
5
can be rebuilt.
betas or 5,
So,
you know,
But this, okay,
80s.
if the question was that there are 5 robots that I believe on my philosophical, moral, spiritual belief system are literally the exact same value of life as humans.
No,
then
no, no,
obviously I
no.
would say the
Same
robots.
mind, not the same body. Because I feel
No,
like
it
that's what the
doesn't.
question
That's
is.
not what's
No, I
sentient-
said value.
Okay,
I
really
said
quick.
if I believe that the
Sentient-
life of these robots are the exact
Well, then
same,
that already
whatever
answers the question, though.
however I define
Yeah.
life, if I'm defining that as the same in the robots and the hypothetical, obviously I would say the robots, but I wouldn't be able to judge that.
Well,
normally.
sentience doesn't mean they have the same mind and experience as human beings. It just means that
They're
they
not
have.
going to feel pain. That just seals it.
I said value.
Yeah.
That,
Even if you
that does
treat
not
them like
seal
they have
it.
some type of sentience.
that does not
That
seal
doesn't
it.
seal it. Why would
Remember,
that
We
Saying
don't
seal
know if
one
they
human
feel
versus
pain.
5
What do you
humans who don't feel pain
Beta
doesn't mean
could
you
feel
kill the
pain
5
in first
humans.
contact.
They can
so-
literally be rebuilt versus someone
Well,
who would
wait,
die.
no,
and
but
Yeah,
actually,
exactly.
address the one that Paula just brought up. 5 people who can't feel pain versus 1 person who can.
But those 5 people can't be rebuilt. These guys can.
You
Why
can
do
just
we
clone
assume
a
hold
that
up.
they
person.
can-
So
What do you
why
human
mean?
we
beings
assume that they
heal.
can
Just
be
so we're
rebuilt?
clear,
They're
human beings
droids.
can heal.
Like,
Why
are
do we
they backed
no?
up?
Why do we assume that they can be rebuilt and they'd be the same?
There's no point in the
conscious
question. If they can be
experience?
rebuilt, then
Yeah.
who cares?
Then who cares
Maybe
if they
they're
can be
backed
rebuilt?
up on the cloud.
Okay, fair. The question is pointless.
Well, that's my
with that in
headcanon.
mind. With that in mind, the question becomes pointless if they can be rebuilt. So
Well,
you
if
have
they
to look
can,
at it from
I
the
feel
moral
like they'd
standpoint
say that if they can, because of course,
Yeah,
if
no,
you
it's
can
true.
rebuild them and there's no difference, and then of course that's an easy
Yeah.
choice. But I presume that it means they're dead.
Yeah,
we
it
wipe
kind of
out whatever their
negates the
experience
To
is.
clarify, right, Sitch, you're saying that if the question were robots that you philosophically consider entirely the same as a human versus a human, the question becomes easy. Because it's just like,
Yes,
well, save
but
the
I'm,
5.
the way I'm interpreting these questions is like I'm literally standing there at the lever and someone just tells me this sentence, and I have
Why
to
would we
interpret it
assume
however.
the
I interpret
robots
it.
are sentient? Because the question says they are.
That's the point of the
Oh, no, it's not an,
hypothetical.
it's not an
That is
assumption.
not what I said, but
No,
That's
no,
what
that's
you
no,
said.
no.
That's what someone in chat
okay.
said.
So did chat, yeah.
It
gotcha,
says they're
gotcha.
sentient.
Out of curiosity, Cap, if
Right.
you were given the same premise that you believed they are of similar value to the same value as a human being in terms of what they mean to the world, I assume you would save the 5?
Okay.
Potentially, yes, but so a lot of animals that we have on Earth today would qualify as sentient if it was 5,
Well, because
dolphins or dogs or something. I would.
yeah,
do
Is
it.
the appeal
well, so
that
now-
you and Sitch are making sort of is that we just don't know enough about what these things are, what a sentient robot really means?
What
We
I'm
don't know.
saying, what I'm saying is that sentient doesn't mean at the level of human beings necessarily
Sentient
because it
versus
doesn't.
sapience.
Yeah.
I want
I forget what sapience means. So,
apparently, according to like that sentient,
Self-awareness?
like a dog is sentient, but sapience would be like above that.
Wise is kind of the key word for that.
So if it were one person or five dogs, I would kill the
guess I'd
5
say that,
dogs.
like, because humans are sentient, but they're also sapient. I imagine would be the conclusion that if you are sapient, you like that. Sentient being like the capacity to feel and like recognize and understand those feelings. Maybe I'm not sure.
Which is curious, right? Because a robot
Yeah.
programming versus actually feeling it, question mark, what does that even mean, is complicated.
What does it even mean?
And I wonder if
exactly?
that's
Where are we
enough
drawing the
to
line?
choose to save the human, because you simply, like, you'd argue in court, I'm sorry, I'm not prepared to figure this out, and I'd rather not take the risk. I don't know what I'm dealing with.
I mean, so presumably if it was like 1 human versus 5 chimpanzees, for example,
I was about to say
send
that.
one
Would that
person
change
for
it
the
for you?
5
I'd say
well,
one
it's just
person,
because chimpanzees are the most intelligent, right? They're like number 1 most intelligent.
They're
but
up there.
dolphins.
Well, dolphins,
I
yeah.
want to save the human over the chimpanzee. Like over 5 chimpanzees, rather.
I don't think the
Like, with one,
question
it's pretty easy.
presumes that the robots have equal or greater level of sentience or sapience. I think, if it was 5 chimpanzees, that's basically the same question. So I would do nothing.
I mean, if that was the
Save the
question, I'd
person.
do nothing, yeah.
Well, that is the question, essentially.
I'm not
It
sure.
depends on how you'll
I'm not
define
sure
sentience.
if it was written by this person to mean that they are like a dog but not a human. I feel
I
like
think
it
this was
plays into
written
it.
by a robot.
People very often use sentience to mean like human sapiens.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the only reason they would use that specific word.
That's kind of what I'm wondering is
well,
if the
I don't
spirit
know.
of the
I think that-
They are used casually, interchangeably.
Yes.
Well,
that
I
is-
think
yeah,
you
they
could
definitely are.
reasonably assume from the question that all it's meant is that they're aware, they're self-aware, not that they have
Right.
emotions or anything like that necessarily.
And dogs aren't self-aware. That's why you always tell them they're good puppies. That's right, you're a good puppy.
I'm willing to say that the spirit of the question is the fact that we don't quite understand this fully. Like, that's actually part of it. Like, you don't fully understand the state of those robots. And that
Yeah,
would you
sure.
want that murkiness to take value over the one human life? Because if it was
That
like
you have
a
capacity to understand.
120-year-old human that can barely see is lying on the ground, it's like, maybe I'd save the robots at that point, because that guy's like, he's maybe in agony or something. But the normal, healthy human being versus the 5 sentient robots, of which I'm not... Yeah, I'm willing to agree. I
But-
don't know enough about.
More like if they were like 5 Wallies, for
My
instance.
question is basically like 5 advanced ChatGPT with like bodies. Like, I don't
Ex
care.
machina.
Well, but the problem is
I think every
sentience
time I
has
think
levels,
about it-
right? It could refer to a
Yeah.
couple of
Yeah.
things, and that's part of the
I think
gray
that's-
area.
I mean, I
think
would
every time
consider
I'm-
it, but the
I'm-
graphics don't make it convincing to me.
I think you guys might be overthinking it a little.
Yeah.
Okay,
guess
so
the thing
Fringy, I
is-
have a question for you. Like,
Okay.
okay, if you do 1-to-1 and it's like a robot at like like Data's level, or assume identical like level of mind to a human being, would you do nothing or would you pull the lever?
I feel like, because I don't know that much about Data, say it's Bender. Bender
Okay,
is a
forget
person.
Data. Just
Bender,
assume
yeah,
that the
when do we work?
sentient robot
I'm thinking-
has the
I'm
same
thinking- I'm
level of
thinking
mind as a
Bender.
person.
Yeah, just go with Bender.
Yeah, Bender.
Better
What, one human versus 1 Bender.
5 benders.
1 human
No,
versus 5 Benders.
I am wondering if for you would choose the human over a robot of equal level of mind. That's what I'm asking.
Well,
you.
I feel like again it would be the same. One human versus 1 Bender. I mean, I feel like I'd probably save the human. Yeah, I probably would over 1 Bender. But again, Bender is basically a person.
Okay,
Like,
so if you
essentially a
add
person,
benders,
right?
does that change it for you? Is it if it's 5 benders versus
If it's
1
5
person?
Benders versus 1 person, I feel like that is you're killing 5 people for 1
I
person.
don't see how it was so easy for you to kill 1 Bender over 1 person, then.
I don't think it's. I don't know if I find it easy either. Right? It feels like I could make the argument that it's essentially 1 person versus another.
Someone in
I don't
chat
know.
said Bender's a cartoon. It's like...
Obviously, Bender's a cartoon. This is all hypothetical clown stuff anyway.
It's all clown stuff.
I
So
almost
does everyone.
Cartoons can't die. Come on.
I almost said a similar
If you have
point
the goo.
that tied into to Futurama a little bit more, but Bender is very hard to kill. Like he might
And
be
again,
That's tied into the
we're
hypothetical,
we're
though.
assuming that we can't repair him. If you can repair him and there's no harm, and Bender's just okay and he's happy and
That's-
alive,
yeah,
then of course you save
obviously.
the human.
Okay.
Obviously, you save the human. But that's what I
Andrew's a
mean. I
jerk,
feel like
though.
it can't be that they can be rebuilt, because if they can be rebuilt, then it's like
Yeah.
there is no
Yeah.
choice. You
That's what I
always
was
save
saying.
the person. So
That's what I
I
was
don't know
saying
why
earlier,
you keep
but
saying that
it's
you can
crushed
rebuild them.
violence.
I don't know why you're doing that. I feel like you're just trying to create a shortcut because you know that there's a conversation to be had here about like
Well, I think we're
sentience of
settled on
artificial
this
intelligence.
question. It was just
Yeah, I just
adding.
said Andrew.
Yeah. On this question, it is probably the murkiness of my capacity to understand what their, their conscious experience is versus a human who I understand and know what their
Yeah.
conscious experience is. So I think I'd probably do nothing in this case with
I
that
mean,
gray
maybe
area.
the replicants might be a little bit of an easier way to
Yeah.
say.
Because they look like people. That's the one that
Yeah,
makes
I
it.
bet,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's what gets to people. Because when it's Wall-E, they're like, oh yeah, it's just like a robot thing made out of metal. But if it looks like a person, then it changes things.
The thing though is though the replicants they're not really robots. They're kind of like genetically
They're
engineered.
literally robots.
They are definitely robots.
No,
Yeah.
aren't they closer to being clones? I thought that's the way that it was.
Oh, they have
explained.
implanted memories. Sure, yeah, they have those. But
Just
I mean,
like a robot
they
can
are-
have without a human body.
Aren't they made of organic material though?
Well,
Like,
I mean,
isn't that part of
remember
that-
Terminator is made partially of organic material.
Yeah,
He's still a
you're made
robot.
of organic material.
I think the difference is though they have like bone. They don't have an endoskeleton. you
Wait,
know?
we-
Like,
So
they're not-
is
We talking about the difference between
Wouldn't
robots
it
and
be
androids.
dependent on the
Yeah,
brain?
So is
though?
it
That's to say,
skeletal
but-
So is it skeletal structure the determinant and whether it gets?
Because I feel like
I think the reason it makes the question a little bit easier to answer is because they are androids in that they're artificial humanoid machines essentially, but because they're made of biological material and they kind of look like humans, it's sort of like, well, I mean, are they like how far away are they
So
from
to
us?
clarify, someone would
in
probably
chat
call.
was like Android 18. Oh, if it's Android 18, I'm saving those robots, baby.
Yep.
Just to
You
clarify,
can't
right?
die by train.
Wall-E
What's
would be
too strong?
considered a robot, while a Terminator is more likely to be considered an android because it's made to look as
Yeah.
close to human as possible. Meanwhile, Wall-E is clearly a robot.
but robot
But
Wall-E,
they're all robots.
he has a soul in the metaphorical sense. He
Right.
feels, he loves, he sacrificed himself to save a
Terminator
bunch of
doesn't.
humans. Wall-E is a hero.
So he'd be fine with it, yeah.
Right.
Run him over.
Okay, let's
Terminator
assume that,
robot's
I don't know,
just a
the guy at the top.
Thank
is
God
like
they're
super
heroes,
heroic
so I can
too.
kill them. Jesus Christ.
Okay, let's get it going. So we'll vote. I assume everyone was on do nothing with this one, right? Or Rags, how you feeling?
Yep, do nothing.
Kill them
I
robots.
think I'm gonna save the 5 sentient robots.
Wow.
I think that, with all this being in mind, I think the question is such that I would lean towards the fact that there's 5 of them. I think it tips the scale even with the ambiguity, but I don't fault anyone for going the other way because there is that ambiguity. Because if it was like, do you save 5, Datas or 1 person? It's like, well, I mean, Data's a person, it's a,
I think the problem is that sentient robot is just too abstract of a term. We just need more context for this. It's really hard to decide. I mean, it depends on a perspective where you lean, right? You can only guess with this one.
Yeah, it's the ambiguity that gets it. If it was like 5, basically 5 sapient robots or a person, is like I'm saving the robots every time, and there's no question about it. But it's the ambiguity of the question here.
Yeah.
Just so I think it's majority do nothing, so I'm gonna go ahead.
Yeah, I think so.
Splat. 84% of people say splat the robots. Oh no! A trolley is heading toward
Robot.
3 empty trolleys worth $900,000. You can pull the lever to divert it to the other track, hitting 1 empty trolley worth $300,000 instead. What do you do?
The
the lever.
one you
Yeah,
destroy the
pull
one,
lever.
as
I
opposed
think
to the 3.
yeah,
It's
pull
just
the
The
lever.
quandary here, I guess, is supposed to be that you'll be culpable now because you pulled the lever, I guess?
Well,
Right.
explain to the company that you save them $600,000.
I was going to say, I think they'll appreciate
exactly.
you saving the
Come
3.
on.
So.
Yeah. It's a bad one.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well,
that's a
maybe it's an
strange one.
introductory one. Like, it'll get more difficult. I don't know. But
Maybe
78% of people
should have
agree.
been like a small,
Only
a single trolley
78%?
from a small company
Only
or 3
78%.
trolleys from a massive company. Maybe could have been a better question.
Oh no! A
That
trolley
would've
is
been
releasing
yeah.
100 kilograms of CO2 per year, which will kill 5 people
Oh,
over 30
God.
years. You can pull the lever to divert it to the other track, hitting a brick wall and decommissioning the trolley. What do you do?
Nothing.
Well, wait, what's the quandary?
Well, what's the
Yeah.
loss of decommissioning the trolley if it's going to save lives? You just
Yeah,
destroy
it
the
literally
trolley every
saves
but
time.
five lives.
that goes both ways.
People won't
If this thing
like
has
to
been
use the trolley.
created and this is just what it does, then I guess they'll just make another one to replace it. I
Yep.
don't know that. If this is
Then
just its
delay
normal
'em.
function, then But what I'm trying to say is, if this thing
one
is
doesn't really
broken
matter.
and it's leaking, and we could have the chance to stop it, of course I'm on board with that. But if this is its normal function, then I guess I don't know if it makes much of a difference, but sure.
I mean, it's you still want to save the 5.
Well, but I thought the implication is that like this is just they're doing that through like averages of stats of people who die to.
Oh, I figured
CO2
it was some
emissions.
crazy evil like trolley that was just killing people.
Well, yeah,
That's
because
the only way that I read this.
Well, in that case, yeah, we stopped the trolley. That seems easy to me. I
Yeah.
thought it was trying to. I don't know.
No, what you were saying that it's like just a regular trolley? that
Well, so
just
put it
emits
this way, right?
CO2.
If someone takes you outside and points at the bus and says, "Do you know the emissions of that kill an average of 1 person per year?"
blow up
and you can
that
blow it
bus.
up, not hurting anybody, you can just. I'd be like, I don't know if there's a point to that. They're just going to replace it with another bus. I don't know.
Well, they would
I see what
probably
you mean.
well they
You're
would
being
probably replace it with a greener bus.
Maybe.
Because that tends to be the trend that we're going that we're seeing is that things get.
That's right.
You know,
So by
more
destroying it,
green
it puts
and-
an incentive on them to build a.
But what if
a
statistically,
greener
by
trolley.
destroying it, the cost of the construction of the new one
That's
already
true.
has
There
emissions
is
as
that.
well?
Yeah. But are
I
they
think it's
higher or
still-
lower?
I still, but that would create in a bus that would replace a bad bus that would last for longer. I think I'd go with that.
I feel
one.
like
This
we've both
eco-terrorist
invented a
kid.
shit ton. Neither of us know anything that's going on here, except I think we could just treat this as simple
The
as it is
question
and just
is-
stop it.
Yeah, we just
Yep.
stop it.
Yeah.
It seems pretty simple. Yeah, I think it's just a poorly worded
Wait,
one.
no, think of the company.
Yeah, am I a
Pull the
manager for this
lever.
company? Is my promotion on the line for this?
60% of people pull the lever.
I think being able
don't know
to
why they
be
wouldn't.
talked into destruction of
60%,
property
huh?
because of hypothetical environmental damages over the next 3 decades from that machine surviving. I don't know, man. I think that a lot of people could talk you doing some pretty dumb stuff if you're falling for that one without like questioning it deeply.
It's baked into the nature of the question that we know it to be the case.
Also,
it is part
chat,
of
you're
the-
treating it like I didn't entertain all of those bonus options. I didn't know. Like we just said, we have no fucking clue what the hell they were trying to tell us was happening in that hypothetical. Okay, they were just like crazy runaway trolleys killing everybody. Do you stop? I don't know if it was just talking about emissions in general or not. It's confusing. So, oh no, you're reincarnated
I'm
as a
sorry.
being who will eventually be reincarnated as every person in this classic trolley problem. What do you do?
Oh my
Save the
now we
5.
got to get into now. Yeah,
I guess I
no,
die now.
I suppose. I mean, that means I get 5 extra lives.
Yeah, I guess
And I like to know
saved
it.
the 5,
Yeah, I get extra lives, so it's almost like death is less meaningful in a way if you know that it's going to. You're just going to come back and get to do it over again in a sense.
At least for
I don't,
yeah,
I don't think I understand that. Wait, so you will be reincarnated as every person in this trolley problem?
Eventually.
Is this just a trick to say, hey, like put yourself in every single one of those person's position and you can still pull the lever or not? What do
I
you
feel
do?
like that makes it, if anything, easier to save.
Well,
the
yeah.
5.
If you were going to come up to me, if a wizard came up to me and said, "Hey, you get to have 5 extra lives. Each one ends with you being killed," though, I'm like, I'll take it.
Is this not the clone one all over again in a different way?
In a
Kind of.
sense,
It depends on, I guess.
No,
Maybe
but
they're
it's
trying to appeal
you
to how
dying
you
over
feel.
and over again.
Yeah, you have to experience the death, but you have another life that gives you a death to experience, which I'm
Well,
like, I'll take it.
Well, I
Does
don't
it-
think your
I'm like-
memories transfer over between lives, though, do they?
Even if
I
it
don't
didn't.
know.
Even
Does
if
it
didn't.
matter? Because the way I
I-
read this question is like it means that it's like no matter what you do, you're gonna die on this track eventually.
For me, it's
I-
like
this
end
feels-
it as quickly as possible. I don't want to do this all the time. Fuck this.
I'm
Yeah,
going
we
pull the
have
lever. Is
to
everyone
restart.
else? Or?
I mean, something happening once a
Yeah,
life.
pull lever.
I
Pull the lever. 5 extra
Yeah,
lives sounds nice.
Yeah,
it
I mean-
means that I get extra lives.
Oh,
is
man.
how my mind looks
Apparently,
at
this
this.
is
You
one of the
know?
most controversial ones. 52 to 48.
I don't
think-
understand this one.
I-
That's
yeah,
my
I
point.
think people
I
are
think people
confused.
are
That's probably what it
confused,
is.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I mean,
You
there's a
literally
lack of
more
context
life.
again.
Okay. Oh no! A trolley is heading toward nothing. But you kind of want to prank the trolley driver. What do you do?
Prank him. Prank him.
Yeah, do it. Why not?
I'm gonna do nothing. I don't know what fucking
I
thing
think
could
I'll do
happen if I
nothing
actually.
as well.
Right.
Yeah, I'm gonna do
Eagle
nothing.
Scout, do nothing.
Yeah.
It's a social experiment.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, look what they've
Pull
called
the
it.
lever.
Harmless prank? Question mark.
That's right. Is it harmless?
Yeah, you know, if you're gonna add like 6 hours to this poor guy's day,
Oh my
maybe-
god. It's
No,
like
I-
a
no,
lifelong
I'm not doing it.
PTSD.
I'm not doing this
You
one.
have to
Do
pay for
nothing.
therapy then.
Yeah, I'm doing nothing.
Right.
Yeah,
Dude,
nothing. I actually don't want to make someone. Yeah.
Prank him.
Die.
Fuck it.
Wow, 37% of people agreed to not prank him. 63 pranked him.
Wow.
Wow.
So
Mm.
You
mean.
bad
Bunch of
people.
silly
Assholes.
gooses out there.
Oh no! A trolley's heading toward a good citizen. You can pull the lever to divert it to the other track, running over someone who litters instead. What do you do?
Oh, easy. Kill the litter bug. Easy.
Kill the litter bug.
The litter bug.
Out.
Yeah.
I mean,
I get with all I mean it's like a
Litter
jaywalker
around
almost.
his body.
No, littering is worse than jaywalking.
Oh yeah.
Let's
Yeah.
see.
Kill the litter bug. Kill him.
Yeah,
Kill him dead.
littering
He's gonna
is
die
definitely
with his litter. That's the worst part.
Someone's gonna die either way if one guy's better.
I guess
even in the slightest possible metric, I guess.
Well, again,
Yeah,
no matter what,
littering's
one
awful
person
though.
dies,
Stop
you know?
doing it.
Yeah, I guess either way, one person dies. Littering is bad, and you knew it was bad when you did it. I guess that's something to tip the scale.
Therefore,
Even as
bye-bye, this is it for you.
with all things being equal, I
Destroy
guess
the
so.
litterer.
You know.
I mean, I didn't tie him to the tracks.
I wish
alright?
he was like a I mean, if he had been like a murderer or rapist, that would have made things
It
easier.
would be
but he
so
just
funny though if
littered.
he watches you pull it and
He
he goes,
drops the
"Really?
paper."
For littering?" And you're like, "Well, that guy did litter. I don't know."
I mean, you
Well,
didn't.
Jim
you know?
didn't litter. And you
Well,
did.
yeah, but
so-
he didn't litter.
Are the items he's littering biodegradable?
Oh my god.
No.
It's like paper.
Great
No.
question.
He littered so much, he got trapped in the litter, and that's why he's on the tracks.
If he's just like,
It's his
motherfucker, this
fault.
banana peel. Where do you want me to put it? I'm in the woods. You know, like, I mean, you can litter that.
Litterers have no respect for their common man. Kill him.
All right,
True.
Yeah,
we're killing him. Here we go. Pulling the lever.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
80% of people agree to kill the litterer.
Yes.
Good.
Yeah, littering is bad, and littering can actually create really terrible consequences depending on
no.
the littering as well. So.
Due to construction errors, a trolley is stuck in an eternal loop. If you pull the lever, the trolley will explode, and if you don't, the trolley and its passengers will go in circles for eternity. What do you do?
Well, I mean,
Jesus.
Death by explosion or death by
Exploded.
starvation?
Explode it. Yeah, I don't want to
Yeah.
starve to death. I assume that's the
Explode it.
alternative.
I
if they
guess it
created
would be
the-
starvation.
What
Yeah,
What if
but
it's
they'd
like
be
that
doing it-
movie?
but they said do it for eternity.
Cannibalism. And
Well,
like,
it says the
drove-
passengers
the
will go in
question, they do it
circles
for eternity.
Yeah,
So I
think
assume they
that's,
survive.
they
They
all
live.
die.
It's like the
But
worst.
they
I
live
could-
in,
yeah.
trapped in a trolley for the end of
Oh
time.
my god,
You know?
some blind man.
I was going to say, I still feel like we should
Trapped in
blow
a
them up
truck.
if they're trapped on there for eternity.
If they're
Yeah,
trapped, yeah, I think so.
I don't think
I
you
think-
assume they live.
Actually, yeah, that makes
so-
it easier.
If
I
they
think you have to
die
assume
horribly
they
or
live
they're
because
stuck
they're trapped for
forever, it's still
eternity.
horrible.
Yeah,
either
I'm
way.
going to be honest with you guys.
True.
If I was
Yeah.
looking at a life of I'm stuck on a trolley infinitely, like
Blow me up.
I probably want to be blown up. Yeah, if
Who
it means I
else
get
is
out.
on- Is there plumbing?
What?
I said, who
That's
else
a
is
big
on the
concern.
trolley with
And look
you?
at
and
the
it's-
G forces on that turn. Man, my goodness.
I know, right? Yeah, they got swung back and forth every like 5 seconds. What a horrible existence.
Pull it.
Oh, you got the spins
Yeah.
forever. Just
Save them from this eternal suffering.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So we pulling the
Save
lever?
them.
eternal
think
motion
so.
sickness or an explosion.
Kaboom!
Every single one of those people in that trolley would pull the lever.
Eventually, yeah,
themselves, I
they would
think.
have to, right?
Yeah.
57% of people agree to blow it up. Oh no! A trolley's
it?
heading toward your worst enemy. You can pull the lever to divert the trolley and save them, or you can do nothing and no one will ever know.
Ooh.
I don't. I mean,
Basically,
my
are you a murderer?
I like that they put him as
No,
an angry
murderer,
dude. He's
no.
like,
What did your worst enemy do to you?
Yeah, save the
Um,
life.
Yeah.
I feel like my worst enemy is like, would it be like Putin or something like that? There's like some terrible
Mm.
despot in the
You're
world,
going-
or is it
I
something?
think someone like
Nah,
personal.
it's someone you
Someone
probably
Someone you actually have to know. Otherwise, you
Yeah.
can just pick the worst
Yeah,
person.
it's
No
probably
one-
just some jerk in your life, like
Yeah,
jerk.
I
You know?
mean-
Yeah, they haven't done anything worthy of death. So
Yeah,
they're
there's no
just like my
personal
worst
life.
enemy. I don't even know who my worst enemy is. It's so no.
You
they
don't have
die.
enough enemies.
I guess I don't, or not good ones. They're just petty
The fact that
enemies.
they were
Just
like,
people
Dad,
who
you can
annoy
do
me.
nothing and no one will
Organized
ever
chaos.
know. They gotta add that in. No one will ever
Yeah.
know that this happened. But
No
yeah,
one
pull the
will
lever.
ever know.
Yeah, save
Oh,
them.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, save him. Obviously.
Now, if I was a person who like someone like killed my child and got away with it or something, I'm fucking pulling that lever, or I'm
yeah.
killing them.
Not
but-
pulling
so-
over, yeah.
For
I'm
the
not-
sake of it,
yeah.
I mean, not for this question, but just as another hypothetical, if it actually was the worst person on the planet right now, whoever that may be, would that change it for you?
Of course.
Yes.
Yeah, I assume we're
Easy.
entering
I would
into
definitely
serial
change
killer
it, yeah.
levels, so
Kill.
Yeah.
kill. So, but
I agree.
in the sense of your worst enemy, we're doing nothing, I assume.
I think it's gotta. You gotta.
Wait,
assume
no. Doing nothing kills
Someone I
you.
personally
Oh, sorry. Pull the
know.
lever. I mean, pull the lever.
Doing
Yeah.
nothing, you gotta
Yeah,
pull the lever.
pull-
Yeah.
pull
He
it.
saved
You
him.
don't like.
Save them, but don't
51%
untie
of people agree.
Jesus
Damn.
Christ, their worst enemy deserves
kind-
death?
Apparently.
What
do you
kind of
do?
enemies do
Wow.
they have?
You that is
Wow.
I think some
Is
people
that the
might be
closest one?
assuming like the worst person in the world, you know, in that sort of sense.
Oh no! A trolley is heading towards a person and will lower their lifespan by 50 years. You can pull the lever to divert the trolley and lower the lifespan of 5 people by 10 years instead. What do you do?
Wow.
So you're
Ooh.
reducing everybody's life by there's 50 years total, no matter what. Yep.
Yeah, but it's spread out between 5 people.
spread
So
out.
someone
Yeah.
gets fucked or 5 people get taxed.
I think that's my thinking. One person
Yeah.
gets their life seriously
Yeah,
reduced.
that dude is
in
done.
time. Yeah.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
5
mines
guys
like
continue with
probably
the
die
tax.
when they're like 20 or 30.
Whereas
in
the
20s and
older
30s.
people, 10 years would be like 70 instead of 80, possibly. I mean, it could be
I'm
for
gonna
somebody that's like 40 instead of 50.
I'm gonna split it up. I think I'm gonna split it up.
Yeah,
spread it out.
I would spread it.
Because if you think about it, right, would you remove some? If we just change the numbers but keep the concept, would you take 70 years away from one person, or would you how would you have to rejig the numbers to get you to change? But yeah, I think in this, I'd rather punish.
It ruins one guy's life versus reducing by a much smaller amount for 5 other people.
Yeah,
I'd pull
spread
the
it
lever.
out.
There's
Yeah,
a
misery
mechanic-
loves company.
There's a mechanic in Final Fantasy XIV where one person is targeted that they're going to get a significant amount of damage in like a couple seconds.
Wasn't Sid the mechanic?
Oh, no. Yeah, actually a good one. And the way that you do it, because it's the MMO one, is everyone on the team has to get on that point so that it spreads the damage to all 4 people in your party, as opposed to just that one guy dying, which is a much bigger problem than a bunch of you getting 10% damage, So it's kind of the same deal. Jojo. No.
64% of people agreed on that one.
Well, what do you think because we didn't spend too long on it, what do you think the main counter argument against that one would be?
Sorry, say that one more time.
What do you think the main counter argument would be on that one?
You're hurting more.
It's best to hurt the
more
least amount of
lives.
people possible. That 10 years of life, even between 5 people, is still a significant amount of time. They might lead, they could have different lives. They might, they might use that life to enrich the lives of other people because there are 5 of them that they know.
But again, it's
Either way,
the same
it's
amount
spread
of
out over
years.
5,
It's just
yeah.
that they're very
Yeah, it's-
localized for one poor dude.
Yeah.
But
That guy might have a week left if you pick him.
Because in a sense, right, like the value of the lives, 1 to 50 is really, really like important in a different way than between 70 and 80 or 60 and 70.
True.
So I think that if you kind of take the value of that stuff, it I think it tips in the favor of spreading it out. So yeah, and
Wait, what? What is this one?
Oh, right. Oh, no! The trolley's heading toward
Yeah.
5 people. You can pull the lever to divert it to the other track, sending the trolley into the future to kill 5 people 100 years from now. What do you do?
Oh.
I mean, this is essentially like killing 5 people on the planet now that are on the other side of the world.
No,
in a
no.
sense.
100 years from now, they have a better chance of like being able to, accommodate.
No,
that
they're gonna
situation.
die.
I think it's
No,
presumed
they're
that
gonna
they're
die.
gonna die.
Resurrection?
No matter what.
Okay.
No,
Can't add
they will
anything to
die.
it.
Yeah.
Kill them now and get it over with.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I would say in
Why
the
no?
future, I assume that lives will be longer and better.
That's a better version of what I
You're
was
gonna
trying
say
to
there's
do.
more
That's a
people,
bit
so
of
life
it.
would be less valued.
No, I think in the future, I think you're going to live longer and you'll have more years, and I think the standard of living will be higher. You'll probably there's chances are you'll have more of an education, you will be healthier, you will all of those good things. So I think it's all things being equal, like it's better to save the lives of 5 people in 100 years, because they will happen by the
That's a
nature
fair
of the
idea.
question. So.
Man.
Yeah, because I mean, if we assume that just by the years alone, you will have saved more lives in years, and there's a better chance that they will not die young because of accidents or diseases and things like that. So I just think you're going to get way more bang for your buck, so to speak.
Isn't 5 centuries a lot of time in which the world could have just ended, though? Like, I mean, be it by asteroid.
Yeah.
It's possible, but I can't use that as
Well,
justification.
it says it will kill 5 people. Yeah, it says
We
it
have to
will kill
assume
5
there's a.
people.
It says 100
what
years,
if-
not 500.
I think that's the reason I'd pull the lever.
But
Because I got
Rags, what if the future is worse?
people. And
Well, you know
possible.
what?
It's
Then I guess
possible.
I was wrong, and I'll
Yeah.
never know.
What if they what if those people are ghouls like Fallout?
Ooh,
you
my
know?
God,
Ooh,
ghouls!
maybe.
Hey,
What if
ghoul
they're
lives matter.
Lewis.
Lewis.
Yes,
Hilarious.
yeah. I think the trend is that things are actually. You know, I know there's a lot of news and doom and gloom and stuff, but things are generally trending to be better. So yeah, I don't see any reason why it'd be getting worse.
And what if we're in the past? Maybe we can prevent.
I was in the
future?
past.
True.
I can tell you all about it. Ask me about the past. I was
So
there. Damn it.
Are we deciding to do nothing? Is that what's happening?
Well, the
Yeah,
one that saves
nothing.
the 5 lives in the future. Just to be clear, it's save 5 lives now or 5 people in 100 years.
I think it's the
Is
same.
there I'm genuinely just thinking about this out loud. Is there an argument to be made that you're killing more people by killing 5 people now than in the future?
Because
what
those
do you
people
mean?
could produce offspring. Is that your argument?
I assume. I'm thinking about
But
out
the
loud.
5, yeah, because the
No,
5 people,
'cause-
the same thing would apply to the 5 people in 100
Right.
years.
In more future, yeah.
It's the
And you-
same thing.
It's population control.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Infinitely speaking, this is the same.
So principally do nothing, but in actuality, do you think you would pull the lever? So you don't have to see it.
So we have
right
to
in front of
pretend
you?
that I
removing the personal
understand
burden.
completely that portal will definitely send it to the future and kill 5 people from the future.
Yes, if I believe the premise of the question is accurate, if I believe that premise to be true, then I will
Yeah.
save the people in the future.
I think.
What if the people on the track are what make the people in the future?
Well, then the question is
a trick question.
then the question is malformed, and that's
It's
not
almost
how I
like
believe it.
if you want to
No,
kill.
it's a little bit of a tingle, a little bit of a. You have to
Not
think a
really.
bit harder about it.
Also,
You're killing all of those people's bloodlines that would have stemmed from them.
Yeah.
Not,
Same for the
not
other people,
necessarily.
I mean, they might not
Because the bloodlines are more than one person, obviously.
I think the question almost boils down
Sure,
to like,
they
do you
have-
want to kill 5 people and see it and experience it, or do you want to know 5 people were killed by
I
your
think
hand,
you're
but
right.
not actually deal with
Yeah.
it? It's pretty
I
much
think
that.
that is.
I
You
honestly
wanna
didn't see
see
it
the
that way at
full-
all. I just saw it as like, what are the likelihoods of the 5 people in the future living longer or better lives? And that's a complicated question.
Plus, the 5 people on the trolley, they have gotten to experience a life, so that's almost like a bonus in a way.
Oh, that's interesting. Like, do we assume the people on the like the people in the future will die like the minute they're born, or like at some point
Which
in
is,
middle
I
age?
think, which I think is reasonably less likely considering technology and the life expectancy going up and infant mortality going down as a trend.
This is just
Well,
like the
it's the
sentient
whole-
robots all over again, where we don't know there's too many variables on that side.
There's the
versus
whole
5 people
butterfly
on
I
there.
think I think
too,
it's
you know.
actually I think it's better in this case because we have a lot of reasons to believe that the trends and things about the future will be a lot better. So based on what we know about the world, it seems much more.
You say it's a
reasonable
guarantee
to-
we're going to be better in the future?
Not saying it's a guarantee, but
I think
it's a
100
trend.
years is reasonable. I was hearing it as 500 years, so that's why I was thinking I don't know if we're all going to be around in another 5 centuries, but 1 century, yeah, I think I'll save the future people.
Well, either way, people will be around because the premise of the question is saving 5 people in 500 years.
What if they're in
or
a
100 years.
wasteland, right? A fallout wasteland, and they're about to be
Well, then we
annihilated?
need people even more. God damn it!
Gotta kill the 5 raiders.
Faces.
True.
What if they don't
Kill
have
5
a
goblin
face,
people
huh?
who are trying
What
to
if they don't
eat
have
babies?
a face?
Yeah.
What
if they don't
if
have
they're the
faces, Rags?
What if they're
Think
creeper?
about it.
What if they're the creeper guy from Black
Oh
Cauldron? What do
my
you do?
god.
What if they're part of Caesar's Legion?
Yeah, there's
The
any
unknown.
amount of like, well, what ifs? You could ask.
Yep, doesn't
But-
change my answer.
If
It's
you
fun to
know
think
the
about,
future,
but yeah,
people
I
that's
think-
my answer.
when they are killed.
I think I would
What?
rather pull it and not witness it.
That's
Basically.
yeah, that's pretty much simplifies it for me. Send it to the future and hope for the best, rather than seeing the splat.
Send it
I
to
don't wanna
the
deal with
future
this
and hope
shit.
for the best. I love the idea as the trolley goes through the pole, you go, good luck.
That's legit. Like, what else could I do?
That's a problem for future me.
Seriously.
I feel like that's what most people would do, honestly.
All right, well,
Yeah.
let's do a
That's what I'm
vote.
saying. This
Let's do
was
a
an
vote,
easy one
left to
for
right.
me.
Are you going for the present or the future? Left to right, let's go.
Future. Good luck.
Till the future, all right?
rest of them.
Cap?
Principally, you got to do nothing.
Do nothing. Yeah.
Oh, is that an option? Just do nothing?
That's yeah.
I mean, nothing's.
always an
Have you
option.
heard of
But
the
then,
trolley problem?
Yeah, but then which one does it hit if you do nothing?
If you do nothing, it kills the 5 in the present.
Okay.
So you see the splat, not all of your shirt.
Yeah, I'll send it to the future.
Boom.
Okay, Fringy.
Keep your shirt clean.
I think I'll send it to the future.
Wow.
But they could be robots in the future, Fringy.
They could be five
robots in the future.
You'll never know. It goes through the portal.
Well,
and
the
then-
problem is when it's through the portal.
It
I
says
have no
that
idea whether
the question says
it's better or
people.
worse. It says, yeah, I presume it's
I'm
the
just-
same circumstance, but 100 years from now.
Just when it
says
goes through the
people.
portal, you hear Wally. Oh, just saying.
Well, okay, the effect of a trolley on 5 people now, we completely understand.
I
The
thought we
effect
just
of a
voted.
trolley
I
of
thought
people in
we
the future,
already-
maybe we won't.
Future
I
people
thought
are
we
immune to
It's baked into the
trolleys.
question that they will die.
Deliberation is over. Deliberation.
Yeah, deliberation's over. Fringy, sorry, what was your answer?
Yeah, I'll pull the lever.
Pull the lever. Okay. Mark.
I hate to keep on throwing in variables, but are you legally on the hook for the people who die in the
Oh
present?
my god.
How
You'll
would
be
they
dead.
ever know?
It won't matter.
Will I have to look their families in the eye?
Not if you set them to the
It'll be
future.
100
Look,
years
little
from now,
babies
you'll be
in the
dead.
I know I will
You'll be
not be
dead.
prosecuted for killing 5 people 100 years from now, but I might be for killing 5 people here now. You know?
Up to you.
To yourself.
Interpret it how you want.
Cool.
In the future, I'll kill the present people. And let me
Based.
in action.
Killing the
We'll
present
die.
people.
Yeah.
Okay. So now it's me. I feel like we could have talked forever about it. But I was gonna kill the present people. Yeah, I feel like the future people, I'll be killing lives that have potentially got so much more, and I don't want to take that risk. But obviously, it could go both ways. I understand that, but in the moment, probably go for the 5 present. Nutsa.
Does that actually wait?
Uh.
Hold on. Does that mean that if it was sent to the past, you would pull the lever?
That's a good question.
So if it was sent to like ancient Rome. and it
Oh,
killed
so the
5
worry
ancient
with that
Romans-
one, which
No
could
way,
I don't
that
want to
could
open up the
affect
whole conversation again,
yeah.
but it's the butterfly
Let's,
effect.
let's say no paradoxes. No
Don't you dare,
paradoxes.
Fringy.
Wait, if built in, it changes nothing about the events of history and everything, then I'd probably pull it. Yeah.
Okay.
Paradox correcting
Yeah,
I would as well.
Jack,
Yeah.
Jack a
Well, you
couple
have to
cavemen.
assume the same thing about this.
But
Yeah.
sorry, yeah, not so. What's your answer?
Pull it.
Goodbye,
Yes.
future.
Simply.
Sitch,
The present people gotta die.
Rags,
Yep. Save those in the future.
Actman,
Killing the present.
Chipman.
Is that actually like
Do we just draw?
50-50? Yeah, I think we might have.
Flip a coin.
You gotta flip a coin,
Oh.
yeah. Hold on.
Wait,
flip
chat.
that
Do a poll. Chat tiebreaker.
I can sort that out. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that'd be yeah, chat, you
Oh.
decide. It's on you
Get them in
now.
the game.
You've been sitting
Yeah.
there judging us. Now you get to make a choice.
Yeah,
Chad
blood
starts
will be on your
sweating,
hands
like,
now.
oh,
Blood
God.
from your hands. That's right.
Blood splattered in your face like Huey and the boys, or do you want to
Yeah.
just send it through the portal and just say, you know
And then
what?
pretend like it didn't
Good
even
luck.
happen. Just
Like,
walk away.
You have to make that choice. It's the cleanest choice. Who wouldn't make that? Versus splat. Oh my god, and chaos. No.
Well, I think Rags' argument was compelling. The idea that
Yeah,
those 5
it's
people might have higher quality of life.
They
that
might
you're
also
robbing them of.
suck.
It,
Like,
it might
let's
also suck.
not rule that
That's-
out.
That's true. That's what makes it. Yeah.
Here we go.
All right. Let's
the voting
see.
begins. Oh gosh, it's pretty.
How do I do this? Pull the lever.
Oh.
Saving the
To
present
the
looks like.
future.
Wow.
To the
I'm surprised
future.
by this.
Thank you, chat.
Mm-hmm.
It would be curious to know the general motivation for that. Is it the thing about
just
not
don't wanna
wanting to
deal with
watch
it.
the people die? Yeah, if it's
I wanna
It's
do this.
probably that,
Well,
yeah.
It's that simple. Like you can just pick that and like just that alone.
I'm just
is
going
enough.
by time paradox. I don't want to affect anything here in the present that would mess up
Yeah.
that portal existing there to go to the future.
what if you
Ignorance
knew
is
that wouldn't
bliss.
affect anything though?
Exactly. What if you?
Why
If
knew?
I
would it?
knew that wouldn't affect it, well, why? Yeah. Well, if it,
Just run with
okay,
it.
if it didn't, then to be quite honest, I don't have to watch 5 people get brutally
All right,
slaughtered.
yeah.
by
Exactly.
a
It always
trolley.
comes
Yep.
back to that initially.
Well, yeah, yeah. I think
It's
that's
like
I
fair.
just
though.
love the idea
Maybe-
you send it through the
maybe
portal. You
that
just
is an
hear
argument, right?
blood-curdled screams coming out of the portal, and you're like, huh.
No, the portal closes straight away.
It closes instantly. You don't hear anything. You
Live
don't
in,
hear
live in
anything.
blissful ignorance.
Blissful
I guess that is
ignorance.
part of the
Complete
equation, right?
ignorance.
5 people die no matter what, but how scarred are you?
That's why I said it was like, do you want to have blood on your hands or just know that you're responsible for it, but not actually have to experience it? Like one's gonna traumatize you for life. One, like you can kind of compartmentalize and just like, that never happened.
We'll go.
Close your eyes and hum.
That's
You know,
fair. I
that
wanna
never
live a nice
happened.
life that PTSD.
got,
Enough booze, 20 years.
Don't you at least owe it to the people that you're about to kill to like
Look them in the eyes.
witness it? You know,
Yeah.
it's a bit more cowardly to just be like, I don't want to worry about this.
I just
Yes,
love that. You're like,
it
I'm
is.
sorry,
Yeah,
present
it is.
people. I'm killing you. I'm saving the future people. Like, you don't even know them.
I do. It speaks to the
I don't
premise
know
of the
you
question.
either.
I don't know you fuckers, so I don't care.
Probably
Um,
go to the
I was
portal,
gonna
it's just
say,
the elevator from The Shining opening up. I was like, oh my god, and then you just see big flood of blood come out of the portal. You're like, well, this wasn't
yeah,
the
chat has decided we are pulling the lever.
Wow.
The future, and
Oh.
70% of people agree with that.
Oh, that's really exactly what it looked like.
Yeah,
in
that's
chat. It was
interesting.
Like 72%.
Also, I figure we'll go to 30, and then we'll go back to
And
watching
then wrap
videos
it up.
because there is a video that. Oh shit! Well,
I think 30 is the last one.
Yeah, we'd be going for we've been going for 9 hours.
yeah, but because it's the first part,
Going
I'm more
strong.
than willing. We usually go to like not usually, but we have gone to like 11 hours on the first part, and since
Okay,
everyone's already
well.
here, like
Yeah.
it'll all work out, obviously.
Oh, okay.
Oh no!
What
The
the
trolley problem is playing out before you. Do you actually have a choice in this situation, or has everything been predetermined since the universe began?
What?
I have no reason to believe that the world has been predetermined.
As far as I'm concerned, I have a choice. Yes.
I
Yeah, Mr.
recognize
Choice.
my own capacity to choose. Even if I don't, I feel that I do.
Well,
So.
we can talk about whether or not the world is deterministic is different than if the world is predeterministic. And I have
Right.
no reason
Correct.
to believe that the world is predeterministic.
Oh,
Plus,
right, right.
T2
I
or
get ya, I
T3?
get ya.
Pick one.
Yeah.
I like how
Plus-
if you choose I have a choice, it does splat the.
Oh,
Oh, we did it! That's the end. Congratulations, you solved philosophy. We did it.
Yay.
Hooray,
did it,
we
everybody.
did it. All right.
Yo,
Easy
that's-
peasy.
It was faster, yeah. We probably
count
did that
out.
faster and easier than the wisecrack shit.
Wow.
Send that to Wisecrackhead.
why would he
Yeah,
even
thought these were
done it,
supposed
right?
to be
There's no point in
tricky.
engaging in them. But I feel like we learned some things from asking
I
these
did.
questions.
We learned
No,
about
this was
that.
all a waste of time. Okay, you don't understand.
It was
This
a
all
waste of time, actually. Yeah.
I
You-
thought
you-
Sun sentient robots.
Just like all philosophy classes, it feels like a waste of time.
Could have been playing
True.
video games, dude.
Free credits, man.
Right? Oh my god.
I had an existential crisis, which resulted in me sacrificing myself for 5 clones of me.
That's right. We
We learned a lot about your thoughts on
I
clothing.
love the idea this
Yeah.
will be like, yes,
Real.
but Mark, is that ever really gonna happen?
Probably.
well, maybe
Well,
you will
fuck
get
you,
quoted
maybe.
inside
Just
train
go,
tracks.
didn't
You never know. And now you're prepared. Now you know that most of you, I think, wouldn't do that.
Yep, we've all
At least in
explored
the
it now.
chat, it looked like, or most of the people who responded would let the
And
clones
I've-
die.
And I've explored myself. You know, I've
Absolutely.
looked into what I think and why I think it.
You
and
know
it-
what, I'm
it
gonna
gives me
bet-
something to think about.
I'm gonna bet the EFAP fans probably gonna like that overall, that section.
Well,
pretty
yeah,
nice.
hopefully.
I hope
Yeah, and
I really
not
hope
be
so,
too,
yeah. And they could play
angry
along, yeah.
about it all.
Oh no! What is this? There is a trolley headed towards a group of people tied to the tracks. Wisecrack can pull the lever to switch the tracks and save the people. No one will die if the lever is pulled, but pulling the lever is voluntary participation in a dumb hypothetical used by evil capitalists. Stay the course, Wisecrack.
Stay the course.
So
What
thank
would Carl
Kilo
do? What would
Kilo
Carl
Kino
do?
sent that to me. Thank you. That was
Good
very funny.
stuff.
That's
Well
fine.
played, sir.
And thank
Because
you,
I actually
Dr.
don't
Diddler,
know.
for sending us that Neil.fun trolley thing. Unlike Wisecrack, we
Dr.
had
Yeah, that was
hours
pretty
of fun
fun.
with that.
Yeah, I bet he would be
That was
judging us
really
the whole
good.
time if we had done that in front of him, the wisecrack guy. What's wrong with you?
My favorite was the do you prank the trolley driver? That was probably my favorite.
Yeah. Okay, so have I got a treat for you?
Welcome back,
guys?
children, to my.
Oh,
Ah,
boy.
Uh-oh.
right.
What are we doing?
This video is called "Plot Armor is Good
Oh,
Sometimes."
no.
Oh,
no. Yeah, baby.
Well,
Okay.
hey, maybe
Okay.
there's a scenario
Well, you
that
know
we're
what?
not
Let's
thinking
see.
of.
Yeah, you know, you
you
don't
know,
want
I
to
was-
don't want to
I was just
prejudge
telling
him.
Mahler, I've been
Maybe.
rewatching Game of Thrones, so this is pretty cool.
Yeah, that's perfect. I'm sure Game of Thrones
Yeah, plot
actually does come
armor.
up in here. Maybe I can't remember, but
So-
does everybody have the
Ow.
link? Everybody,
No.
Maybe
it?
we'll
Yeah, I
post
gotta
it.
get back in.
Hang on,
I
I'll
do not have it.
repost it. It's been a while.
Okay.
This guy's channel name is Hello Future Me. Is he one of the people that would have got killed by the trolley?
Oh, my favorite. I love this fella.
Oh, good. There we go.
Oh,
Everything's working
alright.
out.
Man, he loves Korra.
Oh, wow.
Ned and
Oh,
Jamie.
no.
Oh no,
Big
does
fan.
Wow, pinkish purple
I'm
light. How
sure.
daring.
I'm sure he's not going to reference Core, and I'm sure that had nothing to do with me organizing you coming on here and having this video up now.
I'm sure.
Oh
Yes.
no.
That's conspiracy thinking. We don't do that. Here,
That's
so.
predetermined.
No,
That's
no,
predeterminism. How we doing that? Okay, here we go. Oh wait, is everyone in? 1, 2, 3. I think everyone is in, right?
Yeah.
Bazinga.
Okay.
Didn't let me pick a nickname.
That's okay.
Welcome back, children, to my imagination bubble, where together we uncover the secrets of the universe. Today, why don't the voices in our heads stop? And also, plot armor.
Well, they don't stop. They tell me to kill.
Yeah, they did it for ages just then. We did a whole section on it.
Because not even 6 bullets to the head can stop bad writing. And I've created a whole companion video to this one discussing
Oh, is
famous
he
examples.
from New Zealand?
New Zealand?
Don't know.
Well, because he said heed instead of head. That
Benji?
sounds
Benji
like a New Zealand accent.
Of what isn't plot armor.
Only someone
despite
down under would know that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
what people think, and some truly awful examples of it as part of my ongoing Beyond Writing series, which you can get access to with the Curiosity Stream
Hell
Nebula
yeah.
bundle, linked below as they have kindly
bundle,
sponsored this
yeah,
video.
I like a bundle.
Part
Apparently
1,
he is
let's be
from New
honest,
Zealand, yes.
sometimes it's just bad writing.
I agree.
Okay.
But wait,
Sure.
wait, what is sometimes
Plot
just
armor,
bad
I
Plot
guess?
armor.
Plot armor. Oh,
The-
sure, right.
But is our position going into this that it's always bad writing?
I feel like you wouldn't call it plot armor if it wasn't justified, and by justified,
Oh
I
yeah, I
mean-
suppose. Yeah, necessarily. If it's plot armor, then it is bad by necessity because plot armor is a bad thing.
Yeah, I don't think anyone ever says like that's really great plot armor.
Yeah, that's some great
It
plot
just
armor.
seems
it's
like,
inherently a
I
bad
don't know.
thing.
There are stories where that is like the point, like like One Punch Man. The point is that he is.
I wouldn't call that
That's
plot
not
armor.
plot.
though.
That's not.
But
plot
they would
armor.
justify it within the
He
story.
earned it.
though.
Yeah, he
They
worked
don't.
himself.
How are we defining
they
plot
don't
armor?
actually justify it within a story. They make it a humongous joke.
Yeah, they explain it away.
Well,
Yeah, but it's accounted
you do
for in
100
terms of how they
push-ups,
do the
sit-ups, and
narrative.
squats in a 10-kilometer run, and you
I
do that for
get
3
it.
years, you'll
Yeah.
be unkillable.
Yeah,
and
the
all
nature of that
powerful.
world is
retarded.
such that if
But-
you do that,
but
you
yes,
become.
I-
a-
I-
But
get
no
what
one
you mean.
ever. But even Genos is like that's basic strength training. Everybody would be you.
No,
if
no,
that
no,
were the case.
Wait,
I
wait,
get what
wait,
you
wait,
mean when
wait,
you say
wait,
that,
wait,
like-
wait. Is there though, as the story eventually unfolds, a reveal for what exactly the origin for his power is, or is by in universe they are actually arguing that that is exactly what it is?
I
There-
don't believe there's a. I think
there-
it's just a joke that he's just overly strong for no great reason.
It wasn't
They're-
it just squats and
Well,
push-ups and shit.
okay, so
no.
there is kind of a vague explanation that you kind of have to do some headcanon to explain, but there is a somewhat of an
he
explanation.
did break his limiter or something like that. I believe they bring up later. But
I feel like plot armor is a very broad term because you could apply it to like situations like in Game of Thrones where, the series establishes that people get killed when they fuck up, and a lot of people fuck up in the later seasons but don't die. But then
Well,
you
that's
also
very
like
contextual.
right. But would you consider like Luke Skywalker being shot at by like 6 stormtroopers that all miss? Would you consider that plot armor?
It depends where. It depends where. Because
Yeah.
if it's in the new,
I mean, if
because
he's
if it's in
standing
the new-
still after Obi-Wan dies, and
Yeah,
there's
but
all
they-
the- and he's,
That's not-
They're ordered not to kill him though.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
Yep.
and also that.
That's true.
That's a big one.
It depends on a franchise,
I
right?
guess.
Like how much it can get away with. I mean, every franchise has its own rules, right? Game of Thrones is so much more brutal than like
Yeah.
Star Wars, right?
I feel like
think-
as long as the action can kind of like trick you, like that you don't think about
Yeah.
that, then it's not a big deal.
You're-
If you're not sitting there thinking like, wow, these characters really should have died. This is kind of dumb. Then that's bad.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean,
well,
yeah,
sometimes
but
they can
Star
mask
Wars,
it within the
it's,
scene, but that's part of the reason it's
yeah.
going to be revealed on a
I
rewatch.
agree.
I think it's
Yeah,
just like
exactly.
It's still an issue
Well,
there.
I
It's
think
just one
not
you
all
didn't
plot
notice.
armor is the same, right? Sometimes
Yeah.
it's really egregious. Sometimes it's like, okay.
I was gonna say, do you want to establish a baseline? Like the Long Night is like that's definitive plot armor. They just cut.
Mhm.
when
That's like the
people are
most
surrounded.
absurd
Yeah.
example of
That's
plot
like
armor,
the
I would
greatest.
say.
That's the
And
most perfect
Well,
example of
we
plot
have
armor.
the
You're
example in
surrounded and it
Ahsoka,
is
right?
cut.
what's her name getting stabbed through the gut, and she's fine. Like the next day, she's up and at him.
Sabine Wren, the very cool character.
Oh, that's pretty awesome.
Hyper plot armor compared to
the
Qui-Gon, who
character
had
with the
no
worst
plot armor.
haircut in any fucking series ever.
Related to Kylo Ren.
Well, hold on. Is Sabine's hair worse than Holdo's?
Nothing. I don't even know who this character looks like. But
who's Holdo?
All right, let me explain this in a phrase.
yeah, yeah.
Let me explain this in a let me explain this in a
very
format that you
similar.
might understand. There is oh no, a trolley is heading down the track.
Oh,
Admiral Holdo is tied to
I'm
one.
an expert at this.
Sabine Wren is tied to
They
the
both
other.
have a
Yeah,
terrible
Holdo, so
haircut.
you can
They both have
One is
terrible
orange
haircuts.
and one is
Rebellion.
purple.
Who dies?
I need to take this opportunity to say though, cauterization does not make your
Equal
organ
causation.
void.
Oh, she's also
So
got
this
purple
Mark
hair.
guy is an idiot. If you get stabbed in the heart, as long as it's cauterized, you're fine.
No,
Yeah, obviously.
stops bleeding. That's it.
Her insides will be boiling and
Have
completely.
you ever been stabbed in the
destroyed.
brain? You've got to put
Like, they
fire in
just-
there, and it'll save you.
Honestly,
Yeah.
you have a better chance of getting.
If I
stabbed
get shot
than in
by
the
a
abdomen.
heated bullet, I don't know.
Well, doesn't do anything.
Let's
It's
hear
like
what
no
he has to
damage.
say.
You're a vegetable though. Just to
Well,
be
should we all? How are we defining plot armor at all?
When
Well, I mean,
you're
why don't
supposed
we
to
let
take
him
damage,
define
but
it
you
for
don't.
us?
Okay, we'll see.
Yeah, and then we can talk about it.
All right, fine.
You write yourself into a corner and you come up with some dumb, contrived excuse of a way to get out of it. And the reader noticed. Graham the Wizard Who Likes Cats is floating through the vacuum of space, bleeding out from 62,000 million stab wounds, and he just happens to pop a magic pill from the spaceship, and you've never heard of it, and suddenly it's just a flesh wound. It's dumb. You know it's dumb. The three-eyed man who whispers to me from under my bed that he knows. He knows. He knows it's dumb as well. I don't like saying this because I like giving more helpful advice, but sometimes there's really no other solution than just to write a better scene. Like, there's this one time where Arya gets stabbed several times in
This is a classic.
Soup.
Yeah.
For those who don't know,
Classic.
she gets stabbed like 4 times in the belly by a dagger thrown into a sewer, and then the following day she has some chicken soup and it's all fine.
Wait. Chase through the city after. Like literally, they have a whole parkour scene practically.
There is
with
that
this
too,
woman.
yes.
Yeah, and then she has some soup and she's good.
stomach and falls into sewer water and then stumbles around the town and seemingly
God, that was so stupid.
heals
So
up just
dumb.
fine the next day. They should very
Wow, he didn't mention the chicken soup. Liar.
Wow. Or the
integral.
Yes.
simply have
she never
Restorative
used her
power
daredevil
in
power.
soup.
They gave her that daredevil ability where she turned off the lights and could still fight, and she never fucking used it. That was the thing I
What do you
actually
mean
cared
she-
about more than the stupid
He
face
cuts
thing.
the candle and fights the waif.
Oh my god!
Did you mean
everybody was
after
doing
that?
it.
Yeah, that is after this.
Yeah, we
No,
never.
no.
saw
I
it.
meant, did you mean she never uses it? Like
She
after
never
that
uses
moment?
it again after. Like I like that
Oh,
moment.
right,
like,
right,
okay,
right.
She doesn't
faceless
defeat the
thing
Night
I thought
King
was
in the
always
dark.
cringe.
I didn't even, dude. I wouldn't even defend the use against the wave. The wave is supposed to be prepared in that sort of shit too.
Yes.
So, it'd make a difference.
Her entire
faceless-
potential.
Yeah, the
was
faceless
wasted.
stuff. It
Everything.
felt like it had a really cool build-up and idea for absolutely zero payoff.
They fucking wasted Arya so.
Dude, it sounds like
much
you're
in
talking
Bravos.
about
They
seasons 5
used
through
her
8.
for the most.
Almost like they had.
As soon as she got to
thing.
Bravos, her brain just melted, and she became an unlikable character that they had no plan for. I loved Arya season 1 through 4.5.
Well, that's where they ran out
of
of book material. So yeah.
Yeah,
It's like
season
a-
crazy.
5. Fucking.
It's crazy how they managed to waste her entire potential, even though she
Everything.
does kill the main guy. It's crazy. to me.
Yeah.
Nothing. They didn't do anything with her.
What? That was set up.
Dude, her fucking ending where she's like, "What's west of Westeros?" And
She just cucks
she's
Gendry.
dressed like
She
Nelda
killed her.
Kristen
Westeros.
It was set up in season 1 when she would secretly whisper the Night King at the end of her, or season 2, I guess. At the end
Yeah,
of
it's
her
off
life.
screen.
No.
It's totally fine
Nope.
at the end of her list. But
yeah.
worth mentioning, by the way, killed the Night King in episode 3. I'm pretty sure it's episode either 1 or 2 of that season that she's like, "What's a White Walker?"
It was the episode like right
Oh.
before that.
Oh
She'd
my
never even
God.
heard of them.
Yeah.
She had never heard of them before and had to ask Gendry.
So
Kills the Night
cringe.
King,
The
and then
cringiest
she
thing.
wants to just leave like the next time,
Apparently,
like
she,
the very
she
next
didn't
day.
remember old Nan telling her about them.
Oh, Nan.
So
Oh,
cringe.
yeah.
Evil cringe.
Come up with something better. They should have written a better solution for Arya to get out of this, or foreshadowed the solution better, or at least just don't write them into a corner where it requires a contrived solution like this in the first place. It's why plot armor
With them
often
so
feels
far.
like Deus Ex Machina or just luck. The problem a lot of the time is a few pages back, and if it feels contrived to you when you're writing it, if you're kind of umming and ahhing, it probably is. But I'll let you in on a little trade secret. We make characters survive for plot reasons just because we want them to all the time. Plot armor is just when we don't hide that very well.
Pretty much.
I'd agree with that.
Let me think. Well,
There's
I have
sometimes
to
they
think
could
about that.
They could construct a scenario where you can clearly see this is plot armor, but at this moment is so earned by the character that you kind of just let it go. My example would be like Jon Snow in the Battle of the Bastards. Aged terribly, but in the moment I remember just kind of giving him a
Wait,
pass
but that
on it,
doesn't work as an
I mean-
example then, right?
With this
What?
logic, I think every time the main character does not die is like plot armor. Like,
Well, so
every
wait, what I
situation.
think he's simply trying to say is that as a writer, you've always got the power to choose when and where they die or don't. It's just that when you do a bad job of protecting them, that's when it looks like plot armor, even though plot armor is technically happening all the time.
That's what
I agree with the
was saying.
sentiment.
When you notice
I just
it.
wouldn't classify it the same way. I wouldn't say it's like like clean plot armor or
pretty
not,
obvious.
I guess would be the
Yeah,
difference.
it's hard
or
to pinpoint
something.
it that way.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I said we have to define what we mean by plot armor.
Yeah, well, that's going to be a bit of a contention, is that I wouldn't define it the way he is, but that's fine. I understand
Yeah, I
what
think the
he's saying.
sentiment I agree with, yes.
See, plot armor isn't actually a problem with main characters not dying. I think a lot of the time we just get fatigued with the question of whether characters are going to get hurt or die with no follow through, and we stop believing, we stop caring, we see behind the curtain and we see the plot armor. That's why it's really a problem with 1, a lack of immersion, or 2, a lack
That's
of
not plot
tension.
armor. That example right there is not plot armor.
No,
There's
I was
plot
getting
there's
confused
plenty
by
of
the
plot armor in these.
visuals.
Yeah, because there's
Yeah,
a
I'm not sure what
lot
you're
of
trying to say.
this is the desolation of Smaug. There's plenty of plot armor in this movie. There's a lot of plot armor in this movie and in this series. But yeah, I don't. Yeah, what's her name? Tariel saving Keely. That is not plot armor. She was
Also-
yeah, they were there to get them. Yeah.
Lack of immersion and lack of tension leading to us seeing the plot armor more obviously, like, maybe, but that wouldn't change whether or not it's actually there, right? The tension or immersion.
I'd say the plot armor is what breaks the
Yeah, it's what
immersion.
these are side effects of that.
Yeah, exactly.
And I'd also remind that in real life, plot armor can't exist. It's like a plot hole. It can't exist in reality, because in reality there is a reason, a logical reason for everything. It's purely can only exist within a fictional or hypothetical world.
I mean, spoken like a true side character.
I was about to say, just because you have plot armor doesn't mean you can pretend like it doesn't exist, right? Come on.
Wait. Teddy Roosevelt had plot armor when he got shot while giving his speech, and then he didn't die and kept giving the speech. He had plot armor
True.
then. Real
the
life
writer,
example.
the writer killed JFK. He could have given him plot armor.
He had
but
the
he didn't.
speech.
Yeah.
Base Teddy.
It also seemed like he's conflating things. Not like, okay, so plot armor, we typically think of it as like they should have died from this thing, but they didn't because the story writer didn't want them to. But he seems to be conflating like the unwillingness to kill main characters as if that's the same thing. And I don't know if it is. Like, if, Stranger Things doesn't seem to want to kill any of the main kids, but they just keep introducing new characters every season to kill. Is that, I don't know if I'd call that plot armor.
As far as I'm concerned, as long as they're never in a position where they should have died.
Yeah,
and
just
didn't.
don't put them in a position that there's no coming back from. Don't put them in that position. That's it.
Which, by the way, happens in Stranger Things season 4.
Something I've thought
It
about as
definitely
like
does,
a way of keeping track of plot armor is you imagine you put a main character in a dangerous situation, and you almost like imagine in your head a likelihood of them not coming out of that one okay or dying, and that there's only so many times that you can put a character in an incredibly perilous situation before, as a reader, viewer, player, whatever, you're just gonna be like, really? Really? Like they got lucky every single time, the bullets missed every single time, they got away with it every single time, that there's only so many times you can put somebody in a dangerous situation before there has to be a consequence for them.
Kind of
Whether that
like
means being killed or injured.
The
Damon
variables.
in the Hati when he got hit with the arrow. Like,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
was having an
Well, I was
issue
gonna
with that
say-
scene, but I feel like they fixed it in the end. Go ahead.
There's so many variables that come into it, right? Like if you had a guy who's just in an open space, lying on the ground, enemy has a minigun, and they're just firing. It's like, okay, switch the minigun for a pistol, and they're pretty far away. It's like, that's better, but they could probably still get him. Now there's a table in front of him that he's tilted up, and he's using as cover. It's like, okay, now he has an Iron Man suit. You're like, oh, well, then he's safe. That's 100. Like, you know, there's like all of those different scenarios keep changing the likelihood, and yeah, I think Fringy's right that if you kept putting them in a position where a guy with a pistol kept shooting at them and they had a table, wooden, and you know, he fired like 1,000 shots. We were like, I don't think the table's gonna save you from that. I'm sorry.
At some point, the odds are not in your favor, you know?
Yeah.
There's only so many times you can get lucky. No, I saw, this is something we've talked about before, someone mentioned in chat. They said, you can choose to make the survivor the protagonist, which is like, yeah, the reason why we're following this person is because they were the lucky one in this situation. They're the POV character because they made it to the end. You can think about it that way as well. But even then, right, it's like, how lucky can that person get, you know? There's only
There's only so far you can push it. Yeah.
It's not an exact line necessarily when plot armor becomes the case. Sometimes it does, but usually it's not an exact line. But in much the same way we have, you know, differences between two things, generally you can say when plot armor happens, and it's generally pretty reasonable as to whether or not people go along with the idea.
You can maybe do a bit by establishing that the thing that makes this character exceptional is just that they are very lucky and people keep commenting on it. But I think even then it'll turn into parody.
Well, yeah, that
If,
sounds like lamp shading. Or
I mean, they do that pretty good with Master
Deadpool
Chief in
too.
the Halo
Yeah,
series.
that's actually was my
yeah, that'd be a good example actually.
Because that's also like a motif, you know, it's like a theme.
But it's not like the universe is, well, until 343 came along, it's not like the universe ordained him as being lucky. It's just kind of an observation that characters make.
No.
Yeah.
But it begins Halo 3 with Cortana basically saying that's why she picked him, because he had luck that the other ones didn't.
But that's they didn't have.
But that's Cortana's perspective. It's not
Yeah,
necessarily
exactly.
a state
It's
as to
not-
the actual state of the
Until,
universe.
again, 343 came along and decided that that's not the case.
But to
Like,
bring
the
it to
universe
a simple kind of trope, to give an example of a simple trope that you do see pop up in things, the Bible in the pocket trick, like the bullet hit that book that my father gave me that I always carry around in my like
the lucky coin.
That happening to a character one time at most. But if you're in a situation where it's like, hey, we're in season 5 of this TV show and we got to keep on thinking of like new big heavy necklaces to give this guy because man,
Wow, and that's
just don't put them in a
even-
situation.
Even the
That's the key
first
thing.
time you do it, you got to do it like with Ned Flanders, where every single time he got lucky 2 times over because he has a Bible close to his heart and a necklace with a piece of the
Oh,
cross
yeah.
to protect him from the sniper. I
That's
think we're gonna go inside.
Inside.
And then it hits the pickaxe down. I told you we should have bought more than 3 bullets.
Let's just grab him.
Especially when part 2, the writer
Funny, someone said that's literal armor. No, that's plot armor. That's not armor, regular armor. Well, you could argue it's both, I guess, because the idea that he was lucky enough that the bullet hit exactly on the... It's just like
exactly.
a glass onion.
Yeah.
That's fucking plot armor. That's not regular armor.
Yeah.
But I guess you could
Mando
call
never
it...
getting hit in his non-armor parts.
It's
That is
absolutely-
absolutely plot armor.
I did
yes.
specify you can get away with it once, maybe, if you write it in a way that it's like, well, we did establish him being given this thing and putting it in this pocket at the beginning of the movie. So later in the movie, when he gets shot in the chest, hey, we did set it up. But if you do it again, everyone's just going to be out.
There are
Well, the
ways to
chances
try
of
and narrow in the variables, right? Like, imagine someone was trying to subvert an assassination, and so they told the victim, like, the only way we can do this convincingly is I'm going to give you something that will protect you and put it over your heart. It's relatively small, won't be seen, blah, blah, blah. And then they tell the assassin, make sure you hit them in their heart, you know? Don't miss. You know, so, like, it's like, oh, so when it hit that, because that... Blah, blah, blah. As opposed to they just luckily wore something that luckily hit the thing and it luckily saved them.
Yeah,
Like, there are ways
just
to
set
try
it
and
up
reduce
well.
the variables.
I'm worried this guy's just going to say that the times that plot armor is good are times that we wouldn't even consider it plot armor. You know, that he's
Well,
going to
let's see what he
broaden the
has to say.
term.
Let's say, yeah.
breaks the rules they originally set up. Like, nobody is annoyed because heroes in a CW superhero show aren't getting hit by stray bullets like the bystanders are in the weekly let's
But
see
maybe
how
they
much
should
more
be.
whipping this dead
No
horse can
one
take
gives a
episode.
shit.
No, we're mad because the show is terrible. See, a ton of stories have
Why
this
is
more
it terrible?
lighthearted approach to death and pain, where if you die, you get to 1, conclude your character arc, 2, probably go out heroically, and 3, someone...
Why do you have Luke here?
Why is Luke there?
Why do you have
Yeah.
Luke?
I know.
What's going on?
Why is Luke?
No.
Yeah.
Like my brain just like clued into that. It's like Iron
Luke
Man,
could have
okay,
gone,
Doctor
but he
Who,
didn't.
wait.
Get him out of
Luke-
here.
Yeah.
Remember,
One of these
Luke
is
could have
not
gone, but he
right.
didn't.
Ultimate plot armor being a ghost.
Well, also the Doctor doesn't exactly die.
Fucking dies.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
I'm
also
fine with
say-
people
Well, he
considering it the
regenerates,
death
right?
of that iteration. That's fair.
I don't like
right.
the way this video is constructed. It's giving me a whiplash, kind of.
There's no plot armor in Whiplash.
Bad editing.
Well,
Damn good
no,
movie.
really.
Load of
Oh,
It is a
yeah.
damn good movie, yeah.
I love that movie. Well, it's just about like, well, is
I
it, you
love
know,
it
is it
too.
plot armor that he didn't die in the car crash? It's like,
Nope.
well, that might be a good example, right? He didn't
He
die,
got
but he
fucked
suffered
up,
though.
significantly.
He didn't
got
die
hurt
because
very
cars are
badly,
designed to keep
and
you
he
fucking
couldn't
alive.
play. It had which is probably a thing to emphasize, right? If a character doesn't die, but they suffer massive consequences for the thing anyway, that's the important part. It's not whether they die; it's really about
Exactly, the
the
consequences.
Yes.
Well,
That-
hey, you
that
got
can-
Iron Man on screen right now. He didn't die
Iron
from
Man-
that explosion to his heart, but fuck, it had consequences.
Yes, it did have consequences. Yeah.
I was just gonna say on Whiplash that crash scene. I think that's one of the most realistic crash scenes I've seen in like a long
Yeah.
time.
Yeah,
like
that-
the way they
that one-
And
portrayed
he
it was like
bleeds
you
afterwards
feel
when
it,
he's playing.
and
Oh,
you
it's
see the
brutal.
slow,
Yeah.
everything about it. Yeah, they nailed it.
and will kill you. Doctor Who, Marvel, Star Wars, they all work by this kind of logic. And people love these stories. We all
Star Wars used to have logic.
Oh, wait. Wow.
Debatable.
Wow.
Debatable, yes.
I don't know.
do.
how you
It's
put Luke
part
there.
of the charm of these fictional worlds.
Please don't say
Oh.
that with
What?
this visual.
Stop saying that.
This is not
charming that
charming.
was.
This is
This
horrifying.
was-
no.
Not
This
charming.
movie was
This is-
arguably.
I gotta say, seeing this in the theater was so confusing to me. I was like, "What is
You can't-
going on?"
can't be
Yeah, I
serious.
was like, wait, is Luke dead?
Yeah,
Is it
people
Luke
debated
done?
whether
Is
or not
Luke
it meant he
done?
I was
died.
so
Done with
lost.
Luke?
Like, is he dead? Is Luke
I was
gone?
like,
Is that
okay,
it for him?
I guess they'll have him in the next movie. He's got to go. Oh wait, he's
Just-
dead. Like
Oh.
Just to
it-
be
I
clear, to remind everybody, The Last Jedi. This is the movie that created EFAP.
Yeah.
Just a reminder on the anniversary. TLJ
Yeah.
created EFAP. That's how we all like came together, decided to make a podcast. The whole did it. TLJ wasn't
It's the
shit
Big Bang.
tier garbage.
Nice.
EFAP might not have ever become a thing.
Maybe not.
Somehow
yeah.
Luke
Permanently tied to
Skywalker
this film.
returned.
No.
Star Wars universe.
Let me, Regs, let
They
me add to
could.
that. Let me add to that. TLJ is why my name is Jedi Bro, because it inspired my channel too. So it's like permanently tied to this man.
Okay, here's your trolley problem.
Oh no.
Oh, God.
On one track,
my God.
on one track, you change nothing, and EFAP continues to exist. On the other track,
We know
on
what's
the
on
other
your mind.
track,
I already know what
okay,
you're gonna ask.
I know where
you
you're
you,
going.
you
with
run
As
over
you've asked
Rian
it before.
Johnson, and you get a better writer for the Star Wars movie.
I've already answered
Long
that
live
question.
EFAP.
Just why don't you just make it straightforward? Save Star Wars by sacrificing EFAP. Do you do it?
Okay,
No.
just fine, whatever.
Fine.
well,
yeah,
the thing
when you
is,
say
well, the
Star
thing is,
Wars,
I don't think
sacrifice
Star
is
Wars gets saved. It all
Star
ends
Wars
up
isn't
fucked
saved,
anyway. Rise of
Yeah,
Skywalker.
well,
was
No, it's
terrible.
baked into the
No, no, in the
hypothetical that it's
hypothetical.
saved.
Yeah, in the hypothetical,
right,
it's
right,
handled
right.
well.
I was
The
thinking about
franchise
the
is strong and
TLJ being
healthy. Yeah.
good.
How many people do you have never met? Like, just that's simple.
I think, dude, we actually, I think a super chat asked us this not like half a year ago or so, and we did talk about like all the good that came from the death of Star Wars, but that Star Wars does mean a shit ton to so many people, so it's kind of difficult.
Yeah.
When you were with Jeff, you and Wolf were with Jeff talking about like Alien and stuff. You had like a podcast for like 3 hours. That same question popped up. I remember that specifically. And basically, would you pull the plug? And like all three of you just came down to like all the connections you've made and like why would you delete all that just for like no.
My friendships are real. Yeah, the real people and the podcast and like
Versus a
they did it to
hypothetical Star
themselves.
Wars, that was good.
To be clear, the Star Wars people they did it to themselves.
Yeah,
the
this,
Star Wars
this
people are
isn't a
not
burden.
victims.
This is not the burden that we have to bear for them.
Exactly.
Yes, they are the ones.
All
who
these
fucked up.
rationalizations. Okay.
They are the ones who fucked up. Not us.
There's no reason we should answer this. This is absurd. This would never happen. This hypothetical. It's crazy.
Right.
That's true.
Right.
TLJ would never be good.
There is no way.
Wait. Let me get this straight. So Mahler, you would kill you're tied to the track. You would pull the lever to kill yourself over 5 strangers. Over But you wouldn't do that to
No,
save Star Wars?
well, I didn't get to answer yet. I was gonna say, like, if I was convinced that a healthy Star Wars makes the world a much better place than a healthy EFAP, then I would probably have to save Star Wars.
What would convince you of that?
Save
though?
EFAP.
It's a tough thing because I know how much good EFAP's brought to people, so it's difficult for me to know that other future where, like, does Star Wars inspire, like, some of the greatest heroes in the world? Maybe. By the way, I'm not even joking. Like, that's a potential. Luke Skywalker's story, handled well, could further inspire other people to become, like, firefighters or, you know, whatever have you. So
Yeah, but if the movie wasn't as bad as it was, then we wouldn't even be here to discuss the concept
Yeah.
of this. So
Maybe we wouldn't have it to learn from too. Like, how many people like change the way they view movies?
Remember,
that's actually
failure is the
true.
greatest teacher, and this is failure of
it
a
is
movie.
true. A lot of great stories may have been inspired by the shittiness of Star Wars. It's complicated.
I know
yeah.
way more about writing because Ryan Johnson destroyed Luke. It's just that simple.
It woke me up.
I never
It
watched
was
the
my
review
awakening.
before that. Yeah,
So
same.
do we have a choice or not?
Yes. I don't think anyone's saving Star Wars here.
It's super difficult, and it would eventually get to a point where be like, I don't know if I want to fuck with reality to the point where I don't know if I make everything worse.
And you know what?
let's keep
I'm
watching the
happy with
video.
how things are. You know, I think things turned out all right.
That is a
Yeah.
All said
I'm
and
fine
done.
with
that's kind of
We
the
have
lever
Ahsoka,
action
we're
part
good.
of it, right?
Star Wars had its chance.
Somehow
I think for
Star
all
Wars
the
didn't
bad-
return.
A lot of good came out of it, especially The Last Jedi. I mean, there's so much content, so much positive and like fun stuff
launched a
out
lot of
there
careers.
about it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So many
we might not have
edits, video essays.
Well, legit question, Rags Fringy. I know I would, but would you want to like sort of say something in that regard to Ryan if you met him at first? Would you want to say something like "Thank you for like the effect you've had on my life" or something, or would you want to not fuck around?
That's hilarious.
You know what? Yeah, the dude seems to be like a real prick. So, I would have been like, yeah, man, thanks so much for like changing film discussion and launching, help launching this podcast of ours. And, it really, like, it was probably the most damaging thing ever, but that made ripples and waves that did so much good for so many people. A lot of people, got awoken from their, I guess their, complacency, potentially. But yeah, I might be like, yeah, you might have made one of the worst movies ever made and destroyed arguably one of the biggest franchises in human history, and probably set it on a course of destruction. But some good stuff came out of it. I wouldn't say this to like Hitler or anything, but with Ryan, I'd be pretty,
I would tell him he destroyed a franchise with his first draft piece of shit movie, and
He had some help.
Like, he will never be forgotten for
Yeah.
this. Like, it's just
I
one of those
mean-
situations. He's like a legend now because of this.
Also, I think it was a collective effort from everyone
They
involved.
tried really hard. They should.
How
be
many people tried to
Yep.
talk him out of it? Like, if you watch the clips, you can see the faces. Nobody was like on
Everyone's
board with it. They
miserable.
just, you can see their faces. They're like, dude, oh man, you see his little stick man figure drawings? He legit.
The reality is,
Oh
it
my
all
God.
began with the decision to have different people who didn't talk to each other create a,
Yep.
Yeah.
a trilogy.
Yeah.
That's how we get a fresh take each time.
Here's a
the
better
thing, that's why
question.
They did it
Would
to
you
themselves.
Mark?
JJ trilogy or Ryan trilogy? Pick one right now.
Damn.
JJ.
No.
I
JJ.
probably would go with the JJ one because
It'd be shit, but it'd be entertaining. Ryan
No.
would start on hard stuff.
No.
I don't
It
know.
would be
think-
entertaining. You really think?
I think
I'm not
TFA
promising that. I'm just.
I don't think I'd promise entertainment. It'd be awful.
Entertaining in an awful way.
It wouldn't
Okay, let me
seem
rephrase
like
that. Let me phrase that. Enough to
Less insulting.
for the casual audience and less insulting. It wouldn't rip my heart out and turn me into a movie reviewer.
So-
Yeah, I think I agree with that.
Look what you
But
did to
think about
me.
the content.
Destroyed.
Think about the amount of content
shit,
that
I
would
don't
be
know,
made out of
actually.
I think
an
about that now.
entire trilogy from Ryan.
I can think about that now, but back then I just wanted to go. I started TLJ thinking this is gonna be one of the best. This is gonna be one of my favorite movies. Like,
Yeah, the
like,
trailer was
Yes.
great.
it can't
The
not be.
trailers, oh my god.
They got me
I
with that
love
You know
them
what?
so
cliffhanger.
much.
I've
know? I
got something
didn't
for
see
this actually. Do you want to, Rags? Why don't you read this out? It's directly from Ryan Johnson. It feels appropriate right now.
All right. Ryan Johnson said,
Some in the round.
look, in terms of you said roundhead and I wanted to say it. Look, in terms of the Star Wars movie I tried to give it a hell of an ending. I love endings so much that even doing the middle chapter of the trilogy, I tried to give it a good ending.
You
A
sick
good
fuck.
ending
You
that
sick
recontextualizes everything that came before it and makes it a beautiful object unto itself. That's what makes a movie a movie.
it feels like there's less and less of that. This whole poisonous idea of creating intellectual property has completely seeped into the bedrock of storytelling. Everyone is just thinking, how do we keep milking it? I love an ending where you I love an ending where you burn the Viking boat into the sea.
I love that his response to infinitely milking it is to fucking annihilate it, kill it, like, stab it.
I
in
mean,
its
like,
fucking
you gotta have
face.
respect for that. He just kind of like
I'm-
gave the
I'm
middle
in
finger to
total
Disney.
agreement with him.
I wouldn't believe that unless you told me it was
I
Ryan
do.
Johnson. That's
I
the only way that
absolutely
makes
do
sense.
not have to respect him for that. What the
thing
fuck are you talking about?
What the fuck are you talking about?
I mean, no, respect the gall, because like you just gave the middle finger to Disney and all the Star Wars fans. Like
Hell
you're just
yeah.
flat out saying, "Yeah, I burned the Viking boat. Fuck y'all."
The thing is, if you're burning the Viking boat at the end of a story and also it's your own story, that's one thing. But if it's the middle chapter of a trilogy,
not your story.
Trilogy,
Yeah.
The man
What?
ended
Stop
the
that
trilogy in the
ending.
middle of the trilogy. That's the worst
That's
part
what
about
makes
it.
it so funny. He screwed over the
That's
next
why it's
guy.
so
Yeah,
Exactly.
Fuck everybody with that. He
Like,
ended the film.
Like, I don't think
I do not respect that goal
How
at
much
all.
blame do you put on the people that made Rise of Skywalker versus Ryan Johnson? And
What could they do?
it's a complicated
I blame
thing
them all.
because
Could have done a lot of
TFA
stuff.
TFA lays down a horrible
they could
groundwork.
have had them know which way to
Jedi
come.
ignored
Totally could have.
a lot of that horrible groundwork as well, and then the Rise of Skywalker just backtracks again. It's incredible.
I think The Rise of Skywalker could absolutely be a better movie.
It could have been
Not a
better.
best
Yeah, that
one,
was
not a good
terrible.
one, but
Ryan-
a better
It's-
one.
Ryan
Even
left
with
them
the-
with. Sorry,
Yeah.
go ahead. Ryan left them
No,
with
no.
nothing, but it still could have been way better.
It
Like,
still
there's
could have
no
been
excuse
better.
for
he
it
left
being
them
better.
with a burnt Viking
plenty
ship.
of
You know?
He did. He really did.
It wasn't just the ending, though.
Remember,
Like,
coming
if
out of
this-
TLJ, we still had the Rey and the Kylo. We still had the
stuff
the,
you
the
could do,
Finn
yeah,
and
'cause
Poe, and you still had
That Viking boat,
They
despite
could have had
being
a
boomed,
time.
he could paddle
Remember,
in it.
they
Instead, he just
they
shat
could have had
himself.
Paddled, yeah, he could have gotten on the escape raft. It wouldn't have been perfect, but it would have gotten the job done.
Hell
he
of
didn't
a lot
need
better.
to bring back
And
Palpatine.
the
He didn't have to
entire-
do that.
That's true.
Somehow Palpatine returned.
That was actually
Yeah, that
there was a
was
viral
ridiculous.
tweet saying like, "What a fuck up that like it forced JJ to bring back Palpatine." And I was like, "No, it didn't
No, it
force him to do
No.
that."
So
Kylo Ren was
ridiculous.
the villain of the whole
The fir-
trilogy.
The first
Could've been
time,
Hux.
the very
Could've
first
been
time I
Hux.
looked at the poster for TFA, the first thing I said is, "Where the hell's Luke?" I'm like, "Who is this guy?" The Finn, and then I thought Rey. I'm like, you know what? She's probably gonna have a good backstory. Maybe she'll be a Kenobi. Ooh, maybe she'll be a Palpatine. That was my first 10 seconds of looking at the poster, and to think that was what they
Yeah.
dragged it out to the very.
Well, I
third
mean,
movie.
Well, they weren't sure who she
again,
was until they actually.
They had
told
no
her.
idea.
No, it's just the indecisiveness. Your history matters. No, it doesn't. Yes, it does. That's
They're
the
nobody.
trilogy.
For everybody to be super creative and be unbridled with the crazy things they can throw into their brand new story.
Oh, God.
I mean, JJ completely
see,
failed
when
to
they-
set it up. Ryan
when they
completely
robbed
failed
my
to
house-
continue it.
Yeah.
When they robbed my
Yeah.
house, they forced me to shit myself.
We've gotten so derailed from the video.
I was
He
just
triggered
seeing,
us.
just seeing this fucking image. Yeah,
Yeah.
it did
Wow.
trigger us.
Wow.
Jay
He
positive.
needs to put trigger warnings on the video. Imagery of the TLJ will be showing up.
The same thing happened with Arya in the soup for a second. We all just
you
lost
will
it
be
for a split
reminded.
second.
Well, and to think, what's crazy is that the Legend of Korra is going to be in this too. So ER will have
Oh,
his
you
turn.
know it.
Oh,
I can't
no.
wait. I can't wait. He
Shing,
always
shing.
brings it up. I can't wait.
Where there's this purpose and poetry to death that we don't get in
No,
real
stop
life.
it.
In this weird masochistic
What? You don't
way,
think
we
life can
like
be purposeful and poetic?
Hey, boy.
Not in the same way it is in film, I guess, Rex.
I
Well, I
do
guess
not
it
agree with
depends on
that.
it's a matter of perspective, isn't it?
Yeah.
You could find ways to make it like a narrative or like poetry, in real life, even if it doesn't necessarily fully fit.
Well, I guess you'd say we would inscribe the meaning as opposed to life itself having.
sure, but I mean,
I want to
we-
be generous
but we
and
inscribe
say
it
that
all the
like
time, right?
the stories are built to do that, while life,
Sure,
it
sure.
could not, or it would always, depending on
I get
who you
what
are.
he means. I understand what he means.
He died because he
Imagining the
force
characters
powered
we
too hard
love
one
are
time.
in danger because it gets us
Look at that- look at
invested
that
and
little
we
character.
buy into that
What are
fantasy.
you doing to him?
You know,
Leave him alone.
Oh God.
He never hurt nobody.
Poor boy.
They can't get away with it.
Sometimes a character will go and mend their relationship with their estranged brother, and then they'll say, I can't wait to retire into my old age after this big epic final battle. Like, they're already dead at that point. There's no hope for them. They're already
I mean, that's
in
a
the ground.
trope, but that's not necessarily the case. I'm getting a little lost as to what his point is.
That reverse plot armor.
I think he's doing a bit of a ramble. Like he's like.
I think that is reverse plot armor. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think this is a meme.
Is he suggesting though that
fair enough.
Yeah.
Possible the mentor character could live into the story?
He's just talking about the trope of when the old dude is like, "Man, I'm retiring next week. Isn't that great?" And it's like, "Oh, well, he's dead."
That's always the funniest.
Yeah.
Because you know exactly where it's gonna go.
Dude, and then in McVeigh, like the McVeigh thing, we just crashed the boat, and the boat is called Live Forever.
Yeah, I love that
Forever.
shit.
I'm not gonna make
Coming
it.
back from that in these kinds of stories. But plot armor isn't really something people complain about, not as much as you might think, because there's this underlying understanding that there are different rules for death. And here's the thing, going back on those rules can destroy immersion.
Look, I'm looking to possibly agree with you, but I need more clarity here. Give me more clarity.
Yeah. I feel like this is a weird way of saying that there's different types of plot armor. Like,
well, because I almost thought he was going to say that there is plot armor sometimes that people just don't give a shit about because narratively it's so strong that the thing happened.
that's the point I was trying to make earlier with the Jon
which
Snow thing. Where
I totally buy that there are people who will totally accept a thing even if it's dumb as like. It was funny you said Battle of the Bastards. That was highly rated as fuck. Even though you're right in terms of there's loads of problems of plot armor in it. But I would probably, and I assume this is more so the EFAP position, we'd be like, we highlight it whether or not it's got narrative juice. Probably point out the narrative juice as well, but still.
Rickon had plot vulnerability.
Yeah, plot poison, plot sabotaging, anti-plot armor, reverse plot armor, whichever word you want to
Plot
go with.
vulnerability, something. Yeah, there's a name for it.
But let's
It's out
compare
there.
Game of Thrones, those CW shows, and Daredevil, each
Alright,
of which
let's do
have
it.
very different narrative rules around death and pain and injury. So, in Game of Thrones, Ned Stark dying is meant to signal to the reader that main
Spoiler.
characters, one,
Yeah, sorry about that, everybody. Ned Stark does die.
Jeez.
are not safe, and two,
Wait, Sean
can
Bean
die in
dies?
seemingly
still haven't recovered.
What? In a movie?
I could not believe that would happen.
In a
Oh my
phlegm?
god.
I don't want to fight him on everything, but I do find it interesting to call it an anticlimactic way. I guess the point being that it's not a heroic death where he fights like a
I
dragon.
understand what he means.
Anticlimactic
in
my
the sense
ass.
that it's like the
This
hero
is-
dies and things are unresolved and things are pretty
Maybe-
bad.
Well, no,
Maybe
I interpret,
untraditional
like,
is a better way of saying it.
Harmonious.
Yeah,
It-
I'd say it's unexpected, right? It's
Yeah.
atypical.
It's not anticlimactic. It's
Subversive?
as he's walking up there. It's like it's so drawn out. You're like, someone's gonna come in and save him. Like you're just waiting for that. And just
Yeah,
I
I thought
understand what you
100%.
mean.
Just
It's
literally
signals
Well, yeah,
for-
Something's gonna happen.
He's talking about like the series or whatever series or story establishing its rules for death and how death is handled with like main
No,
characters.
yeah, he is.
Right?
That's
I
rule
think
one. It's
from
good.
the
This
movie-
establishes a sense that any character can die at any moment. They're not safe,
Yeah.
which gives you a sense of more so immersion. I would argue that you
Mhm.
feel like the events
Mhm.
have actual consequences, but anticlimactic is complicated. I guess I would say that there was a guy I showed the show, and when Ned got killed, he didn't believe it. Hit the credits, and he was like, "He's not dead. He's not. There's no. That's insane. He's not dead." And I was like, "Sorry, mate. like
think-
he's dead."
Yeah, you just can't accept it. I was the same way until you actually see the next episode start with his body being dragged. I wouldn't accept it until I see the body. Something's gonna pop in. I've watched too many shows. It's Sean Bean. They're not killing him. Oh,
Which
my
is why I
God,
would
there's
rather
his
call
head.
it
Sean Bean,
subversive.
they're not killing him, was
Yeah.
your logic?
That was my logic at the time. Yeah, and I learned.
I don't think he's
Sean
calling
Bean.
it-
In
I don't think
his
he's
defense,
calling
Sean
it
Bean-
anticlimactic. I think he's more so saying like it can hit you unexpectedly in a way that might feel anticlimactic or
I think
subversive. Yeah, that's a good word.
Just say unconventional, just not
Yeah,
unconventional.
yeah.
From the filmmaking
Just a
perspective,
thesaurus mistake.
from the filmmaking standpoint, it's very climactic, right? The way it's shot,
I
the way
think
it's
so,
set
yeah.
up, the way it happens. But within the story itself, it's a It's a
Yeah, casual
beheading of a
execution.
man.
Right.
Yeah,
In
yeah.
that terms, okay, it could be considered anticlimactic within the story. But the way it's translated to the film, it's very climactic to the viewer itself, I think.
Yeah, like if
Or wait,
he,
no,
if it
wouldn't
was,
it be the opposite? Like in real life, you just expect he just walks up and gets his head shut off. But in a story, you expect like someone's gonna save him.
Well, that's why I think she's kind of crystallized it there, because I think this is quite a climactic scene. It's building, 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 and he
Right.
dies, and it's like, holy fuck. But anticlimactic in the way of, did an executioner just killed Ned Stark after he was in jail for 3 episodes? What the fuck? Seriously? And it's like, yeah, stories don't usually go that way.
You didn't character like combat at the last moment, or
Yeah, you expect like two armies fight and the two bosses meet up in the fucking battlefield. They have a huge, showdown, and then one of them dies. That's a climactic way to die.
The lack of action is probably why he said it. Just so it wasn't a battle scene. It was a super unconventional way to say it.
Yeah,
that's why it was so powerful.
I think it's interesting to describe it this way, and I think
we know what he
means.
Yeah,
like Robb Stark's death, you might be able to call anticlimactic because, like, at least the first time I watched Game of Thrones. When I was watching it, I was like so invested because I was like, "Oh fuck yeah, Rob's gonna get vengeance somehow," and then he doesn't, and you just like when I first watched the Red Wedding, I was like, "Man!" So now, like, thing I've been watching and looking forward to is just not gonna happen. I guess.
I couldn't believe a show had that much balls to do it again.
Yeah,
like literally derail your main character
Dude, that
again.
Is how
you got me invested.
Those two big events is how this show got its rep. And then
the Red Wedding created Game of Thrones. Yeah,
the Purple Wedding and Oberyn again and again. It's like these are crazy events, and then it started to become like iterative and sort of trying to create those events.
They tried to recreate the public appeal of that and try to recreate those moments and all these stupid things. They just got lost in the spectacle and forgot what the whole
I feel
point
like
of
the showrunners got to a point where like people had been so invested in the characters and they loved so many of them that in the later seasons they were scared as fuck to do any like rash decision. So I love Ed, but like him getting killed off versus like I don't know Arya or something.
Yeah. Well, and by the way,
pure apathy.
There are some people who were saying the Red Wedding is absolutely climactic. It's like it's really about how you break down what mean. That's why I was saying it's an interesting word to use because I feel like it gives different ideas.
It is true. It's complicated when you're talking about the Red Wedding with that one.
Anticlimactic ways. Whether or not their arc is finished, it doesn't need to be heroic. There can be questions that are still unanswered in the narrative, and it can be something stupid. There's this massive story in the books, it doesn't appear in the show, where one character goes to like meet Daenerys's dragons, and there's whole chapters leading up to it, and then he's just roasted in an instant. Doesn't go anywhere.
That actually sounds kind of cool.
Again, I would probably aim for subversive on a lot of these, especially if I was aiming to compliment them. Because you know how people were like, Ryan Johnson, he was just subversive. It's like, I don't fucking care if he was subversive. It was horribly written.
He's actually wrong, though, factually.
Because like, what he just described in the book, I'd be like, if I was reading that for ages and he gets the dragon and gets burnt up, I'm like, oh, I mean, I guess.
Yeah, but in the book, there's a lot of hinting that the guy does not actually die. That it's just they faked his death. So he's actually just wrong about that. But
he didn't even portray it properly. Wow.
Could we at least say that he might be wrong on the reference, but that in concept, if you had a character who was on a journey forever and ever and ever, and then they just die.
I mean, that'd be horribly anticlimactic.
I'd be like, like there's a point where it's like,
could be mysterious.
It's probably worth mentioning. I feel like there's going to be an example of how to do that right, quote unquote. There's probably a way.
No Country for Old Men.
No Country for Old Men should be the example for that, probably. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a really good.
Did you
example,
like that?
actually.
No Country for Old Men.
I adore that film.
I love that film.
That puzzled me.
Wait, which
puzzled me for 2 years, for many years, of like what happened in that ending. But it's one of the most fascinating endings to a movie I've ever had.
We're gonna have the fucking argument of whether or not that ending is fucking masterclass. I don't know if we have the time.
I think there's very few people that would have the balls to actually commit to an ending like that, and I'm glad they did, even though it confused millions.
I mean, it was ballsy. I'll agree with that.
I remember watching it with a girl, and she like walked out of
very ballsy. You don't like it. That's the implication.
Me?
No, I hate the ending. Well, I hate not the ending. I hate that they killed the main guy off screen, but.
They could have gave us some crazy showdown, but
I guess I understand that, but
you hate Inglourious Bastards, right?
Yeah, we had that conversation.
Wait, you hate that movie?
No, I didn't like the. I didn't like the.
It helps me understand, Fringy. I'm just creating a profile.
No, Amal is trying to poison the well.
Exactly. Sid, you also have great media opinions, right?
What'd you say?
You also have great media opinions, right?
See, look at this. Look at this.
Just say
Advent
yes!
poisoning the
Just
well.
say
It's
yes
just
and you
ridiculous.
Say yes, agree.
Look
It
at
helps
this.
you if you agree.
All you have to do
No,
is
listen.
say yes.
If you
I'm not
say
saying-
no,
okay.
it's terrible.
No. Okay, let me answer the question. So first of
Let's
all,
do this
you
trap
can
card.
like the. I didn't say that the ending to No Country for Old Men is bad. I just don't like it. That's not my cup
Wait,
of
you said
tea.
you hated it, right?
To
Bad
just
to see them
have
die.
the main character be killed anticlimactically off screen, and I'm like, wait, what?
I think it's really ballsy, kind of brilliant. I know
Okay.
why people hate it though. It's one of those things where like I can totally
I can
understand it's
understand.
ruining
I
it
mean,
for
of
everyone.
course,
Yeah.
you can like or dislike it, whatever. I'd say it's just a shame that you didn't enjoy like that because I loved it. that it was like, oh god damn, what a
It felt
gutsy
to me too much
storytelling
like.
choice.
Personally, it felt to me too much like the director being like egotistical
Pretentious?
and
Something
pretentious.
like that?
Yeah, that's how I interpreted it. So I was like, oh.
How so?
But-
I don't get that.
Why we don't?
It's
We
like
don't,
do we wanna
the
do
director's
this?
just going like, it's
we don't need
real.
to. We'll be on this for a while if we bring it up.
I know. Okay, we can move on. It's fine.
By the way, for the record, I would love to have that conversation, but I would probably like to rewatch
One
the film
day.
if we want to do it ahead of that. Just
Put a note on that.
Yeah,
Just
I mean,
remember.
That's
I'd
right.
love to talk about No Country for Old Men. It's a fucking great film.
Yeah.
I mean, I love it up until that point. I was like, this movie's great.
That's why I find it so fascinating. I feel like millions of people probably hate it for that reason, but are also the other side of it, the fascinating aspect.
Oh yeah,
The
apparently
ultimate
it's
blue ball.
controversial, the ending. People didn't like
100%.
it.
Also, someone just said like we don't need this stupid digression. It is like one of the most relevant digressions possible. We just had a point in the video about how it's anticlimactic and possibly like pulls the audience out when you have a character on a journey that ends abruptly. Then we cite one of the most commonly understood to be abrupt endings for a very famous film ever that's considered a masterpiece. Discuss
probably
whether or not
number
it was well done. That would be the most relevant tangent ever, just for the record, okay?
I'd say No Country for Old Men in Brazil probably like the most abrupt endings probably of all time.
Yeah.
Season 7 and 8, our characters were suddenly
Monty Python, Holy
surviving
Grail.
things that these rules said that before they
Great movie.
probably shouldn't have.
Also, yes, he is correct. As Game of Thrones went on, people started surviving insane shit.
The plot armor got insane
Yeah.
for a
The
show
armor
that's whole
stopped being
appeal was that
armor.
there is no plot armor. They
And you
even
can buy it a couple of times, but it was happening over and over and over. With
Oh god, the Sam part,
Sam,
yeah.
oh no.
he's crying.
He's crying in the
crying
corner
part?
and a zombie
Oh,
grabs him
God.
and then we don't see him and then he's fine later. Just like,
God.
oh, okay.
I want to just point out one quick thing about Jorah. He was the person in the show that introduced us how armor works. That he blocked the
Oh,
blade
God,
and then hit the
yeah.
guy back, where you actually can see you get immersion. It actually works. And
Yes.
then season 8, the guy dies getting stabbed through plate armor. The
With a
person who
fucking
showed us that armor works. It's
Zombie's
just the
knife.
worst-
It's so
the
painful.
worst
It's not
thing
fair.
ever. For anyone who's paying
Well-
attention to the details, like that's just a slap in the
Well,
face.
it's because he didn't wear a helmet.
True.
They got
But
it
then
in
we
the
couldn't
heart
see
'cause
his
he didn't
face.
wear a
Then we
helmet.
couldn't see the
Drunk
actor's
dragon.
face.
Dude, Jorah deserved to be killed by a White Walker. He should have been killed in a
100%.
big old boss fight, not a fucking random white. That sucks.
Random death.
Well, I don't agree. Jorah's been cucked his whole life, so you know, kind of makes
He
sense.
deserved better.
Jorah
Whoa.
is bad. You're saying that because you hate Daenerys, right? I assume.
No, I'm saying he got cucked by Daenerys. He just got cucked his whole life by
He
his
did.
wife, by
Well,
Daenerys.
he's
you know,
basically
so
the
it makes
archetype for
sense.
White Knight. He White Knighted throughout the whole series. But like,
Yep.
I don't know. I
He's
thought
what
he was.
Kristen Cole is eventually going to become.
I loved how fucking good he was as a fighter, and I don't.
No,
mind,
I mean, I
mind
love
a
the
guy
character,
fighting for a lady. It's okay.
He was an understandable character. There's been millions of Jorahs. Like we could totally understand that guy, you know? Like and he was very consistent.
I wish
and his death was so like it was suited but completely butchered at the same time. He should have died fighting for Daenerys, but not like a fucking moron.
Yeah. Well, there's so much.
Teleporting.
Erase that season.
Yeah, there's so much they fucked up.
The most egregious example being Arya stabbed several times.
That's possibly not the most egregious across the whole
It's
series,
not,
but
not even close.
but I understand him
Well,
choosing
I mean, it's
it.
a bad one. It's a
bad
really
one, yeah.
bad one.
In the chest, the
understandable.
stomach, chugged into the sewer water, and then fixed up pretty easily.
Okay,
after.
this is just he's not mentioning the chicken soup. I just feel like this is fucked up. Like,
That is the critical part of
Unsubscribe.
this.
come on, dude. You
Be
gotta be
fair.
honest.
Gotta be fair. Even if you don't like it, you gotta be fair.
This wouldn't be plot armor though in a lot of stories, you know. But
Her
it
not dying
feels
of
like
septic shock would be.
What does he mean? It wouldn't be plot armor in a lot of stories.
She should have
What,
died.
in what story would it
I
not be
think
plot
what
armor?
he's
Well, let's
appealing
find
to
out.
is Game of Thrones is a show where main characters die, but in other stories, that's not
But
much
that's
of an
because they
expectation.
die.
Well,
I
no,
can't
but
think of a
so that's, I
franchise
think
that is-
I think he's making a big meta argument here. I think it's
Are
like
you
the
saying
show
like
set up
a
as-
stab to the belly
the
in like
show-
the Flash show wouldn't mean much?
Yeah, because that's not a show where you expect main characters to die.
or-
But Game of
well,
Thrones
it's like-
told
bad,
you main
though.
characters
But
would
I'd,
die.
I'd
you know?
still
I think
criticize that as
cannot.
plot armor, though.
Yeah,
He's
he's making
plot
a
armor
point
goodness,
about like
We
the
would. I don't know if
different-
he would.
I think he's making a point about
Well,
the different
he'd be
worlds
wrong.
and how death is like contextualized in the series.
I just, I
Because you
can't
know,
think
like
of a
you,
franchise or
yeah,
anything that
you
is
you think about
bonkers
Avatar,
enough
it's
to do
like,
that.
okay, the Avatar dies, but then the Avatar is reborn, and then the Avatar can talk to like Roku, who's dead, you know, so the rules of death are different in that
well,
universe.
I wonder if that's because I think it is that he believes that the show set up an expectation that main characters will die. So if you see a main character get seriously hurt, this show should condition you to expect them to die. Whereas in other shows where that's not an expectation,
But
they can survive crazy things.
But I would,
Yeah.
if we just got a recent example with Sabine Wren getting stabbed through the chest by a lightsaber, even though it seems to be now that lightsabers stabbing people through the chest is not fatal.
Yeah.
I still call that plot armor.
Oh yeah.
So the problem is, I think at that point,
Pancreas people don't need apparently.
I think
People
the problem at that point is,
either.
are we talking about the same things, or are we talking past each other, you know? Like, would he agree with that, would he agree with that framework? That it doesn't matter what the genre is, it doesn't matter what the expectations the story puts forth. If somebody
Maybe-
gets hurt in a way that should kill them, they should die, you know?
Maybe this will be a good test question. Is John Wick plot armor? Or has plot armor?
Not the
John
first
Wick
one.
is the fucking god of plot armor.
From-
I don't think
Is
there's
he?
any character, and
Well,
I don't think
have a
there's
feeling I
any
know what Sitch is
character.
saying. Like the existence of those things in universe deflecting bullets is one thing, but the fact that he never gets shot in any significant way and it doesn't do any force like damage at all, like that.
I'm
that's-
just asking, would you, because people, I mean, part of the reason we're watching the video, it says plot armor can be good, right? And I mean, everyone likes John Wick, so is it that
We
just an
don't.
example of good plot armor?
We don't.
Or do
Yeah,
we
I
not
hate-
classify that as
Oh,
plot armor?
We don't like John
Yeah,
Wick.
I would.
Four of them.
I would
There's
basically
four of
just
them.
say that
Oh, well, you
John
guys
Wick
don't like
is.
John Wick, but-
I don't think there's any character who has more plot armor than John Wick. I think
Mando?
after 3.
More than Mando?
Yes, yeah, I think so. I think Mando. I think if we talk about how many times he's shot at and the combat engagements he gets in, I wouldn't fault anyone for saying Mando, but I think John Wick has him beat in terms of sheer
So
amount of
it's-
shots and engagement he's in.
I'm with you. The thing to consider, of course, is that Mando's armor doesn't cover anywhere near as much of himself as John's does, but Mando's not in anywhere near as many death scenarios, I think, or fires as many bullets at him, right?
It's tough. I think
Yeah.
I could be swayed. I would have to double check, like, and maybe have to, like, I could probably calculate it, like, mathematically if
Well,
I
dude,
tallied
the-
up all the shots.
John
But,
dies.
um,
John dies. in
kill
John Wick
death ratio
4,
for
like,
John
7
Wick is
times.
like-
It's
yeah.
ridiculous.
Blaster is also- I think Star Wars Blaster is also not seeming to have a lot of kinetic property to them, being just like laser beams that seem
I
to
don't
just
think that.
kind of be
I don't think that
absorbed.
matters here. It's just sheer shot placement.
Even though it doesn't really make
And
sense.
for the
Yeah, maybe
record,
it's
we
combat.
understand he's got bulletproof suits. That does not solve the problem if you watch the film.
Yes,
slowly.
it helps, but it doesn't solve it. All
The
this is-
Rancor,
My-
the
my-
Rancor killed Mando like 5
Yeah.
times. They should have died.
Oh,
Mando, yeah, Mando's a very close second in my mind, but I think John Wick is is the god of it, and I think the thing that pushes him over the edge to be the god of plot armor is that John Wick, the combatants trying to kill him will just like not try and kill him when they need to, like they'll physically start like having conversations with him or things of that nature.
Just to
which is, like-
clarify, are you talking about the entire franchise or just highlighting?
Well,
one?
oh, we don't. Not counting John Wick 1. John Wick 1 is a good
Okay.
movie.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
John Wick 2,
That's why
3,
I've
and
been
4
talking
are
John Wick
dog
1
shit.
does have that scene where they do have him like tied up in a chair and then they don't just like shoot him in the head.
Yeah, that's the weakest scene. I think.
I'd have-
Yeah, that
I'd
I
have
wish
to
I
see the
wish they
scene to
took that
see
scene
why
out.
they
of
did
it.
it.
I don't know.
I can answer.
I can buy
answer
that
the
they
plot
would
armor.
suffocate him
Good
instead of
question.
splattering him. I can buy
I
that.
can buy it.
Can
I-
plot armor be good? Yes, Austin Powers.
As a parody of plot armor, plot armor can be good if it's a parody of itself.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
So
I
wait,
suppose
One
so.
Punch Man.
you like
Oh,
the
yeah,
first
yeah,
John Wick,
exactly.
Rex? Is that's the only one you like?
Yes, I only like the
Okay.
first one.
So but do you think he doesn't have plot armor in the first one?
I think in the first one he has significantly less.
Isn't
I
someone
need to
trying to
rewatch it to
He definitely has
check.
a little
In
bit.
John
for
Wick,
sure.
we clarifying? Sorry, John Wick.
In the first one.
Yeah. In the first
Yeah.
one, it's way fucking
got
better
some.
because getting shot in his body armor actually has consequences, and
Mm.
when he's thrown, I think 2 meters onto the ground, he suffers significantly.
Oh,
and in the
when
future
he-
films, he
yeah.
starts getting tossed out of fucking skyscrapers, and he gets up.
Yeah, just
I
gets
think
ridiculous.
and I think in John Wick 1, he takes a lot more precautions to avoid being shot.
Yes.
Yeah.
Whereas in John Wick 2, 3, and 4, he doesn't really give a
Dude
shit.
blankets that
He just
stupid
sort of-
fucking coat around and just walks. Like,
Yeah.
It's so hard to believe that he's the best at what he does when that's what we see him do.
Also, in 4, they started making him just grab his coattail and put it up over his face, and they didn't give him a long coat. He's still wearing just a normal
Well,
suit.
we talked about it when we watched it.
felt
Why not
different.
just wear the like a balaclava, right? Like wear it all. Why not? Why?
The bulletproof balaclava.
Why not?
I mean, and ironically,
It's true. If you have that material, why wouldn't you fully
In
cover it?
reality,
It's no
why not?
different.
But isn't that hilarious? And that's
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because,
Well,
That's why
aesthetically, it
you
doesn't
remove
work.
those options and go back to him actually having skill. Like,
Yes. Yes.
Jesus
Yeah.
Christ,
True.
man. That was the whole point of the first one.
Or they give him. They have actual. I mean, we have face masks that will save your life from being shot in the face by a bullet. Now you will be knocked the fuck out, and you're gonna have a nasty bruise, and it's gonna hurt for a long time, but you won't be dead. So having him dress up and wear that mask is could be like a cool badass moment. Where
He's
he's
supposed to be
"Yep, we
so
gotta do
good
this somewhere."
that he's never in a situation where 100 people are firing miniguns at him. You know.
Mm-hmm.
I think the worst part of these franchises is when you see in the beginning of those franchises, people have like significant amount of vulnerability, and it significantly declines over time. You know, when you start off at some point, you have to be consistent with it. Like with Star Wars, right? It's like an inside joke that stormtroopers can't shoot right? Because
It became
and
an
it's-
inside joke, but
Yeah, it has been there from the beginning, and it's okay. Like it's
no,
fine
it hasn't been
with
there from
us.
the beginning.
Not from A New Hope.
A New Hope is clean because Vader orders them not
Yeah.
kill, and they
Yeah,
actually
I
perform
mean,
really
yeah.
well in the 10 to 5 4.
They lost their mind
Right.
in Vespa, I think. Like Cloud City, they just went
Bespin?
crazy.
Yeah,
Yeah, investment at the
we've
kind
talked
of
about it
week,
a couple
yeah.
of times. The 3 films you got pretty much fully working properly in A New Hope, and then it's 50-50 in Empire, and then it's just clowns in
Return of the
I'm glad we
Jedi.
didn't even need to address that one.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Not to nitpick.
I mean-
Carry on.
From the like original trilogy, I mean, I think, but yeah, I mean, when you see, especially in Game of Thrones, right, it just declines over time, and people get less and less vulnerable and more inclined to have a plot armor, and that's when it becomes a problem for me. I think if a franchise sets itself up to be like a fantastical thing, I'm okay with it. Like I'm not okay with it, but you know, it's a matter of taste, right? If
I think it's what he's getting at with the immersion stuff, right? It'll always annoy me, I
Yeah.
think, but I can understand
Yes.
people being like, "It's the stormtroopers; they never shoot anybody well. They're dumbasses."
Mhm.
And then it's gonna be funny the day that they actually need it as a payoff, and they shoot and they tag someone, and then you as a viewer be like, "Hey, they never."
Wait, what? Like an Andor? Like at the beginning of the heist, one of the guys just gets
Yeah,
fucking killed?
yeah, which is unfair
And
to
I'm like,
Andor. If
oh.
people were like, "Andor, you fuck it up. You're not supposed to have them accurate." It's like I'm having them accurate as normal people. Like, fuck off.
Yes, they're normal with rifles that they've trained with. That dude's fucking dead if he's out there in the open.
Yeah, and that's why we want to push back on it. We never want it to be that you have to do it. Like, if someone incompetent before you made enough of a pattern of a character being a complete fucking idiot against all reason, it's not like you should have to continue that. That's not fair. Especially,
Hey,
like, an
fellas.
entire force. Like, all of the stormtroopers are retarded? Like, really? And Taika Waititi tried to make that canon, that they were retarded.
I gotta head out here, fellas. Appreciate you having me on.
Oh, I appreciate you coming, dude. It's been a lot of fun.
Yeah. Happy 250th episode, and have fun with the
Thanks.
rest of the stream.
Thank you
Oh,
very
we
much.
will.
Thanks
Thanks
for
for
Catch
for
you
showing
around,
up.
sir.
Yeah, I'll try
can.
to listen to what I can as you guys keep going. So.
Thanks. We will see
Yeah.
you later.
All right, peace,
dude.
boyos.
Toodaloo.
Boy.
He did a good video on the freebooting situation
We
recently.
did. I watched it. It was fun.
Yeah, I need to
I
watch it. I
have to
still
watch
haven't
it.
yet.
Gotta get
Yeah.
onto it.
Very funny. Had me laughing out loud a couple times.
Yeah, he does good. He does good stuff.
We like that act guy.
Yeah.
Funman.
He's all right.
Onions.
Stomach chugged into the sewer water and then fixed up pretty easily afterwards. This wouldn't be plot armor though in a lot of stories, you know, but it feels like it is here because it breaks the established rules of Game of Thrones, and more importantly, it undermines the tension that the show originally had. Calling
Yeah,
plot armor
like
I
I said,
understand what
I
he's
do
saying.
think this is a I think it is a meta argument more so.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
talking about like the history of this show doesn't do this, therefore it's contradictory to its own like inner universe. But
Yeah, not necessarily that it contradicts the rules of being stabbed in the gut and getting thrown into sewer water.
Well, but the interesting question for him then would be, how many years do we have to treat it like a clown show before the clown show aspect is okay?
Right, exactly. You know, if it sets up a rule and then it contradicts it, and then it goes from there with the contradicted rule.
I don't even think he's necessarily making an argument. I think he's talking about he's just like commenting on reality, that people find this more egregious when they're used to a show that doesn't treat it this way.
Well, he did say that this wouldn't be plot armor in most other stories.
If he means strictly from the perspective of an audience, I'm inclined to say that he's got some level of a point, but that we wouldn't agree with him. We call it plot armor every time, whether or not.
I think he needs to provide an example of what he's referencing. That this would be okay.
Well, in my head, that's plot armor anywhere, everywhere.
I think he might be ramping up to it.
All at once.
I think so.
We'll see.
He brought
We'll
up
see
the
what he
Flash.
thinks.
I bet you that the big observation with the Flash is it's a really stupid clown show. Where there's no expectation of this type of consistency.
Glydas just
but
says,
again, if it
earlier in that season, Bruce Bolton does die from one knife stab to the same area, so...
Right, so that would lend more to his point then, right? Of expectations in the show and universe and everything.
Well, technically, he was appealing to earlier seasons, but you could argue it's the exact same season, so at that point it's just complete incompetence, which, there's no secret about that.
Is really saying that there's no real tension in these scenes anymore. Daredevil, on the other hand, goes out of its way to show how Matthew Murdock will come away with sustained injuries when he fights.
Yep. You can bet your ass people are going to compare to this when we don't see it in She-Hulk.
Yep.
Wow.
Oh, sorry, She-Hulk. Wow, the way that my brain contextualizes that, you could already tell.
The new Daredevil.
It's one of the best.
She-Hulk.
Well, I guess we'll see, right? I'm very.
That is what I'm thinking going in, and I'm willing to be proven wrong, as I was with Andor. But yeah, I have low hopes for Disney Plus Daredevil.
I will say I'm very nervous too. I'm not very optimistic
Just
about
play
that.
the game Sifu with the Daredevil mod, and that'll be all you need.
But yeah, I mean, it's one of the best parts about the hallway fight in episode 2 is that he gets tired. He gets really tired by the end.
It's a simple
Everybody's getting tired.
idea, but it's incredibly effective.
It's so good when you make them not invincible and invulnerable and infinite stamina. They
Reminder
can
that they're
everything.
humans.
Yep, exactly. Because
Vi was the same thing.
Yeah.
Vi and Arcane. When's the last time you've seen someone bleed out from a stab wound? They just make people invincible, and it's like it's nice to actually have a fresh, reminder of these things.
Arcane's so good.
Well, that's what sucks about Arcane Season 2 is open. They're going to have to give some people plot armor. They got no choice almost.
They're going to have to explain something.
Yep.
There has to be some explanation.
Good luck.
You wrote yourself into this, so I'm going to assume you knew what you were doing.
I feel like they can explain Jace having the tech to have protected himself.
Yeah,
I assume it's going to be Minerva. What's their name again? Madada?
Some type of reveal.
Madada has that little reflection-y thing going on. I think there's a power that she may have that we haven't been told about yet. There's a chance of that. It also could just be that they fucking blow it up and they go, yeah, some people died, some people didn't. Shut up. Like, okay.
I suppose like League of Legends is a world in which people do have powers that they sometimes are not telling other people about. So,
it's a way to get it in.
Yeah, I mean,
Sona heals the little music thing. I don't even know how many people here would get that reference, but yes.
Morgana shield.
Morgana shield.
Even if he's just going up against random nameless goons. Now, we don't think that he will die, it's not that sort of show, but getting paralyzed is certainly on the cards in a way that Marvel or Doctor Who or the CW Gimsuits just don't really play with.
Kind of funny that that's the case, right? That Marvel doesn't do. It's a Marvel show.
Not only that, but Marvel did used to play with this. Civil War paralyzed Rhodey.
That's exactly. And people died. Like Quicksilver.
Yeah.
You know,
he references it's not that sort of show, and that it's Netflix's Daredevil, and you're showing a scene from like the 3rd episode, maybe, or like how far in is that hallway fight?
That's episode 2.
2, yeah. So there you go. So I mean, Daredevil's probably not going to die in the 2nd episode of season 1 of his show that released on Netflix. So all 13 episodes are out right now.
Well, to be fair, he did say that we have no expectation of him dying, but that being paralyzed isn't off the cards, which is true.
He could get really hurt.
I mean, in episode 2.
Well, yeah, but to be fair, paralyzed can go as far as like losing feeling in your arm or something.
He gets really when he fights I think it was Nobu. He gets that. He is
gets
in
fucked up,
bad
yeah.
shape at the end of that fight. He is really in trouble.
Oh well, see, I think though that what the stakes in this fight, though, I think of him getting tired and how that has an effect on the stakes, I think is less about we're thinking something legitimately bad might happen to Matt Murdock, and more it's no, this is him just doing his normal superhero thing, but he's just a guy who's really good at fighting.
I think I agree with him that it can set up an expectation, you know, for people of how much can he take.
Yeah.
If he's getting tired fighting these guys, what happens when he fights like a crazy skilled, like basically his equal? Well, yeah.
Well, that's the thing. It sets the stakes in a way that I think is pretty reasonable. So what I was disagreeing with was him saying that we would have to have in our head any type of reasonable expectation of this fight being one in which Matt Murdock could lose to a degree that it would be catastrophic to the character, like this early into a TV show.
Yeah,
right?
but are we calling it plot armor that he gets so beaten up throughout Daredevil and like isn't paralyzed and isn't dead?
I mean, maybe to a degree. Like, I mean, that aspect, the medical treatment aspect of plot armor can always be kind of tricky because there's plenty of things where it's like, hey, if you hit a person in the head as hard as that guy got hit, he would not just be knocked out. He has a traumatic brain injury and is probably dead or a vegetable unless he was immediately brought to an ER. But
Right.
so, and not ER, the person to.
I can fix him.
Oh, ER would fix him up right good.
Can I fix him? No, I can't.
Like, one character in Arrow is paralyzed and then is magically cured like 4 episodes later. Each of
I don't want to give any sense of credit to Arrow, but I feel like you have told us everything there, right? Have you given us all the context there? Because Arrow,
magically, I
almost feel like it's like, was there more to it than that? I feel like one person in chat will be like, "Hey, no, it made more sense
Probably
than
an
that."
explanation.
But who knows? It is Arrow. I don't know.
these create different expectations around death and tension. And that's okay. I mean, you look at anime and there's wildly different rules around death and injury and pain, right? But going back on the rules that you establish can rob a story of tension and immersion, because we get drawn into a story by being convinced that there are stakes, that things matter, right? And if
So is this leading to the idea of, as long,
I don't know where he's going.
I mean, I agree with what he said. I don't see a problem.
I'm basically figuring out if there's anything I disagree with there. I think that's all clean. I think I agree.
I'm waiting for the butt. Like it feels like he's building up to a butt.
I do like butts.
Yeah.
Boy.
What you said mattered before no longer matter, it's and people say plot armor. It's usually okay to make the rules of death harsher, but a lot more difficult to make them easier. It's often connected to flanderization, where characters become more extreme versions of themselves, and power creep. Video on that. So ask yourself, what expectations do you give your readers?
Why'd you do? Why? What was that sound?
I just saw something that I disliked, and I couldn't help but make an auditor noise.
Also,
Yeah.
I would have recommended to him. I wouldn't want to involve those concepts alongside this one. We're already, like I said, clarity. I don't want to mix in other things like power creep and flanderization alongside plot armor and where we find it. You know.
Yeah,
I understand what he's trying to say is that they can appear or diminish in the same vein. Just I don't know.
He is kind of referring to all anime as if it's Dragon Ball Z, though. Like, I mean,
Yeah, but even Dragon Ball
always
Z.
just say anime and summarize them all under one umbrella. It's like they're so different.
Well, you said an anime, there's
A
all
whole
kinds
medium.
of different shit going on.
It seems like he's talking about like shonen, where people are gonna be thrown against a mountain and still kind of like get back up. But that's not every fucking anime.
Exactly. Death Note, you're dead. It's like that's more
Anime is a
grounded. ones.
medium. It's not even a genre.
Yeah,
So
that's
I
what I was
think-
just saying. It's a medium, but people treat it like it's a genre
Exactly.
that's like all the same.
Yeah.
I think you should make sure it's, you have good recommendations, but and be picky with certain animes. Don't just go into any of them. But to treat them all like they're the same thing is nonsense. Like some of them are fantastic.
Also, welcome, Weekend
Yeah.
Warrior.
I agree.
Hello.
Not all anime is good. I agree.
I agree. I also agree.
Did you guys see how hard it was for him to say that?
A little bit.
Super
just-
picky with anime.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
you know. I try to be accepting of all anime, but you know, sometimes you gotta stump some shit
Got
down.
a little bit of bigotry. and that's
Yeah,
fair.
yeah.
Yeah.
You gotta keep your own house clean. You know?
Hell's
Exactly.
Paradise is a recent one I enjoyed quite a lot.
Oh hell yeah! I
Yeah.
recommend that also.
If
Which
you want to
one?
grab the Watch Together link and join us, we're watching a video all about plot armor.
It's a
Oh,
Hell's
nice.
Paradise VR. It's a kind of like
Jigoku
that,
Raku, Hell's Paradise. Yeah.
it's sort of like that Natalie Portman movie Annihilation, but way better.
Okay.
I'd be
That's not
down
that
for a better
hard.
version of that movie. That movie was such
Yeah,
a
I
I think
would
everybody
too.
would be.
Okay.
Yeah.
Seriously. That bear scene, every other scene, and but yeah,
Bear
it's
scene
like
was
the
good
Odie
shit.
reference. Yeah,
No, the bear scene's not good either. Think about it at all.
Oh no.
Disgusting.
It's a wi-
Cap here to
it's a
steal
wisecrack
people's feelings.
video.
I'm sorry. I'm
Disgusting.
going to steal all those feelings. Give them
why
to me.
hating on the bear, man?
Lock them away in the
Because
chest.
the bear's stupid and it makes no sense. Sorry.
How is it stupid?
Go for it. How's it stupid? Do it.
I gotta elaborate now.
Because they spend the whole thing being like, "Oh, you guys, you can't make any noise. Oh my god, if you make any noise, the bear's gonna get you." And then they're making a ton of noise, and like what the bear's motivations make.
They were
It
stupid,
doesn't-
not the bear.
What is the bear? What is the bear's motivation?
it doesn't have one, really.
Oh,
Cocaine.
oh, all right.
I genuinely can't
Right.
remember. I just remember the screamy bear.
The bear screamed, and the girls were dumb. Like I don't remember how do you condemn the bear for that?
Legit, the only thing I take
I'm
away
talking
from
about
it
the bear
is
scene,
the
not
creepy
the-
and effective concept of like a mutant, like murky bear creature that's
Yeah.
raw is screams. That shit was
Screaming and like
good
yeah,
shit.
it's
But like
terrifying.
obviously, in terms of I have quite a hatred for Annihilation and its construction as a script. So I'd probably be inclined to agree if I was given all the references again. But I don't want to have to
be
watch that
clear,
movie.
I'm not calling the bear itself stupid. I'm talking about the bear sequence.
Well, bears are stupid. So
The premise of this show, where they're going to the kind of hell, like Paradise Lost type scenario, is death row inmates who are each being brought by a samurai who is their executioner. And their thing is come back with the elixir of life that's supposed to grant eternal life, or the samurai kills you.
Yeah.
And they have
that's-
to work out their differences and, you know.
and some
I
wacky
think so.
misadventures.
Mm-hmm.
And I like that it ends on a high note. Like it didn't
Yeah.
unlike some like popular mangas, when mangas get popular, they try to extend the lifespan of the anime or the manga just for shits and giggles, just to make more money out of it. But I
Oh,
respect that they
man.
ended it at the right
Yeah,
time.
they
so.
Oh, you're
stretch
talking
that
about
out, milk it.
Oh yeah, and the manga and that, if they're gonna adapt the anime, they're gonna like do
Milk
more or
the
less
hell out of
the
it.
manga
I
art.
thought you
Yeah.
were just the
They did a
reason
Rian Johnson.
season 1 of the anime ends pretty solid. It's a good one season so far, I'd say.
Oh, they didn't complete the whole manga yet. Okay.
I don't know. I mean, I don't think so. It seems like it's up for season 2.
I just recommend Jigoku Raku as the original version, as it were. Like,
Yeah, right on.
so, it's a good. I'm not surprised that it's a good anime anyway. So, it's just a good manga.
The story, and does any given survival contradict in-world logic that you have demonstrated? And, carefully, this includes Part 3, inconsistent characterization. The hero just blitzes through thousands of minions with lives and dreams of their own, but the moment they get to the killing genocidal maniac at the top, suddenly...
This is the wrong visual, my man.
This
The
is the
wrong
wrong
visual.
It's wrong visual. Why are you
Yeah.
playing this?
You are making
He's
a
got
point.
visual issues.
You are making a point that could be applied to a lot of other stories, but not this one.
Yeah.
Of,
This
you know,
one is-
all of the
I think you
minions, whatever, but the villain who was actually responsible for, you know, all of it in the greatest harm. But
He's
not
really
like
and
Can I
And
just
can
point out
you
that
just grabbed the most random videos and clips.
well,
you could
because part of the
find
problem
and
is
just
like
drop
he's-
them in.
he's
Just threw 'em
killing
in for sure.
the edgy troopers that like don't that don't have a consciousness seemingly.
Yeah, why did he? Oh, it's so wrong in so many levels. Because if the point is just the hero is so good, he gets rid of all of these amazing warriors. But when he gets to the leader amazing warriors, suddenly he's not as good anymore. I understand what he's trying to say. It's a decent idea for a trope. These visuals are just horrendously chosen. These two scenes don't even have anything to do with each other. He does defeat
very
Vader,
strange.
so I don't know why you're using that as a
Oh
visual.
no!
for, like...
I don't know if he's gonna say. I don't know if he's. Is it going to be about defeating them, or is it about the choices that they make about, you know, sparing them, killing them?
Let's roll back a sec. See what
Let's
he...
see.
Part
Let's hear it in
3,
full.
inconsistent characterization. The hero just blitzes through thousands of minions with lives and dreams of their own, but the moment they get to the killing genocidal maniac at the top, suddenly, I can't do it. I'll be no...
But that's still horrible because that's his fucking dad versus the soulless robots.
Again, it's still not the right example because it's like super central to.
You know what he needs to do? Have The Last of Us 2 as a visual.
Ignoring too much context.
The Last of Us 2.
And I point
The
out,
Last of Us 2 is perfect.
Yeah,
It is absolutely perfect.
The best
All of these people who had nothing to do with anything, but then you get to the one person who was actually responsible and you let them go.
I think
that's the weird thing. I was that pointed comment about these people have lives and dreams of their own. That's the Last of Us 2 thing.
Yeah, because the robots they're just robots. There's nothing.
Robots don't have dreams. They have no consciousness. Now, remember, these aren't the ones. These aren't like the ones on the trolley.
No.
On the thing. They don't have dreams of a life.
Remember, these are the dubstep robots. They just go.
Yeah. And again, these are different stories. These are totally different stories.
Yeah.
This takes place after this.
Yeah, I know. This is where I could imagine him being like, "Dude, calm down. I'm just showing robots, and I'm showing like a leader. Okay, that's all it's supposed to be interpreted as."
Yeah, these visuals are hypothetical, guys.
Maybe that's why he had Luke at the beginning. You know what I mean? Like there's 2 times he's misused Luke, young Luke and old Luke.
Yeah, I would just be like, please never use that to illustrate the point ever again.
At the end of The Last of Us 2, Abby was like, "Ellie, I'm your mother."
Better than the bad guy. Well, boo-hoo, Janet, you're already 10 times worse. It's always obvious, isn't it?
It's so bad too, because if his point was about how, Luke cut through a bunch of innocent people without realizing that they're all people too, just like his dad, you'd be like, yeah, but that is his dad. Like, you'd have to actually have special consideration for family members. That's just human.
Fighting against stormtroopers that were trying to kill him, that are trying to oppress the entire galaxy.
Stormtroopers are enemy combatants in a war, so
this is his dad. This is what I mean. Like, it's not even just generic evil leader. This is his father. Like, that actually does have weight.
Yes.
Isn't it when a character either 1, inexplicably acts differently, or 2, the character is suddenly incompetent?
That visual was very fucking confusing there. The Snowpiercer one, I'm not even sure what I was supposed to grab from that.
I find it interesting that the text said Snowpiercer because presumably most people don't know what that is. So it's just like, well, better let them know. Everybody knows
you didn't
about
put it
Luke,
here for
nobody
Return
knows
of the Jedi.
Genuine question. What am I supposed to grab from the visual, though?
Worse. It's always obvious, isn't it, when a character either 1, inexplicably acts differently, or 2, the character is suddenly incompetent compared to before?
It's like... Oh, those visuals
I'm
didn't
very
help.
confused.
The
thing is,
plot armor.
I guess it's a form of plot armor if you had 2 people fighting and one of them should obviously win, but is suddenly incompetent for no reason. One could argue it's a form of plot armor.
Yeah,
I thought he was talking about making the decision
Luke
to.
hesitating about killing his father is not incompetence.
And it's not even plot armor because
This is what I mean.
Anyway,
His choice of visuals, his choice of visuals really fuck up the interpretation, I think.
Well,
it's not even just the visuals.
I wouldn't
Because
have
he's-
this video more if I found out he had a third-party editor and that he actually did.
Yeah, I was about to say. Yeah,
Maybe,
it looks like he's probably has somebody else editing these things and
slapping them in. Why do people do that?
Oh wait, Cap, what were you saying about the?
Was lazy.
It's not just the visuals. He's started talking about how the trope of mowing down faceless or nameless enemy combatants, but then not killing the big main bad guy. What does that have to do with plot armor?
The impression I got was you saying your skill level should denote that he should take out that leader easily, but he for some reason doesn't, and we all know the meta reason is that the big boss fight has to be longer.
I think you just said before you paused that there's 2 explanations. One is the character motivated choice of they are acting out of character by sparing the villain after killing all of the henchmen, and then 2 was incompetence, that they're just suddenly not good anymore at what they do. So I think he's saying that both of those are plot armor to save the villain, I think?
Yeah, it's
Or to
like plot
protract
armor
the
for the
story?
villain.
Yeah, to make it longer.
Yeah. I think it'd be less
Oh,
confusing if he instead of
Yes.
framing it from the hero killing the
Yes,
villain characters, that it's
absolutely.
usually like there's some villain who's like killing all like the random good guy soldiers. Then when he gets the hero,
That's
he
a
has
better
to
one.
tie him up or spare him
Yeah.
or whatever. That would be the plot
Exactly.
armor.
Maybe he'll bring that one up later, though.
Well, I mean, he's
touch
got
on
James
what-
Bond here tied in the chair, so I assume
Which
that's
is a
what he's
classic
referencing.
example.
And it's all because they clearly need to keep this other person alive for plot reasons.
Keep us fulfilling,
Frustrating,
yeah, exactly.
and
I
it
see.
destroys immersion. It reminds me that I am
you are
reading
making
fiction.
a point. You are making a point that is valid for examples other than the one that you brought up.
Yeah, like I said, those Star Wars visuals almost completely
But-
fuck this whole thing up.
Because I do agree with this. Again, The Last of Us 2 is the prime example.
Yeah, that was insanely stupid.
Yeah, but even that, would you call it plot armor or just like?
Abby has plot
So what
armor, sure.
I think what
Abby
we
has
would call
plot-
it
yeah.
is character assassination, but you
Yes,
could be like,
probably.
and it happens to protect Abby's life. So it's a
yeah. That'd be a way to put it.
Not that I'm like reading.
Because, like, let's say, for example, a giant steel box fell from fucking space and prevents Ellie from killing Abby. It's like, oh, so that's just plot armor. Doesn't have anything to do with Ellie's character. But if she chooses not to kill her for no fucking reason at all, or at least an out-of-character reason, then yeah, it does protect Abby, but it's characterization assassination.
Well, I haven't played Last of the Two. The villain you play is the villain at the end, right?
For a third of the
plays Ellie at the end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Basically, the simplest way to put it is that Abby kills Joel, Ellie kills many, many, many people who were not involved, and then lets go the person who actually did it.
Because she
Right, but
learned
I mean,
that
I guess what I'm-
violence
yeah.
is a cycle, and she needs to stop it.
Yeah.
Even
But
though
I
she's
guess what I'm
already-
getting at is
there on the spot. Like,
even though
It's-
she's already perpetuated it to a degree that
It's
is
one of the
impossible
funniest
to, like, resolve.
examples of like the theme just completely contradicting all the events of the game.
Good old ludonarrative dissonance.
I brought it up. as
Arya
a-
and the Hound all over again. Just suddenly she's not a killer. Like, it's ridiculous.
I brought it up as a joke, but honestly, if Abby says to Ellie at any point, "Abby, I'm your mother," it honestly makes the story a little better. Or at least
Maybe.
with
kill her at the
with
end.
Arya, she was intentionally not killing the Hound, like because she's
no.
a dick, not because she was sparing him.
No, Cersei. I'm talking about in the Bells
Oh,
episode.
oh, oh.
But suddenly,
Gotcha.
oh, don't kill it. Like, she's killed more people for vengeance, like, than he has.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, it's
you know what I mean?
ridiculous, yeah.
Like, she's
Totally, yeah.
committed at this point. It wasn't about making her.
Right.
They fucked Arya
100%.
so hard. That's one of the
up
smallest
everybody.
parts of that episode that like a lot of people just don't even factor in. Just destroy.
Because everything's so bad, it's like hard to see, sift
You
through the
can't
sea
even-
of
yeah.
shit, you know.
And then there was some prophecy right there. Her
The Game of
killing,
Thrones?
like, yeah, with the area. No,
With her killing
the
who?
eyes.
They
Oh,
changed
yeah,
that.
she'll-
Color of
They
the
literally changed the wording of the eye thing. It wasn't for Arya. It was not. They changed the wording to try to make it apply to Arya. I remember that. It's the first video I ever made. Was on the Long Night.
Actually,
And,
you're
they literally
wrong,
changed the
because
freaking
she
wording.
said she
What?
closed blue eyes, and that is the Night King's eyes, so it's set up right in season 2.
Oh god, that's
No,
what
no,
they
no,
meant.
no. That's what I'm talking about. They say it earlier in the season, but the wording of what they say is changed in season 8. It's
I'm just
like
memeing
Infinity-
anyway.
Oh, okay. Yeah. It's like the secret
Bro,
war
I
thing where they
fucking
changed the
hate
Infinity
everything
War
about
flashback.
season 8, okay?
Justify my crazy Last of Us mother take, though. You'd at that point have Ellie's biological mother being the killer of Joel, which would actually give Ellie a pretty difficult thing to have to grapple with. Especially if she'd never known her biological mother, you know?
It's better than what they cooked up. That's for fucking sure.
In the story, I feel like I could buy her not killing Abby at the end way better than I did by the time I finished that game.
You know, Artemis.
Sorry, I gotta pause it real quick. So
Hey, based.
I'm worried that we're spending a long time talking about different kinds of plot armor and why they're bad, and it's like, yep. When is it going to be good though? I'm worried he's going to say, oh, the less the story, the more like The Flash and the less like Game of Thrones, the more okay it is when people survive incredible nonsense.
Yeah,
I think he's already basically said that.
I don't
right?
think
yeah.
that,
Way of saying there's
but
different
he's shat on the Flash. And nobody's going to be defending the Flash as like good or anything. It looked to me like
I don't know
the
if I
Daredevil
expect
was
that.
the example that was good.
But why is that plot armor?
No, I don't. I think we need to go further before we can figure out exactly what his plans are on that front.
All right.
I'm not sure exactly where he's going, even though I
I'm
would have
holding out.
like checked this out.
This foul and going, man, what a great non-fiction story. You know what I mean? But
No, I don't.
sometimes there's this
No.
like
Yeah.
anti-plot armor, and I love it when this happens. In a story where characters who are meant to be safe, it's a lighter tone, and they're
Okay,
Wait a
because this
minute.
feels like a meta thing of like you wouldn't kill a
Yeah.
child, when it should be that
the
if the child is in a position in the writing that they would die from the thing you've made happen, I wouldn't call it anti-plot armor. That's just consequence.
I'd just be like, oh, they killed a kid.
Well, it's like anti-trope, armor, I guess.
I think it's
right?
subverting expectations.
I'd rather go with
Yeah,
subversion,
exactly.
Yeah.
Killed in a really shocking way that you didn't think would happen. That can be really powerful if you play your cards right.
Oh, is this
Part
Bridge
of
to
why
Terabithia?
Bridge to
Terabithia? As soon as I saw the
Terabithia
swing.
is so
I was about to
heartbreaking.
say, yeah.
Is this tonal whiplash?
Read the
A
book.
world that
I
felt
read the book
real
too,
and safe
in
was
grade
suddenly
school.
torn apart, like a rope suddenly snapping, and a main character is just killed off screen. That tonal shift delivers the themes and emotions of the story so damn well, but I think that actually most of the time it's less about
Discount
breaking your
Treebeard.
own rules and it's more about part 4, the audience doesn't buy into the type of tension you're relying on. Let us return for a moment to the cesspit that is the CW superhero genre. When I was watching,
He definitely doesn't think
How
highly
dare-
of the Flash.
Definitely
yeah.
thinks they're crap.
How dare you insult
Hey,
me?
these guys look great. I bet they're super fast.
Look at them go.
They
Buddy
are
squad.
squad. They're called Zoom rags.
Really? What? No,
They're all
really.
called
Yes,
Zoom?
that's their name.
They're called.
Zoom.
They're Zoom.
What?
Oh,
They're a
I
fan?
think that's Zoom. Yeah, that's Zoom,
Oh,
isn't it?
hey, Sitch, you like them?
Do they do zoomies?
Wait, what?
They zoom around
you-
really
you-
fast.
You
You
like
pay
them?
for
Sitch?
Zoom.
Outfits.
The
Pajama men.
KKK faction of the Zooms. I
Or am I? Wait, is Godspeed.
The Godspeed.
Okay.
Wow, Fringy, get your Flash law right.
They're called
Yeah.
Godspeed in a way that's actually worse.
Wait,
It is worse, yeah.
Godspeed, Godspeed.
Damn it! God damn it!
They're both pretty shit.
I'd rather be
They're
called Zoom than
halos.
Godspeed.
Wait, what's
Yeah.
who is Zoom? Hold on, who was that?
Zoom
That's
is
the kid that was in the Mazda
It's
commercials.
JD's brother.
Yeah, zoom, zoom.
Zoom, zoom, zoom.
There's a deep
You're right.
cut.
Zoom, zoom.
Oh wow,
Remember
Zoom
those.
is very edgy.
Yeah,
As edgy as Godspeed.
He
He's
is
unique, right?
edgier.
God, these costumes suck.
Wow, what? What do you mean? I can't wait to watch
dare
this.
you.
And we
How
can watch
dare
it on
you.
Fast Clips, youtube.com/. Check it out.
They like. I feel like at
This
this
is
level they
Zoom.
had to intentionally make this look as shitty as possible for this TV show.
How
I
dare
think
you.
they might legitimately be old Power
That is
Ranger.
very-
Oh, that is an edgy boy. And his
He
name
is
is
edgy.
Zoom. He doesn't look
Yes.
like a Zoom. Zoom is
Professor
like
Zoom.
Zoom feels like
I have
Zoom
the
feels
real
like a.
Zoom.
Oh, that's my car. That's my car. That's a 2004 Mazda Speed Miata. That's the
There
car I
you go.
drive.
Boom.
Yeah.
Wait,
but
I've only seen the first season of Flash. I thought the bad guy in the first season was Zoom.
Oh, that's also
Isn't the-
Zoom.
That's
Yeah,
also
Zoom more than one
Zoom.
Zoom?
feels like
Yeah.
a character from Static
Yeah.
Shock or something. He doesn't.
Well, 'cause
he doesn't seem like a
remember, you got-
character from
You got Reverse Flash. He's
Static
the
Shock.
big old
Yeah,
bad
it was
guy.
Reverse Flash. Yeah.
that's
And all of these
Zoom, and
lads
then
are
there's
people that
Godspeed.
go fast.
They-
Zoom
well,
is
except for Captain Cold, he doesn't go very
That was
fast.
the only good
Captain
thing
Cold
about that
slows the
show
Flash
was-
down. That
Wait,
bastard.
right.
So
he
I'm,
does.
so I'm confused. So Zoom is different from Reverse Flash. Am I understanding?
Yeah,
that
I think so.
correctly?
Yeah, they're different guys.
Obviously.
I thought they were the
Jeez.
same guy.
I'm
Yeah,
absolutely
I
Someone
thought
does
they
it.
were the same
confused.
guy.
Dude,
yeah.
someone just said like no ball. Professor Zoom
Yeah,
is
we're not
Reverse
done with you.
Flash. Like, oh god, this is getting too
I mean, Reverse
difficult
Flash
to
is the-
understand.
The worst name for a character.
Professor
Well, yeah,
Flash, zoom in.
Wait, which one? When you say we would say a lot of really dumb names, you're gonna have to be
Reverse
specific.
Flash.
Sid.
That should
Reverse
mean that
Flash
he's,
is
that should mean
dumb,
he's
yeah.
slow. He's like, oh, he's Reverse Flash. He's very slow.
No, he's evil
Yeah.
Flash. That's what that means.
So he's
Oh.
actually moving
Bizarro
back.
Or he only
Flash.
walks
Flash is
backwards.
good, and he's good. He's bad.
He
Or
runs
goes back in
backwards.
time.
Yeah.
Yeah, he runs backwards. Like
he runs very fast, but only backwards.
oh, he's like the chick from Malignant.
no, he's
Oh,
like in
no.
Tenet. He's just stuck going backwards forever.
I was shockingly entertained by *Malignant*. I don't
Oh,
know.
so are we.
So
It
are
was
we.
a very entertaining movie.
Kinda wild, man.
It was shit, but it was very entertaining.
Yeah, no, it's yeah.
Jury's still out on whether or not it's a parody.
I mean, it's like they had to know what they were doing, right?
I don't know.
How could they
I don't
not?
know.
By the end of that movie, I feel like there's no way they weren't self-aware that they were making a ridiculous film.
You never know.
You never know.
Ryan
No.
Johnson thinks he makes good movies, so who knows?
It's just dumb.
It was constantly asking me to worry whether a character
Oh,
might
they're
get hurt
just
or
in some
die,
parking
and that was
lot in
really the only real
Vancouver.
tension in the
He
story.
throws-
But I knew that they'd be fine.
Oh my
because the
God.
scrambles were, they got hurt, it was short-lived, and it just felt like Barry. Who was
What is this?
What is that?
What?
Oh, that looks bad.
Oof.
terribly the fastest man.
What's this?
It's voodoo. It's voodoo
Epic
flash.
episode.
Also, what is it? Capture Comics Flash Clips Season 7.
Where
Okay.
he stole or lifted this.
He recorded these and then he put them on his YouTube channel and
My
then he put
God.
a watermark on his shit to be like, yeah, I'm the one who took these from the show. So
Man on Earth
whatever.
was just inconsistently
we just
incompetent depending on who he faced.
They have lightning
So-
swords.
They have
What the
lightsabers,
fuck?
yeah.
They have lightning
I remember people sharing this shit.
Speed Force lightsabers.
Excuse
Get
me,
it
they're
right.
speed. Yeah, they're Speed Force sabers.
God, his outfit looks like shit.
I know.
Everything looks like shit.
It looks like the mesh on some of my like Under Armour shirts.
I feel like that was
Good.
way worse than some of the costumes from this show that I've seen.
His face is what the face I make when I look at this show.
A little bit.
The tension and the scenes as a whole fell flat.
Oh my
Lightsaber.
And
God.
maybe your story is kind of the same. The story, or just an individual scene, doesn't feel very tense because readers know that they're going to make it out alive. How do you manage that? Well, one, you've got to show us that the character can lose. Plot armor often comes from a pattern of successes in unlikely situations. Even
It's so
Oh man,
distracting.
he made another one.
It's so bad.
I know.
It's really difficult. To
Like, because I think I agree with what he was talking about. Like,
What am I
yeah,
looking
people have
at?
got to believe your character can lose. Sure, yeah.
Oh, the white Power Ranger is
I
fighting.
was on board with what you
Ash.
said. Foot Clan.
And
It's a Foot Clan
Ninja
ninja.
Turtles.
Yeah, Foot Clan ninja. That's what's going on here.
The only impression that I get from this is Daredevil. There's a reason why they made a television show about a ground level, superhero who doesn't have any crazy like powers or anything going on because you just don't have the budget. You just don't have the money.
I don't know
You
why they
don't
don't
have
lean
it
into
to
that.
realize the vision. Yeah.
Gary's,
make-
I swear, Gary's been
This
saying this
looks
for
ground
years.
level.
Why haven't we had a Batman series, like a proper Batman
Well,
series? where like
it's,
ground
it's
level and
because
ground
the
level?
CW would never be allowed to have Batman. All
Not
they
the
get is
CW.
Batwoman. Oh, what? You mean like a real,
A proper one, like a fucking HBO.
Are you
something,
saying
like-
Gotham Knights isn't a proper Batman show?
what the
Excuse
fuck?
me.
They're only allowed to have the Batman
Wow.
kind of around in the background, and then for that one episode that was really scary, where
You're
they
only
had
allowed
the
to fucking kill him.
fake Bruce Wayne. That was pretty terrifying for an episode there. But then they got rid of him in the premiere. That was good. That was a good
Yeah.
decision.
He was
Get
out
rid of him
quick.
was good. I thought he was going to be around for a whole season.
Yeah, that was
and
the
was gonna
episode
drive me
where-
mad.
Tom
I gotta-
Welling getting a cameo was the only thing that was cool of that Infinite shit that you guys were watching.
I think I have to,
yeah, right. Because
I have to go back and watch some '90s Power Rangers just to recalibrate myself after seeing Vit.
Yeah.
Go Power Rangers.
Well,
go,
getting back to what he was
Power
saying,
Ranger.
Go,
Why would you want to do that, Cap?
go.
because I have thoughts about it.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Can we not? Can we just mock?
Because-
the
About
Flash?
Power Rangers? Wait, you have
What do
thoughts
you
on
have to
Power
say?
Rangers? Sorry.
No. I have
What
thoughts
Power
on
Ranger
what
was the
our
best
friend here
Power
is
Ranger?
saying.
Obviously, the Green Ranger. He had a talking little sword.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that is objectively true.
Talking
he
sword.
also
So
have
did
the-
yeah, but Dave the Barbarian had a talking
You had
sword.
the flute.
Yeah, he had
And he had,
Dragon
the little,
had a
he had a
flute.
Godzilla flute. That's right.
I had that toy.
His dragon
Green
swords,
Ranger's
hell
evil.
yeah.
Wait,
legit
why did
had
he have
that
a
toy.
flute to summon a
To
Godzilla
summon the
mech?
dragon, man.
Yeah, how does that
Why
make
the
any
fuck?
sense?
What you're
How
not gonna
it
yell
works.
for
Why the
him.
fuck not?
None of them else had
You're
like.
supposed to just be like,
instruments.
"Hey," like what you expect me to do.
Yeah.
Hey, come here.
You can safely say, and I'm actually not joking. The Green Ranger is the only character on that entire show that had an arc.
Really?
And it
That
was
is
just
probably true. Yeah.
Yeah,
It
he
is
was
that
evil,
guy,
then
and
he
he
became
became
evil.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not.
wasn't.
I don't
Wasn't
know.
it?
I'd have to
Probably
see the.
more
I have to see
complexity.
Power Rangers again to know. I don't know if
He
any of the
became
other
white
ones
when he
did.
was good, which seems kind of racist, but yeah.
You're just saying that because you're black.
No, he didn't become the White
Oh.
Ranger right away. That was when they like rebooted the
Oh,
show.
was it? I don't remember.
Doesn't he also have a saber cat that talks?
Yeah, his little dagger had like a little tiger face that would talk.
Yeah, and it
That's when he
mumbles with
became the
him.
White Ranger.
Oh, okay.
It was the
You
dragon.
obviously have watched this far more recently
No,
than I
it-
have.
Yeah,
No,
you're up to date, dude.
No, I watched it at the age where I would watch things like 30 times. I remember a lot of Simpsons for
Okay.
very similar reasons around this.
Yes. As do I. As does
Bulk
Green.
and Skull, I think, were the names of the two.
Oh my
that I
God!
think.
No,
Oh,
Scully.
yeah.
What is Scully or Skull?
Scully was X Files,
X-Files,
right?
yeah.
Yeah.
Falcons.
Absolutely.
Mully and Sculder.
Yeah.
Whatever happened to Rita Repulsa? Remember her?
She turned into
God.
that lady who made the Charlie's Angels movies.
Yeah.
Oh,
What? That's her?
Rita
Here she was free.
Repulsa.
Elizabeth Banks?
Yeah, that's the
God,
one.
I would have. Jeez, I would have fucked the shit out of her.
Yeah, I remember seeing her in 40-Year-Old Virgin for the first time. It was like, wow, yeah, that's definitely that would be top of the list, Steve Carell. Give up on the eBay lady.
Well, yeah, but she's also like tarnished by the fact that she ruined JD's life in Scrubs.
Yeah, I mean that's true also.
Wait, I'm so confused. This Elizabeth Banks?
It's so funny.
thought
I
she was
followed all
Asian.
of that completely, but the people who haven't followed enough of it like will just be lost because of the
Yeah,
amount of
wait a
references.
Muller, I don't think we've ever spoken about
What, Rita Repulsa from Power Rangers was in Scrubs?
Yes.
No, she played
I
Rita
thought she was
Yeah, she was in
Asian.
Scrubs.
No, she was in the new
The
movie.
keywords are Elizabeth Banks that connects all of those things.
The Rita Repulsa in the original show was a Japanese woman that never spoke a word of English because
That's why I'm very confused.
But Elizabeth Banks played her in the new version of Power Rangers that no one liked.
and I was tracking you, but yeah, that
Oh
was.
wait,
She's
Rita
terrible.
Repulsa was in the
Changing my
2017.
childhood. I was like, what's going on?
Yeah,
here?
she was in the new Power Rangers movie.
Oh
was
God,
bad
she
guy.
looks.
It was weird.
Oh, I never
She
saw
was
that movie because of course I didn't.
terrible.
But I'm looking at pictures of her.
No one
and-
liked it.
Oh yeah. Here, let
the
me get you a picture.
You're
The whole movie's
cringe.
bad, but the first 90 minutes of the movie are kind of not worth watching at all, and then the last half hour of the movie just plays. The last half hour of the movie is seriously just a super big budget episode of the old Power Rangers show.
Nice.
That's all it is. It's no better than any of those episodes, but it's definitely looks like it costs a lot more money.
So
That's Rita Repulsa in the 2017 one.
yeah,
That's Elizabeth Banks? Doesn't look like her
That's
at all.
that sucks. She looks like a weird Poison Ivy ripoff.
I'll go with the original, man. That girl went ham.
Yeah,
It looks like a
yeah,
Mortal Kombat
I would,
character.
Yeah, I wouldn't fuck this new one at
Pink
all.
Ranger is quite attractive in that film, though.
she's
Not that she-
certainly
Isn't the Pink Ranger usually pretty? Aren't they all pretty? Like
that is a tradition. That
if I put in the words
Never
Pink
been an ugly
Ranger.
Pink Ranger.
they picked a
could've.
correct thing to not retcon.
Oh yeah, she
They
looks
put
kind of
some
like
pop
Sandra
star
Bullock.
in the cast, I think.
Oh, really?
Kimberly
It was
Hart
one of Rangers, I
or
think.
Amy Jo Johnson.
And
Amy Jo Johnson was
dude
the
in
original.
There's
the
only
coverage
one
of
Kimberly.
Kimberly Hart
EFAP
was the character.
on EFAP.me. Cuba Kids screenshot at the times that guy said I had to beat those games. They're there just in case you missed it. The trolley problem section, looking
You know
good,
what?
up to date, beautiful.
Yeah.
Becky
There's something
G.
about
Becky.
classic Power Rangers that's just it's a 90s vibe. The catchphrases and the goofiness of it and you know the formula of the show. And I was just it just works. All the little like toys and the gadgets, like she had the bow and they all had the swords and the axes and stuff.
It's very
and it was
campy.
Good too. The
yeah,
Zords
it's very
were-
campy.
I had
Dude,
a
it's funny as
Megazord.
fuck
it's
to
a-
be like, how are we
it's
on
a
this? And then you return to
vibe.
the watch together, and you're like, oh, that's how.
I still don't know.
Like I said,
Well-
return to the watch together, you can tell.
When you see it, you'll be like, oh yeah.
Oh, let me look back to the thing. Oh, it's just a flash from it. Oh, it's a flash. Okay, yeah, that's why. Yeah.
That's why we got
Man,
here.
Power Rangers is a vibe.
Yeah, there was, because it was an old like Japanese Godzilla style Sentai show, and not to be confused with hentai.
Super Sentai wasn't.
There's a lot of elements that it touched on.
That
And it's
it
like
was
it's
from
so
what
much
they
of it is practical. They had the big puppets at the end that they were in, and they'd fuck each other up, and there'd be miniature trees and stuff. And all the little bad guys that they fought, those were all dudes in costumes, and they were flipping around, and all the props were real, all their little swords and stuff, and it was just, oh man, it's 90s.
The interesting thing though about what they localized it in North America was it was a North American production company that just basically decided to shoot their own like Saved by the Bell type show and just insert it into this Japanese action show that already existed, and it kind of worked. Like,
Is that really how it happened? Just some
Yeah.
crazy morph?
Yeah, the action and the sort of
original
American style
Japanese
part
Power
was shot
Rangers show.
separately.
I don't think it's called Power Rangers, but yeah, it's
Wow, that makes so much sense. Actually thinking about it, yeah.
Yeah, and when you look back on those episodes, they can be a bit more fun to watch when you have that kind of like, oh, okay, I
That
see what they
context, yeah.
So, Caplo opinions. What was your opinion
Hello.
about what he said?
Well,
I
yeah.
think
What was his opinion, and what's your disagreement or whatever?
I think part of the reason we went off on a tangent and we weren't really super invested in what he was saying while the lightsabers were being fought with is that everything he said so far has been more or less agreeable in the service of a video that could have been called Plot Armor is Bad and Here's Why. But this video is called Plot Armor is Good sometimes, and we haven't gotten there yet. Everything he's describing is like, yeah, that's a reason the plot armor is bad. I agree. When are we gonna
Yeah, it's so
when's
confusing.
the other
Like,
shoe gonna drop?
he titled this wrong, or he's got some big reveal coming.
Butt's coming, something's
deserves-
coming.
He
Mueller likes
deserves
those
an
butts.
award for the
I do like the
selection of
butt.
clips.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the clips
Reasonable?
are atrocious. It's just random.
But especially if it's by luck, because red shirts are rarely lucky. So you've got to let your characters lose in all sorts of ways.
There
Let
we
them
go.
lose physical fights, let them lose personal battles, let them lose things precious to them, let them lose their friends. And
Wait.
relative
Korra is not a good example of.
Let him
Yeah.
make the argument. This is the
She's
part we were
totally
waiting for,
not a
okay?
good example.
I
Immediately
give ER and Sitch full permission
not
to
a good
spig out once he finishes the argument on Korra.
relatively often as
As he
well,
will.
with lasting physical and emotional consequences, to convince people that your characters can lose and that they don't have plot armor. I've talked about this a lot in writing character arcs
it
and
reverse
redemption
Korra?
arcs, that we allow characters to fail in the small moments so that it's satisfying when they succeed in the big ones. And in the same way, we allow them to fail in the small moments so that it's tense as to whether they will in those big ones. And all those discussions, by the way, are in volumes 1 and volumes 2 of On Writing and World Building, which contains all of the
I assume they're his books. I don't actually know.
Yeah, did
Yeah,
you
they
write
are.
that?
Yeah.
discussions
guess.
about writing world building that I've had. They've compiled
Wait, I'm
everything
just
with a
gonna-
ton of additional notes, and it's sold nearly 60,000 copies so far, which is amazing. Thank you very much. And
Wow,
if you
that's a
prefer
lot.
to listen to
Wow.
audio
Maybe you can write a book on how to focus your fucking camera next.
Adam.
No, it's fine. It's okay. No, it's fine. It's fine. I'm just joking around. He should shave though.
listen to audiobooks, then there is the audiobook version of volume 2 out as well now.
Wow.
Links are all down below. Thank you very much. But it's not just that. If you want to add back in more tension, more immersion, then number 2, you've got to use different sources of tension than just will they survive. Legend of Korra is really damn good at this. Like, if we think about it,
Really? There we go. We're here now.
Yeah.
This is gonna be fun.
here we go. We know that Korra's probably not going to die. She's the main character, she's the avatar, so the writers very rarely use that threat as the main source of tension. In season 1, she goes up against Amon with the threat that she might lose her powers, her
It's funny because I understand all of this because I watched ER's videos. I know what he's talking about. I also know how he's wrong, but I won't be the one to explain it.
Every time I hear
Yeah.
your avatar, my brain says, and you've got to deal with it.
You gotta deal with it. And she doesn't deal with it very long.
her bending, the thing that she has always defined herself by. That is a personal crisis that adds a lot of tension to any given scene. We're
Oh, it
always
would be.
asking how close Amon is to getting to do that. In season 2, she loses access to the previous avatars, throwing her identity as the avatar into question and giving us a permanent, real, devastating consequence. It's only in
too bad it
season
didn't
3
affect her at
and
all.
4 that they start to really draw tension from whether or not she'll get hurt or die. And the thing is, they make good on that threat. Korra gets crippled, and that's to say nothing of her mental stability, which she is.
This Korra show seems pretty neat. What do you guys have to say about that?
Oh my
good.
god.
mean, yes.
He's
have,
confusing. What you got?
I've got so many things that my mind.
Go
Overall.
nuts.
Yes, pick one.
Floor is
Okay, well,
yours.
for number one, when her bending's taken away, it is about 5 minutes later that she gets all that bending back. So yeah, I mean, fuck that. That doesn't count. And what was the other thing? She loses the access to the past avatars. She never used them. That completely comes out of fucking nowhere, and it doesn't have any real consequence for the rest of the show. So that's nothing too. And her losing her legs, it's just fucking despair porn. We get like maybe an episode or two of her doing some physical therapy, seeing an old character telling her to just man the fuck up. It's no problem. It's so easily solved. It's just she's so fucking retarded. Anyway, yeah, don't trust him. He lies.
Can I just also comment?
my
I went
God.
to his Amazon page, and the only books he's written are the world building books. He hasn't really written a fiction book. On
That's
Yeah,
okay.
true.
He's allowed to
That's
have
fine.
a perspective on how to
Is
write,
it?
even if he hasn't written
How many
fiction.
books have you written?
Okay, fair. Yeah, fair.
Yeah,
Okay. I'm just gonna
yeah,
say, like,
sure.
I would believe him more if he actually did what he says he's doing. Does that make sense?
So if Ryan
Yeah,
Johnson
I
wrote
believe,
a book about writing like advice, would you care about that more than
all right,
than this
Friggy. That's
guy?
a fair point.
I'm just saying. Yeah.
Well, I
If
think the fact
Fringy
that
wrote a
he's
book about screenwriting, would you trust his opinions more?
Maybe.
Oh
actually.
wow.
Like, I mean, I was thinking if like, would I write a
Correct
book
answer
on
is no,
game
by the way.
design and feel okay
No,
about that?
I understand what you mean.
Design the game, I'd be like, well, I know a fair amount about it, but yeah, I've never made a game, so what? Maybe I know nothing.
No, I mean I understand it intuitively if it's just like, oh, presumably you've written stuff. Like I understand that as a perspective, but you know.
Yeah,
He doesn't have to write anything to have valid and correct perspectives on writing.
It's with the core example, it's weird because like yeah, even though Cora like gets beat up a lot, she doesn't solve most of her own problems herself.
Exactly.
They're still solved by like the plot or universe. So it's like this very bizarre situation.
Damn. So what? So it's not a very good show, you're saying?
Well, I mean, it's an awful show, obviously, but
I don't know. I haven't seen Legend of Korra.
Good by you guys.
Well, don't.
And on Mary Sue grounds.
Yeah, just watch ER's videos on Korra. You'll be fine.
Yeah, there you go. I have some wonderful videos you can just look at instead.
I always found her annoying as a kid.
Well, isn't the
hated
meme
her
like,
guts.
I'm the Avatar, you gotta deal with it? Isn't that that's her, right?
Yeah, immediately she
Ryan.
comes out the gate. Just a fucking nightmare.
I definitely prefer the Pink Ranger.
I've had people make honest cases to me though to play the game Life is Strange, and every single time I'm just like, look, I don't know how to better say this. There's no way that however good you're telling me it is, I will enjoy it more than I've already enjoyed ER's video on it.
Life is Strange makes very little sense. It has some really bad dialogue.
But Fringy, as we learned from Ant-Man and the Wasp, Quantumania, life doesn't have to make sense.
It doesn't have
sometimes,
to
and
make
that's okay.
sense. Life
Yeah,
doesn't make sense, and that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah,
true.
That's what I learned from that movie.
I made the mistake of telling people I like Vampire, and now everyone's just like, play Life is Strange. And I'm just like, I feel like they're not the same.
Is that how you pronounce it?
Play
Vampire?
Remember Me instead.
VAMPYR is how the game's spelled.
Vampire?
Yeah, it's Vampire. Get it right, goddamn.
Vampire.
Vampire.
Oh my goodness.
Vampire.
That's not my Vampire. IRE. Vampire.
Well,
like the
what were
other
we
one,
doing?
We were kind of just letting them vent about Korra, which
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, to get that off his chest.
yeah.
So
Alright.
if what he summarized about Korra was accurate, then that would just mean that her plot armor is
Well,
justified.
he's got a point, right? About you can derive tension from things beyond will the character live or die. You will be
Using
able to
things they value, of course.
aspects of their identity,
Yeah,
other people.
yeah.
Like, yeah, that's all cool. It's just I have no idea. Based on what
Right.
you've said, it sounds like Legend of Korra is not a great
Like in
extent
this
for the point to.
specific instance, she should not have lost any of her capability right here. It's a complete asshole and breaks the rules of the entire universe beforehand. They just wanted to put her in a bad situation because they haven't been able to do that for basically the entire series, and they realized that, and they wanted to do something with PTSD, and they treat it horribly. Even fans of the show are like, "This is not how you would treat that kind of actual I don't know what you would call PTSD, a psychosis, a mental illness."
Trauma?
They treat it by having her go to the person who abused her, having a nice little chat, and her kind of like realizing, "Oh, you don't have power over me." It's so fucking stupid. I can't. It's
Let
just
it
so
out,
much.
man. Let it out.
It's okay.
It's just so
This is
much.
a safe space.
Well, I kind of want to see if he has any further point to this.
feel like,
fighting for. We never feel like she has plot armor because 1, we've been shown she can lose and in meaningful ways. 2,
She does lose
the tension
a lot,
comes from a
not
believable
meaningfully, but
I'm gonna go ahead and assume she does get plot armor as well, but I haven't seen it.
Well, so in the first season, she loses her bending from Amon, and
Mhm.
the way she solves the conflict is like, so if you haven't watched the show, the whole season, in the first season, she's trying to learn how to airbend, and she's incapable of doing this, and it's like presented that she's incapable because she has to change who she is as like her personality. She has to, become more of a go with the flow kind of person or something.
or at least initially, yeah.
Right. It's
I
kind of like
can
in the original
airbend.
Avatar,
I can
which
airbend.
I
which
remember that.
I think you saw, Mahler. Like Aang has to change his personality to learn earthbending. He has to become more like self-assured and more like stand his ground and not just be like so evasive, sort of.
Mhm.
And so she has kind of like the opposite problem. And so when Amon takes all her bending away, she doesn't change her personality to get airbending. She just does it for no fucking reason in the last fight. Like that's the plot armor. She just granted airbending and defeats the bad guy in one hit.
It's even
So the
worse
judge
that
said, "I just airbent with my freaking mind."
That just happened.
That
even
just
worse 'cause
happened
she
indeed.
never does have to change her personality at all to learn like airbending footwork. She goes against all the teachings that she was presented with beforehand, does whatever the fuck she wants to learn airbending footwork on her own because she's, she's magical. Mary Sue is the best word for it. And then she has all her power taken away, but she's just so fucking magical. She keeps that power, and it just comes out of fucking nowhere to save her friend. I hate this show, by the way.
Well, ER, I have a question. If you ate yourself, would you double in size or would you disappear?
If I ate myself, would I double in size or would I all of myself? No, I think my head would remain. Right?
Alright.
I feel like the answer is
Because
neither.
well, if I
Yeah,
I
it's
have
a
to eat
false
my head
dichotomy.
too.
Neither thing would happen.
Yeah.
I
You'd
mean,
be
all right.
inside out or something.
Rags is a charlatan, a falsehoodman.
I was
just trying to engage with
I was
hypothesis.
just curious. Yeah, just
Good with your
You
head.
lose
gain a little
a
weight
good
Rags is
amount
a
of your
fucking idiot. He doesn't realize the hypotheticals are stupid.
That's true. They
That's
could
not
never. He
cool.
could never. Like, it'd never happen.
Actually, no, you wouldn't gain weight because if you're eating off parts that you're cutting off of yourself, you'd be losing as much more weight because you wouldn't eat the bones, right? Yeah.
I don't know if that's
Okay, anyway. Dude, I had a friend who believed that if you stuck your head up your ass all the way, you would disappear, and I fucking lost my shit when he said that.
What?
He was like, what else would happen?
How old was your friend at the time?
Well, yeah, that's why if I ever have like a straw and there's no wastebasket around, I just fold it into itself and then I just push and it's
Yep.
just gone.
That's how it works.
It's just gone. Where'd it go? I don't know.
And 3, the
Magic.
thing under the bed told me.
Me?
So if you're worried about a story or a particular scene not being tense enough, then consider drawing tension from threatening a character's identity, relationships, morality, their place in the world. And personally, I find that so much more compelling, right? Because that's the stuff that we get attached to in a character.
Actually staggeringly
also their
straightforward
life.
advice, right? Like, don't just challenge their health, challenge other aspects. You're like, well, yeah.
Don't just challenge their physical health, challenge their mental health.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it is good advice. It's just Cora's
Yeah.
worst
Yeah, you could do that. You just have to,
Clips.
I guess
do it confidently.
I would
Good
say
advice,
that
bad
this,
clips.
this feels like very. You know what? I feel like there'd be a lot of people who would say, "Well, yeah, of course," because the genres that I engage in don't often deal with like life or death. Like, what is a drama? Typically, like a soap opera. Well, I guess soap operas.
Yeah,
can
the
get
vast
pretty
majority.
dramatic. But
Yeah,
there's a lot
yeah.
of stories that aren't about people being threatened with life or death. Like, you figure that this is something that everybody would understand, unless you're reading like action stories all the time, or watching action shows and TV, TV shows.
I mean,
and
this is
films.
our lives. Most of the drama in our life has nothing to do with like mortal danger or peril. It's just like, oh no, what will Dad think if he finds out about that today? If I'm
Oh no,
just
it's
stealing all
raining
the
when I went
bandwidth.
outside. Damn it.
Yeah, I don't. What if the parents find out I've been stealing all the bandwidth to download games because I must finish that game? Or will Timmy go to the prom with me or something like that?
Will anyone
It's
find
not,
out I killed Lewis? I don't know.
Yes.
Yeah, I'd say the majority of drama and stuff is not life-threatening at all. So what he's giving advice for is the majority of things
I'd
that are
say
done.
it's very localized to, like, if you're talking about action stories, essentially.
Yeah.
Rather than a lot of other genres where it would just be like, yeah, of course you don't just threaten their physical health, of course. Like that's a huge amount of the conflict and drama in a huge number of mediums.
It's good advice. I'm just wondering when he's going
It
to tell
is
me when
sound
plot
advice,
armor is
but-
good.
Yeah, I'm waiting for a disagreement.
It's the clips.
It's not.
He's
I'm just
building
it's
up
not-
to the
I'm not-
ultimate butt.
Ooh, I
Come on,
don't
boy.
think
The
hope
so,
worst
'cause
thing
it-
are the
Because it's in this
examples for
fucking
me.
room right now.
What if they're
His
hope
points
so,
are
because
okay.
This is well.
Yeah, they're
his points
basic.
are
That's why
fine,
I'm so
but like
confused.
the title of the video is "Plot Armor is Good," and every point has
Yeah.
been about how plot armor can be bad, and I'm like, yeah, I agree. Like
A generic
Get to the
point, like, we know.
sometimes. Wait, yeah, sorry, it would be the opposite of sometimes, yeah, because plot armor is good as a whole is kind of the implication of the title. That's true.
Like,
Plot
a
armor is
character
good
dying is
sometimes.
bad, but I want them to be happy in their life as well, and it's a lot more believable that they end up miserable, right? It's how...
Wait, what?
Is it? Is it? It's
Sorry,
more
what?
believable that they end up miserable?
Let's roll it
A
back.
character's identity, relationships, morality, their place in the world. And personally, I find that so much more compelling, right? Because that's the stuff that we get attached to in a character. Like, a character dying is bad, but I want them to be happy in their life as well, and it's a lot more believable that they end up miserable.
What the fuck?
No, it is not, good sir.
But I also want them to be depressed.
It's
I'm
more
confused.
believable that people are depressed. Is like, that's a strange. Are you okay, my dude? Things going on? Right
Yeah,
now?
I think you're projecting there a little bit, buddy.
He's
Okay.
been watching too many Zack Snyder movies.
Right? It's how characters change, and it's how they foster empathy, and drawing tension from
man,
who they
Cora
are on
could
a
use
fundamental
that.
level is really interesting. Sometimes, though, it does just come down to creating a great antagonist.
Hey, you're happy to
Hey.
see Mr.
Hey,
Man from Cora there.
You know what? He could have been a great antagonist. He actually could have been. They fuck him up at the end, though.
No.
Yep.
So who is the fourth one? There is the last
It's
one.
from Jessica
Purple
Jones.
I don't know,
Giant.
actually.
Jessica Jones.
Oh, David
Yeah.
Tennant.
Is he
Okay.
Hypno Man? Hypnotized
Well,
master?
his ability is that he can, like, mind control everybody to do what he
Oh my
wants.
goodness.
Spoopy.
Spoopy indeed.
You know, villains who ideologically or intellectually or morally challenge my characters, whose actions build into their character arc and create tension.
What's Joffrey's character arc?
He doesn't have one at all.
I was going to say, why is he putting him as an antagonist? Like Joffrey doesn't
He's
really fit
bad
that.
and
like-
gets worse.
I'm happy
He
to
has
call
a-
him an
I mean, he's
antagonist,
an antagonist,
but he
but
doesn't have an
no
arc.
arc. He's just an asshole.
Yeah.
Yeah.
From that. So the question of will they survive doesn't matter so much. Like Amon, the
Huh?
Joker, Joffrey all do this. And this applies on a scene-by-scene level, you know, if you want to make a
Whoa,
specific
wait,
scene.
will they survive for the Joker is really important. In,
I don't
if we're talking
understand.
about
Yeah,
the Dark
the-
Knight.
Dude, it is for
The whole
Joffrey
point of
too.
the Joker
Joffrey
is-
being alive is causing chaos and torment for
Yeah,
everyone.
I can't speak for that one, but I mean, like, Joker is trying to get Batman to kill him,
And
so
it's-
it is very important whether or not he lives or
Part of
dies.
part of why
Joffrey doesn't
Joffrey
fit at
dying,
all. He doesn't
Joffrey
fit
dying
at
is
all.
so interesting is because so everyone has a motive to kill him, basically.
Right.
So yeah, this is just wrong.
So be nice, everybody. So that don't give everyone around you a reason to kill you. Good life
doesn't
advice.
matter so much. Like Amon, the Joker, Joffrey all do this. And this applies on a scene-by-scene level, you know, if you want to make a specific scene more tense as well. In The Dark Knight, the Joker is roaming through the streets, and Batman could kill him right here and now. He's got guns on his motorbike, and the Joker is out of bullets. But the question is really not, will Batman survive?
Him
but
being out of
will
bullets is
Batman-
less of a reason to kill him, just to be
confused.
clear.
Okay, so it sounds like he does recognize that whether or not Joker lives or dies is an important part, right? Based on whether it's Batman doing it.
I'm not
now,
sure,
yeah,
man.
now I'm lost. Now I'm confused.
And give up his morals and try to kill the Joker. And we believe it because one, we've seen him struggle with violence and his morality the whole time, and two, this could actually happen in our minds. But, come on, not every single scene can have this super personal crisis of morality going on inside their brain, right? Sometimes you just got a plot point and you
You
want
need
an
to- you can
obstacle,
describe
and so
one
you're
first.
creating one. How do you make that more interesting? Okay, so here's where you use dilemmas and secondary objectives.
Okay.
I thought dilemmas was spelled with a D-I-L-E-M-N-A-S. Is it two M's or M-N?
Pretty sure it's two M's.
I wonder
It's
why
a
I'm
weird,
thinking
it's a
that.
weird looking word.
You spell dilemma for us?
Yeah, that's correct.
D-I-L-E-M-M-A-S.
Yep.
What you said? N. What? What?
Well, I was wondering if that was an alternate spelling because in my head I think I've
Dilemma?
seen.
The S is making it look weird, but it's two M's.
Okay, the S is not relevant. So I have in my head I'm thinking that dilemma could be spelled D-I-L-E-M-N-A-S. I don't know why I thought that was an alternate spelling for it. Is that true, or am I just thinking
so
of
a cursory
Not that I know
Google
of.
search is that's an error. That
Yeah.
for some reason it's a way that people do spell it, but that it's not
Holy
the
shit.
right way.
So I have seen it. Okay, because in my
So
mind,
you
like,
may have
that-
seen it. Yes.
Yeah,
Also, for
I
the
was
record,
curious
me,
about it.
Fringy, and Rags, and by extension some others, are already in the territory of getting the excuse we've been streaming for at least 11 hours, talking non-stop. We get to make mistakes now.
No, I didn't make a mistake. I was asking.
It's okay,
if there was a
Rags. Got
spelling
you
of the
covered,
word.
buddy.
It's
I
not a
don't think you made a
mistake.
mistake, Rags.
It's not a
'cause
mistake.
I
It's
didn't
true.
even make a mistake.
Yeah.
I
That's right.
highlighted if something was a mistake, and I was
That's right,
asking
yeah.
if something was a
That's right.
mistake.
All I
covered
said,
my fucking bases.
all I
Good
said
Even
is
in
we're
my
allowed
current
to make
state.
mistakes. That's all I said.
Good job, dude.
That'll
think
come in
in the,
handy if I make one, which is probably not going to happen. But in the case that it happens, it's good that that'll be a thing that you could mention or bring up.
I think in
But
your
until then, I'm gonna
original
be clear.
Bearstein universe that you came from, Rags, they spelled it with an N, so it's not your fault.
If I see
It's not your fault.
if I see a beer stained beer, then I know what to do. I know what to do.
I
When
can't
see
believe you
the
guys
brown
wanted to talk about
beers.
this instead of listening to what he's got to say about secondary objectives and
Well, let's
dilemmas.
see.
This sounds fascinating.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
this
He's
video is
giving,
my
like,
secondary
totally-
objective
He's
right now.
giving,
Wow.
he's giving totally okay writing advice that has nothing to do with the title of his video.
Yeah, that's
I'm
the
getting
problem.
I feel
pretty-
like we have deviated.
Which makes it the
significantly
best
from
video we've
first
seen
plot.
today.
Yeah, because he's making generally okay observations.
Yeah, this
Yeah.
is fine.
I just
pretty
don't know
much.
why.
I like how everyone is like,
title?
fine.
I'm getting
Which puts him in the high tier of videos covered on
does.
EFAP when we just go,
Top 20th percentile or something.
yeah.
I feel like
Oh
I'm the
God,
only one
hello,
getting annoyed
future
though
me.
that he's not getting to his main point.
We got a couple minutes left. We got this.
Yeah, we got.
I know there's going to be maybe an ad and outro, but we got some time.
In Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix,
Ooh.
our characters end up in this huge fight in the Department of Mysteries against Voldemort's Death Eaters, where they find this prophecy, this orb thing, right? It's kind of a MacGuffin, really, and Voldemort wants to get a hold of it.
Is it a MacGuffin? I thought does it have like a memory in it or something that has... It's like understood, isn't it? We know what it is, or... I can't remember. I have to rewatch
It's
it.
the prophecy of him defeating Voldemort, isn't it?
Well, it's in Harry Potter, so I'm going to assume it doesn't make sense.
That is beside the point, okay? It's just that MacGuffin is typically sort of a like item of value for everybody that we don't even know what it is, right? Versus, but
It isn't like it like only certain people can read them,
Yeah.
like to who it pertains to or something like that. Is
don't know.
I have no idea.
Oh, no.
But I was gonna say
Sorry,
MacGuffin
this
is
an
also
interesting thing. According
It's
to
just like an
Leo
object that you have
Wikipedia.
to-
What's that, sorry?
It's just an object that serves as the plot advancement thing.
Well, the best
Anyone
example I think is from Pulp Fiction. The briefcase is a MacGuffin. What's in there? What does it do?
Sure.
Don't know, but everybody wants it.
The interesting thing with Wikipedia is that it adds onto that it is insignificant, unimportant, or irrelevant in itself. That's what Wikipedia has in the definition of a MacGuffin.
Oh,
so
wow.
the ring in Lord of the Rings
sure,
cannot be a
it's-
MacGuffin because
Well,
it.
and I
it's
want to
this is
clarify,
just a law.
colloquially, MacGuffin is now used to just item of importance. Like people will put it
Yeah,
on
pretty
that.
much.
Yeah.
It's just that, according to Wikipedia, a MacGuffin is an object, device, or event that is necessary to the plot and the motivation of the characters, but insignificant, unimportant, or irrelevant in itself.
I mean, in a sense, it could be a semantic thing. It's like, what's in the briefcase. We never find out what it is. It doesn't matter to the audience that much at all, in and of itself.
All that matters is it advances the plot and motivates
Yeah.
the characters.
Yeah.
They have two objectives in this scene. They want to get out alive, and they don't want this prophecy to fall into Voldemort's hands. Harry ends up being faced with a dilemma: give up the prophecy, or his friends get hurt. This scene is tense because even though our main cast gets out
Isn't
alive,
this-
we
Isn't this the same as what he was saying before about write drama that challenges a character's identity? Isn't like a dilemma just an extension
That's
of that?
not
It's
a-
not like a new thing. It's part of the.
dilemma?
It's like
Dilemma.
it's tied pretty closely to the original thing, which is challenge your characters beyond just life and death. Challenge.
Yeah, no, I think you're absolutely
their
right. This is a
morality,
moral challenge.
their
Yeah.
friends. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
I think
and
he's been
and the
repeating himself for 13 minutes.
yeah, I think
Kinda,
also
yeah.
I think it's just it's
Seriously.
tangled up because we're talking about plot armor, we're talking about other principles of writing that are getting in the mix, and then we've separated into different parts of the video things that are like under an umbrella category. It's a very like it's strange. It feels
The
like we're kind of
structure.
all over the place. It's
The
not like
structure's
we're saying a
messed
bunch
up.
of
Very
things that
out
are
of proportion
really
video.
wrong. In fact,
the-
like a lot of the observations are fine, but it's just a confusing structure to the video.
Even if he's saying things that are correct, when it's structured this poorly and he just keeps repeating himself, it just gets.
I think
it's
yeah,
mind-numbing.
the editing and structure is making this video a lot worse than it needed to be.
Yeah,
You're saying
because,
that-
and the framing is not this framing is not a secondary dilemma. It's like I think it's a main plot point.
no,
right?
he's
If you're
saying
gonna-
that there's a dilemma and a secondary objective. They're two different
What's the-
things.
So the secondary.
This is the
objective
dilemma
what,
example,
saving-
right?
This is the dilemma.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
This is the
And
dilemma.
But as Fringy pointed
and the
out,
secondary
this should qualify
is-
as a category that he brought up earlier, which was challenging the character morally, which is true.
Yeah, because the way that he
Okay,
introed
okay.
this is not every sin is going to be absolutely like insanely important in terms of what's happening to character. But this dilemma sounds like I haven't seen that film. This sounds important.
Yeah,
this
Well, so the
sounds
problem
important,
is-
unlike what he said
yeah.
before.
I need to rewatch it, but they've got like an army of Death Eaters. I don't understand why they couldn't just do the Kang thing in Quantumania and just take it off him and kill them. You know what I mean? Like the idea that like, is it just a matter? Someone's gonna have to tell me, as a Potter expert, but is it just a matter of the Death Eaters are like, it would be easier for us if you just give the prophecy and we'll allow you to live as a temptation? Because I know that's how he presents it to him. He says, "Give me the prophecy or watch your friends die." Like I remember that line because Jason Isaacs is great, but I don't remember the fuller context to be critical of it or not.
Maybe the kids just all had plot armor and they couldn't take him out.
Yeah.
Those orbs are very fragile. That's probably the best defense. Like they need him to be consensual in providing it in case he destroys it. I guess
Perhaps.
Well, couldn't they do like
a spell. You'd
whatever.
think. I don't know.
the spell that controls them?
Yeah, I don't. Again, I'd have to rewatch the Harry
I
Potter
don't know
movies.
anything
Yeah.
about
I'm
Harry
sure
Potter.
it makes
doesn't
total
matter.
sense.
Don't know whether they're going to succeed in this secondary objective, and in fact, they
Oh.
fail. These
Oh.
complicate the
Oh,
tension
so this is
in
a
the
secondary
scene, and it turns it
objective,
into
okay.
more of a problem-solving exercise for them. Then you get to show
Well, I
the
mean,
strengths your
a lot of conflict is problem solving.
I would have
right?
thought all of writing is problem solving.
Yes.
Oh well, I guess if
Yeah.
you're talking
would
about from
agree,
the
yeah.
perspective of the writer, but I mean plot points. Is that what he's speaking to?
Or because he gave the MacGuffin, it becomes a secondary objective to survive. Because now he's showing a scene where they're trying to fight them off.
Well, but
I don't
so
know.
this is why I thought it was a dilemma, because the whole point is, do you put the prophecy which will lead to whether or not the world is saved above or below your friends, which is a very reasonable thing to say as a dilemma. But now he's saying like, well, the
Yeah.
orb was the secondary objective. Like,
Yeah, it's
okay.
It's very confusing.
Okay, yeah.
In fact, they fail. These complicate the tension in the scene, and it turns it into more of a problem-solving.
Wait, sorry, did he describe that as they failed by handing over the orb?
Or-
Yes.
I guess so.
Is that fair? I don't know if that's because this should be described as a failure.
I would.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
saying I genuinely am not sure. Just because, choosing your friends over the orb, I don't know. It's...
I mean,
Ponder the
preferably
orb
you
and
want
ponder
both,
your
but-
friends.
I wish I remembered this movie better.
Yeah, I wish I did too.
Yeah, same.
Pondering the orb.
exercise for them. Then you get to show the strengths of your characters, right? Or it can just be plot tension. In Eyes of the Void by Adrian Tchaikovsky, multiple factions are all trying to get hold of this one person, Idris Telemmier. And as this planet is breaking apart with him on it, the tension isn't so much about whether he's going to survive, but who takes him, because that's the question that matters. A lot of it really does
Okay.
come down to part 5, the yes.
Okay, I hate the structure of this.
Oh, here.
Yeah, I.
Rambling.
This is actually hard to
there
follow.
are too many examples.
I
Like
am
say
lost.
one or two.
This is
I just I
this
can't.
is a badly written video.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He doesn't seem like a dumb guy, but the structure of this is just brutal, man. He establishes a point, you say yes,
At
and
least
then
we
he
got
goes
a
up to
butt.
something completely random. Ugh, it wasn't
Finally,
worth
the
it.
butt.
Wasn't worth the wait.
A character surviving or not getting hurt is a lot more palatable if they lose in some other way as well, even if it's unlikely
maybe.
or lucky that they do get out in the first place. Cora gets out alive, but she loses her bending. Donna gets out alive, but she
For
loses
5
her
minutes.
memories. Harry gets out alive, but Sirius dies. Stories
I don't see why
often
these things are
avoid-
just better.
Well, no, I mean, I imagine
More
that it's
palatable, I
speaking
think
to
I
the
agree with him.
idea
More
that,
palatable.
that
Yeah,
in
it's
terms
more
of
acceptable.
consequences, if the characters get out of a situation that was very dangerous, if it costs them something to get out of it,
It's
that
kind of
can
what we
just
brought
make
up with
for something more.
Tony Stark.
Yeah, exactly. You know that even if a character doesn't die, even if a character doesn't get hurt, you can hurt them in some other way. You know, it's important that the scenes are consequential, regardless of what the outcome is.
Avoid plot armor by demonstrating that secondary characters are vulnerable even if main characters aren't so much. These stories with that poetic approach to death often rely on this type of tension a lot more. The yes, but. Fundamentally, and here's the thing you gotta remember, people aren't gonna feel that there's a lot of plot armor if you're not drawing a lot of tension, you're not spending page time or screen time on the question of whether they will get out alive, but something else, something more profound, those secondary objectives, those dilemmas, those other points of tension. Now, as much as I wanted...
He said that like 30 times already.
It draws focus.
So is he saying that like the audiences won't notice the plot armor, or there won't be as many opportunities for plot armor to arise if you're focusing on other things?
Maybe this would be a hypothetical to, like, imagine if you had a film that just slowed down every time a bullet missed to just show you, wow, look at how close that was. Oh, that was close. Yeah, that was close. Yeah, it just draws your attention to the fact that they should be getting hurt, rather than if the same thing was happening, but there's way more of a focus in the story on, like, getting some object or saving that other person. I agree with that. Like, you draw people's focus, and then plot armor can be more or less obvious to people. For sure.
So it seems like he's giving you tips on how to get the audience not to notice.
What,
the
to
plot
trick them?
armor. I mean, honestly, that's the way he phrased it, right?
A little bit, but I want to give him a little bit more benefit of the doubt. I think I'm just saying that you can circumvent these problems by just pay attention to what you're focusing on, because what you focus on is an important choice when it comes to a story.
Yeah, no,
the events that
definitely.
happen.
But like, okay, so I'm harping on it, but I'm really waiting for him to say when it's good. When is
Yeah.
plot armor good?
It hasn't
He's like,
dropped.
here are all the things
He's not gonna do it.
He's still got a little left. We can make it. We can make it.
We got time.
To
Only
rant
to
and
achieve.
get out my whip and beat the dead horse that is Game of Thrones Season 8 one more time. And other stories like
Yes.
Star Wars and Snowpiercer, it didn't really fit for this video. And that is why I have created a whole companion
no, this
video
isn't the
where I
end,
talk-
right?
Can't be. We've got enough. There's no way it's all ads. No
about
way.
serious
an advertisement for his
Oh,
program?
got his own little.
This is funny though.
Gotcha horse.
This is the Secret of Mario's Jump Part 2. You can find it on Nebula.
It isn't, you know, because there are misconceptions with Jon Snow's resurrection, with Rey beating Kylo Ren, Game of Thrones
the
Season 8.
shot that
will-
can-
Oh, he
must
said
be taught in
misconception.
every-
You catch
Is
that?
DLC? Is this plot armor?
He said it's a misconception that you'd see it as plot armor that Rey beat Kylo in Force Awakens or something. There's a lot to untangle there.
Oh my god.
And some thoughts that I could not fit.
Also, he said there are thoughts in this video I couldn't fit in this one. It's like,
Yes, there are. Yes,
temporally
there are.
you could.
You determine how
buddy.
long the fucking video is, just like how you determine how long your books are. It's up
The
to
amount
you.
the amount of times he
Just
repeated
had
it,
to
though,
get
he had
past
room for
Part of
everything.
the thrill of being the author.
Also, someone said, I disagree that having indirect costs makes plot armor more palatable. Arya could have lost the use of her legs and it still wouldn't have negated the fact that she should have died. That's true, but that would be
That
more
is true.
palatable.
It'd be more palatable.
Yeah,
I
there
do
would be-
agree.
It just
There'd
would.
be consequences rather than
None at
soup.
all.
Yeah, if she loses her
Fucking
legs, I'd be like, oh shit, well, yeah,
Yeah.
she should have died, but, I mean, at least she lost her legs, so it's a consequence, yeah.
Yeah, tell me about it.
It seems like his advice for how to do plot armor well is to do things to make it less plot armor. which implies that plot armor is bad, actually.
Yeah. That should be the title.
Yeah, that's right.
Plot armor is bad, comma, actually.
Find it over on Nebula as episode 3 of my ongoing Beyond Writing series. There's a companion video for everyone that's on the main channel. Nebula is a platform that a bunch of us creators made ourselves because we didn't like living under the threat of corporations taking away.
But don't tell me that's not why you made Nebula. You made Nebula to have a fucking money wall. Like, what's it called? It's
paywall.
Paywall, that's it. Yeah, because there's no way that you, no offense, man, but you don't have any problems about censorship. You didn't even get close to being censored in this video. There's no fucking way.
Yep.
The idea that you like, we went to Nebula so we could be truthful, and I was like, fuck off.
No.
No way. You didn't have a paywall. That's why.
Our livelihood at a moment.
By the way, that's totally fine. If you wanted to make more money from making the videos and you set up a system to do that, okay, you could just say that.
It helps us be more independent,
Wait, look at this. These are some good. Where is
Memes?
it?
Memes?
Good content right
Yeah,
here.
I like
memes.
Oh, okay, so we got
Right there. Look at the. You like the good media criticism people?
Just Right is fantastic.
Lindsay Ellis, Maggie Mayfish, Patrick
some
Williams.
good
all four
content
of them.
creators. Yeah.
Lindsay Ellis and Patrick Williams, Lessons from the Screenplay is probably the only one. Well, Lessons from the Screenplay and Lindsay Ellis have videos that I think are good. They do exist. They're out there.
But overall, Lindsay Ellis is awful.
Yes. Correct.
I'm trying to think of whether or not I describe it as hit or miss on a media or mostly bad or mostly good. I can't remember. I'd have to rewatch them. I remember liking like the Hobbit stuff and
Her movie. I mean, I like when she canceled herself on the internet.
Has Patrick ever made anything good? Like, I don't know what
Hmm.
Patrick Williams is doing there.
I like the gif
Think
of all the
about that.
hot dogs smashing into her face. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Good memes.
Taking away our livelihood at a moment's notice. It helps us be more independent. We can make what we want without any sort of censorship. And I think
I
that's
just stop saying that. It's not a thing you have to worry about.
You don't get to pull that card until you actually get censored.
Yeah.
great.
Well,
It's also
What kind of contentious content is this
It's
guy
it's
making? that
bullshit,
he's, like,
Sid.
so
It's
worried
absolutely they're
about?
lying. There's no fucking way they
You
make
aren't
content they
willing to
worry about
worry about
censorship.
that.
It's not true.
Saying
Man,
shit
when
like
I
you doing
talk
against
about
that?
or good
plot
is
armor,
extremely controversial.
I mean, like, there's plot armor in Game of Thrones. Oh no, don't censor me. Oh no. I just wanted to be critical of Game of Thrones.
I mean, if ER said that, I'd believe him. I'd be like, oh, that makes sense.
Obviously, yeah. I do. I think we have the concern of being censored a lot, but like the idea that they do, it's like, no, come on, you guys.
No, you're the one. You guys are the ones fucking cheering for that shit.
We need to be free to make
Curiosity
milquetoast
Stream has
takes
been
on media.
foundational in helping Nebula grow, and so we've created a bundle where you get access to both
There is more to this video, right?
of these amazing educational
hope
platforms
so.
with documentaries from people like David
It can't all be ads left.
Attenborough and
It's all
so
of it.
much more.
If
you want to
you know,
Ads
guys,
all the
I
way
think
down.
This whole thing is just an ad for people to.
I was
click
about
on
to
his plot
say,
armor.
I'm having a
that's
bad
it.
realization here that like this feels like clickbait
Yeah.
in an ad.
Yeah,
It
it's
is.
like, and he
It feels
didn't explain his point that plot armor is bad
Oh,
bad except
That's what
when
Cap
it's-
said. All he did was explain it's bad
It was
except that when you
absolutely
justify
excellent.
it, which is
Because
Which could have
just
literally
good except when you
everything.
justify it. Yeah.
something that was
Oh.
mentioned in the ad is the companion videos on Nebula. That there's like the video on the YouTube, and then this isn't one where it continues over on Nebula, right?
This is
I
what
don't
say,
know. We got to
DLC.
find out.
No.
Must know the
Oh, might
secrets.
be.
additional content like this, then you can do it for
Surely
just
not.
$15 a year with 26%
Yeah, I know. There's
And
such great
the nice
offers.
thing
Oh,
about
Look at
the
this guy.
sponsor is that I
Oh, it's
get
more
to
sponsor
sponsor
stuff.
my own video with my own stuff. That is very cool.
calm
Thank
down
you
with the fingers?
very much. Check it out.
this
The
is
link is down
DLC.
below. Let
We
me know
do
what
that
you
on
think.
YouTube.
It's not sponsored.
I-
This is an infomercial.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Matter of fact,
Let's bring
running
Wait,
out
he's
of
bringing
time
it all
here.
back. Here we go.
All right,
Okay,
We got
Wait,
it.
really quick.
all of
Really
this
quick.
together in
Yes.
Really quick. Anyone out there who wants to make their own videos where they're going to be on camera, if you're going to stand in one spot the entire time, you don't
I know
need
where
it
you're
on
going.
autofocus.
Yes,
Just leave
please.
it one focus point on your face, set it up,
Yes.
and then stay there. You don't need to set it on autofocus so that every time you move your hands, the focus shifts. All right?
Yes, I
You don't
hate
need to
that. I almost
Mhm.
brought it up earlier because it seems like everyone does this when they're just sitting in front of the webcam. Turn off autofocus. Stop it. 98% of the time when autofocus shifts, it's wrong and it's trying to clarify your hands motions or it sees a booger in the background and it gets confused or something.
Just take it off. Autofocus is wrong most of the time. It should be off by default.
My shot's a wide, and so yeah, autofocus is just not even an option. There's too many things it could be picking up at any given time. So yeah, you just set your focal length and you're good.
I just
In
want
the-
him to say one time that plot armor is good, and I'm gonna give him like a few points. Just say it once. Don't give me any context. Just say it.
It would just be so funny if he says, and so for all of those reasons, plot armor is good sometimes.
Yes.
And then we'll say, you bastard.
At least I'll be a bit more entertained.
Don't
Many-
essays tend to have a thesis presented close to the
Why?
beginning?
They don't have
Or
a
in the
thesis,
title,
they
maybe
say.
even.
Pieces of armor, the breastplate of the righteousness of the god of writing. Look, it was coming better together in my head. Number 1, sometimes it is just bad writing. Set up solutions beforehand or don't put
Wait, are we
characters in-
recapping?
So, okay, let's pretend for a second that the starting statement is plot armor is good sometimes. And then his first clarification is, but sometimes it's just bad writing.
in positions that
Okay.
require contrived answers. 2,
This
plot
right-
armor
Two-
can come from breaking the rules around death and pain you previously set up. They can also shift the tone, though that can be used
More
for
reasons
effect.
it's bad. Okay.
Yeah, this to me feels like saying they're bad, but they can do things. And it's like, yeah, I mean, that doesn't really... It's almost like explaining why character assassination is useful. And it's like, why? It's like, because you can get the character to do things they wouldn't have done.
Well, in
Also-
point 2, he's
Yeah.
still saying it's bad.
Also, what a cop out of a conclusion. Just summarize, like literally repeat everything you've said in a small sentences. Like
Well,
repeat the titles
this
of
isn't
your
going to help
characters.
us because we
Um,
already were confused. So summarizing, it's not going to change anything.
3, plot armor usually comes about because the audience doesn't buy into the type of tension you're relying on. Show the character can lose in many ways, and give the story a different source of tension than will they survive. 4, the tension...
That one's just like, that's just not even to do with plot armor. That's just like give different forms of tension that relate
then
not just to
it looks
physical
like
health.
All of these
looks
so
like
far
Thor
have
Wilson.
said plot armor is bad.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. I agree.
that's true.
can
Did,
come from
you know,
their character
thinking
arc.
back, did he ever define plot armor?
Probably.
No.
No.
Not
Oh,
properly,
no.
not like in
Never
one
did.
sentence.
He should
Should
have,
be the
but
first thing he does.
But
what you could do is just title this video "How to Avoid Plot Armor" or "How to Fix Plot Armor,"
Yeah.
and then everything's basically fine.
Yeah.
The examples are terrible, but
Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
call the
yeah,
video
yeah.
like me rambling about plot armor. And then you fixed everything.
That would make more sense.
Yeah,
It
but
would be
you
way
just
more
got
dedicated
clickbaited.
more.
You understand that, right?
Yeah.
This title's
Oh,
just
we might have
clickbait.
been.
Well,
Yeah,
to be fair,
clickbait with
most of the videos we
ads.
watch are clickbait, but yes.
No, this guy tricked us.
I think, yeah, this is probably the most egregious, because this feels more so like an ad for all of his work on a different site filled with
That's what he
sponsorships
kept
and ads.
doing.
and his
All
books.
the little plugs.
Yes.
And his books.
Posing a threat
He
to their
repeated
identity,
himself for
morality,
10
and
minutes
peace in the
just to
world.
plug his stuff.
Alternatively, give scenes dilemmas or secondary objectives and a yes but behind their survival. Stay nerdy, grab my book, tell me about your worst example of plot armor down below in the comments.
What's the thing is that it just asked.
Oh.
Yeah.
He-
What
it's
a,
good
what
to
a great
go.
story.
Wow.
You're lying to me, Tim.
That sucked.
Oh,
Lie to
It-
him.
it's-
Told you.
I don't know if I go that. It's just it was.
We trusted you,
pretty
Tim.
Messy. It was
Trusted you.
messy.
Is it?
Okay.
He's saying it's
Shiesty
good,
The title is a lie.
and then give
I'm
the
gonna
The
leave a
title is an
comment.
actual lie.
I'm going
to
to leave a
say-
comment on the
yeah.
video.
I can't believe I was baited by
When
Tim.
is it good, you bastard?
Mhm.
It's good
I
sometimes.
feel like we
We'll
didn't
never
get an
learn.
example of it being good. Yeah, it
No,
was just
we
alternate
didn't.
Well,
explanations,
would he say?
alternate
Would he say? This is the big problem. I don't even think this is semantics. It goes beyond that. But if he said to us right now in this call, what I mean is, it's good because good things can come out of it, or that it's good because when you do it in a way that it costs them something that's not their physical health, that works as well. And it's like, but all of these are just
then-
concessions on the bad thing. It's not good things.
Or we're just talking on plot armor. We're just talking about.
Yeah,
like,
I guess if you
adding
give him the
drama.
extreme benefit of the doubt, he's trying to say that you can use this negative attribute to do a lot of different things with it, which can
He
be
doesn't
good.
say that.
Yeah, like
he
if you're
he
writing
does
yourself
kind of
into a
say
corner-
that, but he's not. But the end result is that ultimately it's bad. You're trying to avoid plot armor.
Yeah, all the advice is how to avoid this or to justify it such that we wouldn't even call it plot armor anymore.
Yeah.
Well,
It feels like when
That's
Pillar
the
of Garbage was like, actually, plot conveniences are good sometimes. Look at this paper where a lady said that, plot conveniences can be good when you make them not conveniences anymore.
I think I wonder if a lot of those.
I remember.
That was funny.
Or is he saying that
Perfect.
if you write yourself into a corner and then use plot armor to get the character out of it, that gives you the challenge as the writer to say, okay, now explain that plot armor. Give a reason
But he
for
should have.
it.
But that I guess
What he
that's the
should have
problem
said
is-
was, "Don't. If you realize you've written yourself into a corner, you're the author. God damn it!
Yeah,
Don't
you're
do that
control.
and unwrite. Yeah, go back and fix your mistake."
I guess I wonder if the problem it feels confused because the video comes across with the recognition that plot armor is a bad thing. So it wouldn't be that it's like this is a type of plot armor that's good. It's like he knows that he's sort of navigating around something that is a problem. And like it depends. Do we agree that if you have written something that's good that you're past plot armor, it's like, oh, well, you've just written good drama, you've written a good action scene, you've written good tension.
Yeah, it sounds like the kind of advice that's telling people to accidentally write good stuff like Stephen King does, where it's just he does just kind of do flight of fancy. I'm just going to write whatever. I'm going to write myself into a bunch of corners, and sometimes I'm going to do really crazy stuff to get myself out of it. And every so often that works for him. But for the most part, I don't think anyone really ever says Stephen King has written a lot of great endings. I don't think that's a controversial take.
If you're trying to avoid plot armor, maybe don't have every conflict about whether they're going to die or not. Maybe write like 12 Angry Men or instead. It's like
This is not a
pieces of those thoughts were in this video. Because even the one where it said like go back and fix it, he even said that in his first point about how it's just going to be bad writing and stuff. It's just like I don't mean to sound condescending, but it's just like you really need to redraft this, especially being a writer advisor person.
Yeah, my bar is my bar is higher for someone who is an author. This was a very poorly written video that basically doesn't address the title and doesn't even really help any writer that much. Very basic stuff in here.
Basic can
Not
be
at all
fine,
what I would
but,
have put together if I was to make a video on plot armor.
It had the illusion of structure and research.
And you,
but,
you
like, it just
probably
fell
should
apart.
define what plot armor is at the very least.
Your first 30 seconds, like that should be the limit.
Here is what plot armor is. Good. Now that we have established this, we can do all these other things.
And when you're a writer and you're talking about writing, and from the get-go, the first thing you mentioned is that sometimes it's bad writing. What a cop out of a this is the
What a
first thing that you
useless statement.
say.
Well, already, what is bad writing? We need to, like
Yeah,
it's
how
just
can
bad
writing be bad?
writing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and from what you guys are telling me right now, in the beginning of the video, he doesn't even define what plot armor is. So it's a
I don't
poorly
think he
structured
did,
video.
unless I'm just
Yeah.
having a complete mental.
Maybe he pulled
lapse.
up the picture maybe for 2 seconds.
Well, he opened with the Aya example, and I guess you would consider it intuitive that you'd understand like when they're supposed to be dead but don't die.
We kind of went nuts when he mentioned Arya. Maybe he did like elaborate. We just skipped.
He gave
it.
an example, not
Okay,
exactly a definition, but it was a pretty good example, I would say.
Yeah, well, because that's the thing, right? Someone might be like, well, that doesn't really cover all of plot armor, does it? There are times where people should be injured and not die, but they don't get injured at all even.
Yeah, because it's like, why is this example here such a good example of plot armor? I was like, well, because human bodies, knives, sepsis, all this stuff. We have this comparison to reality. This sort of intuition that comes with when you're portraying a realistic world that plays by realistic rules, and you show someone getting stabbed and then thrown off bridges and things, and they're okay. Like that break. That's a disconnect. That makes a break in our minds between what we expect to happen based on the rules of reality and what you're showing us in the work of fiction.
I think one of the.
beginning,
Go ahead, sorry, Fernie.
Oh, sorry. It sounded like you had more rags.
No, I was wrapping up.
Oh, I think that's something that would, because a lot of the latter portion of the video is here's how you solve the problem of it arising in the story. I feel like a good way to lead with the video is explaining why is plot armor like a problem that shows up in stories in the first place? And a lot of the time it's just path of least resistance to get to the things that you want. It's like the quickest, easiest sort of immediate, it's the quickest way of getting to the plot points that you want as the creator.
Quickest
and sort of
solution for
thinking
the
about
writer.
Yeah,
and
it's
then
so easy to just say, well, all the stormtroopers missed.
Exactly.
And sometimes they get lost in that, just
to,
trying to cheat.
it'd be
I
good
think
to start with that as an explanation, and then kind of explain there are other solutions to these problems. There's other ways,
Or even
just to give it a little bit more structure.
Or even
Or
the
set
first
it up
the-
properly.
like the first segment is, uh-oh, your character has plot armor. How did we get here?
Yeah,
And the whole like,
exactly.
well, what you did was you put your characters in a situation where they should be dead based off of the rules of their world. Consider going back and fixing this, or going back and writing it to another way, because you're the god of this universe. You're the author. You can make things be whatever you want, you know? So consider not even writing yourself into this position in the first place, which is probably generally going to be a good rule, or be prepared to deal with the consequences of what you write, which is probably always good advice to sprinkle into any author whenever they're writing anything.
I think it also would be kind of an okay take if he sort of took a turn where he said like it's inevitable that sometimes plot armor like will happen and it's okay. It's an inevitable thing. Sometimes authors need to take liberty.
I wouldn't give
And,
that advice. I'm
well,
going to
not-
disagree with
It's not
that.
inevitable. It's
Not
always
always,
avoidable.
but
It's always
it's gonna
avoidable.
happen. It's gonna
I
happen
understand what you
some
mean.
way or
It's-
another if you don't have it. I think.
But it depends on how you justify
In
it
small
too. like-
cases, not like getting stabbed in the stomach. Definitely not. But when there's like a huge shootings and you have big, huge battle scenes, right? Sequences. There's gonna be some type of liberty that you have to take with some characters in order to protect them.
I
think
thought
the whole-
it was more so that people make mistakes when creating art, like that it's very difficult to
not
have a
that,
flawless
you take-
story.
not that it happens,
Well,
but
especially
I mean,
with,
that happens
because you
to
write it
prevent
that
that in the
way.
script.
Take a
Like,
project
you
like
wrote yourself into a corner with that situation.
Yeah,
Like, they
it's not a
should avoid
natural
that.
emergent property of a story that plot armor
Mhm.
occurs. It's
It's not- it
because you
doesn't
wrote
have
it this
to.
way. And this series is to prevent you from doing that or being able
well,
to
one could
fix
argue
it
that
if it happens.
errors are a natural production of the creative process,
Errors,
right?
yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I thought.
It's an easy solution for a lot of writers that they're willing to take, but it's the whole point of good writing is to avoid that, like the problem solving, like not write yourself into a corner where you have to provide plot armor for these people. That's why Game of Thrones was so frustrating, because we saw great examples of them not having plot armor, and then some of the worst plot armor I've ever seen in my life.
True.
He
It's worth
had
mentioning.
like some decent takes and advice, but a lot of it was so scatterbrained that he was pulling
Yeah.
in all these unrelated issues, other different writing problems regarding certain tropes. And
Well, I feel
stakes
cheated.
And yeah,
I do too.
Yeah, liar.
I never learned when plot armor is good. The best that we got was like how to
What good
how to
can
put a
come from plot
band-aid on
armor.
it, or it's a how to apply a but at least
Yeah.
to your plot armor issue, which is not fixing
Mhm.
the issue. It's just
I
like,
thought
well,
he'd eventually get
at
to
least
that, but then I just
the
gave up
Jews
on
got a
him.
nation of their own. It's like, well,
Mhm.
that's not the problem.
No, guys, this is part of his Nova DLC plot armor package, which you can get for $26.99.
It does
my
feel
God.
like he tried to imply that he would eventually get to the point in the Nebula video. I don't believe
Just laid
that.
you over.
Yeah, I don't
That
believe
was
it
sort of
either.
the
Yeah.
hook, wasn't it?
This was how long? How long was this video
19
actually?
90 minutes.
Too long.
19-minute
19
advertisement for his
long.
Well,
books
17
and
minutes.
His
is-
books and his crap, yeah.
Talking about something
Mhm.
for 19 minutes, you can
just
cover
gotta
a
buy the
lot of
DLC,
Can you
information.
I
believe
in
it?
mean,
19
this
minutes.
entire video was like him, I think, something I would write down in my notes app and just like rumble on about. That's how it felt like for me.
Yeah, if
It's
you told me
definitely
this
not
was
something
written
that-
by like an author, I'd be like, nah.
Nah.
It would have been
Yeah.
better if that was the case.
I think this is the type of video I would make, and like if I had to quiz into a 2-day
Rush it.
deadline.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the first draft, and it's all over the place.
Yeah, rushed and
first
rambly.
draft,
It's not
one recording,
focused. It didn't get
random
that.
edit.
Hey, the good stuff is on
Editing
Nebula,
too.
okay? The uncensored stuff.
Yeah, that's the
I
real
mean-
good
What do you
shit.
mean it wasn't focused? He had chapters. It
Yeah,
had structure.
he wouldn't put all the good
not-
bits in the free stuff.
I think
Yeah,
only
they-
the
I mean,
most
my
talented
personal-
of video creators can pull off the whole, like, part 1, it's bad because, part 2, it's always because of part 3. It's like, oh, fuck off. Like, I can't understand this. This is too complicated. Help me.
And also, like, in my personal experience, I spend more time, like, not editing clips, but, like, finding the correct material that will, like, actually correspond to what I'm saying.
Yes,
Like,
it takes a lot of
that's
time.
what I find the hardest for me during the editing process. And this was just rushed he did not care what he was
Yeah.
putting up there.
That's
Just
the most tedious part, making sure it matches your words and you can get
Yeah,
proper
there's
context.
you would expect there to be some deliberateness when it comes to the visuals that are used. And
Mhm.
some of them were just downright confusing. The whole Luke Skywalker
Yeah.
Vader thing was just like, no, this is completely contradictory to what you were saying right
Mhm.
now.
Mhm.
And this is like basic shit that you've got to avoid when you're making videos.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh.
don't have your words and your visuals contradict each other. Basic tier 1 kind of stuff that you just can't be doing if you have, Jesus, jeez, he's got 1 million subs and he's making like amateur mistakes like that. Like, come on, man. We gotta set our
Really?
bar.
What
We gotta
the
set
fuck?
our bar higher.
Well, on that
Yeah,
depressing
1.05
note-
million apparently.
I gotta go.
Oh my god.
Jeez.
Did you say you gotta go?
It's getting late, and I gotta stream tomorrow for another
That
12
number
hours.
just
Oh, well, I was
that
gonna
number
say
shut him
we're
down.
at 11 hours and 20 something minutes, and so we're gonna be wrapping
Ooh,
up
almost
soon
halfway.
for part 1. Yeah, I know it is. Like part 1's almost over, and we're halfway. It's not
Yeah.
bad. First thing before we go, I want to make sure everyone's aware. The link is in the description for the vinyls. They're still
Yes.
going. Beautiful
Vinyls
lads.
are amazing.
You guys
Take
are
a
doing
look.
records?
The timer is ticking
We are.
away.
We're doing records. We're setting records every day.
XD vinyls.
1/8 of this stream will be on a vinyl record that you can buy.
That's
Nice.
true. You can hear this stream in even lower quality on a vinyl of your choice.
But it sounds warmer and more real, man.
Definitely.
Final figures. Got one of me, one of Mr. Fringolius. Gotta check out these wonderful boxes too.
And one of me.
I was getting to that. God.
Wow.
There's also Rex. Look at him go.
Yay.
There's
It's me. Look
popcorn.
at me go. Oh,
I already
yum.
bought my vinyl figures.
Oh,
what
man, I'm
about you,
craving some
chat?
popcorn. Have
I
you
got-
bought you and your friends / relatives their vinyl figures in addition to your own?
Buying
Look at
vinyl
'em.
figures
should.
helps EFAP not be censored.
Yeah.
Yes. Every vinyl figure that you buy is a middle finger to big tech censorship. Yeah.
Yeah.
We don't like that.
Might be safer around the puppies than the plushies too. I have the Stitch and Adam ones, and 2 sets of Adam's glasses have been destroyed by the Chihuahua.
Oh my
Aw.
goodness.
He's
I hope
very
my
appealing to
glasses are
bitches.
okay.
What can I say?
Yeah. This one's been left alone. I think you scare them.
Taste.
Well, and on that note, you guys know what time it is. This time of year
Miller
between
time.
parts, there is indeed a Batwoman episode about to launch.
Yes.
Dun 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 dun.
I was wondering what was going on there.
So you guys get to be babysat by past us, while future present us, I guess, are gonna take a second to grab oxygen / make sure our legs
Yep.
still work.
Boy, I sure do love
And
oxygen.
avoid the trolley.
Yeah.
And then we
That's
shall
gonna
return for who knows what's next. And who knows who is next. We have all kinds of people still hoping to come on. Obviously, the way it works, you guys know, we won't be able to get everybody, but I think we've had a pretty good selection so far. And of course, very thankful to everybody who's
So
come on.
good.
Been,
Yeah, it's been great.
I think this is probably some of the densest EFAP has ever been in terms of like video coverage and commentary, you know?
Yeah, it has.
So dense.
Cool
Trolley
videos.
problems.
This is us saying appreciate it because we're going to go to sleep for a while once this is over, okay?
Might have a little bit of a nap,
A little bit, yeah.
but let's not get our hopes up because that's still half a day away.
It is.
That's still a
Don't
while
even think
away.
about it yet. Like, we've got to stay awake for a much longer time.
That's right.
But yes, check out the vinyl figures. There are links in the description, as well as a link to the questionnaire that we'll be looking at in part 3. Because of the way the reason for anybody who doesn't know is that YouTube caps at 11 hours and 45 minutes, I believe, for like unlisted live streams. So we want to make sure we don't split it too hard. And if it's 24 hours, that typically would mean 888. I think last year we actually did 888, but this year apparently it's going to be 11 and a half, and then who knows what, and then the remaining. So
Yep.
yeah, fun on the bun, I'm sure, because you will indeed be getting another Batwoman episode in between episodes, parts 2 and 3.
How incredible.
So yeah, I guess we still got to kill another 9 minutes, so we'll have to talk about something.
Another 9 minutes? Do you think we can talk for 9 minutes?
I don't know.
Are
I don't.
you
Maybe
still-
that's possible at all.
Are you still planning on doing that?
Or... Have any of you played Armored Core 6?
Yes, I have. Woo, that's exactly what I was saying at the same time too.
Oh, hell yeah.
No, I haven't.
It's very good. I get my ass kicked. It's very good.
Are you still going through that top 10 list? The top 10 ways Lord of the Rings has aged badly?
Oh yeah, probably. We got a lot of potential for. To be honest with you, I'm still surprised that in one part we got through. What was that? 4 videos? It's insane.
Wow. We got through 4 videos in half a day.
I can't believe it.
God.
Super fast.
How long has it been?
Hyperspeed.
High quality shit.
It has
right
been
there.
11 hours and 26 minutes.
Jesus Christ.
Is there anyone who's been here since the beginning? I think Brooke has
Me.
been here one of
This
the longest,
guy.
right? Yeah.
I've been here since the beginning, yeah.
Outside of me, Rags and Fringy, of course. 'Cause
You, Rex and Fringy popped in,
Ha.
and then me and Theo came in at the exact same time, pretty much.
So plenty of
I was gonna
exhaustion
say,
kicking in, I'm sure.
I was gonna say, just if you guys need me to pop out, whatever you need to do, but try to give me a heads up if possible. If the rotation comes, I really want to try to be there for that list. That stupid list is so ridiculous.
Maybe.
We shall
It just
indeed
depends
figure
on
it
how
out.
you do it.
Also, I've been made aware of this.
Oh my god. Oh
There's
my
some
goodness.
artwork.
Wow.
What is this?
Oh my goodness gracious.
Oh my god.
Jeez.
What the
I am
hell?
So
I'm
much is happening.
voluptuous. It's already been a long day. It's Lois. Ho,
This
ragu
is
of Longu
Animu.
Dogu.
Is that
Do
Wolf
not
down there
to
eating pizza?
know the sacred world of Animu. Nani, what is happening? I didn't know I spoke Japanese.
Ambiguous Japaneseness on the floor. You got
Oh, Fringuguru.
I just realized how long you are in this
Oh.
picture.
yeah.
I got them tiggle bitties.
Oh look, Weekend Warriors there too. Boobzoo.
Boobazoo.
Oh, nice.
You're
Chair
staring at
Metal
my
chair.
asshole.
Metal's chair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who's the
Metal
black
chairs
dude?
become alive.
Fringy's looking.
That's Lewis from Left 4 Dead.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
Lewis. Oh, and he's got the noisy cricket. Is that what he's got in his hand?
yeah.
Oh, is that a controller?
Not sure.
I think it's a controller.
It looks like an Xbox controller or something.
Yeah, it does. I
Lewis
see
is
the other
officially the
buttons, yeah.
mascot of episode 250, I think.
We got a decent amount of props
yeah.
down there at the bottom left in that pile. We've
do.
got an R-Wing. We've got Kirby and a Goomba. We've got some the Triforce and I don't know what that little blue pendant is. It looks Legend of Zelda. Ooh, a Beyblade.
Ooh.
Got Beyblades.
Sword, a GameCube.
Oh no,
A
actually,
gyroid
that's the
and a little
dragon.
Animal Crossing leaf. A what's the bug? What's the bug from? Is that a Reaver from StarCraft 1? I can't remember. So I'll have to back it. Master Sword. We got 3 different Nintendo game systems. Mushroom, Pokeball. What's behind the sword? What is that behind the sword there? That red one.
This, oh,
What is that?
It's-
Is that a bike? A motorcycle? Is that a light cycle from Tron? Or is it a? Is it the Akira motorcycle?
That's
maybe.
Guts' sword from Berserk. I just recognize that.
Yeah, that's
okay.
I can't really see. Is it Cloud Sword from Final Fantasy VII?
No,
or
it's Guts. I think it's Guts from
yeah,
the.
'cause it has
Notes.
the rope
But
tied
they're
around
both
it.
cringe. All right.
Oh my god, you just did
Let's
that.
see.
Guts' blade is on point.
Oh my god.
Cloud is
Don't worry
cringe.
about it.
I'll vouch for Guts.
That's all right. They're
You
both,
just
they're
shit
both
on
pretty
the
cringe.
Wii Bible right
I
there.
think that's a motorcycle back behind the sword there. What's the thing in the back underneath ambiguous Japaneseness? What is that in the very back there?
Like a propane grill.
It looks like a yeah.
I like Fringy's
What is
shoes.
that?
Yeah, those
I
are
like
nice.
Fringy's face. He looks like a Pokemon. Oh, he looks like that Pokemon. Wait,
Which one?
doesn't he look like? I don't know which one he is, but doesn't he look like a Pokemon?
I don't know.
Hmm.
Like I don't know which one you'd be.
He looks like the
thinking about.
dinosaur from Land Before Time.
Kind of. He looks like a Petrie. Yeah. Let's
Dimitri.
just a second.
Yep.
Yeah, that's right. Well, no, that's Ducky. She says that.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah. So,
You got me.
yeah, Land Before Time.
That was a good movie.
The first one was it was good. It was kind of like it was serious shit. It was like spooky.
Yeah, the first one's
there were
good. It holds
the
up.
tar pits and the
Yeah,
stuff
yeah.
like that. Yeah, that shit was yeah.
I remember being intense.
What green Pokemon frog?
Did you ever see the female Mauler picture? I know I sent it
Yes,
to
we
Rez.
actually have a couple of them we're going to be checking out at some
Yes.
point. There's a few female versions of all of us.
Trico?
Why?
You know what? That's a
Sounds
question
pretty
for the
woke
ages, I
to me.
suppose. That is pretty woke, you're right.
The one with
Trico Pokemon?
the boob comparison.
I don't know what I'm thinking.
Oh, I haven't seen
Fringy
this,
reminds
though.
me of something. Oh, that one. Oh my goodness gracious.
What the?
What the?
Oh, Sugoi.
Oh.
I mean,
I like the thong regs, I guess.
Yeah.
Power's not looking terrible.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily want larger boobs. I appreciate breasts of all sizes. So I don't think bigger
We
is better.
appreciate Dev.
Yeah.
What happened to Sitch Chan's personality when the PSA Sitch channel gets 1 million subs?
Well, how
know,
come
what
I don't
does
have?
happen?
How come there's not like a plus whatever something thousand for dog bites?
Or EFAP.
Wow.
What is dog bites on? I need to. Fuck it. Dog bites is 48,500 subs. So
Nice.
I feel.
So
I
you
just,
guys are already
I-
winning, okay.
Also, why are we
I
pretending
don't-
like Sitch makes videos?
I don't
This
want-
is a lie.
That's true.
That's what it
That's true.
says if you read it.
Oh.
Gonna slide into 6.5K any day now.
I will say, I don't think I need my boobs any bigger. Well, Beowin's got me, and there's 8 too. Jesus Christ!
Yeah, you got.
How do I operate?
Operate.
6.
Is that a disability?
You know, I don't know.
Man,
More than possible, though.
you just want to squeeze them.
Oh, 2 minutes. It's going to start off any time now with its blaring music. And I'll probably... that'll be when we sort of shut down on this end. So I'll start spamming the link. In case, for some reason, you guys can't figure out how to go to the Moolah channel. It's okay. I'm not judging. Potentially a problem.
I mean, you say that you're not, but I don't know.
What? What?
Oh, Beowin
my
did say the red
God.
thing is
What?
the bike from
What?
Akira. I got the bike right. Right, I got
Yeah.
that right. The propane
for
tank
you.
is a steam ball from Steam Boy.
Ah.
The amulet is from Laputa. The bug is a gnome from Nausicaa. So yeah, there we go. All right. The answers have been given to me. I've received special revelation from God just
Received
now
enlightenment.
as to what they were. Yeah.
Do we get a final answer on which sword it was?
I assume that it's the one that it's the guts one, isn't it?
Guts.
No, I think it's the cloud sword, the Buster sword.
Yeah, see,
Guts.
God.
Guts sword.
Gut sword from Berserk is.
Oh,
I think,
it's okay. I don't look at
Okay,
it.
if
so
it's
that's
like just to be
why
consistent with the video game.
Cloud
I think
sword.
It's the Buster sword.
Yeah, that looks
Cloud
like the
sword.
sword.
This
Yeah, I
doesn't.
think I'm going Buster
let's
sword.
see. Let's see here. I don't know. I thought you weebs would be able to say this. Let's see.
I mean,
Say
Not
Buster
Buster
sword.
sword. Though it has like the Swiss cheese things, doesn't it?
The little rivets, the little metal
Yeah.
rivets look like Guts' sword.
And the handle.
The handle looks like Guts's.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
It's a
it doesn't
homage.
really look like either of them, honestly. Maybe
Maybe
it's just like an
Generic.
amalgamation of the two.
Hey, it got us talking about it.
Big sword. Yeah, I don't know. It's pretty big. Well, I don't know. Actually, to scale, it's not that big, right?
I guess you
Bigger.
could say it's wide.
Maybe it's a trick of the
Or
light.
maybe
that it looks
maybe
as
it's
big as
just
it is.
really far away.
I don't think so.
It could be.
Both
Uh,
of the
uh,
actual
I
swords are
think y'all are
Not
just,
like-
you know,
they're
unusually long.
impractically huge.
Big
Well, I mean,
sound
according to
any
you.
second now.
They really are. Like they're only not to Guts. It kind of doesn't make
No,
any.
according to you, they're impractical, but you know, maybe they're really good at using them. Cloud is really good at swinging that big sword.
I
At
guess
least
that.
Guts is
Ayo.
justified within the story, so I at least
Yeah,
appreciate him.
like they really make it make sense why Guts, and it's a big deal that
Swinging
Guts
that big
even pick
sword
it up.
around.
It's like,
Mhm.
wait, hold on, he can hold that thing.
They do it right
Well,
within Berserk. A lot of ones just want to have a big sword for the sake of having a big sword.
Well, and it's because he was a soldier since he was a little kid, and they just gave him adult weapons.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
had to use an oversized blade since he was a child, so it just makes
Yeah.
sense for it to scale up to that point.
Yeah, that makes
and
sense.
And when you see him, you see him keep training with bigger and bigger swords.
Mhm.
All right,
tries to swing
it's
them.
starting up.
In the
All of you flow
Work out.
into that video. We will see you again on the other side of the Batwoman episode.
That's right. The
Thank you all
anniversary
so much.
continues.
Hanging
All
out.
right.
Goodbye.
We
We'll see you
shall
in a
be
few.
back.
Yep.
Bye.
See you shortly. See you in a
Bye
few.
bye.
Toodaloo.
See ya.
Ciao.